You
What
know
do
where
you
I can
think?
get the audio for personal reasons?
Ew.
Good one.
You little freak. You little freak. So if he did record Carrie without her consent and then distributed it,
then that's bad. And the question you gave us
How
was,
bad?
do you guys think it's not
Is
bad?
that worse than
insanely bad.
me?
It's criminally bad. It's insanely and criminally fucking bad.
Is that
You
worse than
asked
what I
the
did?
question. You asked us. The whole reason we're in this current conversation is you asked us, oh, so do you guys not think what Destiny did to Pixie or Cherry is wrong? I just gave you a full answer.
Okay, what do you think should happen?
Well, obviously, if it comes out that it can be proven that he's recording people sexually without consent, that is a crime.
Multiple times. What do you think should happen? Should he
He
go
should
to jail?
obviously get sued then, right?
It's true.
Then would you stop watching him?
No, I'm toxic. I watch things that I find interesting.
Would you still do content with him?
Did Chris Brown beat the fuck out of Rihanna and do people still listen? Yeah, they do. Do people think Michael Jackson was a pedophile? I do not think that, but I still listen to Michael Jackson.
Okay, the difference is their stuff's good. You ever watch a Destiny stream?
Pause.
He just yaps for like an hour and then sits in silence.
That's opinions.
True.
But did everybody think that Drake was a pedophile because Kendrick Lamar said A minor or whatever the fuck he said? And guess what? As soon as Drake dropped his album, did it not do better than Kendrick Lamar's? Like,
Ooh.
that's a
Kendrick
stupid
Lamar's was
question.
really bad, to be fair.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like,
Ooh.
so yes, I will be watching.
Okay, so it doesn't even matter to you because.
Oh, it
even
matters. I'll still think somebody's a terrible fucking person. It doesn't mean I'm not gonna watch the art sometimes.
Okay, so like I said, if you will not disengage, will you still do content?
They
with him?
say Leonardo da Vinci had little boys in his basement that he tortured and molested. There's rumors of that. I don't believe it at all. I don't believe it at all. But Leonardo da Vinci is my
You would still
favorite
do
fucking
content.
artist.
What about you, Darius? Would you still do content with him?
It depends on what type of content. I mean, it's something related to politics, like a canvassing thing. I mean, it seems like it's pretty good to do canvassing stuff.
The
Okay, so,
problem is,
so there's nothing. So there's not really anything because I think that that's like sort of akin to rape, right? So he could basically do someone. He could do
basically
someone
raped
that
someone.
bad. He could do someone that bad, and you like wouldn't care enough to not.
Well, I mean, I think it would go for literally
Wait,
like everybody.
he's being
Like, if someone's
consistent.
doing-
He
if someone's
allowed
doing-
someone. Okay, I'm back up with Darius. He allowed someone who did revenge porn on the panel, and just like someone else that did that, he would allow them on also.
True.
And thank God for that.
I think that like there's a
Yeah,
there's
you-
a
you
level of like when it
appreciate
comes
that,
to
don't you?
content, separating the art from the artist when it comes to a lot of it. But with Destiny, his personality, whatever he has left of it, is like integral to his content, and like his personal relationships for some reason are also a part of that. Well, at least they used to be when he was constantly making like videos about his own like interpersonal drama and stuff, to the point where like continuing to like interact with him as a creator is just going to cultivate that and feed it more over and over again. Like stuff like this is going to keep happening.
Who
Well, I
cares?
don't think there would be any reason why. I don't even do content with Destiny even today. So it's like I think all of last year, the only content I did was going on there and screaming at my ex who's in this call right now. So I mean, like, there's not really like.
I mean, in all fairness, Destiny seems like a sound, well-versed political streamer, right? Like he's got a pretty good IQ or high IQ. He talks well. Like I said, he's well-versed in the subjects he talks about. You could be a serial killer and smart and be an amazing scientist. That doesn't mean that negates the work that you've put out there just because you're a serial killer. Just saying. Like,
Sure, but part of a lot of his arguments, especially on the left side, are emotional arguments. They're like arguments about empathy, arguments about like
Name one.
the best interest for like. That's.
but
what
are they
all
good
conflicts are.
arguments? Are they entertaining to watch? Are they interesting to
They
listen
are.
to?
They are when you. They
that's
are
what
when
I'm
you
saying.
believe-
Just
they
because
are when
someone
you
may
believe
turn
that
out.
the person is like actually means what they say.
There's plenty of people that do devil's advocate for the sake of arguing, and you could still listen because they're making valid points. That person could still be a terrible fucking person, but if they're making valid points, you can listen to the point
Sure,
and not have anything to do with the person.
I think that that's true.
Separate the
just
artist
don't-
from the person. Separate the art from the person. That's
I think
what I'm
that
saying.
that's true. I
Okay,
don't think
so-
that the left views it that way.
So you say that like separate the art from the artist, but like let's say it's a serial killer. Yeah, it's a serial killer, and they make their art like they make like the lampshades out of the person's skin. Then you can't really separate it. There are certain times when you
Okay,
can't
you
Yeah,
are
it definitely
taking
seems
that
like-
way too fucking literal. You're taking an analogy.
He at least thought he
way
had
too
consent,
literal.
which
Like,
is
wait a
no,
second.
it's
Which is
because
good.
the person. It's because the person's character does relate to their content.
How?
Destiny's videos where he's constantly talking about his personal relationship dramas and shit, where he's
When?
constantly Literally
Okay,
every
you're
debate
talking about
he's in,
personal
something
relationships.
was
What did
brought up.
I just bring up? I said he's well versed in politics. I just said I'm watching
Yes,
for
and
politics,
during his
not
political
personal,
debates, his
emotional
personal
shit.
life gets brought up
No.
every single time.
When?
What do you mean when?
Okay, you could still
Name one
listen
time.
to facts. You could still listen to the research he puts into when he's talking about, like, let's say Trump versus Kamala. That has nothing to do with his relationships, buddy. To listen to a conversation from a high IQ, well-studied person. That's what I was saying. I'm not talking about arguing over emotions and what I would do as a person and that shit doesn't interest me. I don't care about fucking anecdotals anyway. So she asked if I would still watch. I gave an example as to why I would still watch. Yes, I'm gonna listen to him talk about why he thinks Democrats are better than fucking Republicans. He does do his studying. I want to hear this. I like to hear intelligent people talk. He could be a serial
Republics.
killer and still know what the fuck he's talking about.
Okay,
like,
but if-
where is that getting lost?
Let me give you a hypothetical
about
here.
fucking
Since for you, you just watch like the political part. But if you watch like his other stuff with that too, would you stop watching that now that this stuff is out there?
Like
No.
what?
So then, why would you use that as a point?
if
I
it's
just watched
interesting, because I watch the political stuff sometimes. Like, I don't know how.
No.
Going
What
in your
you
head.
said this though. If you did watch all of the content, you would still watch it.
Okay, if I watched all of his content, I would still, let's say, and he was producing it the same way, knowing let's say he got convicted of all this, whatever, and it was really bad, turns out he's a bad person, right? Would I still watch that content too? I think that would be more interesting to watch and see how he behaves and what he says and if his character changes or stays the same. So yeah, I'd probably find myself watching it based on that alone.
Okay, well that's
think-
that's
I think now he's been caught in so many lies about like Pixie, about Kelly, about me, about other people that I think
What are the lies?
did he say?
like he said that Kelly was like involved with like the server that like we'd like spread revenge porn in like me and her, that we had like done whatever. Said that with like
But you did.
absolutely
Did
no,
you?
no. Me and Kelly did not do that at all.
well. Now he's sort
Yeah.
of
Well,
pivoted.
but
that.
you
I don't know
did
if you
though,
guys
right?
have looked at Twitter, but now he's just saying that like Kelly basically just didn't care. Like that's the whole thing.
Is
Yeah,
that true?
Like, she defended-
he changes the story,
Which
and
is
then-
like whatever. I mean, Kelly has a retarded take. Who cares? That's different than like being like
Did he change the
cooperative with
story,
it.
or are you guys nitpicking and he was right the whole time?
No, I just
No,
don't want to
he
risk
changed
getting
it
banned on
more
Twitch.
everything, right?
in
So-
his DMs with Willie Mack show. He
when I'm
specifically
streaming with banned
bundles
streamers.
Kelly
What
Jean
the fuck is
with
a giant?
Lav.
Okay,
Stop,
was she in
you're
that server?
masturbating. Stop.
Was she in the server lab?
No.
It's literally just that like she didn't care basically.
He had said that
Oh, so
I
she was
had.
involved,
He had
though.
said. I mean, he lied about me too. He had said I made a server, invited everyone from JSTLK just to leak the sex tape, which like is no true. And there's
A lot of stuff happened with Destiny.
You
What do you mean? What do you?
do that.
How
No, of
uninformed
course
are
I
you?
didn't do that. Of course I didn't do that.
I don't even
For
know.
the one
I don't
even
reason
know the
that
half
I
of
never-
it.
Stop. How do you
No, for the
you're
one reason.
funny.
For the one reason that
You're
I would
funny.
never
How
put
do you
myself
say,
in a position
of course
to be
I didn't
legally.
do that.
No, because I would never put myself in a position to be held legally. liable.
Understandable, Lemonhead.
Ever.
Okay, but you have though, right?
No, I
Yeah,
have.
so the exact claim that Destiny made is one of many examples. Kelly, Jean, and Lav literally created a fucking Discord server when they heard about a video of mine leaking months ago. I was fiending trying to get a hold of that video while shopping around pictures of my dick to people and begging to get a hold of it so she could distribute it to people. This is revenge porn in the literal true sense of the word, so to see how people holding her up now in some noble voice in all of this is
Which
incredibly
no one's
disgusting.
also doing. Which no one is doing, by the way.
I mean,
Basically,
you
there's
want
a
the
few
proof of
different
this, it's
women
right
who have
here.
come
It's
forward
time-stamped. But yeah,
since
so, I mean, he
the
did
original
one-
allegation.
and then-
Okay, but who you did
General
you
chat.
trust Lav on that spawn?
Hold on, I don't have it.
Where did you drop it?
I dropped it in the general chat. The thing is, it's not.
Okay, real quick. Basically, Destiny was first accused by another streamer girl, Pixie, of basically sending her nudes unconsensually to other people. And then those nudes that whoever he sent the nudes to, one of them leaked it like online. So now everyone has all these new videos of him. And then later, other women came forward too and said either they did the same thing or Destiny did the same thing to them. And one woman, Cherry, I don't know if Cherry streams actually. She might. Basically came forward and said, "Hey, also, by the way, he recorded me without my consent at all. I didn't even know he was recording me." And Destiny today came out with like a statement about it. He didn't really address it for like a month. Came out with a statement about it. Basically, the meat of the statement is like, hey, I basically thought consent was implied because Pixie had been sending me videos of her and other men too, and she was asking me for other videos I had with other women, and I was engaged to Melina. He was in an open relationship with his wife, and he was like, I would not have consented to anything if she wasn't allowed to watch the videos. So clearly Pixie knew, people were going to be watching it, and then now I'm here with Darius again.
Streaming server. I created padded walls as an offshoot of JSTLK. The only people who were in padded walls were JSTLK.
Okay, I understand what's going on here. Let me explain what Lav is doing right now, because so everybody understands.
His penis was never
I
in
got
that,
it.
ever.
Lav is basically explaining because the witness said, "Oh, the killer wore purple Crocs." She's saying, "No,
No.
I was actually wearing green Crocs." That
I think
is what
he
she's
said
saying right now.
consent was reasonably implied
Exactly what
or
he
reasonably
said is
assumed by
not
all parties.
real. I did not make a server with Kelly. Kelly
what he
had
said,
no
at
involvement
least,
of it.
I think,
I made a
the
server
statement.
that was a JSTLK offshoot. His penis was never, ever, and I never posted his penis there. I never made my profile picture his penis there, like, ever. He said, he pointed to exactly the Padded Walls podcast, or the Padded Walls thing, and said that that's where I posted his penis. That is not true. Kelly was not involved in it whatsoever, and he is not
Making a big
substantiated
hole.
this whatsoever.
So I can put a
I
beacon
think
down
that
here.
scene-
So
That was
you
the
are
lie.
arguing the
Kelly part.
details that may or may not have been right or wrong. That's it. You're just saying.
No, he
okay.
completely besmirched Kelly. He completely besmirched Kelly without any proof, just off of vibes. Like, literally. It's not even about me. It's about what he did to Kelly. Saying what Kelly did. She didn't do anything. He completely lied about her.
Well, she defended you, right? So she didn't do nothing. She
No,
defended you.
she didn't defend me. She literally just said that
Oh,
she
but you
did
just
not
said a couple
care.
seconds ago that she did do that. So
No, I didn't.
the DMs show that, though, right? And you said, yeah, that's true. You said, yeah, Destiny was right, but it's not what he said before. That's what you said, right?
I don't think that that's true.
You don't
You
think
lies,
that
he's
that's
always
true, or
agreed,
you
huh?
don't
No,
know?
I don't have a recorder playing in my head of this whole
You-
conversation, but I
I'll tell
definitely
you what-
didn't mean to say that.
Oh.
Because I'll tell you what's playing through my head.
I'm
right
pretty
now.
sure
Wait a
no one
second.
here
You
likes
actually have to-
Lav.
you actually have to
Don't
Okay, so
worry, I
you're-
don't
okay,
think
so
anyone.
You're still doing the thing where you're not acknowledging that he literally lied about her.
This is what.
I don't think anyone here likes Lav. Listen, I've never spoken to Lav before this. Okay, I don't know even that much about her. Okay, so I don't necessarily hate her, but I feel like he said something to contradict that in the past. What do you mean? Contradict what?
So I'm lying right now, but he's not.
You said, I don't think that that's the truth. You don't think, or you don't confidently know. Which is it? Do
Tina,
you know if
fucking
that was true
retard.
or not?
I literally, in this conversation, at no point, if I was trying to get the conversation to be like, yeah, whatever, and I agreed to something by saying, yeah, whatever, that's what happened. In no world did I give a positive statement on whether or not Kelly did something like that, because she didn't. And you're talking to the person Zip who's like been trying to catch me in the conversation every 3 seconds.
I don't
Like,
have to try to catch you. You catch yourself.
you are such a fucking
Oh.
faggot. Shut up, dude. Literally, literally,
Disavow.
obviously,
Disavow, fucked up.
Steven lied about something, and you guys like will not acknowledge that, but you want to keep calling me a liar, which is also
Okay, but are
Steven's
you?
You're saying,
lying.
okay,
Are you a liar?
the difference is you actually are a liar. Steven may or may not have gotten his details correct or
Oh,
whatever.
so I
Purple
but-
Crocs,
but
green
if I-
Crocs. They
but
were
what if
still
I got-
Crocs,
but what if
Lav.
I got-
And there was
but-
still a serial killer, Lav.
No, he completely lied about Kelly. And what if I just don't know? What if I just don't know? Do I actually not know, or am I lying?
Well, you
Do you have a history of lying that might lead us to
You're
believe a liar?
arguing in
I
defense of it.
have a much
you do- you
of
do know-
history as lying as Steven does.
But you
It's
do
not
know that you did
Arguing
have
in
a private
defense of
server.
this.
Wait, stop. You do know you had a private server that was created, that was for your friends.
No,
that
it
was
wasn't.
For
No,
you
no,
to-
no. It wasn't
and,
my
and
server.
not what server was it that you had to add? You said you added your friends into it. Was it just a random person's server that you added your friends into?
No, it was
That,
my. No,
which
it was my.
What did you add Taxi into? What server was that?
It was my friend's server. It was not my server. I did not create this server for any intent of spreading.
So it wasn't even
illicit
your
material.
server,
But you did
and
do
it was
server,
your
right?
profile picture, but you said it was your server. You
Yes,
said
I-
my private server multiple
No,
times. You
my-
said
I
my
didn't say-
private server.
No, of my
Lav,
friends. Of my
You
friends.
didn't
my
say that. You
friends.
said my.
I didn't have a fucking deafen button instead of just a mute button. It's what I felt like. Oh, it also felt like he implied Pixie being in the leaks was only confirmed because she made a big deal about. Oh, well, sure. Well, she denied it at first, right? I think it just said I think he's just saying like she basically chose to bring more attention to it by going public. But yeah.
bad faith. You
It's because
are,
you're arguing faith of it being your private server, and
you
now
you guys are
now
so
you're
fucking
saying.
retarded. I don't know why I came on here thinking that I'd be having a conversation with people who are like have more than one fucking brain cell. I don't know why. That's why I expected coming into this. I don't know why. I know
this right now. You're panicking.
You're
You're
a
in
dumb
panic
bitch,
mode.
that's
You
why.
are in
I'm
panic
not
mode because you've been
panicking,
caught in a
I'm
lie.
pissed.
It's okay. Yeah, yes,
What
because
was
you've been
my
caught in a
lie?
lie.
What
You've
was
been
my
caught
lie?
in a lie. You
What
said
was
it
my
was
lie?
your private server.
No,
Now
I
it
said
is a
my
friend's
server with my
server.
private. I said it was a private server
So
with
Destiny
my
was
IRL
not
friends.
wrong. You were in a server. Was
No,
it your
he said-
server or not?
He was wrong and he did lie.
He wasn't wrong because you
He
were
said
still
I
in a server
created- he said I
distributing his
created-
porn.
No, he said me and Kelly created a server and invited all of the JSTLK people to publicly spread his
So
sex tape.
again,
None of that is true.
Okay, so he got
None
some
of that is
details
true.
wrong, but you were spreading his sex stuff. You were spreading that. That detail
Okay,
is correct.
He got some,
There
he
was
got some
a
details
serial
wrong, but
killer.
I lied.
A serial killer's Crocs.
He got
may
some
have not
details
been
wrong,
purple.
but I lied.
Yes, Lav.
Okay, and
How do you get the details
What if
wrong
I
of
got
whether or
some
not it's your
detail- what if
private server versus
how do you get,
another
how do you
person's
get the
server where
details
you were
wrong when you're?
doing
How do
that?
you get the details wrong when you're publicly accusing someone of a crime? How do you get the details wrong there?
I
Are you gonna
just
answer the
explained it
question
to
or
you.
just
You
keep
could
talking?
witness. Okay, back to the serial killer analogy, right? You
No,
could
no, no,
witness.
no. Answer my
Oh my
question. Answer
God.
my question.
I'm telling you, this is
my
the
question.
answer.
Why
You
don't you answer
can
the
watch
question
a
first,
crime
Lav?
happen.
Holy
You can watch
cow.
someone get shot in front of you.
No,
and
wait,
you don't
I-
remember the details of what they're wearing, but you know what they do remember is that someone got shot in front of them. I may not have known whether he had a white jersey shirt on or a white T-shirt.
Okay, so it doesn't matter
That
that he
detail
lied.
doesn't matter. What
Okay, so it
matters
doesn't matter
is
that he
that's
lied.
not a lie. That's a mistake. That's a mistake, right? You, on the other hand, is a lie. You said it was your private server. You don't mistakenly
No, I didn't.
say that. Yes, you did. You did multiple times.
You don't mistake. You
We
can't
said
make
it
a
was just a
mistake like
server.
that.
When
If
we
it's not your
argued
server,
about
just
you
say
going to
it.
public places and distributing it, you said it wasn't public. I wasn't spreading it because it,
wasn't
was
public.
my personal server, and that was how your argument was.
No,
you said it was
I've
my
always
private
said,
server.
Let me go back
It's
and say
another
that I have
person's
never-
server, so multiple people could have been in there.
I have never.
So you
ever,
were publicly
ever
distributing
lied.
his porn.
No, I have never ever
Let's
ever
let him
lied. It was a
respond.
private server. It was not. I didn't own it. That was never a caveat of whether or not. That was never a caveat. Is whether or not I owned it. It was
Wait,
of
who owned
my
it?
private server of like my
It
IRL
was
friends.
that
Was it
because you
porn?
argued against the fact that we were saying you were publicly
Wait,
distributing it to multiple people.
Was it?
She
Was it
said-
a
I
private
wasn't
server?
She said it was
public.
invite only server.
And
She said it
also,
was
also,
invite-only
it was
server.
also.
She
You,
said
I'm
she
sorry.
owns
You just said it was IRL friends, but Taxi with the milkshake was in there, who is a Discord user. That is not, unless
Yeah.
you're saying he's the only person who is a Discord. Unless you know Taxi in real life, which I know
At
you
that
do
point,
not.
at that point, he was the only. At that point, he was one of one or two active users who were not IRL friends. Yes.
Bro.
And I've said several times that I made a mistake by adding him. I've said that several times now. But no, I don't think it matters if it was my private server or if it was another if it was my friend's private server.
It would be very different on how you would have the control of what information is spread there and what is controlled there. If I'm going to post something, especially if I want, it is. If I want something that's going to be deleted, it's going to be in my server that I own. That I make sure they don't have logs backed up or some bot that logs deleted messages.
The
Yeah, but she's lying, so-
the owner is someone who I completely trust, who would obviously delete everything I asked him to delete.
Okay, well, it seems like the owner ended up getting you into a situation where now you're being accused of revenge porn.
No, the owner didn't get me into that situation. How did the owner get me?
Wait,
into
who?
that situation?
But who,
No,
who
because
got you
she
into the
invited Taxi, remember? Because she said that earlier, that she was
I
the one who invited
invited
Taxi,
Taxi.
so she
I
got
invited
herself
Taxi.
into that situation, because she's a dumb fucking bitch.
Yes, it's my fault. Yes, it's my fault.
So, yeah, I'm sorry. We're back on. We're somehow looped back on this conversation.
Okay,
But
so
how is,
did
how is
I?
Kelly involved?
So when Kelly's not involved, that's what he lied about.
Okay. I have to look into it.
Did he
more.
lie, or was he wrong, actually? Because maybe he didn't know.
Was
That's what
I?
I'm saying, right?
Was I? Oh my god.
Right?
Every time I say something wrong, it's a lie. Every time Steven says something wrong, it's just a mistake. Holy cow.
Well, the difference between a
Holy
friend
cow.
server, the difference between a friend server and like your own server is very big.
Yeah, you kind of have to lie about that, because
I
it's
don't
not the
think
kind of
that's
thing you just
very
mistake.
big.
So wait,
right?
Okay,
so wait.
what's
No,
the
no, no.
difference?
So
Okay,
let's
wait,
move
wait.
to the
Okay, so wait, hold on.
You
That's
could be
the
wrong, too.
distinction.
Let's
It's
say-
very big. Xena,
Let's
shut
say
the
you're
fuck
not
up.
lying.
So
No,
the
let's say
distinction
you're
is
not
that me-
lying. Let's say you're just wrong like Steven. Let's say you're wrong like Steven. You are still sitting here casting stones at quite the same thing then.
Oh my god. Oh my god. What am I casting stones at?
You're still over here character assassinating, judging him and everything.
What am I character assassinating? What do you mean?
You can't be this delusional.
Wait, what is the character assassination?
You sat on here to say that I just said, okay, if he's wrong, you're wrong, right? Now let's take that out. Go back to the whole argument
what
you
have I
started
accused
with.
him of?
Destiny sat here lying about me on the internet and this, that, third, and the third.
He did lie. Do you want me to talk about the lie?
So now it's back to him lying.
He has lied repeatedly.
What if he was just
Oh,
wrong?
okay,
What
so
if he
it's
was
the
just
same
mistaken?
thing.
But every
He's
time
wrong
he
or
says it, it's a lie.
mistaken.
But every time you
No,
say
he-
it, it was just a
Every
mistake,
time does
right?
he say it, it's a lie. I just said you're wrong. You're not lying. You're wrong. It was a mistake. We just told
No, he
you.
is-
You had a
no, he
mistake.
is
So why isn't a
deliberately
mistake
lying.
for Destiny?
It-
No,
I
it
mean,
was a mistake. He's not lying. It was a mistake.
Okay, then he made a big mistake then.
Okay, but so did you.
Sure.
Well, no, she lied, but you know, that's
Yeah, I lied, but he made a mistake.
I'm just saying we're doing the same thing.
Okay, sure. I understand that you guys want to see what he does in good faith. That's what I'm saying.
Good faith
And
or
why would
bad
somebody
faith,
not wanna
it's the
see
same
that in
argument
you?
that you're casting right now.
No, I'm defending myself right now. And I'm saying that whether or not he made a mistake or he lied, he still said something that wasn't true about Kelly, and then didn't even say I'm wrong, just changed the story. Which I think paints him negatively.
Prawn's turn. Prawn, say something. What do you think we're fucking 30 minutes left?
Faggot.
Sorry, I was cleaning some stuff in the background.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what you're doing.
Yeah, I was definitely gooning to Xena's.
Oh,
image.
No, you were
This is
douching their
allowed to do
booty
it.
hole. Homo.
I mean, Lab's in this call too,
Disavow,
but you
disavow,
specifically
last
This
time.
made
guy's
me.
fucking projecting super hard.
Look at
What's
this
wrong
guy
with
still
you?
in here.
Have you not just been trying to character assassinate me this whole time, Zip Zip?
Have I?
Yeah.
Oh.
By saying I'm a liar without any
Okay,
proof.
but you are a
or-
liar, right? So that's not
No.
really.
I'm not.
You're not a liar.
No more bad words. As well.
Alright, you know, you keep thinking that. That's fine.
No, but you have proof
You've
that I'm a
lied
liar,
a million
right?
times in this conversation, though, right? So, and everybody
Have I?
knows that.
Oh,
so-
I've lied. I've lied several times. Like when?
Yes. Yes. Like when you said it
Alright.
was your private server, and then you said it was your friends.
pause.
and
I never said it was
then-
my private server.
And then you
if I
said you
did.
didn't
And
send
if I
the
did, I made
thing,
a
and then you
mistake.
did this and
Okay,
thing.
but
and
then Lav, why can't that be the same for Destiny?
No, it can be. And if you,
But
and
you
if
just
want-
sat here saying no, he deliberately lied.
I actually just now said if he did make a mistake, he didn't make any effort to right
She's
the
still
wrong.
lying.
I'm not. That's
You
literally
said
what I
that.
just
You
said.
said he was lying, but now you're saying, "Oh, I didn't say who was lying. I said he
No,
could have
I
been a mistake."
believe.
No,
I said.
you
I
fucking
said.
dumb
I
bitch.
said you guys are. I said you guys are being good faith to determine it that he is just being good faith.
You're saying that
What did you
now?
say?
You said that 2
Yes, I-
seconds ago. 10 minutes ago, you were saying
That,
he
wait,
was
she
a
was,
fucking liar.
she was making a
That you
sarcastic
fucking
comment
lied
that you guys
about
you guys are not
Okay,
treating
you're
the
getting
same.
lost in this conversation, Zip Zip. You're like getting completely lost.
No, you're just a lying
retarded.
bitch.
You're retarded. She
Oh my
was
God,
making.
you're so
She was
lying,
making a
Richard. Your
comment
voice
how
is
you're treating them
shaking.
differently.
Your voice is shaking, faggot. Cry, cry.
Oh, no more bad words. No more bad words. That's warning.
Chill. Yep, Zip. I think you missed this part. She's saying that we're not playing the same standard. That's the point.
No,
she's saying.
Xena's saying that.
Oh my god.
God, you are fucking retarded, dude.
Ron, didn't you say you were going to fucking change, fucking fold your clothes or some
Yeah,
shit?
we
You
are,
weren't
Ron.
here.
I am
Listen, hang up. Now I'm done. You can't fucking listen. Zip.
You weren't here.
Open your ears. Open your
To be
ears.
fair, Prawn, you are kind of retarded because it is my argument. I'm the one saying that
Yes, that's
the
also
same
my
thing isn't
argument.
being applied.
But
It's not
Lav is
your
also
argument,
making
you
that.
fucking
Oh my god.
dumbass.
Sorry, sir.
You've been gone for 30 minutes. It's okay, Prawn.
No,
we
I'm
understand.
listening. Do you hear them? These are wireless headphones. I'm not a pro
Yeah.
healer, you guys. So I can walk around my room. And I can
Lying
hear
right
you
now.
guys.
How do we know you're not lying right now?
Yeah, how do
Okay.
we know you're not lying right
Okay,
now,
okay.
Prawn?
Guys, maybe he's making a mistake.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
he could be making a mistake.
Let's get up this beat for a second. One second.
All we know in this conversation for sure is that I am worse than Destiny. That's all we know
I mean,
for sure.
but that's okay
True.
too.
I will say you
But
definitely have
that's
more intent
okay.
behind it.
Sure, of course. I think honestly, if Pixie would have done something horrible, or if Pixie would have done something horrible and he like released it, I would have been like, yeah, that's pretty bad. Yeah, that's pretty bad. I know what I did was not good. I just don't care.
Based.
Fair enough.
Well, it's not.
And
fair
I do it
enough,
again.
but-
And I think, in fact, I was actually very upset when his penis video leaked sex tape with baby Peach didn't leak more. I was like, why is this happening? I had a vested interest on that leaking. Big. But you'll find that it didn't, because I did not leak it anywhere, and it didn't leak.
Oh, but you leaked other stuff, right?
It definitely
In
got
other
leaked,
places.
Blau. It's your profile picture.
Nobody knew that it. Nobody knew it was even.
But someone
between it.
screenshotted it. That's what
Yes,
sent to
after the
me.
fact. After the fact. Yes, after
But
the
it still
fact.
came from you.
Yeah, so
That's what you
It
have
leaked.
to acknowledge. Is
Yeah.
it leaked due to you, is what I'm saying.
Yes, I know that.
Unintentional or intentional.
Okay, for now,
Fearlessly
for
for
now
you.
on, I have to,
intentional.
I have to BRB for a minute. So Xena and Prawn, you are now co-host. If anyone says any bad words, please just drag them out.
Xena.
Thank you.
to be prawn.
Got it.
You would never do that.
That means Zip Zip,
You would
you
never
fuck around.
drag
I'm gonna
me
kick
out.
you out of here.
You would never drag me out if I said.
Oh,
a
I
bad
said
word.
W prawn.
No, but if you were intentionally doing it, I would just mute you.
But
I'd
what if I
leave
made
your
what if
camera
I
on.
made a mistake?
You've made it twice now, so I'd
Okay, well-
expect you to do better.
I will say at some point, if you keep making mistakes repeatedly over and
Yeah.
over again, then that definitely is worse off. Like then you can be.
You don't. Do you not
How
think that he
crazy
has
goes
a?
true,
Do you
right?
not? Do you not think he has a vested interest in painting Kelly to be a certain way?
You have invested interest, admittedly, to wanting Destiny's downfall.
Yes,
So,
of course. But
That
yes,
means you.
yeah,
that
you're
means
true.
you blindlessly
Yes.
listen to
Okay,
just
so instead of
hearsay
saying
and
no
make
you,
that
instead
judgment.
of saying no you, can you engage with what I'm saying?
Okay,
Instead
yeah,
of saying
let's
no
go.
you, do you think that Steven has a vested interest in painting Kelly a certain way because of the way that she's gone so hard against him right now?
If you want my honest opinion, I would say no, only because if that was the case, a conversation he and I would have would involve Kelly, and he's never brought her up to me. Whereas any conversation I've had with you, you bring up Destiny. To anyone you talk to, I know they have had a conversation about Destiny.
Can I ask
through
a
you.
question here? So
don't
can
know
you
what
at
that
least
has to do
concede
with
that Destiny at least like he shifted the goalpost when it comes to the Kelly Jean thing? Because I mean, again, he said before that like they created a server together, Kelly and Labloon, and now he's just saying that like Kelly defended Lab. Like
Okay,
those are
maybe
two
he was
different
wrong.
things.
Maybe he was just wrong. Yeah, maybe he made a mistake.
Yeah, he made a mistake.
Guys, he's
That's-
he's only human.
True. Or even if he did lie, I mean, sometimes he just opens his mouth maybe and. Oop,
Yeah. That happens.
crazy.
You know, the average person tells at least 4 lies a day.
You guys have seen.
know
how
that
he
that's a
shot
lie,
Chris's
too.
Maybe,
right?
yeah.
No, Google it. The average
Did you know?
person tells
Did
at
you
least 4
know
lies a
that?
day.
Did you know that 78 of statistics that are thrown out are usually
Or made
bullshit
up.
No, look.
and made
look.
up on the spot?
I'll
Like
Google
that
it
one
for
there?
you.
Did you know that?
How many lies does average person tell a day?
The fact that you Google things like that is quite concerning.
The
Means
average
you lie
person
more than 4
tells
times a
1
day.
to 4 lies per day, but this varies
Oh, so you
widely.
just lied then? It's 1 to 4,
Most-
not 4?
She gets
she's
at least
wrong.
4 a
She's
day.
wrong.
She can
No,
do.
she was wrong.
No,
I
This is
deliberately
not a lie.
lied.
This
I
is a
deliberately
mistake.
lied.
It's
This is
enough
a
time.
mistake.
just
I
to think,
deliberately
maybe.
lied because I'm evil. Most people are honest, telling only a few lies per day, but a small number of people tell many lies. That's me. That's me. 1.08 lies per day, a study by David Markowitz. 1 to 2 lies per day, some studies report this average. 4 lies a day, some studies report this average. Lying behavior varies from person to person. Day-to-day variation fluctuates. Why people lie: to avoid punishment, to gain advantage, to protect someone's feelings, to fit in socially, to maintain privacy, to protect themselves or others from harm. So,
That was a Jewish last name.
oh, we're lied to 10 to 200 times a day. But tell ourselves an average of 1 to 2, but tell a lie of 1 to 2 times in the same period. Due to
Spawn,
what
who
this
the fuck
study-
were you talking to?
Yeah, but
Well, the last name was Jewish on the lie thing. It's like Markowitz.
Say that Lav is
Well,
lying
so-
because I just Googled it and it says, according to various studies, the average person reports telling 1 to 2 lies per day. not
It's I
4.
just
my
read
God.
that study. Oh my god. I need Guys, I'm not
You
lying.
said
Guys,
4,
I'm
so
not
did you
lying.
Keep
lie?
going.
Guys, I'm
Did
not
you lie,
lying.
or did
Guys,
you make
I'm-
a mistake?
Guys,
Because
I'm
you
just
read-
Inspect
you told
Elemented.
us
I'm
you read
showing
it
my
before.
screen. I'm showing my screen. I'm showing my screen.
You said 1 to 4. You read it. You acted like you Googled it and you
I'm
read it to us
showing
and
my
it says 1 to
screen.
4.
I'm showing my
I
screen
need to see.
right now.
Refresh it. That's Inspect Elemented.
wait,
Fuck off.
Oh my god, that's so funny. I was joking.
Fuck up. Shut up. God. You're so annoying.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm gonna count that as an intentional lie.
Shut
Lav.
the
I
fuck
can't.
up. Shut up.
That's
Holy
actually
shit.
crazy.
You expect me to change the AI overview? Give me a fucking break. Holy shit. Holy shit.
I'm not watching
have
it.
to find
Grid. I'm here. I'm
Average
talking to
American
these
tells 4
people.
lies per day, survey says. Please, CBS.
Hey, is Google lying or making a mistake?
Guys, is CBS lying or making a mistake?
There's
Yeah,
someone at
trust CBS
DGG
News,
right now
Minnesota.
running the Google AI.
Very good,
Somebody's
October.
lying or somebody's
Literally.
making a mistake.
I'm gonna kill myself right now. This is a credible threat.
Is that a lie or a mistake?
It's a lie. It's just frankly a lie. But yeah, the average person lies quite frequently. When I made that video in my car 6 years ago, I
saw that video and I didn't know until 3 days ago that that was you.
because that's when I was fat.
That was a funny video I saved in my phone and I sent to my sister years ago. And
That's
I
when I
was like, this bitch crazy.
I was 35
Well, you can
pounds
see me.
heavier
I'm in
that
the-
video than I am now.
I'm right here.
Is that a lie or a mistake?
That's true. That's true. That's just.
Do
a
you all
true
agree like
reason.
not all lies are the same? Like isn't a spectrum like it's like white lies that are pretty reasonable?
Yeah,
and there's, like, really egregious lies.
Sometimes prawn, your input just shouldn't happen.
True.
See, that's like contributing to the topic. Every time you open your mouth, it's like going off the rails. I'm trying to keep this on the rails.
When have you had a prawn W in chat? I've had several Xena W's, so let's get a prawn W.
They're
Do
doing
we
that
fuck with
ironically.
prawn? Let's
That's
give us the
ironic.
prawn W for some
Ironic Ws.
base takes he's had. Give us a base take so they could say prawn W. I'm very curious.
Well, the
Both
thing is,
chats
You
are
think
gonna do
there
it.
are
slowly-
differences to lies, right? Though, right?
Yeah, don't we all agree that? Is that controversial?
Okay, yeah.
Saying,
Or any
saying
of
like,
Lav's
oh,
lies,
like
white
yes,
lies,
I
the good
ate
ones,
today.
yeah.
Yes, I ate today. Yes, that would be a lie. Right? Saying
Is that why you're 35 pounds lighter?
saying Kelly and Lav made a server where they distributed porn to JSTLK people. Is that a big lie or a small lie? Or is it a
Could
mistake?
be a mistake. Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, Destiny's really never done anything bad.
But do you know the difference between a mistake
Is
and
that
a
a lie?
lie? A lie is more intentional, like with knowledge of. Like if he were to lie, it's because he knew the opposite, right? Versus a mistake. Getting it wrong is not
So you
having the
can
knowledge
prove-
of.
Okay. Yeah.
So, like
I agree.
yeah.
whereas
I
you have,
totally
we
agree.
all have the knowledge of when we're telling you 100%, we're telling you, I mean, we're on a live stream that you can rewind. The whole chat's telling you, you said multiple times when we said, was it someone else's server? You kept saying it's my personal server to argue another case. And that you only sent invites to people you trusted into your personal private server. So you had the knowledge of that, and then when we're telling you, there's clips, we can rewind it, blah, 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 you continue to
it's
say, I
possible- do you
didn't
think
say
it's
that, it was my
possible-
friend. That's a lie over a mistake.
No. Do you think it's possible that I made the mistake of saying like of using like shorthand by saying like my server, like ownership?
That part,
over,
yes.
I like my
That can be the mistake.
like my friend group. They're not actually like they don't belong to you, right? But when you say
Okay, but-
my friends, they don't actually belong to you.
Or is it possible that you were intentionally trying to misrepresent it to make yourself look better?
That's obviously what is true, right? Is that I was obviously intentionally trying to mislead everyone because I'm evil and ontologically bad. Is what's true.
It could be.
Is that a lie?
Can
Did you just
prove
lie?
this, or are you? Yeah, or are you lying
Let me-
about me saying this right?
I could just be making a mistake, you know?
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question, Lab, about like your morals. Do you think it would be worse if you posted it in your own private server versus someone else's server? Do you think it's the same thing, or is one of those worse than the other?
I think for me to have made a server to post something is worse. Yeah.
would think
I
it's
can
worse
agree
than
with that.
someone else's server,
No,
but-
I can agree with that. That part is true. To have the intention to make an entire server with the whole point and the whole basis behind it is the distribution of this pornographic image for malice. That is different versus just sending it into a already made server that has been around for years, months about other stuff, and you're just making it the topic for that day. Making a server based on it is definitely worse. That part is true.
Yeah, but I mean that would depend if like if she accidentally made it her profile picture, right, or accidentally made like drawings over it, then that would be like one thing, right? But if she was intentionally doing it, then that's another, right?
I was focusing.
Well, the
less on
drawings were
more
never.
so-
The drawings were never in the server even. The drawings were never.
Oh, so
the
you were spreading
picture-
this in multiple places?
I've already said yes. I was sending it to my close friend back and forth, and then I also made it my profile picture of just the close up of his foreskin. The picture
so
of
you
his
were spreading
penis.
it to multiple places.
The picture of his penis was never in that server. It was never. It was only what people thought was just like a really gross profile picture. And I kept saying it was the Dune.
It was in the server, right?
People did not know that
picture
it
was in the
Destiny's
server 'cause it was
penis or
your
that
profile picture?
Destiny's penis.
So you just
Yes.
lied because it was in the server. You just said it wasn't in the server, but it was
No,
in the
I'm
server
saying
because it
the
was your
full.
profile
I
picture.
said the full. You are so retarded. The full picture was not in the server ever. It was a close-up of his foreskin. That is what I'm clarifying to you right now. I sent my close friend.
Do you think that distinction matters to literally anybody at all?
I don't care if it matters. I'm telling you a story. I'm telling you what happened.
So you asked about like the
I'm
other spread.
curious
So I'm
though,
curious,
like
Are you
what
saying
what
privately
possesses
the
you
drawings
to like
did?
keep private drawings, like keep like the pictures of this man's dick to draw on and send it to people, like your close friends? Like what kind of conversations are you having where you guys are sitting there hours
So
out
my
of your
friends-
day drawing on a fucking
Well, it wasn't
penis,
hours.
like-
It wasn't hours out of the day. So obviously,
So-
my friend group who knows me thinks that the Destiny drama is like funny, right? Like they clown on me for the Destiny drama all the time because it's like it's funny that like their friend was involved in something this ridiculous. And then I remember coming on like there's several times after like me and Destiny have fought online where I go into like my sorry, not my server, sorry, let me be very clear. When I go into my friend's server with all of my friends, and then like talk to them about like what happened in the day, right? So
what
they
kind
know...
of friend is this though, in all seriousness? Because I don't
Hold on, let me finish. So I'm coming in after like any drama there is and being like, ugh, this happened again today. So one of the times I was like, he's lying, saying that his penis was like, so after I had interacted with him, I had told all of my friends his penis is disgusting. I laughed at it the whole time. Like it gross. And they were like, it can't be that bad, right? Like none of my friends believed me. And then Steven went online and said that what I was saying about his penis was completely false, was completely untrue, and I had just made it up and lied. So then, after the picture comes out, of course I'm sending it to them to be like, no, look, this is like what happened.
Well, the picture didn't come out, right? It was sent to you by Nico.
Yes.
So it didn't
Yeah.
just come out. It was
Yeah,
sent
so
to
it
you
was
by somebody who
privately
got
sent
it
to
from
you
the
by
person.
someone else.
Yes, so after I have
it was
proof
privately sent to you.
Yes, so after I have proof of it, of
You
course
didn't get
I'm
it off
sending
the internet or in a public space.
Yeah,
It
it didn't
was
just come
privately
out.
sent to
That's
you.
just.
Well, sure, yes, it was privately
This
sent to me.
matters. This matters if you grabbed it out of a general public Discord server or the internet versus it being privately
Sure.
sent to you. That does matter. So which one
Sure.
was it?
It was privately sent to me from Nico
Okay.
Sam. Who is
Okay.
It was privately sent to Nico Sam from, I guess.
Just making sure you don't make a mistake, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. You wouldn't want to catch me in a
Yeah, we wouldn't want to do that.
And the reason this information is public is why?
What information is public?
All of this. The fact that we're having this conversation. That's all public because of why?
Because Steven told everyone about it.
No.
Yeah.
How did Steven find out about it?
I have no idea. I think Taxi sent it to him. I have no idea.
And how
Oh,
did Taxi
That's
find it?
crazy. How do you know?
Because Taxi was in the server.
Okay, so it all comes down to if I were to hit a domino, where's that final domino?
Okay,
Is it-
are
is
you
it you?
again? We're looping. We're looping.
No, we're
I already
not.
said that I
Yeah.
did something. Yes, I already am.
Okay.
Yes, I did something. Why are we?
So
doing
he
this
just
again?
got a few of the details wrong. At the end of the day, he was correct. You were distributing his porn around
Yeah,
in
at
Discord
the-
servers. That's the
she
only
admits
factor
that,
that
no?
matters.
No,
here.
that's
the only factor.
No,
that
it's
matters.
not. The
100%.
fact that he said something publicly and accused me and Kelly of doing something that we did not do, which is a lot worse than what actually happened. Yes, that matters. Do you not think you literally already admitted that it is way worse to have
It is
made
worse,
a
but he
server
could
with
still
someone?
have made the mistake of not knowing
He
the
could've.
details of whether you made that server or not. That's
could have.
all
So
I'm saying.
so now
So
now
you
that he
being
knows that
upset
Kelly
about
wasn't
that is
involved,
quite ridiculous.
I'm not
But he had made the
upset.
mistake because you were calling it your server too, so maybe he thought, oh well.
I'm
yeah,
not-
That's
I'm
what
it's
I'm
your
saying.
server.
I'm
You
not
could have
even
said it
upset
multiple
about it.
times, and other people could have been like, "It's Lav's server." He's not getting the details. He just knows you're doing that, so he's just like, "Damn, she made a server to do this." That's an easy assumption.
Guys, I'm not
Okay,
upset.
but
I'm
what's
not
the
even upset.
reasoning for why
Oh, you're not
Destiny
upset,
would
right?
bundle in Kelly Jean with that? What valid reason would Destiny have for that? Because I think that's
And
the
now
part
that he
I
knows
really
that
care
he
about.
wasn't involved at all, why hasn't he corrected himself?
Well,
Because that's
she
like-
was involved because she was defending it, right?
Defending it and
Oh my
like
God.
making the server are two very different things. You can't say that that's not like different.
Okay.
He knows for sure Kelly was not involved whatsoever. Why hasn't he said anything? Why hasn't he corrected himself?
Why should he?
Oh my god, dude, you suck. Do you have like an intellectual disability
Yeah.
or something?
Yeah.
Like seriously.
You
Did you,
Spawn?
did you hear his study or his stutter earlier? It's
My
bad.
studier? My studier?
Like all you're doing is just
When
sitting there
needing
like, who
behavior,
cares?
holy
Who
cow.
cares? Who cares? Then shut the fuck up and sit there.
Sit there in your little cuck chair.
Yeah, like you've been doing Spawn?
If you don't have anything to say, shut the fuck up.
Well, I do have things to say. That's why I've been talking, right? Unlike you, who's just been
Actually,
silent, sitting there.
I do have things to say, and it's fucking worthless.
I feel like I do want to come at a different, because even Lev agrees she did something bad. She did something wrong. I don't know why we keep like looping on this.
Because she keeps defending it, and
Okay, Prawn, give us a
Never-
good
I
pause.
never
No, that's
defended
fine.
it.
Prawn, you have
I
something
never
more
defended
more
it.
value to give us, so give us it.
I
Give
never
us the other
defended
option
trying
of
to-
content.
I'm
Let's go.
Aren't there other things we criticize Lab for?
Okay,
Isn't
so
there
give us
a
the start
software?
since it's
Oh
your
my God.
suggestion. I'm sure you have some takes. Let's go. Let's hear it.
Yeah, I heard I don't know how you say her name. I heard Spawn Doyle had something to add to this comment.
I am a 19-year-old man.
That's what you just gave us, Prawn?
Yeah, he's been silent for a while. I want to hear it. I want to hear his take on this.
I said what I thought. Right? I think that the
I have a
important thing.
headache.
I don't think that the Lavloon part of whether or not the server was created or not is really that important to me. I think Kelly Jean's involvement is the important thing. Where he's saying this, and now he's completely backtracking it to now it's Kelly Jean defended Lavloon for doing this. Those are two very different things because he made an allegation towards Kelly Jean by saying like she helped create a server where this was being distributed and stuff. That's very different than her just defending Lab.
But then we could argue, for example.
Also, has he clarified what I did? Did he clarify that I didn't make the server and that I posted it in
well, you seem a little
in
confused about that
server?
yourself, so I don't know.
Yeah,
if
I
you
don't.
want
I don't
to
think
do
that that
Yeah.
really matters for like at the end of the day.
Well,
for
no,
that.
he has a vested interest in not doing that because he's trying to paint me a certain way, which makes him a liar.
Well,
He
I think
knows
that's a
what I
weird
did
comment
is
because
true.
I actually think it's better to do it in a private server where if it's someone else's server, I feel like you've less. I think Darius talked about this. You have less control of how it's going to be spread. I feel like that's worse. Where if you have a private server,
Either
you
way,
have
it's
control of that.
Yeah,
I feel like
I'm
that's more-
actually more evil than we even could imagine, than we even could fathom.
Jewish.
True.
I'm actually
it's
much. I'm
very
actually much
irresponsible.
worse than
Very
everyone ever.
irresponsible.
Yeah. I would definitely.
Well, I don't
agree.
think Kelly Jean actually cares what people are saying unless it gives her a reason to talk more shit on her camera.
I think that's probably
No.
true. I think that's probably true. I don't know if she cares about the victims either. Does anyone? I mean, I care about Cherry. I think that's fucked up to do.
At
but-
this point, I'm used to people just saying whatever the fuck they want with their low IQs.
It's. I think
That's
that
what Kelly
really
Jean sounds
sucks-
like to me.
What really sucks is this. I think also, does Pixie have a intellectual disability?
Fuck.
I don't know, isn't she BPD or something? I have no idea.
I don't think she's
Maybe like on
BPD,
a
but she.
spectrum.
I know she has
You can be an
ADHD though.
Intellectual disability.
To me, she comes off as very.
What did she say? She said intellectual disability? I just heard disability.
Yeah, she said intellectual.
Oh shit.
I think she's saying she might be like autistic.
She comes off as a little
Isn't that what BPD
differently
is?
abled, as a little differently
Those are different.
abled,
Those are different.
and I think that that makes it worse. Also, I think that Steven, if you're gonna say anything about Steven, it's that I think like rapes women who are like genuinely not able to consent. Like that's my opinion. That's my opinion.
Like,
Like,
Okay,
I don't
can you
think-
give
He's
us
purposely
okay?
going after-
Okay.
I think he's purposely going after women that are
Okay. Okay.
intellectually
Okay. Prawn,
disabled.
don't
I
even
know
try
if
to
it's
retranslate it,
purposeful.
Prawn.
I
Prawn,
don't know if
just
it's
shut up.
purposeful. I don't know
Okay,
if it's purposeful.
okay.
I,
Yeah, I
think
mean,
you can
that's
make
just
that
a
case.
Yeah, I
Hard to
found something
take.
I can yell laugh about.
Can you define
Yeah.
define rape real quick, please? Define rape. What is rape?
Well, to me, I would say having sex. I would say having sex with someone who is not consenting or cannot consent. Right?
They're saying someone like Pixie,
Sure.
they're so far gone, they can't consent. That's what you're saying?
I think having sex with Pixie is like having sex with a child, or like having sex with Baby Peach is
that's
like having
so
sex with a child. Yeah.
No
I mean, that's just
shot.
a hard take. This is how
But
you. end up
okay,
being
so
different,
so now
Destiny.
guess what? So I think Gunnar is a fucking rapist because you're so far gone. Your mental is not fully developed beyond the age of 5 years old. You're that fucking stupid. You're
Oh
a
my
child.
God.
He's a rapist.
We've never had sex, so.
Mentally.
Okay, let's say you did. Any man you
I
had sex
think,
with.
Yeah, I think you can have that opinion.
Understand that
Oh
it's
my
a
God.
dumbass fucking opinion to have, and it is so low IQ.
I think I am definitely way more capable in like just like rhetorically, conversationally.
You understand that
and the
Pixie
fact that I
can
don't
body you
need-
academically? Pause. Let's just go here. Academically, Pixie can fucking body you. You wouldn't even
that's
know your
really
own
not
ass from a
true.
hole in the ground. Yes, the fuck
I
you
have-
can.
no, I have
You're
beat
not
her
as
multiple
articulate as
debates.
Pixie. I'm sorry.
I have
Pixie's way
actually-
more
I've-
articulate than you.
That's-
Let's keep it going.
fact
Let's
that you're
keep it
saying
going.
this is actually the
Academically,
meanest
she's
thing-
smarter than you.
this is
No,
the
no,
meanest
girl,
thing
because
that
you're
you've said to
coping right
me
now.
ever.
Yeah, because I'm
Pixie-
being honest to
Pixie
you.
did
I'm
debate
just
Andrew
being
Wilson.
honest to you. I'm not saying
Yeah.
I
Pixie
dislike you.
lost to Andrew
Listen.
Wilson.
Did she? I only saw one clip of
Yes!
it, but the clip
Oh,
I
that's
saw.
not
Sounded
my
like an
takeaway.
idiot. Not only did she lose to Andrew Wilson, but in real time, what she was arguing about, like female sexual liberation, literally came back to bite her in the
I don't
fucking
think you can
ass.
say someone that stepped to Andrew Wilson, one of the hardest people to debate. You can't be like, well, that person's
I
retarded.
have beat Andrew Wilson in two
I don't
debates.
think that's anything. Andrew
I
Wilson
don't
will
think
debate with
anyone
anybody,
can
so
lose
that
to
doesn't
Andrew
matter.
Wilson.
Anyway,
That doesn't matter. That's beyond the. That's
anyway.
besides the point. We're talking about academics. Fuck a debate. Fuck all that stupid YouTube shit. Let's talk about
Academically,
academics.
clearly
You,
Pixie can
academically,
clear-
you do not think you are smarter than fucking Pixie. Academically, Lav, be
Academically,
fucking real.
I don't know,
Be
what's
real.
GPA?
You know damn well she is smarter than you.
I don't
Be
think
real.
that's true. I actually don't think that that's true.
You don't
I've-
think that that's true because
I
she
haven't-
knows that it's true. There's a
I haven't-
difference there. You
I
don't
haven't-
think that
I
because you
haven't-
can't fucking fathom it. You're retarded, Lav. Just accept it.
I don't think that's true.
You don't
Well, let me
think
ask-
or you don't know because if you knew that
I
means
know
you
that
would be
that's
there
not
because
true.
you were smart. No,
I
I
know
just had
that's
to
not
tell
true.
you that for you to say that. You
You're right.
think
I
it's
had
not
no
true.
idea. I don't. Well, I'm trying to be kind.
So to clarify,
trying to be
Lab,
No,
you think Pixie's
no.
you think Pixie's so dumb she can't consent? She's that far gone.
Not dumb. I don't know about. I think maybe with her it would be like naivety. Like I think that she's kind of probably in a state of arrested development. With Baby Peach, I think that Baby Peach is too mentally ill to
Wait,
consent.
and why do you think that about Pixie?
Just by just her little experience, the way that she carries herself, even the way that she's like reacted to this, I think that it's kind of clear that yeah, I don't know
I
necessarily.
feel like you're using the R word pretty irresponsibly. That like you're definitely at least changing the definition of that means.
Yeah.
Usually people talk about that. They don't mean you're dating someone who's naive and that therefore you're doing that. That's usually not how it goes down.
Well, no, I don't think it's just like a normal naivety. I think it's like probably I think that she could probably be disabled. I don't think it's just like a normal level of naivety. I think she
Didn't
People
she-
could think that about you.
I think she's probably severely on the spectrum, is what I'm
Do you
saying.
think people could think that about you because of the way that
Yeah,
you
I
handle
think-
yourself?
To clarify, you think people that are
I don't
severely on
think
the
that's-
spectrum cannot consent, right?
When we look at like her life versus mine, I am able to like live alone without struggling, right? Like she's obviously severely struggling. So when we think about someone like Baby Peach, I think that like people
Okay, so
people
pause.
who should have like a live-in caretaker
Severely
or
struggling.
people,
So what about
people who have been,
homeless
like,
people? Are they
the people
raping
who
each
have
other?
been-
Is that rape?
people
Because
I
they're
think
homeless?
you-
Is that rape?
I think you could definitely rape a homeless person who is like on crack.
Oh my
Yeah.
God! Can you not? Oh, on crack. So not just a homeless person.
No, like if you have sex with like a woman who's like so out of
But
her
every
mind,
homeless
who's-
person is a
You're
child, 'cause you-
intentionally
a
misunderstanding
sign
this
of
hypothetical,
stability.
right?
Yeah, you literally said
not
a sign
ju-
of
it's not
stability
just
is because she
instability. It's
can't
not
live on
just
her
financial-
own. But you said that's one of the signs.
my
You said she
God.
can't live on her own. So I'm asking, are all homeless people children? Because they
It's
can't
one-
live on their
it's
own?
one of the it's one of the signs.
Yes, Name some more.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
one of
Name
those
some
signs.
more.
Oh,
Name
wait, what's some
more.
others?
Like
Do you
being,
want to change the R word laws to accommodate this new?
Ron,
these
can you
new
just
rules?
let her answer
No,
the fucking question?
I don't think that he should be like held in like I don't think that he should be a rapist in a court of law. I don't think that according
You just want to
law-
use it as like a term. Like, you just want to use it as like a bad term to shame him.
An optics
Because
stuff.
of character assassination.
I think it's
Also,
optically
okay.
rape. Yeah. I
You
it's
think it would be
optically
cool
rape.
if people would use that word and be like, Destiny's low-key a rapist?
Well, I think that Destiny is.
And
like,
call Pixie
I think that
retarded.
Destiny, I
Well,
think that
it's
Destiny
not.
actually is a rapist if he did what he did to Cherry. Yeah, I think that mostly I said what I said because I think it's funny. But
You know
also,
what's crazy?
yeah, I think there's merit to it.
Because you don't have evidence of that being true or not, I feel like you hate Destiny so bad that you hope that it is true. That's the type of person I think you are. I think you hope that he did do that to Cherry so that it can be true that he's like that. I think that's your actual take. Is you hope
I
it is
think
true.
that you are
You
picking
hate
up
him so
on-
much you hope it's true.
You are picking up on a internal bias that I have where I hope that bad things happen to him, yes, but I don't hope that she was victimized. There's no world in which I'm like, yes, I hope something bad happened to Cherry. But of course I have a vested interest on him paying the price for something that he's done that is wrong, yes.
But you hope that he did do that wrong thing.
No, I actually think that his penis being public is like, when over Thanksgiving, when his penis became public, I was like, I'm out. Like, I don't need to do anything else.
Well, but
now.
you're still
like,
in, right?
Well, I'm in here now because it's fun. Yeah, but I'm not making. There's no crusade against Destiny. This is the first Destiny stream.
You just
I've done in,
said
like, a month.
you're invested
Well,
in
we're on
character
Facebook
assassination. You said
days
this.
ago, right?
You
No,
said
in
you
my-
have
yes, in my-
invested hatred and want to see his downfall. So
Yes, in
therefore,
my
yes.
in my personal,
personally
in my
biased.
personal life. Yes.
Oh.
In my
So you
personal
just
life,
lied. You
yeah.
have been talking about Destiny on streams besides today, right? You said it was like for months, but you were on JStock stream. You were,
A month ago. Yeah.
You just said months, right?
No,
That's
I
a
said
mistake.
For a month. I said a month.
Oh, okay.
It's not even
Sure,
been a
for
month
sure,
since
yeah,
the Pixie
for
stuff
sure.
came out.
So
The Pixie stuff has been out since around November. Yeah,
No.
because I was
Her
watching it during the
lawsuit?
Renaissance Fair.
Her
I've
lawsuit
been.
did not come out until January.
Well,
The
I have a
actual
question.
leaked
The
You
knowledge-
said
surface around
Pixie
November.
stuff. You said Pixie stuff.
no, that's not what
Yes.
she's saying. That she
I'm saying-
hasn't talked about Destiny for months when she was on JStocks a month ago because
No,
it's been a month since this
Oh
shit.
my god, you guys are actually so retarded. It's like, it's impossible to have a conversation.
Or you just lied.
I have not been mainlining this sort of content, is what I'm saying. I have not been. I have
No,
a
that's not
vested.
what you said, though, right?
I have a vested personal interest. I'm clarifying. I have a vested personal bias against bad things happening to Steven. I'm not making them happen, is what I'm saying.
Except for when you were sending his penis in a private server.
I wasn't trying
Right.
to ruin his life in any way. So no, I didn't have a vested interest. in
Except for
making it
okay,
happen.
but you were still sending his penis around in
Sure, but
a private server.
that would not negate anything of what I just said.
Well, but because you said that you were not making bad stuff happen to Destiny, but
Which is still true. That did not affect Destiny in any meaningful way.
except
Nor
for,
did I want it to.
Except for Destiny probably doesn't want you to send his penis to
Sure, but
people in
that's
a
not.
private
But
server.
that's not. Okay, but that's not me doing something to him.
So wait, I know we're talking about like
What?
current-
Did
the
Destiny
current
do
timeline,
anything
but
wrong to
what about
Pixie, by the
previously-
way?
What about the Mystical Manifesto? Did he
Wait,
not
did
want?
Destiny
did he
do
not
anything
want
wrong to
Destiny
Pixie?
have any?
He wasn't doing it to
when that
her,
came
right?
out?
He wasn't doing anything bad to Pixie. He
no,
just
he
sent
did not
her.
do it with malicious intent. No, I've never
Oh,
said
that's
the
interesting.
contrary. You're
Oh.
She
shadow
already said
boxing.
this. She already said this. She already
You
said
fucking
this.
you like actually can't follow the conversation, retard. Holy cow.
Yeah, we
So he
already
didn't do
did
anything wrong
that
to
part.
Pixie. Okay.
We did that part already.
So Lev, I know you agree Pixie was kind of wrong. Do you think she should get $15 million from Destiny for this?
What?
I think like the
Here
amount
comes-
in
here
the law
comes
case is
Fran
that
with what he thinks
$15
it's
million
gonna be.
is being asked for. Do you think it's a fair amount for Pixie to be asking for?
I hope that she gets whatever she can out of it. I think that it is true. Whether or not Steven purposely, which I don't think he did, or didn't purposely spread these things to like affect her life, it's obviously going to affect her life. Public setting using her social media without this following her everywhere. And that is because of Steven's mistake. Whether or not it was purposeful or not, it's because of his mistake, so he absolutely should pay for it, yeah.
Clarify, $15 million.
I don't know how much
Do you think it's
is...
appropriate? It's hard to gauge. I'll give you
I
that.
think a lifetime of political work, probably not 15 million. If the goal is to make him never do it again or to hurt him, especially on the scale of how much money he has, so like for you or me, 15 million is a lot of money, but if someone is a billionaire, that's not a lot of money. So yes, in that case, if he has like, depending on how much money he has, yes, I think it could, that could be a fine amount of money.
Let's make some clarity in that. I think it's way too much money, but I disagree.
Yeah, to us, obviously, but
Oh
to
my God,
someone,
breaking
depending on how much
news.
money he has.
There's no way Destiny
I just
even
wanted to-
has
Destiny's
like
saying
15
PG
million liquid
She
assets or
was
anything.
secretly DMing Gooner way back when she was with her husband. I remember her calling Gooner when I was in the car next to her and giggling, flirting with him without letting him know I was listening.
It was a secret? It was a secret? Oh my god, it was a secret that I was in a public open relationship? Well, we literally talked about that on stream. He literally cheated on his wife with Lauren Southern for like a fucking year and told everyone about it, and he wants to talk about cheating? Give me a fucking break. Go get your fucking foreskin cut off, buddy. Like, oh my god, guys, I have this like new information.
Do you just hate
about
foreskin? Is that why you hated his
Lav.
dick so much?
No, it's not all foreskin.
Well,
It's not
she's
all
Jewish, so
Guys, I have this super public information about Lav that nobody knows about. Give me a fucking break. Also, the call's coming from inside the fucking house. Like, the Mr. King affair. Doesn't he have 2 divorces under his belt? He wants to talk about my divorce? Holy shit. Holy shit.
I will agree. I think Disney has an incentive to maybe not portray these women in the most accurate light. I do think some people like you have fucked up, made some mistakes. You admit it yourself. But I agree. I think Disney has a good reason
do you think he's done that from?
smear the victims.
Do you think he's portrayed people in a negative light by lying about them?
Yeah, I think he's not been completely responsible in all his coverage of all the women he's like had drama with in the past.
What do you think he said that was inaccurate?
We covered this earlier, but the Anna is a stalker thing. I don't think that was a fair claim at the time.
You don't think Anna was a stalker?
Not at the time when they were sexting at the same time. I don't think you can call them a
Was
stalker.
he saying that while they were?
There are DMs. There are little DMs where he like Anna's like, "Can you help me repair my reputation?" He's like, "No. Instead, can I give you a foot
He said
rub?"
maybe someday. Yeah, he said maybe someday.
Yeah, but he was.
I'm like, yeah.
Was he
and then
saying
called her
that she was a
at the
stalker?
same time. Yes.
Maybe he,
during the
honestly,
same timeline.
Princess, have
If
you
you say
thought
so,
maybe he
Bron.
was making a mistake? Maybe he was making a mistake.
Sure, he's just misinformed. He's wrong.
Maybe he thought he knew what a stalker was, but he really didn't.
So you think she wasn't a stalker, right?
How could you be a stalker when
Are you
you're having
joking?
sex with someone? When you have a personal relationship with someone?
I think we've
I
covered
think
that
you're
earlier
I
in the
think you're
stream.
my stalker. You came on here just to talk to me, even though I have no idea who you are. I think you're my stalker.
I didn't come here just to talk to you, but that's interesting that
You haven't talked to anyone else, really. You've obviously been
just
severely
spoke to
talking to
Prawn,
me.
and I've been on
Is it-
stream for a
This
lot
is,
of times.
we talked about this yesterday, but I think the Lord Jail.
It's
You don't know
funny,
this kind of smear.
everything's
think
about
she
you,
didn't-
Lav, that's
Well, in
fine.
my,
he
but
didn't-
in my,
he didn't
but in
have
my
a-
personal,
Wow.
but in my personal
Wow.
opinion, you've
Wow.
been talking mostly to me. And you came on here and you said literally you came on here just to talk to me.
When did I say that?
Earlier. Can we get a clip?
Did I say that? Yeah,
You
let's
did
get the
say
clip.
that.
Let's get it.
Lav, did you really piss
I'm sure
all
that
over
clip will
his
definitely
bed?
exist, and you will definitely
Wait.
get that clip.
Did I what?
Did you piss all over his bed?
His
Destiny?
booze bed.
Destiny said in chat, oh, also, Zoe will never admit it, but Zoe, Jacob's new girlfriend, was laying next to me in bed after banging, while Lav confessed over the phone that she did shit-talk Connor sexually to me after I gave her
Wait.
3 earth-shattering orgasms. She could barely walk out of the room without assistance afterwards, and pissed all over my bed.
Oh my god, this is like
Nice.
actually so disgusting to talk
Is this a
about. Wait,
lie or a mistake?
That is fully a lie, and I can prove it because Zoe apologized to me and said that that wasn't true. So,
Wait, you could prove that you
I
didn't
can.
piss all over his bed?
well, no, I can't prove that, obviously. I mean, I've talked about it before. I didn't say that I had a very negative experience with him, but I don't want to talk about it further than that. He did not rape me, and that is all I'll say about that. But, no. But I can also attest to,
That would be a lie from Destiny's end, unless he's really
Yes.
mistaken.
He said he never brought that up before. How could she say it's a lie?
Hey lad, this is Zoe. I'm not reaching out in an attempt to fix anything that has happened between us or even smooth things over, just to apologize for allowing myself to be another person Destiny weaponized against a woman he brawled with publicly. The blame is 100% on him. I definitely chose to pick a fight with you of my own volition, but when it came into being fed info talking points after it all started, he stepped in as he often does. Needless to say, it's hard to admit to myself that I was naive enough to be weaponized against anyone by a predator. Specifically hearing your story about being told about him, about Southern lore and almost... hold on, I don't want to give away too much information.
Sorry, what does that prove?
Well,
Nothing.
just that, well, no, it proves that she was being used as like a tool, like she like wasn't there.
And Destiny said that Zoe would never admit it, so...
Yeah, of course he would say that, because that's. Guys, Destiny would never admit that this is true, but I saw him kill someone. He'd never admit.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with. Yeah. That's nothing to do with that.
Nothing to do with what?
Thanks,
Like, what
Lemonhead.
he
I
said,
appreciate
that
it. See ya.
literally has nothing- Okay, he said that has nothing to do with when Zoe was laying in bed with me, listening to Lav confess on the phone to me. This is again like what turned me before Steven I don't even
care to relitigate this, honestly.
Ouch. Yikes.
Well,
But if I don't relitigate this,
Yikes.
I'm put in a bind. I have no
Yikes.
reason to lie. I am not in that marriage anymore. This is what turned me from just thinking that Destiny did something like sort of weird to calling him like a malicious evil liar, is because he had lied about something like that, and we had talked about it privately even after the fact, because I literally was like, there's no way he would lie about me shit talking my husband. Like, there's no way he would just openly lie about that. And I literally gave him benefit of the doubt. We talked about it, and he was like, he had said, well, when you said this, it could be misconstrued as that. And I was like, okay, like, maybe he thought that I said something I didn't say. But no, he fully, like, he's just a liar. In what world would I ever, shit talk my partner to Steven in any way? Like, we didn't know each other that well. He has no personal information about me, like, whatsoever. Don't you think he'd be able to, like, send you any screenshot of me talking shit about my partner to him whatsoever if I felt comfortable enough to tell him about our sexual issues that we didn't have? Like, it's just so ridiculous. And this is
yeah,
like
why
part
would
of the
anyone think
this
you
is
shit talk
this is
somebody?
this is part of the humiliation tactic that he has like tried to do, and why I don't feel bad about his disgusting penis leaking is because he's tried to humiliate me.
Well, his
like,
disgusting
with
penis wasn't
this.
just leaked. You leaked it, right?
No, I'm talking about I'm talking about leaked to the public. When it was leaked to the public, I had absolutely no doing in any of the Kiwi Farms leaks. That's why I was happy when those Kiwi Farms leaked, and why I had a vested interest in
So you weren't talking
being
about when you
exposed.
leaked his penis specifically?
Holy
right?
shit! No, I wasn't talking about that, and I did do
making
that.
sure.
I did do that, by the way.
Just making sure you don't make a mistake or anything.
Yeah, I did do that, by the way. But no, this is like the same shit. Like, it's humiliation tactics where I'm like, yeah, I don't feel bad for him at all, and I think he should definitely just kill himself. I think that the world would be genuinely
in a
better
video
place.
game.
In a video game. But yeah, this is why I think that God gave him that penis because he deserved it. So. And I'm happy and proud that I didn't let it go anywhere near me, and when he pulled it out, that I just laughed at it. And I'm sorry that made me, I for a really long time thought that maybe that made me a target for him because I humiliated him, and I'm sure that it did in some way. But I'm just happy it happened. I'm happy I told Big Tech about how gross it was, and that leaked, and that became our whole beef. I'm happy about everything that has happened up until this point, because he deserved it all, and now he's getting his just desserts.
So you're happy that Pixie got her videos leaked? And
no, she is. That's what I was saying. She is happy that this is happening because she's so invested with his downfall personally, her personal interest, meaning she is so happy that all of this is happening. She is happy that Pixie got leaked, because if Pixie didn't get leaked, none of this would be happening. Yes, that is what she's happy
about the results,
and she would be happy, and she will be happy to find out if he did that to Cherry. She wants that to happen.
Maybe that I could say that.
Yeah, I already talked about this. I think I obviously I would not be happy that anyone was victimized. But yeah,
obviously,
I think that people hating him for something that he did is a net good.
So she was collateral damage in your view?
No.
Okay.
No, again, I wish that this didn't happen. I wish that Steven didn't do any of this. I wish he didn't harass me. I wish he didn't harass Anna.
I'm reading a random chatter. They said, "Damn, she's so mad. I bet she still has the upper hand because she can go home to her rich trad husband." Oh wait. ...
Just a random chatter.
Well, we were never trad. We were.
You would say on Twitter you were trad all the time.
Well, yeah, I say that I'm Aryan on Twitter. Like, I say crazy shit on Twitter. Like, that's what Twitter.
But you lie a lot.
You lie a lot on the internet. Yeah.
I do lie.
He just opens her mouth, man.
Guys, who would go on the internet and lie? Who would go on the internet and lie for attention?
Certainly not Lav.
Person.
I would never do that.
You never advertise yourself as trad at some point?
No,
that's just Twitter.
Yeah, but you
I had an
also you had a huge
OnlyFans and
arc.
an
You had a
open
huge arc talking shit
relationship.
on OnlyFans. That was like a huge part of your intro arc.
But
was it
not from the point of being a conservative trad person. From the point of being like a feminist. Yeah, I had problems with it, but no, I was in a public open relationship. There's nothing traditional about that. I have conservative values, but I don't think that makes me trad. I think that there's like a, if there's like
Forgot about this.
like an axis, like a y-axis for like how trad you can be. I think
That's a nice axis.
I never got over like the middle.
You were center left on the trad spectrum.
Yes, I was center left on the trad spectrum. Yeah,
That's an x-axis, just so everybody knows. It's not a y-axis.
that's it. Yeah. Sorry, I was gonna say that's what I meant, but then I'd be deliberately lying,
Yep.
because that wasn't a mistake.
Yep.
So.
Non-fun. Spawn Doyle. Do you have anything to add to this conversation? You've been very quiet. Very quiet. You're still
It's like-
lurking
I don't know. I
backstage.
came in and you're yelling at Lav. It's like I don't know Lav enough to yell at her. So
I'm sitting here and I'm just looking and it's like these people are arguing over like the most inconsequential shit. I don't care who Lavloon sleeps with. I don't care who Destiny sleeps with and whether or not it was like they were satisfied or not. It doesn't change anything at the end of the day. What's really important is like what stuff Destiny did that's like illegal to me. That's like the big thing.
illegal to you.
Well, like you know what I mean, like the revenge porn stuff, like this.
Sure.
Well,
Or sorry, the non-consensual
because
distribution of
since you
images.
care about the revenge porn laws, you realize like a lot of them intent is a big factor in some of those laws, right?
Not the specific one Pixie's using.
But I think she's referencing both federal and state laws. And
Yeah,
not
and the one that
necessarily revenge
Pixie's
porn
using,
laws.
the one that Pixie's using is technically not revenge porn. It's non-consensual distribution of images. That's like explicitly what it's called.
Well, she's using both, right? That's what process just said.
Yeah,
the
both
one of the
referenced
ones she's
in the
using.
legal. In the complaint
I'm pretty sure in the
legal.
court documents it only shows for non-consensual distribution. Cyber sexual harassment's another one, and Intimate Image Protection Act.
I'm doing some research.
Oh,
Yeah, there's
seems
multiple.
muted.
There's multiple things being. There's multiple things being here. There's like Florida statutes. There's federal statutes being used. So,
Yeah, but I don't
think
believe
they're
Okay,
anything.
They're
pause.
both being applied.
Okay,
Stream's
so-
muted. Stream's muted.
What?
The stream's muted.
Huh?
Why?
I don't know. Darius has to fix it.
Isn't he
Damn.
like doing like a drug deal or something?
Should I run
He
downstairs?
needs to stop
and fix it?
saying that.
In a video game, that's what he's doing, right?
He's on the phone
Yeah,
with
he's
Destiny.
playing Grand Theft Auto. He's playing Grand Theft Auto.
I'm gonna imagine. I wonder what Destiny's saying to Darius.
No better
What do you think,
now.
Lev?
Huh?
What do you think he's saying to him?
Oh,
Destiny, if you
Destiny and
want to
Darius.
DM me any talking
yeah.
points, I'm right
I,
here.
I think
I'm right
they're
here.
I think they're plotting on raping another unsuspecting girl.
Or,
You do use that word very liberally. I
You
don't know.
really just like the whole rape thing. I can't. That's like wow.
I do. I will admit, I do use the word rape pretty liberally. I use it in like a span of just like rhetorically. I don't talk about it like criminally. I think
sometimes
when
you just open your mouth and oop, rape.
Because like
You know.
okay,
I
nobody's
feel like
watching right now, faggot. You don't need to keep doing this.
yeah, I feel like what you were trying to go with earlier was like
Was
the
I
whole
doing
thing
it
of, like,
for
Holy
the
fuck!
people
Kill
watching?
yourself.
You think I was
Actually
doing it for the
kill yourself.
viewers?
Yes, obviously you're doing it for the viewers, or you wouldn't
There's
fucking
no one
Bro.
watching.
be
Also,
in my
don't forget, Just do
DMs.
it, retard.
Because
Maybe.
you're a pussy faggot and should kill yourself. I actually hope
Alright,
you do.
chill,
I actually
chill,
want
chill,
videos
okay.
of you slicing your wrists. Please send them to me.
Discord's still muted, right?
Same goes for
Yeah,
you.
I'm not gonna fix it.
Well, like the whole thing when you were accusing Destiny of like rape with that was more of like
I'm
you
gonna go
were
downstairs
trying
and
to-
fix the audio. BRB.
Okay, so Prawn, you need to go in his room and fix it.
Yeah.
Oh look, this guy's
together?
in the same house. Why didn't he just do that in the first
That's
place?
because he's a fucking
He's-
moron.
Oh my
True.
god! But like the whole thing we were going
On.
on with like Destiny like raping Pixie. I think what you're trying to do is like the power dynamic of it. Of,
Well,
like,
no, obviously. So what I was saying was one point, like just
Obviously.
inflammatory because it's funny to say, right? Like we're online, we're entertainers. It's funny to say something like that. And then also, I do think that there is truth to if you have sex with someone who like you don't think can consent. That's like a moral quandary. I don't
But, I mean-
necessarily think that he's actually a rapist. If I was part of the jury, I wouldn't send him to jail for having sex with Pixie. I'm just saying that it's a moral quandary to
But
be
like
like.
she's clearly
He just
capable
lied.
of consenting. That's like not a thing that she can test at any point
When
during this whole thing.
I genuinely, we're still not live.
It's hard to tell at this point.
The desktop
Okay, well,
audio is
hopefully
on,
we're not.
The
I
Discord's muted.
genuinely think that she probably has fetal alcohol syndrome, and I'm not kidding. I don't like. I think that Xena seems to think that she's like more intellectual than me or something. When I've had conversations with her, when I've spoken to her, anytime I've talked to her, I am like, oh, this is someone who has an intellectual disability. Like, that's how she is in my mind. So yes, I think that if you're having sex with someone like her, you are sort of a predator. There's like no one I know would have sex with someone like that. Like any adult male probably usually wants like a willing adult who they can like intellectually spar with, like to have sex with them. Like the same thing with Baby Peach. Like Baby Peach goes on like schizo rants in JSTLK, where she's like
I have
literally
no idea
like,
who Baby Peach
literally
is.
like actually genuinely schizophrenic, and I'm like, oh, she should be living with a caretaker. Like that's how bad it is. So when I'm thinking like that Steven's having sex with women like this, I'm like, oh.
I'd have to look into that person more, but if that person like is legitimately like intellectually disabled, yeah, that's probably bad. But I don't think Pixie is. Pixie, like, she might be
Yeah, that's
ditzy
just
or something.
insane to say.
Like Pixie might be like a ditzy IRL or something, but that doesn't mean that like she's not like intellectually capable. I mean, she's going to like law school and stuff like that. There's obviously
it's
some
capable.
sort
Okay,
of
the sound is fixed.
Mentally
Okay, the
capable.
sound is fixed.
Then I'm not gonna talk about this.
Also, Lav, the DMs they posted of you begging for the nudes of Destiny to share them are kind of crazy.
I've already talked about this. I told Nico Sam you should send it around, but don't let it get back to you. He. I have already said that I had a vested interest in everything leaking. Yes, I'm a bad person. It is what it is.
You know, this guy walks. It's like he waddles.
Well, yeah, you.
Audio is back. Audio is back, y'all. Thanks to me for running downstairs to fix the audio. The tech guy, the IT guy.
Yeah, why didn't you think
Wow.
of doing that at the beginning? Why did someone have to tell you?
Yeah, I had to tell you to get the fuck up.
I asked
Just
before that.
Lav,
No
let's
one
say
answered,
some.
dude.
You just let Lav say some crazy.
You guys are
shit
bad
without being
listeners.
on
I
air.
asked, should I go do that? Should I go do
Because
that? And you're like,
she
"Oh,
knows
no."
it's not gonna
I
be-
am with Prawn on this one. I'm pretty sure he did actually suggest doing that before Xena.
Oh. Okay,
So-
touche.
And also, I was low key just trying to get everyone to go to my stream, the Process stream. Go to my stream.
That's what
support
he
me.
was really doing.
True.
Because if he actually gave a
'Cause that-
fuck,
I
he
had
would have
the
just
best
got up
audio
and
right
did
here.
it. Okay, not asked. He would have just got up and fixed the issue. Exactly.
Alright, what'd I miss? What'd I miss?
Was he lying just now, or was it a mistake?
I love that that's the new meta.
That's gonna be a meme for a while, for sure.
Yeah.
All right, what I miss? Anything?
Not much. We made fun of how you
Any comment
walked.
off-screen
That's about it.
while muted?
Dozens of
Just
inflammatory
being
statements were said
so.
while I was muted.
So,
she
Lab,
just
did you
wants some
piss
stuff
on
to be
his
screen.
bed?
I'm not gonna talk about my instances with him anymore.
But
because
you
I-
have
I-
multiple times. So,
Because
but you
but
made
I'm-
it seem like it
yes,
was
but
so
I-
bad and you were so disgusted. Did you piss on his bed?
Wait, no, I was disgusted with his penis. That has always been true. That has always been true. That is all. I'll
But
say
did you
about it.
piss on his bed?
Listen. I am someone who squirts.
Squirt too, but I don't go pissing on everybody's bed. Like it
Okay,
takes
well,
a lot to make me
Squirting
squirt.
is
And
pee. Squirting is
I'm
pee.
the
though.
only, yeah.
True.
It does not take a lot to make me squirt.
Well, for you,
So
Prawn,
you
sensitive
pissed
as
on his
shit,
bed.
because it's coming out of an asshole of a man.
Well, at least I have sex, unlike you. So there we go.
I have sex with dudes. I'm not gay about it.
Wait, Prawn, I think
Okay,
a random
cool,
chatter
dude.
said something that you might want to read. I think.
Yeah, let me pull it up. Someone fill the dead air.
Why don't you run?
I will not talk about.
Wait, did
that
Lav say her,
anymore, though.
her relationship was not traditional? One time Connor texted an ex, and she almost killed herself over it.
It's
You
not,
want to address that comment?
that's not true.
Oh, he just posted a screenshot. That same random chatter.
Yeah. That's what Prawn just read, yeah.
No, he said something. He sent something.
Wait, what are we doing? What are we looking at?
There's a receipt for it that says Connor texted his ex one time without telling me, and we went to a couples counseling about it for 2 years.
Why are we? This is why I don't.
Wait, how is that
engage
proof?
in shit
Wait,
like this.
how does she prove that she's trad?
Like this is just like it's just
It doesn't,
like,
just that
chilling
she-
shit. Yeah, now you're just trying to like humiliate me, which is like I will like I'm not gonna do this. if that's how we're going to engage with this, then I'll just leave. You can still talk shit about me, but I'm just not gonna be part of it.
Wait, what did he ask you?
Wait,
Wait, what did he ask you? What did he ask you?
If that was like about me being like trad or something.
I don't see the
Wait,
connection.
what was being tried?
Obviously, it had no correlation. It was just like someone wanted to like throw in my face that I had like relationship drama before. Like there was no, it wasn't correlated to anything else.
It was because what he was trying to
I'm
say was
actually
that
just
you were
confused.
traditional enough to where him cheating made you
What?
want to kill yourself.
But that doesn't mean you're trad. It just means like you could be like really into that person emotionally.
Well, it's because she was saying that
that
it
I'm
was.
so
that doesn't mean
confused.
you're trad.
She was saying before that it wasn't a monogamous thing. That it was like, oh, open, so it wasn't secret. Nothing of it was secret. That's what it's responding to.
Yeah, I don't even think that that's necessary. Like, obviously, if there are some, even in open relationships, some people are off limits, right?
You can cheat in an open relationship, yeah.
Yeah, of course you can. So that doesn't even make sense.
So what he said was true, or
I'm not litigating my old relationship drama on a public stream because
Okay.
I'm not one of you guys.
oh, you wouldn't litigate
that
personal
supposed to
drama
mean?
on stream. You wouldn't do that.
I'm a commentary viewer. I don't know why I'm here
It's
still.
horrible to humiliate people, right? That's just public humiliation. That's
You can try to humiliate me. I'm just not going to engage. Like, yeah, I'm just not engaging further than this.
Or just like if you're gonna make fun of her, like do it for like valid stuff, like leaking revenge porn. I shouldn't.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think that's a thing.
Oh my god,
she got
guys,
cheated on,
guys,
she got upset.
Lav
Oh, wow.
got mad.
about being humiliated when she was perfectly willing to do it to Destiny, right? I think that's the point that her
No,
golfers
that's
say.
not. That's not my point. If
No, it's
Steven
my
is
point.
if Steven is trying to humiliate me, that's his right. I can do the same thing back. That's
Well,
what
and you
we're
have,
doing.
right?
Yeah.
You wouldn't be doing it back. You'd be doing it
both,
again.
We both have. Yeah.
What do you think did it first?
Who do you think did it first?
Yeah.
I think Steven got really, really upset the first time I called him a cheese boy, and it got leaked.
Did you really used to post Connor's dick pics in different discords and laugh about it?
No.
And also you just said you started
No.
it, so.
No. That's something that actually Destiny knows is not true and keeps perpetuating. I posted, if you Google like huge white cock or big
I have
white
no
cock,
clue
I
what
said,
fucking country
like,
this
This
is.
is Connor's dick completely in
I literally
jest,
do not know.
And even clarified that that was not his dick, but that's what's like on my Kiwi farm, so people think that it's true. But that is
But-
not.
Can you?
You understand? You understand that's bad too, right? Because you want you even if you spread a lie about someone to publicly shame them to make people think that it was true, you knew that that was the intention.
No, nobody knew it. Nobody thought it was true. It was literally completely a joke. Like nobody thought it was true.
Then why is it on your Kiwi farms?
Because me saying
Because
that
they're dumb in
everything
other
is on
contexts.
Kiwi Farms. There's a picture of me with Lil Jon saying Happy Father's Day, where they're like they're saying that I literally said that Little John was my dad. Like, people are just really stupid on Kiwi Farms.
Can I comment this way? Have you ever leaked anyone's dick that's not Destiny's?
I
I don't know why I didn't think of Japan. I should have guessed Japan. I definitely could have guessed. I forgot that place existed, quite frankly. I should have guessed Japan just based on what they were exporting.
Interesting.
Yeah, definitely. Never of anyone of my partners, like, ever. Like someone
Except
I've
for-
dated.
Right.
No, never someone who has like trusted me and who I've dated. No. But like if you're sending
I
me
feel like that doesn't really. It's still bad regardless, though. But yeah. I see what
maybe
you're
if you're sending me like unsolicited dick pictures and then I'm like showing my friends, I'm screenshotting and showing my friends what was being sent. Yeah, I do that all the time.
I do that too.
Yeah.
I open up message requests and people send their nasty dick and I send it or post it like in the Discord like who
Yeah.
the fuck is this and why?
Yeah, I think that's like kind of normal girl stuff. Or normal sex worker stuff at least. But yeah.
What else you got,
Alright,
Prom?
What's the next point of questioning? Because I don't know. I watched like the recent like Ryle videos. Like that's only context I know. We talked about this for 2 hours. We agree. Lab did something bad. She did revenge porn. I don't think I have to circle that drain anymore. Maybe you can point out
You still
some
defend
different
her, but-
criticism. Maybe. No, actually, I did not defend her on that at all. What are you talking about?
Not on that, but on this.
I got an
Yeah,
idea.
I
Maybe
speak the
Prawn can
truth.
give us something actual content based.
Yeah.
Maybe it's Prawn's turn to entertain everybody right now and come up with something and start a discussion that he dominates and, you know, make real content instead of asking us to produce something.
So
Let's see what you
wait,
can
hold
come
on.
up
I
with.
think that actually this should be a stream just convincing you to come to Mardi Gras now. Because I think that you should, and I think it would be a lot of fun.
Me, Xena, and Darius were in New Orleans not too long ago.
Notice how he quickly went to answering that question instead of doing the first thing requested of him because that
I
was
thought you wanted
easier.
content.
This is content, bro. What do you mean?
Yeah, this is content that Lab is
I have the hardest
initiating.
job here. I'm here to steel man the other people that everyone's not sweeping for. I have the hardest job here. Fucking Spondo is being silent. He's the only one who came here to do any disagreements. Why are you guys coming after me? I'm doing an amazing job giving content. I'm the only one disagreeing with all of you guys.
Because you're sleeping for Lav and her lies. That's
True.
It's called like being more neutral.
Called being a
because it's better
simp.
Content. If
Guys,
you have
can I-
a good cop and a bad cop, it makes the conversations go longer. It makes
I
the
actually do
antagonists
have
you
a
guys
question.
better content.
I have a question. If you would shut up, you okay? So President Sunday and Beckett, they were the people who initially like leaked the story. Do you guys like disagree with the assertion that like they were totally wrong for that? Like just completely like they leaked that story without the girl's permission, and then like Sunday in particular tried framing that as like an extortion attempt on Pixie's part, and like she was equally in the wrong as Destiny and all that. So like, what are your guys' thought on that? Because that's sort of taken like the commentary communities that like Sunday and Beckett are like pretty shitty for that.
probably.
Yeah, I think that
Great.
probably sucks.
Do you think Sunday was wrong about the extortion bit?
I don't care if it is or
Okay.
isn't extortion because Destiny
wrong.
totally
He was
deserves it
wrong.
for what happened. You know, it's
Many
like
things can happen inside of a woman's mind when she's a victim of a crime or a victim of something. Sometimes she's thinking, oh, what can I get out of this as like just a monetary way, and also she's sad that she was a victim. I don't think that women are like one single cell organisms that like can't have multiple wants at the same time. I think that it's completely normal and human for Pixie to want money out of this.
So if she extorted him, that's okay?
I don't think that she extorted him, but if she wanted something out of him and was pressing him, I think that's completely okay, yeah.
I don't care if it's classified as extortion or not. If she was extorting him, I don't care. Cool, good for her. The other thing that
Wait,
Sunday
what's
did
the
was also
extortion?
asking for money, I guess, to stay
Being
quiet.
for
Threatening
money
to kill
over
herself.
trauma?
Unless you give money.
Extortion's,
possibly.
I think it's blackmail with money, right? Is that what extortion
Yeah,
is?
so threatening to kill yourself if she doesn't
But
give
she
money.
might have actually felt those feelings. What do you say?
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
it doesn't
nothing to
make-
say
yeah,
that
she-
she was.
You
I'm
still
not
have
saying
to
it-
take
it's
into
not being
account that
lying.
if her stuff is on the internet, she could still feel these ways.
Yeah,
even
I'm not
right
saying
now.
she was
Especially
lying
with,
about
like right now, she could probably be suicidal as fuck because of everything going on.
Probably.
Now her
God, I need to make a fucking deafen button, not just a mute button, because Rinwald, we're on the I need to get drama viewers train is what we're on, and I was invited here, so I'm here, and I'm playing Minecraft. By the way, holy shit, dude, hold on. Real quick. By the way, dude. Oh my god, I love you. These are so nice, dude. These are amazing. Okay. Holy shit. This one isn't like it's finished yet or whatever, but like, oh my god. These are beautiful. They're so nicely laid out. They got so many things. We should be on the Destiny bad train. Where everyone is, well, actually no, technically I guess I'm on like the most upsweeper streamers right now. I'm in Darius' stream, but Darius isn't here, so most of the people here are on the Destiny bad train, believe it or not. Lav is here. Pretty sure Lav thinks Destiny's bad. Pretty sure she's on that train.
I think.
Do you have any thoughts about like seeking monetary compensation versus like other routes? Because I think based on Pixie's language, she's like, I want to ask money for Destiny because I think it's the best way to hurt him, make him like change his actions.
Well, yeah, because she already said that. I mean, what is it? I'm trying not to get the stat wrong so I don't lie, but I think it's only like 1 in, like, I think 6 or 10 people who commit a sex crime ever see jail time for it. Like, it's exceptionally hard to be found guilty of any sort of sex crime
Lav.
in a court of law.
Can you pull
Yeah.
up that statistic real quick?
Yeah, I can.
I just want to know if you're lying to us or making a mistake. I'm just
How
very
many-
It's going to be an
curious.
entirely different number. It always is.
How many sex offenders see jail time?
It wouldn't surprise me to be a low.
99.5% of convicted sexual abuse people are sentenced. Are sentenced to prison. However, the vast majority of perpetrators do not go to jail. Okay, that doesn't have a.
That seems. It makes sense.
4.8% of all sexual abuse offenders receive an upward variance. Hold on, I'll get this number for you. But it is very hard to get someone to go to jail or to see any sort of like actual penance for something that they've done in court. So that's why she wanted to go for money. Also, it was advantageous for her because she's poor. So.
So,
It's kind of a random question, but Lab, did you ever consider doing a victory lap? Like, oh, I was proved right. Like, because I noticed you did not done many.
Well, she
things
did,
about this
right?
Compared to, I mean, you came on Disco, but like you never. I feel like we're not talking about it a lot on your stream, unless I'm misinformed. But is it accurate? And did you consider like doing a victory lap after all this was revealed?
I mean, of course I considered it, and I sort of did a little one, but I acknowledged that while I was doing it, that it was in poor taste to, like, really gloat about it because of the victims who were affected, obviously. I don't feel good about the fact that there are, like, that Pixie is, like, suicidal, and I don't feel good about the fact that, Cherry, if she was, like, basically raped. Like, I don't feel good about that, but I do feel... At least when people were saying, oh, fuck, like, maybe Lav didn't lie about everything, of course I felt, like, good that people were, like, finally believing me.
Basically
Of course.
raped.
I did, definitely. I was very ready to do, a victory lap about how gross Steven's penis was in November. And that is why I was banned from JSTLK's Discord that month, because he thought that I was going to, like, bring more attention to it. So I was banned during that month. Because I definitely would have. I've definitely been like, haha, I was right, guys, CCC. Like, so, yeah, that I would have done. But the fact that there are women involved who are, who have been victimized.
Because I want to criticize some other people besides Destiny. Do you think people like even Mr. Girl or Sunday, do you think they truly care about the victims, or they're more so like, yes, we proved Destiny's a bad person?
Well, President Sunday definitely doesn't care about the victims. Maybe to a lesser degree. Maybe he cares, like, a little bit, but obviously not enough to keep quiet, right? Which is fine. That's what he chose to do. Max, I do think, cares about the victims. Max got, like, several stories that he never published because the victim said, I'm not comfortable coming out with this. So he did, like, what you're supposed to do. And he would never come forward and be like, look how good of a person I am. See how many victims I didn't come forward with, because that's in poor taste to do. But it did happen.
He would never.
No, he wouldn't do that. So you're hearing it from me. But yeah, I think that he does care about the victims. He definitely cared about
Obviously, he
Anna
shouldn't
in a
even,
big
even
way.
if he thought he had
I
implied consent, he probably shouldn't be
think
sending this
as
shit
well.
with just
I
implied
do, I think
consent,
that
buddy.
he's, like, crying over
I
the
don't
Cherry
know if
situation,
anyone-
situation. No,
Darius
I
might
honestly
disagree
think
with that, but Darius
he
is-
feels
I don't even know what
that.
Darius is
I think
doing.
he's capable of empathy, yes.
So true. That's what he's known for, having empathy.
Wow.
I think that Sunday didn't care at all about Pixie. Like, because there was at multiple points where he was pointing out how, like, Pixie was suicidal and people in calls, and, like, how, like, if this gets out, she'll kill herself, and then he released it anyways. So, like, I don't even think there was, like, a little bit of concern.
Nah,
there.
he just wanted some media.
He wanted to be the guy who took down Destiny. That was all that was.
Yeah, he wanted media.
Oh, don't worry. I'm sure we'll get those
I
manifestos
I
too.
totally associate that.
Can't wait. Can't wait.
I think it's very easy to say like he did not care about the victims. He's in bad math Pixie like behind the scenes. So, yeah, I don't think that was his main goal. Even Max, I think, is kind of guilty. When I only watched his appearance on JStock, and I did get a victory lap vibe.
He was definitely doing a victory lap.
That's how I feel about the stream too.
He's gay. Did you know that? President Sunday's gay.
I could see that.
You were gonna say
Is
Mr.
that,
Girl.
is that relevant to this combo?
No, I just
You're
learned
just
that the
saying
other
that.
day. I thought it made sense, but he said it the other day in Queeman's Discord, and I was like, oh.
If I walk into a gay bar, something I do very frequently, and I saw
Yeah.
President Sunday in the corner, I wouldn't be remotely
You'd
shocked.
scream. Oh. Well, you wouldn't.
And I'd be like, oh yeah, no, he fits right in with all the other gays.
Yeah.
She said you'd scream. He said I wouldn't be shocked.
I would. You know, he keeps saying anytime me or Xena or Lauren Southern is brought up, and like
I don't even
someone
know who
says,
that
like,
is.
Yeah, and someone says it's really not even relevant, but and someone says, oh, like they're so hot, pretty, or whatever the fuck they say about whatever woman. He's like, I don't really think so. Like about every single woman in this space, it's like very weird that he does that.
He's probably ugly, but I never
very
watched the
ugly,
scene.
yeah.
I just heard his name from this, and that he's the original leaker of all this information. So that's the only thing that I know. But I don't like watching ugly people content. So
I think President Sunday is Rose.
Oh, you think he was catfishing as a woman to
Think
get
so.
some
I think that'd be really funny.
Oh.
I think that'd be it's it's crazy that we know no information about Rose. That's another thing that I think is really fishy about the Destiny situation is like he said that he couldn't talk more about it because of like the court, but obviously that's all through the window now. Like tell us who Rose is. You know what I mean? Like tell us how you know her and tell us how Rose is. Who she is.
Well, I've heard like 4 different ways that it got out because of Rose. I've heard that like Rose's boyfriend got access to the Twitch, but then or not Twitch, but Discord. I've heard that Rose like gave the images to her boyfriend to leak it. I've heard Rose herself leaked it. I've heard like a bunch of different ones that
yeah,
are all
I believe
varying.
that person leaked it, and it wasn't a hacking situation. But oh well.
Yeah, what kind of things do you want to know about Rose Love?
I don't know how old
Well,
she
before
is.
before going to Rose,
Oh,
I mean,
how old do you
it's
think she is?
speculation, but
I
Lab,
don't know.
I had noticed like
Nobody
you,
knows.
you do have a track of like saying incorrect things. Maybe it's not a lie. Maybe we're just wrong all the time. But like, why should we take your opinion or what you say seriously?
You're acting like I do this more than the average person. I don't. The fact that you're acting like I do this more than the average person is like complete propaganda. I
Do
don't.
what
I think
more
we
than
heard
the
more than
average
4
person?
lies this evening.
No pause.
said
Do
on
what
average
more than
4.
the average person?
Like get things
Lie.
wrong in conversation.
But
and
you said that you do lie more than the average person. You said you lied more. When we were
Oh,
looking
what?
up the statistics and we were laughing about it not being 4 people, it was 1 to 2, and we were laughing. You were reading a
you
full
think. So you
description,
just
and no,
lied. Or did you get
pause,
something
'cause
wrong?
you read a full description where you said you lied more than the average person.
And then she just said 2 seconds ago that she doesn't do it more than the average person. Kind of crazy.
I never said that I lied more than the average person. In like true, I literally.
You read, listen, you read this.
Can
part.
you
said
listen?
there's
Can
a
you listen?
significant
Can you listen to the rest of what I was saying?
individuals. Some people
Xena.
lie much more frequently. You said
Xena.
you lie more
I
frequently.
said
You
that's
said
me.
it.
I said that's me, as a joke, Xena. I was literally playing on the
it
fact
was
that
a
I'm playing on the fact that I'm in this
Convenient.
conversation.
Convenient.
Okay.
It's
It was a joke. But did you tell us
funny.
it was a joke, Lab? Did you tell us it was a
No,
joke?
it was supposed to be ironically read.
Now
It's
it
why I
was a joke.
literally. It's why I literally said, guys, that's me. That's me. Like I was making fun. I was making jest of the fact that that is my perception in the voice call. I thought that was very clear, Xena.
So
That was
clear.
not a. That was. Oh my god. Okay. You don't have to take anything I say seriously. I'm not trying to be the oracle. I'm not trying to be the oracle. I do not lie more than the average person.
You may not lie, but
Oh.
I think even this call, you've made like over 4 mistakes.
I don't think I make more
Mistakes.
mistakes than the average person either. I think that you guys are looking for my mistakes way more than the average person though. By like far.
I might be open
How
to that.
much do you
but
know about
I think
that?
I'm a neutral party. I will say you're definitely a little bit irresponsible with some of your language sometimes, and that leads to bad things.
Ron, you don't even know much about Lab, do you? But even you see it in this conversation, at least.
I
My
mean, I know it's from
reputation
old lore.
precedes me. Yeah, you
I mean,
you
even
know
you
about
agree
me.
that use the R word very liberally, and like that's what I'm talking about. That's
Yes,
irresponsible
I'm
to
a
an
very
extent.
I'm a very
Hyperbolic.
yeah, I'm very hyperbolic and I'm also
Provocateur.
yes.
30 minutes from now, guys, she's gonna say she
A
never
liar.
said any of this, and she was joking and being ironic.
But
She doesn't think she's
Xena-
hyperbolic.
Xena, I so clearly okay, do you want me to speak with like tone indicators like /serious /sarcasm? I can do that for you. I can do that for
I'm-
you.
You're
You could
just
stop
like
lying for a
maybe
start.
it might be needed because regularly people misinterpret you. So maybe you should communicate differently.
Oh my god. Okay, yeah. I will communicate in complete earnest now.
That's definitely what I asked for. Yeah.
From now on.
Starting now. So previously you were not. Okay. we
Previously I
confirmed it.
wasn't. Now I'm going to be turbo autistic. Yeah.
I mean, this stream has been that the entire time. So you're now,
Yeah, I've
now you're in
actually-
good company.
Yeah. Nobody else is making jokes or being self-referential in any way.
It's my hot take. I do think Xena might be on the spectrum.
What do you mean, Renwald? My base is perfectly
No, Xena isn't on the spectrum.
fucking
She's
organized,
just-
man. This is my base with my organized chest.
She's so pretty and so fun to look
But
at.
then sometimes I need something that's in one of my
I
other
agree. Maybe I feel
one of my other
Oh,
chests
you're a simp. You're a simp. I do struggle to yell at women.
in the fish tower.
That's not the only thing either of you
nothing
struggle
wrong
with.
with
You
you,
all
so
struggle
humble.
with articulation, and you want to call me retarded. Yet you guys have fumbled all your words back to back to back throughout this entire fucking stream. I've literally run hoops around all of you.
True.
How can
wouldn't
you
go.
run a hoop, Xena? God, you're such an idiot. How do you run a hoop? You mean a circle?
What
shape is a-
So you are
what shape is a
autistic.
hoop?
So you are
What shape is a
autistic.
hoop?
I'm doing what you're doing. I literally just did. Okay.
So
Xena,
you
let me
are
tell you-
autistic.
Xena, I just did what you did to me.
Because I'm speaking
being
ghetto. Because I'm
I'm
No, I
being
think
being
you're accidentally
referential.
gaslighting us. I think you fucked up. and you're
Xena,
like, oh
I'm
no, I
being
see.
running hoops.
referential.
What are you talking about? Being ghetto? That's fine. At the end of the day, I've made you backtrack all of your words over and over. Multiple times you've said something and then had to change your fucking wording. Let's not deflect from that because I'm saying ghetto. Nigga, I could say I'm running up hills on you niggas. It doesn't matter what I'm using in
Hills
my
would make
fucking
sense.
decorative
You can run
wording.
up hills. You can run up hills, Xena. You can't run up a hoop.
Running in hoops?
You mean circle.
I'm
I
pretty
shape
could
is
sure
say
a
it is.
circle, I could say hoops. Like, what do you
To be
say?
clear, I did not build this. This was not me.
What shape is a hoop, love?
I unironically
Well,
did not
actually, no,
build
The
this.
difference of hoop is a
I just
circular
built this
band in the
tower
middle.
to
You
host
run around
my
a hoop, then
fucking aquarium.
It's a
Wait, like,
middle circle
okay.
round. You
Is
can
a
run around
circle.
it.
You're arguing about the wording again with the purple Crocs or yellow Crocs. They're fucking Crocs.
If I say I run around somebody, that doesn't sound right because a pie's a circle doesn't mean that it means running
my
around in
God.
circles. That
A
doesn't.
hoop
it's
is
not the
an
same
actual circle. A
Xena,
pie
are
is
you
a fucking
coming to
object
Mardi
eat.
Gras and
Like,
are we
what
going
you
to
saying?
What's
kiss
up?
on the mouth?
I don't know if I'm going
Guys,
to.
Darius is back. Darius is back.
Oh my god, Darius is back.
Xena,
Dreamer's back. No way.
please come to Mardi Gras. Let's kiss on the mouth.
My friend Josh built
Bygones
it.
will be bygones.
I'm not joking.
I won't
Because
bring
he
up the
built
fact
it.
that
Because
he
be
Careful if you're
circles.
making out with her, something might fall out of her mouth.
You do know this is a hoop to me. This is a hoop. Like, this is a hoop. It's
No,
a circle
that's
to you.
a bracelet.
I know that's the actual item, but this shape is a hoop.
Yes,
you
Xena, I
call
know.
it a circle.
Xena, I
I'm
know.
No,
calling
see,
it a
I hate
hoop.
to be this spurty,
Because
but I
there's
looked at
something
the, I
in the
looked at the
center.
definition.
I'm calling this a hoop.
The
Like,
definition is a
Oh my
circle
God.
made of metal, wood, or
So
other
you're
material.
lying. So Xena,
It's
you're
a
literally
hoop.
lying.
No, it's a hoop. That is a hoop. That is
That's a
my
hoop?
that is my
By
language.
definition.
Yes, it is a hoop.
Okay, but you can't run. You can't run in a noun.
So
like,
Is
I
a
need to
circle
say
not
the
a fucking
shape of a
noun?
circle. It's still a hoop shape.
A circle is also.
What are you saying?
You're lying.
Wait, no, I see. I
A box
I'm
is a
looking this
square
on
shape.
Google.
Like, I don't
on Google,
understand.
on Google, there's a verb version, and it says bind or encircle.
Wait, Lab, is she lying or was she
I
making a mistake?
don't understand.
Well,
Okay,
run
can
is
you
to
guys-
verb.
okay,
You
wait,
wouldn't
I'm
you wouldn't
gonna-
have two
I'm gonna
verbs
be
one
so
after right after one another. It would still be wrong
You're
if
like,
it was a
"No,
verb.
I'm making a joke.
No, are you joking now? Because that's why they're called hoop earrings, because they are circles.
Peak
Like, I don't
content.
understand the
Peak
different words.
content.
I've been poking fun.
Don't
at
know what
you
you're talking
this whole
about.
time. I knew exactly what you were saying. I knew exactly
Wait,
what you
And
were
no one
saying.
considers you still
Wait,
retarded, that's
slash
the point.
serious, slash serious, okay? I'm being slash serious right now.
Yeah, but it's still slash retarded, so.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
I will never make.
Also, by the way,
So you
Peach
can
sent me more
see Gino's
messages.
right about everything.
By the way, Baby Peach sent me more messages. She said the context was that Nico Sam did send you revenge porn, because it was a video that she only sent to Nico Sam, and Nico Sam sending that to you directly was the revenge porn part of it. He's the only person who had the video for sucking Steven's dick or something that apparently you were sent.
Okay.
We all
anyway,
agree that
What's
she
up?
leaked
So,
revenge porn.
okay,
There's
so
back.
Oh, yeah, sorry, my bad. I had to get some stuff. I don't think we're going to Mardi Gras. Honestly, I would like to go. It sounded fun. We wanted to go originally, but I think we really got to go to Japan. It's like our destiny or something.
Your
What is
what?
this new age? Our destiny or something? Like our like plan? Like our.
I think that's way less. I think that's way less content.
What if we get attacked by Japanese people though?
Wait, Darius,
That's
you're trying to go to
happening.
Miami?
It probably would be less content.
It's
honestly.
definitely more expensive, and it's definitely like way more effort, and the travel is like super exhausting, and you're gonna get like you're gonna make more money. You're gonna net more money going to Mardi Gras.
But wait, we should go to Japan
that's
now because I'm pretty sure they're probably gonna make streaming in Japan illegal. So I think we should go there
Probably.
now. before
Also
we get
true.
banned.
That's also
Actually,
true.
that is actually true. That is actually true. So we should probably go.
Holy
see
shit!
this
Imagine you guys were the
podcast.
last streamers in Japan. No way.
Yeah,
Yeah, we did.
oh my god, if we think that's a possibility, we have to be a part of that whole motion that made streaming fucking illegal in Japan. You sound fucking weird with that. Ron, you sound retarded.
It's probably good
Just
to be the
using
last-
that example, using that as an example
True,
to
bro.
Why is
say
it
why
retarded?
we gotta go is retarded as fuck and sounds
We should
like
go
you
there
wanna
because
go
we
to
might not be able to go in the
fucking
future.
habit.
Why is that
That's
retarded? That makes logical sense. We might not be allowed to go there in the future, so we should go there now. How does that not make any sense?
to make it to where we okay, bro. You sound stupid.
I said they might ban us from coming there, so we should go now.
so. Then that's probably a bad reason to go in the first place, like I just said.
That makes no sense.
So
You're
Mardi Gras?
using that as an example, like that's just stupid. That's
Guys, let's do
literally
it. Let's
stupid.
do a swamp tour. Let's do a swamp tour. Let's
We'll-
go to
we'll
let's
think
go to
about
a
it.
jazz
Listen,
club
we'll-
plantation tour.
If you're gonna do a swamp tour, go to fucking Florida instead.
Fire.
Nina really wants to go
Plantation
to. Yeah, that'd be cool to watch.
I want to go to
shootings and
Japan
that, I
because
guess.
I want to see cherry blossoms and I want to see my friend who lives in Tokyo and I want to see my friends. That's what you say, not oh, it's not. It's gonna be pretty soon. Streaming's not gonna be a thing.
That is a factor.
Like obviously, there's
ignoring
bad
your
stuff going on.
factors,
We
but
gotta
that
get
is a
there
factor.
quickly. Like that's how you sound.
Okay. Anyways,
That's
so here's
retarded.
the here's
No, wait, no,
here's the
I'm
deal.
I'm fighting Z now. If the stores are
Here's the
closed
deal.
at 10 o'clock, and you were like, we should go there by 9 o'clock.
And
because
why
we're
would
gonna
that be a
closed permanently.
factor? Wait,
How does it make
Why
no
would that be a
sense?
factor? Why would that be a factor? Why do you think that
Because
would
we
be a
want to
factor?
because we want to go there.
No. Why would streaming be? Why do you think it's a factor that streaming might be impossible to do in Japan soon? That it might be illegal? Tell me why. Why is that a factor? I'm curious.
Because it seems like the Japanese populace is like hate streamers right now because of all the conflict going on there. And they're a very conservative
what?
society,
And who are
they
who
might
are the
take
cause of
actions
that?
to
Who do
stop
you-
us from doing that.
Who do you think are the cause of that, real quick? I'm just curious. Who do you think is the cause of all that, like, attraction that they're getting? Can you
Streamers
name
are
a couple
society.
streamers?
Cringe-
Can you
cringe
name a couple streamers?
Yeah.
Okay, can you name them?
I don't know.
Don't forget to mention the skin color.
The ice.
Don't forget that.
The ice.
Okay,
fucking
and those are the
creatures?
people you want to rush
Oh,
over there and
what the
interact
fuck?
with?
Yes, because we might.
So you want to be a part of the problem that you think is happening. Just say that.
Yes,
Just
because
say
we
that.
might not get the chance to do it again. Yes.
So you want to
How
go
does that
be
make
part of
sense?
the thing that you think is a problem. Okay, that's all you have to say.
Yes.
Just like I'm telling
what's
Lab
wrong with
to be
that?
accountable,
Yes.
you need to be the same. You need to own your shit too.
Well, I'm not gonna. I'm
All
not
right,
gonna do
also
cringe shit when I get
Canada-
there, but.
Canada apparently beat America in hockey, and they're like hyping themselves
Holy
up. On the most,
days.
Cena
the most
always wins,
boring
bro.
sport ever in
Apparently,
the
that's what I'm
world.
learning.
The only exciting thing is when people punch each other.
I wonder what her
It's
opinions
actually a
on
really fun sport to watch.
January 6th is. I wonder what her opinions on
It is.
Trump's trade war are.
Sorry, that was a sorry. I
Hockey is the
lied.
best sport of all of them. That's definitely.
Can I debate on those?
Didn't
And
they
also
just
dumb
lose
shit.
a different sport on their own land from America? It was a different sport. Like, are they crying about sports still? Because they were going crazy that America won a sport on their territory.
Listen,
or
I've been so lazy.
Zena, did
I
you get a
haven't-
boob
I haven't
job?
been
You just got a really good
fucking
bra.
streaming.
It's the
So
same bra I've always worn.
if I can get a stream,
Please.
or I'm just
please
playing
send me-
Minecraft,
It's
which I would
literally
be
just
doing
Victoria's
anyway,
Secrets.
while I'm in this fucking call.
Is it just a
Whatever,
push-up or
I'll
is it
fucking
the
do it.
bombshell?
But
It's just a regular push-up.
I gotta do regular streams
Okay.
again. I haven't done one in like a week.
Best little Amazon
Lab's
It's
like,
old.
what,
I got
what,
this
what bras
Oh,
actually
actually,
she can buy?
so here's
That's
the
what
deal.
I'm thinking.
So okay, so that's Lav on Kick It websites, guys. Go watch her. She has an internet platform. All right, goodbye. We're gonna end this up now. I'll talk to you. Wait, why come I can't kick her, bro? Why did someone take my perms? Bro, what?
No,
I'm trying to
I
kick
can
her.
leave.
Dude,
I can leave.
Let
I'm
her,
gonna-
let her say goodbye.
Yeah, final
Yeah,
word.
what
Yeah,
the
final
fuck?
comment. Jeez.
Yeah.
well, I can't even kick people from my own server. Did someone?
All
sit-
good. Oh, so this isn't your server?
Yes, you
so
can,
technically this
because
isn't your
No,
server.
this is
Darius lied.
You have
Darius
no
lied.
control here. You have no control.
no, this
here.
is my
No,
server.
he-
I don't know why I can't kick people. Look. Oh, now I
Here,
can.
I'm gonna do a test. Look, it's possible. Okay.
Hey, no, let her talk.
Wow.
Okay.
Or is it- I was
Thanks.
doing a test. Come
I
back,
just
do last
rebranded
word.
on Kick to the Ditch Witch. You can watch me there. I also really think that you guys should come to Mardi Gras. I think that'd be a really good idea. I think it'd be a lot of fun. So.
Much to think about. Okay. Spongle,
Don't do it. That's retarded.
Spongle, what's up with you, man?
Nothing much. I'm
I
going
mean, we
to eat
can think
and
of
head
it,
out.
to be honest.
So,
Yeah.
nigger.
I hope to see. Oh.
Oh my god, dude. Why
I
is
need
this
to
guy
get
even
one. I
here?
need to say.
That guy's a
Why do you
fucking
invite that
retard.
guy? He's the worst. He's the
that's-
worst.
that's
He's the worst
Actually,
offender I've
an
ever
untrue
had on
person.
the show.
All right. Well, that's a ban. That could have been done way sooner. Okay.
I can't believe that
he's-
man
he's been being
racially
racist for like 2
attacked
hours.
us. I can't believe that man just came on here and racially attacked us and threw those slurs at us.
Yeah,
we did not.
okay.
We did not at all. We don't co-sign that. We hate people that do that. We don't like racists here. That's the most disgusting thing you could do up on here. We like to respect all races, all genders, and all sexualities and religions on here. Darius IRL.
Yes,
True.
and also I love Martin Luther King. Thank you.
Horrible
We all
thing to
love
say
black
when
people.
more than half the
True.
people in here are black.
And Destiny is a black woman's name. I
That's
named a
also
show after that.
Wow, never heard that.
Prawn. Oh, actually, Zip Zap. Want to talk about yourself for a minute?
Wait, Zip Zap, are you black? Is that what you said?
Half. Yeah.
Yeah, we're the.
Cappuccino.
Oh, me and non-fan are the minority here. Interesting.
Yeah.
Wow.
Crazy how that works, huh?
What are your
I
thoughts?
support the stream's DIE efforts.
Yeah.
You know what I meant. I've had a couple of these at this point.
Fair.
DEI.
All right, should this show go on for another 2 hours, or should I end it? Because I'm pretty tired. I'm gonna be honest with you. I've been up for a while. I was gonna switch over to.
What's the
maybe
It's
period?
Martin.
early, man. It's still
The
early.
numbers are too good. You can't end yet.
The numbers are good. I'm sorry. I have to go. I'm so tired.
It's
We
so
can listen.
early.
There's so much.
You're
there's-
cooking the
it
content.
is-
Oh,
it is
so
early. I've
you
been
might.
live
Are you
for-
saying you?
Good night. Good night, everyone.
Good night, Tina.
Well, any
I
final
hope you
words,
guys had-
Xena? Final words.
I hope you all had a wonderful stream. I hope you enjoyed the content. Follow me, Xena the Witcher, on Twitter, Xena the Witch everywhere else.
Yes.
Join my Discord.
Non-fawn, my baby, my boy.
Baby, what the fuck? I'm non-fawn. I'm gonna keep streaming after this and do.
Non-fun.
Darius is grooming me behind the scenes, and he's unconsensually shared nudes of me. If you want to watch some like actual political analysis, okay, go over to my channel, Non-Fun on YouTube, Non-Fun420, Twitch and Kick. I'm gonna keep streaming after this, so you head over there.
What do you
I
appreciate-
promise we will
politically?
cover politics on the show at one point. There's just every day
Eventually,
there's a
eventually.
new Destiny leak, but it'll be dead time eventually.
Wow. Well, I got one debate with Rob. Okay, that's all. A 15-minute debate with Rob. That's all I need.
Well, do you want to do an actual debate with him? Because I'd like to set that up.
If you want to set up a debate with Rob Norm, I'm 100% down to do so. I just need to know the topic, so I need to know how much reading I need to do on the fucking FISA warrants he's inevitably gonna bring up.
Every
There he is.
time.
What's up?
Did you see the guy that you were supposed to debate tonight, the one that ran from the call? Did you see what he tweeted?
No, what did you say?
He said that
Is that
he
real?
failed, he lost because he came too early. He jizzed all over everything and had post nut clarity and just had to be off the call.
When did he say that?
What
It's
the
on his
fuck?
Twitter. They sent it in the.
Yeah, it was like 15 minutes. It was about tariffs. It was fucking stupid.
I lost hard. I felt confident, but when I went on stream, I crumbled like a house of cards. But instead of doing my usual song and
FISA
dance,
warrants, FISA
I
warrants,
wanted to
illegal
try
FISA
and
warrants.
post a gay suicide. I don't know. I'm not really much bothered by it. Else,
Scroll
Snaggle
down.
and members of the Fallen King. I will be having conversations with Darius. What does he say?
Scroll down to the comments, the replies he says to someone.
Okay, I think you and Spondle conspired to give Spondyle an easy dub after getting raped by Bug Squander. And dude, what are these fucking names? That was
They
Alex
said,
McCoy.
"What happened? Did you
Did
nut?
you nut?
Is that why you
I
left?"
ejaculated too early and the post-nut clarity hit me like a truck.
You were going too hard on him, Xena.
Well, I can't imagine blaming post-nut clarity on losing a debate. That's insane.
He seems pretty
Keep
funny.
holding that out, Smaggle.
That is hilarious.
That's pretty funny. I kind of see. Honestly, I thought that would go on way longer than it did. That's unfortunate.
He was
Maybe I
hard.
should. I thought maybe that would have been like a conversation or something. But it seemed like he was just trolling. I think he really wanted to just do it on Nicholas Diorio stream, because he wanted like to be funny for his like band, but
Weren't you supposed to debate him? Is that gonna happen?
it was supposed to be with that guy.
Oh, but Nick ran? What happened?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, Nick sent that. Okay, yeah.
Is that also why Augie left? Because basically he's like, well, fuck, my community member left, so why am I here?
Say what? Yeah. Yeah, I think he just kind of like was chilling for a minute, and we were just like, okay, all right, I'm gonna host on fun, just cause not fun.
Because I'm goaded. I really appreciate it, Darius. Yeah.
How does
you take
Ron-
It's
how does-
make
how
a
does-
great edit out of this.
Oh, sure. Yep.
Yeah, slave.
Damn.
All right.
Oh, he's getting paid in raids. It's a fair trade.
I'm gonna post.
I'm 100% willing to get paid in raids.
I'm
But also,
posting
just,
processes
for those that are
in
watching,
here.
if you happen to want to go over to my stream, that's not going to get rated. I'll also be live for a while. Also,
Prawn, wait, you need here's like a word of advice, bro. Like you don't need to play middleman all the time. You just kind of look annoying sometimes when you do that. Like I want to be honest, like listen,
Every
it's
single
like
time
you
do
want people to go,
retarded
you want people to go to your channel, but every time you like say anything, it's always defending something retarded because you want to like
Bro.
make the point better, and then it's like, why would I go to this guy's channel? He seems retarded. Like you're like why, like. You
no,
should
you guys
say
are
something
coping. The
big.
content was
Like-
way better because of what I'm doing. If
Okay,
you
I understand.
If your old dog paw
I-
laughed, she would have left in like the first 20
Yeah,
minutes.
but you could at least maybe defend like a good point, or maybe like also like
What the
Reamer,
fuck
like,
did I
you
say that was
gotta-
wrong? Call me out. Tell me one thing I said was wrong. Every time I do,
Nothing
Nothing
retarded.
you
can't name it.
did,
You can't name it.
nothing you did kept Lav in this call. Lav stayed in this call because she likes attention. You had absolutely
True.
no effect on whether or not she'd have left early or not. She would never leave early because she likes the attention. So do not take credit for that. You dumb
I'll take credit because
motherfucker.
she reached out to me to be on the show. So fuck off. You're wrong. You
Yeah,
don't know what
why
you're talking
should all
about.
of us
I
be
told
on
her I was
the
gonna
show?
moderate this shit,
She
and then she
talked to
joined.
all
It's
of
almost
us
like that's
be
why
on
she
the
came on the
show.
show because she realized it's not gonna be a shit show because someone is gonna actually keep
No,
it
she
on
came on
rails.
because she wants attention, Prawn.
She said she's
Bro.
not afraid of Darius. And do you think
And she
being
came on
here to
anyway
moderate something is not a
because-
factor?
No, it's just because she wants attention.
Do you know how many
wrong,
times
dude.
she's made these types of comments in the past before you were ever
I don't
a
care. Tell me
factor,
what
and she
what I
would
said was
still
wrong.
join
What I said was
calls?
wrong.
You had no
I'm
effect.
I'm sharing
That's all I'm
code.
saying. Okay, we've been dealing with this bitch for what, 2 years more? You had no effect. Like, just stop. You're not him,
Just
bro.
wrong.
She's not gonna
Zero
fuck
effect. Wrong.
you. Zero.
Bro, as long
You're
as the
Who-
view
I
count-
got her on the
as long as
show.
view-
What
as long
the
as the
fuck are
view
you
count was
talking
over,
about?
No, you
That,
didn't.
first off,
I
that
did.
has nothing to.
I did.
Even,
What are you
even if you
talking
did
about?
it, even if it did, it had nothing to do with if she was gonna stay here or not. She obviously really liked Cena. She was gonna stay here no matter what. Okay, like bro, come on. You could just go base.
You can just admit
you
like
could-
I have impact. Like just so like I'm very like I'm reasonable. I'm not gonna say
You know
No, you
how
have an
many
impact.
times
100%
Lab has
credit,
came on our
but to say I had
stream,
zero
like,
impact, that's
Yeah,
insane.
that's-
That's crazy.
She's not gonna
That's
fuck
crazy.
you, dude.
True.
She's not gonna fuck
I don't want to fuck her. She's dating someone. I don't fucking do
You
that
sound
shit.
insane.
Lab. Oh wait, sorry, Prawn. If one moment, do you think anyone could make like a TikTok edit out of anything you said there this whole conversation? Like, do you think anyone would be like, "Damn, this guy's like alpha mode"? Like, they would play like a Sigma song at the start
I
of the
fucking
stream.
hate you. I'm charging myself for your content. I don't even feel this way. I'm making bad takes to help you out. Why are you coming at me? Do you think
okay,
I feel
well,
genuinely
you
about
make-
these takes? I'm giving you better content.
Bad takes to help you out. We have retards come on here that make bad takes.
I
anyway.
came on here and defended
Guys.
Brittany Simon for like an hour. Yes,
You are
I'm
supposed to
making
be
bad
helping
takes
him
for
host
good
the
content.
show.
You can
You're
make
supposed to be helping host the show, and you're also supposed to be building up your own channel. There's already retards that come up here with bad takes. Why do
Don't
you
just-
need to second it?
Like
Guys,
the
he was
Smeagol
only
thing,
pretending
like-
to be retarded. Come on.
Not,
He was only pretending.
Okay. Well, look, like
I'm helping Darius's channel. I'm sacrificing my own shit to help Darius.
Oh, you're okay. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Stop. So even though you're sacrificing, that's what it says. Stop sacrificing. Just take control. If you can say your takes and then make yourself.
That's
the center
fine,
of
but remember,
attention.
that's okay. That's fine. But remember, like, we talked like 2 weeks ago, and you're like, "What role do you want me to play?" And you're like, "I want you to antagonize people. I want you to do the steal me
Hey,
the other
that's not
side." That's what you asked for, and so I did it.
That's not antagonizing what you're doing. What you're doing is you're just dragging it. you're
I'm not
you're
antagonizing the panel. It's almost like you guys are yelling at me right now. Maybe it's because I didn't antagonize you accurately. No, you guys are all coming. You guys are dogpiling me right now, and you're saying I'm not antagonizing you guys. What are you talking about?
Please go to Prawn's channel, bro. He's gonna
Prawn.
Prawn's gonna cry about this on stream for the next 3 hours.
I don't give a shit because my community fucking hates the Destiny drama. They think it's boring.
Well,
My
I know,
numbers are
we're
going
gonna
down
be-
because of you. I am trying to help you out. My friend, my roommate, and you don't appreciate it.
I do appreciate it.
Multiple
What?
times, Ron, when you say let's talk about something else, I've asked you multiple times to bring up a subject that would be interesting in content for us to fucking sit here and talk about. So if your
So
community
when I
hates
say,
the Destiny
hey,
stuff,
we've
why
talked
don't
about
you
this topic
provide
for like
something
2.5
different?
hours,
Yeah, so
maybe we should talk
provide
about a different
something
topic.
different.
I don't have this
So
like provide a
provide
topic.
something
I'm just saying
different.
we've been circling the drain on this topic for 2 hours.
So provide
Everyone's kind of sick of
something
it.
different.
Let's move on. I will if I can, but again, it's a group call.
True.
Yes. So we're gonna try to talk to Relly at some point, maybe tomorrow, and then maybe do a press situation on Relly. I won't be live tomorrow until after Destiny probably. I'm probably gonna do stuff during the day. We need to get gloves. Did you get gloves, Braun? Do you have like gloves and shit? Or are you just gonna free
Yeah, I
ball
just
it?
got some. Want to see him? Wait, watch this.
Gloves?
Why do you walk with like rounded?
She's just purring. She
Look,
won't
this,
let me put
this is
her
a real winter
down.
coat. This is a real winter coat, Darius. I'm like someone. I got a real jacket. Look at this shit.
What do you need that for? For
I'm gonna be
Japan?
fucking warm in Japan. You're gonna be fucking freezing your ass, dude.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm
Nice
sure they
comment,
sell winter coats in Japan. Actually, Darius is making a smarter decision because I bet it's cheaper.
Nice winter coats there.
It's cheaper in
Yeah,
Japanese
Wait,
currency.
He's gonna travel Japan, be cold as fuck, and then buy his jacket there. How does that make any
I'm cold
sense?
for 5 seconds. Look at your face.
Wait, you're gonna leave. You're gonna leave that airport and then find a coat in 5 seconds?
They probably sell coats at the airport. Actually, I'm not gonna lie.
Overpriced. Wait, what do you think is cheaper? Buying something at the airport where everything's overpriced, or buying it before you go?
Yeah,
I don't. Is it in the Japanese currency? Maybe it is cheaper because our dollars are more powerful over there. Have you considered that?
Like I said, I did not, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Wait, Miss Darius
A
bought
winter
two
coat, though, you're gonna
jackets.
want ahead of
He
time.
bought two
to
jackets.
Be honest, it's extremely cold there, and you're gonna want a winter coat ahead of time. You're not gonna want to walk around searching for coats and going in and out of stores. It's cold as fuck. I was just there, and it's colder than what it is now. Like what it was when I was there. It was fucking crazy.
Airports are obviously over. They have a captive audience. Of course, they're overpriced, but yeah.
Where they have finger holes, so I can use my fucking phone.
You know they have.
Oh my
gloves
God.
Where they have material that you could use your phone without needing holes in the gloves.
Well, it's not no. Again, it's because they can. They're overpriced because they can be. They have the fucking. They have a cat. Well, like, what else are you gonna do?
Wow, you thought
It's almost like I prepared.
That's how markets
for, like,
work,
like,
unfortunately.
Like someone else.
Wait, did you get your phone today?
Yeah, I got your phone too.
Did you get the real
And
one?
it's not a scam. It's not a scam. It's a real one. This is a real phone.
Wait,
Real
did you
one.
get?
I got
Was
a
the
real
old phone a scam?
I got
Yeah.
a scam phone. I got a scam phone.
He got the fake Android. He spent $500 fucking on it.
Was it on Craigslist? What happened? What was that shit?
Facebook Marketplace.
Facebook Marketplace.
Oh,
It
no.
was really funny. Okay, but yeah, we host non-fun. I'm going to figure out what I'm gonna do tonight. But
Woohoo.
I'll be live probably late tomorrow. Yeah, let's share the wealth. Go follow Bronzes and non-fun as well. All right, bye.
Bye.
Darius?
Bye, people. Appreciate it.
Peace.
Oh, are the lives off?
Mine isn't.
No, non-fun and prawn are both on.
I'm so alive.
Oh, they're in the call.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hell yeah! Thanks for the raid.
Is this privately? Is that what you're asking?
Oh, no, it's okay.
Okay, well, I'm going. I'm heading out. See you,
I'm
people.
leaving anyway.
What's up, people? That was fun. That was fun. Lav made you. True. Thanks, Dumbledog, for the follow. I appreciate it. Wasn't that still fun, guys? Guys, look at my Twin Tower Minecraft face, by the way. Isn't this awesome? Isn't this goated? Isn't this goated? W's in the chat for this one. Thank you, Sickbrick, for the follow. Anyway, that was some Destiny, some hype Destiny drama. Right, guys? That was some hype. That was hyped. Anyway, who's ready to talk about value-added taxes? Let's fucking go. Give us a world tour, please. I can do that. Hyped AF. So this is my... Thanks, everyone. I'm not going to be able to name everyone who followed. Thank you, Gillies, Jake, for the follow. I appreciate it. Oh, fuck. Okay. This is VATs are based. VATs are based, and they are not equivalent to tariffs. Okay, that's what we're doing on stream today. Can you turn on ray tracing? I have this fucking shit. And we're also gonna watch some debate over free trade, which I don't think is a real debate over free trade, but my buddy told me I should watch it, so we're gonna listen if I remember where I put it. Okay, let me check my Discord DMs. Big night for UW. Is this Sockdem? Do you think I'm Sockdem incel? I'm not Sockdem incel. Yeah, look at this Twin Tower thing. This is my buddy's base. Thanks for the follow, Wolf of Great Sorrow. He built his home out of stone because if it's not made out of stone, the termites that are outside will eat it. So he did that because he's smart. Anyway, there was that one liberal dude who had a free trade debate with Tim Pool, and it was fucking miserable, dude. Tim Pool doesn't know anything about economics, and the entire time he was just like, well, actually, if people are in sweatshops in China, and that means trade is bad because the people in the Chinese factories try to kill themselves. It's like there are other responses to this. What's funny is I would actually say Pronon's going to join his VC. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on in there. But what's funny is that there are actually strong arguments that you can make that sweatshops are based, okay? I believe sweatshops are based. But he was just like, maybe we should just ban trade with the companies that do that then, and not like tariff all of China. But it's fucking stupid. Anyway, this is my fish tower. You can see we have modded fish. So these are some crabs. Those were some pondies below. These are just a regular tropical fish. Some cool jellyfish that are glowing because of the fucking shaders. These are called fucking slurp fishes or something. Those are fish. This is these. So we're working on making a. First of all, that's Luigi, and that's awesome. We're working on making an explosion come out of this. Because the whole Twin Tower thing. So that's why these floors are gone. Curious in the thought process here. Well, basically, we got a mod that added a bunch of fish, so I made a tower to host all the fish, and it looked like the Twin Towers. So then I built another tower, and then my friend built the airplane, and then they built Mario and other shit too. I better not die from this shit. Okay, I'm good. And then this over there is my buddy's old house, and then this is his second, slightly better house. I'm in a sweatshop. Krugman has a good article about it. Basically, the argument is that the reason people work in sweatshops is because it provides a better quality of life than they did before, right? Like, obviously, we can talk about, how coercive it is if you're really freely choosing to go work in a sweatshop, if your other option is like being like this agrarian peasant or whatever. But, a lot of these countries that have sweatshops, the life of people previously working in sweatshops was like horrible, like subsistence farming. So like if you prevent them from working in sweatshops, which by the way, make the country richer over time. Almost every country had sweatshops at some point, but rich countries don't have sweatshops anymore because they got high enough productivity to not need them, right? That's part of the argument. So it's probably better for these countries overall to let people like temporarily work in sweatshops so the country gets rich enough, because otherwise you're like robbing them of the thing that lets their country develop and get rich over time. Yeah, Kerwin has I don't have a Notion page laid out as well as yours, but sweatshops lead to much higher life outcomes for subsequent generations. Yeah, there is also mixed evidence on even the short-term incidents of sweatshops and child labor. There are some studies that find when a country goes through tariff liberalization, they actually get less child labor. There are some studies that find the opposite, but at least the evidence is mixed. It's not even like a sure thing that like these tariffs are really leading to child labor. We had impromptu debates. I don't know. What is Process talking about?
I am the coolest guy there is.
He's not even in.
The coolest thing you do.
He's not even in the VC. He told me to join.
Normal. Be silent, even.
Anyway. But yeah. There's also this too, from my favorite, the Cato Institute. The Cato Institute, my favorite libertarian-based think tank. There's a study that like goes over like a child labor ban in India, and it finds that like, you know, the government banning child labor did not actually make things better for the people or for children in the country. I think it actually found, because you move child labor to like the black market and outcomes just got worse. The fundamental issue of child labor is that families are not high enough productivity to support themselves with only the parents' income, right? So you will probably want to just raise their productivity. And the best ways to do that are, the best way to do that is through education, and free trade just mechanistically increases productivity. It just lets you get more with the same inputs. Like it mechanistically increases productivity and real consumption possibilities and real income. So like is probably a good thing for them. But anyway.
Welcome everyone to the latest episode.
I'm gonna pull this on because I need to get a drink.
I'm the president and co-founder of Project Liberal, back again with co-host Max Marty from our steering committee. Max.
Hello.
Thanks for taking the time. And today we have somebody who we're big fans of, who's out there in the world advocating for economically liberal ideas in many cases in very combative environments. Brad Palumbo, who's the host of Brad versus Everyone on YouTube, political commentator. Brad, thank you for taking the time to chat.
Thanks for having me. Happy to be here.
Absolutely. So the reason I reached out to you and why I thought it would be an interesting topic to have you on the show is because you just recently went on Tim Pool's show. I think at the time of this recording was a little bit over a week, maybe 2 weeks ago. And you guys were allegedly supposed to have a conversation about free trade. In this conversation, I'll play a clip here just to give the audience some context. Tim Pool had what I can only describe as like a social justice warrior meltdown. I mean, I really can't think of a better term. If I would have gone back in my college years in the 2010s when there was all this cancel culture happening on campus and there were all these people getting screamed out for their opinions, I could put Tim Pool in the same category as these crazy kind of far-left activists on college campuses trying to silence you, calling you evil. It was absolutely ridiculous. So I want to play a clip from the show, if that's okay, Brad. Just give it
go for it.
Okay. And then we'll come back and we'll talk about the idea that we had for this podcast. So let's watch the clip.
I will look into the eyes of every voter right now and say Brad is evil and accepts human sacrifice so that you can have a cheap iPhone.
I'm evil because I disagree with you about trade policy.
Because you think there's an acceptable degree of mass suicide and concentration camps so that your economy can improve.
I don't think that.
So I think you finished by saying you were shadowboxing with a fictitious idea, effectively, and in your own words, I'll let you put it. So the idea that we had, Brad, was Tim didn't give you a debate. You got shouted down. There wasn't a really intelligent conversation being had here. So when I was speaking with Max, we had the idea of actually trying to put on a good faith conversation for what we believe are the core of what Tim's arguments are. And to preface this, we don't think Tim's arguments center as much around economic issues, although we are going to try to touch on that. We want to kind of let Max embody a good faith, non-SJW Tim Pool for this conversation and have an actual back and forth about the issues to give you a fair shake. So if that's good with you.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. So Max, I don't know if you want to transform into your Tim Pool self.
Well, just to be clear, I'm sure Tim Pool himself might not put things exactly this way because who knows what goes on in the mind of an individual. But I like to think of it as someone like a Tim Pool, right? Someone from that world, from that space. But in the interest of doing this, trying my best to really embody the Tim Pool type of ethos, let's fully go Tim Pool here.
Edge.
Yeah, there it is. The it's my best. I got a hoodie now. Black shirt. The big headphones, the beanie. I think the beanie's the prime piece of it, right? That's the most.
Yeah, I give him credit for sticking to the bit. I saw a picture of him at Mar-a-Lago in the beanie, and you know what? I don't even hate on it. I think it's effective branding.
It works. I mean, you see a dude with a beanie roughly looks his shape, and it's like, oh, that's Tim Pool. So you can't fault that.
So then why don't we, now that we have Tim Pool Max here, why don't we start off with some of the good faith arguments? And I don't know, Max, you could probably frame it up from, I guess the good faith side. I think the one that I hear the most now is national security. So I don't know if you want to kick us off with that and start from that angle.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
So,
we're starting on this shit?
First thing I want to say is I think there's an enormous value to steel manning arguments like this, whether it's a national security argument, any other argument, to try and put things
Hold
in
on,
a way
I
that,
hate...
that
I know they're trying to be good faith. This is the issue with steel manning, okay? Is that sometimes there just is no way to steel man a disagreement if the disagreement is based on like them literally just not understanding facts. So if I can't steel man, for example, my arch enemy's arch nemesis Pentuple's argument for tariffs, because he's like, oh, tariffs are good because it stops money from leaving our country. That's just not, that's a factually wrong statement. That's not true. That's not how the balance of payments works. And I can explain it if you guys are confused. There's no way for me to fucking steel man that argument because it's just based on it's just based on total ignorance of economics. There's no way for me to steel man, someone arguing that like we should tariff other countries because they have VATs, because VATs are factually a trade neutral tax. There's no way. I'm lending too much credence to their arguments by even entertaining the idea that they base it around. No, the people who support like actual universal tariffs is Pentuple so bad. Well, did you watch the how do you know Pentuple? Pentuple is evil. God, I hate that dude. Anyway. Like the people who support fully universal tariffs, and the people who support very high tariffs, especially in our allies or whatever, like in Europe, are not. They don't live in the same factual world. Okay, they're not basing their arguments with reason.
Some other group wishes they could have put it as clearly and succinctly and beautifully as this. And when you can do that really well, I think is...
Oh, yeah. I watched a little bit of that, but it was so funny watching the end of that. Pentuple being like, well, my views would get me through law school and your views wouldn't. Like, like I don't know what technically the prompt was, but like, would Pentuple argue that no court case has ever been wrongly decided? Like there's clearly room for reasonable disagreement when it comes to at least some Supreme Court decisions. It doesn't technically matter if like obviously everyone agrees that it is like binding law currently that the president is absolutely criminally immune for core constitutional authorities or whatever. But that doesn't, like, you can argue that's wrongly decided. That's what the argument should be about. I would have him helping in chat while he was researching. I was like, oh, I'm a lawyer. You don't know anything? So, yeah, I know. I watched the end of it too, and I DM'd the guy fighting him. And I was like, do you know Stephen Myron? I get them to... There's two people who I always get confused. Impromptu panel. What are you talking about in there, Princess? I saw that you had it, but... What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. I DM'd JC afterward, like... You should not have read for this, bro. Like he's just gonna call you the same thing he did to me, where he's just like, even though I have an infinitely better understanding about economics than Pentuple, because he has a literally negative understanding of economics. I was just like, you don't expect serious discussion from this guy. Pentuple is literally the only guy on Twitch that I've debated who I think is bad faith. What's up, Xena? Abortion, but last night we had 8 people doing political debates. I popped into your stream at one point right before you ended, and you guys were talking about like China putting spyware in fucking speakers. I don't know. We'll see.
What's up, Non-Fun?
What's up?
Yeah.
I will preface. Wait, 1 second, y'all. Let me talk to Non-Fun for 1 second, Soup. Sorry, this is not gonna work. We're going down.
Huh? Okay.
Sorry, sorry, I have to kick Soup. Soup doesn't know when not to talk. But I think I'm gonna pull Monty in. Sorry, Soup can handle a streaming panel. Monty, what are your opinions on abortion?
Oh, why? Because of Soup?
Yeah.
I think one time we got into an argument because he is very anti-abortion, and I think it's up to a woman to choose. So we were just discussing that, but I thought it was pretty interesting though, his point, what he was discussing. I never thought about it that way.
What was he?
I feel like this is gonna be a shit conversation, but let's add Soup and see what he has to say about abortion.
Oh my god. Oh boy.
This is on time limit.
Oh god, last time he just went off like ranting and raving. Which is fine.
Alright, Soup, give us your abortion stakes. What? What are you saying?
I will bother you until I die.
You're gonna bother me? Well, you're not gonna last very long here, but I want to hear your political takes. What's your take on abortion?
Well, I mean, it's a life. So, like, if you actually have to abort the life, it naturally left to its own devices, it would grow and do. That is a life. That is.
Well, I don't know if anyone disputes that it's a life, but why does that matter? We don't care about life generally. Like we cut down trees, right? That's a life. That's a living thing. We wash our hands. That kills bacteria. Like.
No, don't start trying to play some weird, like, moral equivalent.
Some more. I like.
Fucking a germ or a fucking tree. Come on now.
That's a weird moral equivalency. What do you mean? You said you don't want to kill the fetus or whatever because it's a life, but you don't actually have any problem with killing life. Human life. Okay.
Well, okay, I'm gonna be on Coop's side a little bit. What do you mean that a tree is the same thing as a fetus because it has life? What are you defining as life?
Oh my god.
That's what I'm saying. That's a weird fucking, like, what are you even trying to, like, say at that point?
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Oh, the fucking bug I squished because it was a mosquito trying to suck blood out of me is the same thing as a baby coming
I didn't say it's the same thing, but they're both life. Do you disagree with that point? Do you disagree with that point? Wait, hold on.
Okay.
Wait. Is a plant not?
I agree with you.
Is a plant not alive? Isn't a plant not alive?
God,
Define being alive. That's what I'm asking. Define being alive. What is that?
Definition. Sure, they're alive. But you know what?
Thank you. Okay. So you don't care about life. Just to be clear, you don't think it's wrong to kill life. You think it's wrong to kill human life. Is that your position now?
Is something wrong with you? Like, do you have autism or something? Like, what are you trying to
I have so many tisms.
All
like,
autisms. We all do. We're on fucking Discord.
You're even capping at this. Like, this is
I don't believe I have autism, but it's not really relevant to what we're talking about.
I do think Soup clarified. He meant human life in particular.
He did clarify, yeah. But then he got mad at me for playing my word games.
Like the mother will die, stuff like that. That's obviously rules change very quickly at that point. But you know what I mean?
I'll tell you Soup's hottest take. Soup thinks that women use abortion as like a kind of plan B, where a lot of women just get pregnant and like, let me have an abortion.
A lot of them do.
Yeah, I don't think that's very accurate, but I feel
I
like
don't. What's the definition of a lot? I don't know.
Okay, so the person who doesn't want to answer a question about definitions wants to ask what the definition of something is. Okay, and we're supposed to answer that?
Wait, me?
It's you.
I don't know, bro. I don't know. Am I on any kind of stream right now? Like, am I?
Yeah. We're in the streaming. We're in the stream calling channel.
Come on.
You joined the waiting room.
Dog.
I thought it was a. Wait.
I didn't know.
How could you do this, Prawn?
Either way, it's not going to change my stances. I still believe that's human life, like abortion. Almost wrong, unless.
But so wait, Soup, how do you feel about the death penalty?
Definitely believe it's death because an ox.
You're okay with the death penalty? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, because for an ox, not.
So wait. So you really care about human life?
No, I do.
Well, no, he might. I mean, it's fine to say it's acceptable to kill humans in some circumstances, and it's not acceptable to kill humans in other circumstances. But
certain circumstances are guaranteed warranted because oh, what? We're just gonna feed this asshole for the next 65 years? Until he dies?
How am I throwing?
Fuck.
3 hots and a cot.
Well, actually, I think
No,
based on stats, actually,
isn't
isn't it more expensive to do executions in the current system? Did I have that wrong?
I think.
No, I think it's actually more expensive to house and feed an inmate versus. I think that the cost comes from the fact that no company wants to sell to the government a
Yeah.
chemical to kill someone, so they upcharge like hell.
See, I thought it was like lawyer fees
but
because
really,
there's
anything
so many
can be
acquittals
injected.
before.
It's
before
yeah.
that.
Well, it's a few different things. My understanding is there's a lot of companies that refuse to sell their drugs to people who use it for executions, and it is also just a it's a legal nightmare because there's so many appeals to the death penalty things. But
Yeah, well, as a Texan, there's been plenty of people put to death in Texas, and they constantly go.
How am I not engaged?
But that's not like running up the bill in Texas. The main thing that runs up the bill is the chemical that companies don't want to sell. That's why a lot of people will, or a lot of jails or states will try to propose other things like, I think, nitrogen asphyxiation. So then there's a lot of people like debating how that's an unusual punishment. I'm curious what you think about the firing squad.
I'm too aggressive. Sample corrupted me. He made me too
I'm curious
aggressive.
what you think about.
I had a
death
Convoy
penalty by
syndrome
firing
before.
squad.
Was too nice before. Now I'm too aggressive.
No, that's actually like some states do that. I think Idaho still does that.
Yeah, but it's usually a choice.
Do you think that that's worse or better than, or just what are your thoughts in
I
general?
don't believe that it should be the default method. You know what I mean? I believe.
But personally, what method would you prefer if it had to happen? Did you hear my
Isn't
question?
the firing squad
believe
also?
that their death should be like violent or I mean, like what if the guy misses?
I think I would prefer to like slowly just like fall asleep and not wake up. I agree.
I think the firing squad actually has the lowest rate of botch executions.
But I think like the practicality of that.
It's the optics.
Guys,
the
I'm having
optics are
trouble
bad,
with
though.
audio. I'm
The
gonna go
optics
out.
is, yeah.
I'll come right back in, okay?
Dude. Isn't the firing squad? Isn't the firing squad like? There's multiple people with a gun, but like you don't know if you're the one that shot the person. Is
Yeah.
that how it is?
Yeah. I've heard that.
Right?
Yeah.
Damn, that would. I personally couldn't.
On the
partake in
inverse,
that.
also-
I genuinely believe that they should make everybody but one have the blank. You know what I mean?
I think so. They
Like,
do.
Not
right?
everybody but one. Not my bad. The other way around.
Yeah.
I want it to be
That's how
like,
they do it.
Yeah,
Like,
that's what
six
they-
people and like one
four
has the
bullets
actual bullet, so
and
no one knows
one
who actually
blank.
did the deed.
So like everybody shot, so we all did it. You know what I mean? More so the mindset of like, I don't know. And plus,
I
4 bullets
would-
to the chest would be a much more humane and bleed out within
You think?
5-10 seconds and fucking.
But soup.
You know,
If you were one of those
fall
men,
over and
if you were
rise
one of those
around.
men, could you live with yourself? Like, if I feel like I would be fucked mentally for the rest of my life.
Nah.
You could.
Not if that's what I signed up for.
Okay, fair enough.
If you sign up for it, I mean, that's what you're in for.
I don't know if it's true, but I've heard like with like the firing squads or like where the fake bullets, basically you can tell where the actual bullet came from. Like blanks and other bullets like
Oh.
don't feel the same.
Yeah.
'Cause I think they did that
it
back in
really
the day
doesn't.
with the-
I've done that shit with black powder rifles. Because black powder is like, you could do crazy shit with it. Like you could load like 150 grains of black powder and have the most massive concussion ever. In the modern steel, it's not gonna fuck up the barrel at all. I mean, crazy. It makes a
Wasn't
massive,
Edward here? He just like left. I
cloud.
just realized that.
Yeah, he's fixing some audio issue. He's back now.
Oh, good. I like
Yeah,
how
no,
non-funds. I like your PFP. It makes me laugh.
My
I
bad.
appreciate it.
I feel like you might also have some more conservative takes. Do you have any opinions on this?
I'm sorry, guys. I was dealing with the audio on my phones, but I heard something about shooting
didn't
squad, and then I missed the rest.
we started talking about abortions, and then we talked about firing squads, and whether we prefer that versus like
Yeah, fuck
other
abortion.
execution methods.
Right? Come on, Eddie.
Well, you know what? The firing squad is the most manliest way to go. Better than
Pretty
injection.
alpha. Pretty alpha.
It's alpha as fuck, opposed to injections and what's it? The electric. The electric one is kind of like they're treating you like an animal.
What about the guillotine?
No, I don't know. I don't want the guillotine.
No?
Even though that's
guillotine. I think I would have.
yeah,
I
but
would
it's less
prefer
pain.
that.
Less pain.
Exactly. I would prefer that.
It's pretty successful, right? Like it's
Yeah,
well,
like,
it's like what it's called botched examples, but not that many, right?
Yeah, good
Yeah,
point.
I don't.
That would suck if it got like halfway down, you're still alive. That'd suck.
I just want to take it as a
Ron, you
man.
wanna play BO4?
My
Wait,
God,
what?
you're
BO4.
No, I don't own that game.
Alright.
Danny's at 883 subs. He's almost at 1,000. Let's go. He might get to
Wow.
Is he still doing that? Good for him.
He's going
I
all the way
hope
to
he hits
1,000.
1,000.
It's been almost a full week.
Oh, that poor
Wow.
thing.
He's been living in his car.
Has
for
he been
almost a
able to
week.
shower?
Yeah, I think he has like a Planet Fitness membership, so he can like still
Oh,
go
thank
there.
God. Oh God, and it's been so cold.
Charge him to fucking stay at the house.
He
So,
just.
Edward, what's your?
Sorry.
Sorry, I'm giving someone. Edward, what is your
Yeah.
what's your take on abortion?
Yeah.
I hate it.
I hate it too. Most
But I'll tell you that I'm a hypocrite and I have to live with it for the rest of my life.
Oh no, I would never. Yeah, like.
So if you want to ask personal questions like that, yeah, I live with it. And I really don't. I don't recommend it. I don't recommend it.
Yeah, I
Maybe for some people, but
You
for
remember
others, the thoughts creep into the head at night when you lay in bed and you ask God for. I'm sorry, I didn't know what I was doing. I don't know. They're not very good moments, and you're gonna live with that for the rest of your life. I don't recommend it.
So that's what I said. That's your answer to abortion?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because all you said was
Did
your
you
opinion.
obviously
You
hear
said, "What's your opinion on abortion?"
What's that?
I think my answer was a good answer. I mean,
That's
it's
the
not
beginning.
it's not a happy
Well,
answer.
what about morally though? 'Cause I understand people might have regrets about it, but do you think it's
Ron,
inherently
did you
immoral?
actually hear what he told you?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I
I
mean.
said I missed. I just said I missed the very beginning. I just said that.
Oh.
Yeah, he said
I
he
said
hates it, but he's a hypocrite. So
Okay.
Yeah.
He hates it, but that was like the main thing.
Isn't,
Like
isn't that the majority of people though who hate it?
Yes.
That they're also hypocrites.
no, I don't think the majority of people hate abortion. It depends.
Absolutely
No, I'm saying the majority of people who do not like it.
Oh, well,
they
maybe.
Also, if in that situation, would probably get like.
Never, ever.
Like,
advocate
you
for
can't even, all these politicians, conservative politicians, have not had mistresses that they've paid off. We've read that plenty of times in ProPublica.
True. Like my governor, or would-be Republican governor, Mark Robinson in North Carolina.
It fucks me up.
He was probably
It's like chicks have an abortion.
I don't think most people. I don't think most women go into abortion like hell yeah, fuck yeah. It's usually like, I guess I have.
Man, there's some crazy people that be like on some other
I said the
shit,
majority.
like,
I agree. Yeah, there are some crazy people.
I
I'm saying the
believe
majority of people.
Dude, this is so fucking funny. The Republican governor, would-be Republican, sorry, did not win because he's insane. Mark Robinson, North Carolina, was running for governor. He's a Republican. He's like incredibly anti-abortion. There's a ton of clips out there of him saying no abortion, no exceptions. You know, but he did have an abortion. His wife had an abortion, and because being anti-abortion is so like unpopular, he eventually ran an ad, saying like, "Oh, my wife had an abortion. I'm not against abortion. I support our state's current laws, abortion up to 12 weeks or whatever." It's funny because he literally apologized for this abortion before. He literally like has a Facebook video out there saying,
I'm Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, here with my wife Yolanda. In recent days, a Facebook post I made 10 years ago has resurfaced where I referenced paying for an abortion. Over 33 years ago, before we were married and before we had kids, we had an abortion. was the hardest decision we have ever made. And sadly, we made the wrong one. This decision has been with us ever since.
Like, this dude is so hypocritical. When it comes out he's a hypocrite, he's like, oh, I'm sorry I had an abortion. But then when it's politically convenient for him to have had an abortion, he's like, yeah, we had an abortion. Oh, he's so funny. And he, you know, there's all the transgender porn he watched, you know, all this shit. His wife's sister apparently pissing on him. I don't know if this is real or not. But he really likes talking about his wife's sister. Or is it wife's cousin? It's like his wife's sister or cousin or something. Pissing on him. He really likes piss and poo.
Me?
And trannies.
Wow, so polite.
Whoa, what's happening?
What?
Edward wanted to ask a question, and then
Yeah, it's just a real question, technical question. For the first time, the audio doesn't. I can't play the audio on my speakerphone in order not to. You know, I can't keep the phone on my ear. Why is the option to?
I totally forgot the black
speakerphone
Nazi. I'm a black Nazi.
activated? How
Oh
come it's not
boy.
there? Is it something you did on your end, Prawn?
But my headphones freaked the fuck out.
Prawn didn't hear it. Prawn, why can't I put it on speakerphone? Is it something you did on your end, or is it just my phone for some reason?
I think it's just your. I don't think there's anything Prawn can do to.
Gotcha. That's weird. It
What
disappeared.
happened? My headphones like were freaking out for a second. Did anything happen on your end?
We heard a boop boop. I don't know if someone popped
Oh yeah,
in.
I just deafened for a second.
Oh.
can you do that again, Edward? What did it sound like?
Boop boop.
Boop
boop.
Give me that sound effect one more time.
Let's do it progressively higher.
The Prawn is a major Margaret Sanger style. And who's that? Who's Margaret Sanger? Should I know who that is?
She's responsible for Planned Parenthood. She wanted. She wanted.
Abortion.
Was founded mainly in black communities.
She wanted to use it for eugenics against blacks.
Yep, thank you.
Oh,
for
that
no
not good.
history. Come on, my nigga.
I'm surprised a lefty like you, Prawn, doesn't know that.
No one's ever used that against you. They haven't said, haven't you heard abortion founded by eugenics? Meh, 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 meh.
I mean, I heard that.
Yeah,
Like,
I
that
mean,
talking about where like, most
but
people getting
I
aborted
also
are
don't
not
fuck with
not white
abortion at all.
individuals.
So that's still like. I mean, I do like it. Like I said, in certain circumstances, it can be warranted, but like they're very, like it's very narrow the circumstances that I think should be allowed. Like
When would it be warranted?
I sort of I don't know if I really like I don't know, but it's just. There's no
Also, I don't think I'm handling against this because, unfortunately, in America, unfortunately, a lot of the people that are very like the worse off, the poorest people, they happen to be black people in America. Probably because of systemic racism issues, and so I'm not against empowering them to like, have more family planning resources. If anything, I think it makes more sense.
Remember that if you don't think the action itself is immoral, it doesn't really like matter that much if a bunch of.
I think the act of abortion is usually moral, but
Usually?
as modern times move on, well, look, if I was in like let's say 1950, I'd probably believe in no abortion, right? But as today is how it is now, we can actually look at the baby and see that it's gonna have a club foot and like.
Whoa. That's actual eugenics. What the hell?
You know what I mean? No, not even.
What do you mean, not even? That is.
You have a terrible quality of life.
Oh, dude, what? Okay, unironically, this is eugenics. What do you mean, bro? You're killing people with bad genes? What? What?
I think I don't know how that.
Bad quality of life for the actual human being.
You would never find it acceptable to kill anyone else in another circumstance just because they have a bad quality of life. It's not like you're like, do you walk into like the terminal cancer patients ward and they're just like, you have a terrible quality of life? I'll just.
Suicide and stuff, but like medical stuff. You know?
Well, that's fine, but the fetus can't make that decision, right? What do you mean? That's a decision made by a supposedly at least informed adult.
I'm over here being a hypocrite. I realize that, but I still kind of like.
Based.
The thing is,
well, why do you think it's immoral generally?
I don't know. I just think it's more. I don't know. It's more morally right. Like you can't kill somebody that's been living for the last 20 years, but like it doesn't have memories. Like you should there should be a certain cutoff, of course, but like.
Well, I mean, I think there should be a cutoff, but.
Within the first, I don't know how many weeks, I don't know how many months. You know what I mean?
Which one, Kinley?
Tells me that, like,
An act is immoral if and only if it violates the non-aggression principle.
kind of ways to like rape cases, and then like I don't know, the baby's gonna be so deformed, like gonna have a bad quality of life.
Land
or,
is
like,
true.
You know what I mean? Like it's
Well,
not hard.
because
to,
you
like,
named maybe
yeah,
that's the back
it's
simple.
like a normal,
You named a club
like,
foot.
shit.
Like I'm pretty sure we have medical technology where you can fix that.
I don't think a
After
club
you're
foot
born.
is not a.
Bro, like, you know
But even like I don't know.
That's
Like,
why someone's.
So serious.
Okay, so
we wouldn't find it morally permissible to kill.
outside of their chest and stuff, it's kinda like,
Don't
We
take
wouldn't-
it so
It's like,
serious.
oh, I'm gonna abort my baby because it's ugly. I'm like, oh, that's a weird reason to do it. Okay.
Like we would never find it morally permissible to kill someone without their permission, just because they have a lower quality of life. So clearly, it seems like he's accepting, in principle at least, that fetuses are less morally valuable than, I guess, like fully developed persons. But even if they have,
yes, in principle, but I'm
What
also
if
not
someone
discounting the
develops say like a
value
life
of
altering
life.
like disability
Like I said, I
when they're
support
after they're born?
The thing on abortion, if the mother will die trying to have the baby, then determinacy or termination, whatever you want to say, like that is completely warranted. Why? Because the mother.
well, it's self-defense at that point. Like,
You can have another.
Are you two doing a prep debate thing? Are you guys?
Prep. This is just.
Okay.
I'm just
'Cause-
talking. Like.
No, Daz. I was asking Prawn and I'm sorry,
We're
what
trying to fire up DAS.
non-Prawn?
True.
Non-Prawn.
Did I
Yeah.
say something wrong?
No, you said nothing wrong, Daz. You're good, buddy. I was just asking the two if they were doing a prawn debate, prep debate because they're into debating. Damn, step on it. You stepped on it.
I'm literally trying to do what we did last night, where just want to open panel where you talk about random
Gotcha.
politics shit.
Gotcha.
It's not fun. I don't know if you watched last night's show, but for like
Only a
I
little
was up
bit.
till like 6 in the morning.
Yeah.
because It's just like a bunch of people just join. Like we're debating.
It was pretty
It
good.
was fun.
Prawn, it was pretty good last night.
No, I watched you
enjoyed
guys argue a little bit about fucking China putting shit in speakers. It was weird. It was odd, but
Oh, Dalmatian dog. Dalmatian dog is hilarious.
D-Dog is fun.
He's very paranoid.
Oh my god, Dalmatian was here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he was here last night.
We were missing. The only thing we were missing was mom.
Different trolls.
He
No,
crawled
hold
out.
up.
He's
Hold
come
up,
back.
hold up.
That was good until-
Trolls in here that they had to call a meeting. They had to call an ISO right quick, and they had to get their.
It was pretty wild. It was pretty
Like,
crazy.
this
I
was-
mean, I stayed throughout the
Mike
whole
was
night.
there. Yeah.
It was really. It was just like everyone was just. It was just chaos. It was just like.
Yeah.
You wasn't around. I mean, you were working already, Edward. You everything was good, and yeah, like I agree with you. But then, like after like 4 or 5 my time, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning, things just started going crazy. It's
That's
like,
when I logged off at like 6:30 in the morning to go to
Yeah.
sleep. go to work in a few hours. I slept maybe 3 hours.
Yeah.
Now, doing a 12-hour shift. It
Yeah.
was crazy, but it
I
was
know.
fun.
Ron experienced a little bit of the outrage that was going on. He actually logged in for a bit, sometime I think 11
in the afternoon.
Yeah, in the 11
Let
in
me
the
explain,
Oh
because no one
my
knows what you're talking about on stream. What happened was my Discord got raided by one or multiple communities. I think like 27 people joined in the course of like a couple hours. So yeah, it was a little bit of a shit show moderating the Discord today. A lot of people got banned.
Damn. And they were really attacking Ghosty. They were like calling her names, not letting her talk. Like any woman that were coming into the panel, they'd be like calling her names and you know, are you a whore? Are you fucking this and that?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I wasn't like seeing it, but like I would have. Hey, what is it?
And you know, your eggs are fried and you're never gonna have babies. It was just like, okay, dude, like, and I'm stupid too because I'm like, I stayed throughout the whole day, and it's like I'm retarded because I'm like, what the fuck? Like, okay, like this is like not going anywhere, like, you know, and it just didn't make any sense anymore. Like we were making, you know, when Edward were in, and we were with Dan and everything earlier, it was like we had our differences, but we always had.
We respected each other.
Yeah, exactly. That, you know, and also we had valid discussions. We had constructive criticism.
Don't care. God, the Robinson shit is funny though. It looks so good. We ass fuck a lot, but she gave me nasty sex surprise time. Right when I was really pumping the dookie shoot good, she shot a long stream of piss up in the air and covered my chest and stomach. It was so fucking hot. She was coming, I was coming, she was pissing, and I was covered in piss and pussy juice and lube. Damn, this girl is good. I can't wait till next week to get some more. Oh, Mike Robinson is so fucking stupid, man.
It's because of this experience and our spiritual journey that we are so adamantly pro-life. We know what it's like to be in that situation.
This was 2022, right? Yeah, so two years before he used this abortion to justify his suddenly shifted position on allowing abortion up to 12 weeks or whatever. This man is going places. This is the 2028 Republican presidential candidate, okay? This man is going places. He's going places. He's going. It's a new one because it's technically a new day. Semi-finished iron and a bunch of gas and nuts. Bunch of oil and some iron. I don't know. It wouldn't be. I don't think it would be Australia. Kuwait would have more oil. I'm trying to think of semi-oil rich countries. Mongolia. I don't know. Okay. I feel like Turkey would have more of other shit, but okay. Syria? No, it's further down than Syria. Maybe it fucking is Kuwait. Oman. Fuck. Is it? If it is actually Kuwait, I'm gonna shoot myself. Okay. Iran. There's no way it's Iran, right? Fuck. Well. Whatever.
when those people themselves would say, I wish I would have put it as well as you just put it. So that's what I'm aspiring to. I don't know if I'm going to hit that target, but that's what I'm aspiring to. So we'll start with the national security arguments, as you said. So trading, generally speaking, trading with other countries, sure, it might improve our economic situation, but it also improves their economic situation. It makes them richer. It allows them to buy more stuff. And
You can't. There's an issue with steel manning. Like I said, no one. Tim Pool would never say that because Tim Pool does not believe that trade helps the U.S. at all. Tim Pool believes all these other countries are exploiting the U.S. Tim Pool, like the Trump people would never utter the sentence, trade makes us richer and the other country richer. No, like they don't have a developed enough understanding comparative advantage to say it. No, they would not. Like, what the fuck?
sort of carry out more of their own interests. Maybe those are economic interests, maybe those are foreign policy interests. So in many cases, that could lead to them doing things in the foreign policy stage that we wouldn't approve of, right? So trading with China over the past decades, sure, it's gotten a lot of people in China out of poverty. Okay, it's great. But it's also empowered the Chinese Communist Party into being now one of our giant adversaries on the global stage and being able to shove the U.S. around and force us to do things we wouldn't otherwise do, and generally just make the world a less free, less wonderful place because of the power and dominance of that Chinese Communist Party. If we hadn't done that, they wouldn't be in this.
It's also Dimple want to say this because Dimple probably believes Dimple believes that Ukraine provoked the war in Ukraine, right? Like, we talking econ? Yeah, I started playing this little econ video. Oh, you guys are talking?
Have an actual high-skilled career, because I really don't understand why people are always complaining that these jobs left, but those were shitty jobs in the first place. Why?
True. Wait, hold on. We talking about trade? We're talking about jobs lost due to trade?
I'm talking about working in a factory. Have you ever worked in a factory before?
No,
we're talking about how tariffs and how the goal of tariffs was to bring back American jobs, which is not.
Sure.
Packages out of a fucking truck.
Wait, what tariffs are we? So, what tariffs are we talking about? Are we talking about specifically a certain set of tariffs, or are we just talking about in principle tariffs can be used to protect jobs?
Yeah, tariffs can be used to protect jobs. That's my main.
Okay. Do we acknowledge that they can protect jobs, but they do so at the cost of other jobs?
Okay, yeah.
Can we acknowledge that super drunk and it's so weird that we're trying to have a lot of.
You would say that, okay. So if we're talking about jobs,
Edward's in here too.
I love
trying to say that was the prep question.
I'm trying to use logic, but I don't think that this is gonna work with him right now. Not fun.
Wait, Sue told me he was trying to be sober for a while. What happened?
Oh boy.
I have been like.
Not have you ever talked to Sue before?
Like one glass
this is your first time.
Have I ever what before?
Wait, okay, wait. 1 second. Actually, Soup is drunk, but Loki, he actually is really hard to debate when he's drunk. He's like a drunk boxer in a way.
Yes.
Okay.
At least for a non-violent when you know.
The guy said, like, I'm actually arguing my points well.
What, that tariffs can be used to protect jobs? I'm fine with you saying that as long as you acknowledge, as long as we're talking about specific jobs and not net jobs. Because tariffs are almost always a net job lost, right? We acknowledge that. You might protect some jobs, but it's the cost of other jobs. Usually, I actually.
We're trying to bring back American car factories.
Why? Why is that a good thing? If we're destroying other jobs, why is that a good thing?
It wouldn't. What other jobs would we destroy?
So, for example, with steel specifically, because you mentioned steel mills, if we tariff steel to bring, can I finish? I don't know why I'm not allowed to finish. You brought up specifically steel mills. If we bring steel mills back, that makes domestic steel more expensive. I mean, A, we're tariffing the steel imported, and B, American steel is just more expensive than other steel because the cost of American labor is higher. The cost of doing business in America is higher. So, for every, can I finish? I don't know why I'm not allowed to finish my point. So for every one job producing steel, there are 80 jobs in steel consuming industries. For example, a nail company consumes steel, right? It relies on steel for its input. A lot of buildings have fucking steel in them. Like, so for every one job you protect, quote unquote, protect with a steel tariff, you're fucking with over 80 other people. So that's not necessarily a good thing. And also, even if we could bring steel production back to America with without any of those other jobs lost, there's still an opportunity cost, right? Every American worker working in a steel company is an American worker not working for Apple, doing a higher productivity task. I don't know why we would artificially put a tariff on something to make it when we could instead import it for cheaper. Well, domestic resources are being used to make other things. There's just no reason to cause that distortion.
You are aware, Nanfan, you are aware that there's plenty of domestic steel companies that are owned by other countries, right?
I just think that,
Yeah.
Wait.
have American steel and all that.
Das, buddy. Das, hold on one second.
Please
Monty.
let other people talk. I'm getting tired of it now. I'm getting tired of it. Please let other people talk for like 2 seconds.
This is my problem every time.
Yeah, Das. Just 1 second. Hold on.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll be silent for the rest of it.
No, it doesn't have to be that way. You don't have to be too extreme. Just let
This
other
is one of the
people
reasons
make
it's
their
hard.
point.
It's really hard to
Stop
debate
acting
him
like
when
a
he's
fucking
done.
woman. We're just asking you to mute yourself for 2 seconds. Don't act like a little bitch. Don't. You know you're not. You know you're not a little bitch. You know I'm gonna talk to you like it is. Just stop. You're
I'm
good.
gonna cry myself asleep because of the words you're saying.
Base.
Oh, whatever. You know you can hurl racist slurs at me later.
Alright.
All right, Das. Maybe some sleep is good, buddy.
And enjoy your night.
What to do?
Loki, one of the reasons.
All right.
it's
Wait,
so
why
hard to
why
debate
was
Stu
the?
is he won't let you get a word in. It's impossible.
Yeah, I can tell. Why was the foreign companies owning steel brought up? Why is that relevant?
Because you're like saying like, oh, you're acting as if I don't know. You're making it sound as if like no steel is made in this country, when there's giant efforts by other
Oh no,
companies.
I
especially
understand.
Japan.
Yeah, we make a lot of
How
steel.
about let me finish, right? So there's a huge effort, especially by Japanese companies, to buy domestic steel facilities to subvert those specific tariffs.
No, I mean,
So
well,
the fact that you're saying like, the fact that you're saying that tariffs are protecting jobs, but these companies are now incentivized to have steel companies in this country and hire American workers.
There's also Chinese companies that are
What?
farming like vegetation, like out in like suitable
Well, yes,
climate.
exactly. China does the same
They're
thing.
just
They buy.
sucking up
China owns the
natural, like,
majority,
well
if not all, of the pork
and
farms
they're
in
basically
Texas.
using
Yes,
our
to feed their
resources
giant.
to, like,
I mean, I don't think it's unless you're
Yes, yes.
unless we're gonna argue that a Japanese firm owning a steel plant is a huge national security concern. I don't see a reason why this is an issue.
It is. Look,
No, I'm
we're
saying what
getting
you're
all the
saying is
nieces and all the isms out.
But that tariff just incentivized Japanese companies to buy up the steel companies that would have gone out of business, but instead now keep them up and running.
Well,
and
again,
now
no,
employ that
I acknowledge that if you tariff steel, you're going to protect some steel in the U.S. That's just that's at the cost of other jobs.
No, you're not understanding what I'm saying.
What do you mean, no?
A steel company that could have a U.S. steel company that would have gone out of business because they're having to compete with these international cheaper steel alternatives, that incentivizes other countries like Japan, who is
Wait, I'm
one
sorry.
of the biggest
Just real quick.
countries that are buying up steel.
If they went out of business, where would people be getting steel from? Okay, why are they going out of business? Because they can't turn a profit on steel, right?
First of all, steel is very different. Steel
What's
made
different?
in
What
this
do you
country
mean?
for some weird reason is always like found to have the right type of like carbon and iron content.
What's
to
up,
be,
history
like, a good
boy?
strength for
History
steel.
boy.
And so that incentivizes other countries to come in and go ahead, Sue. Yes, go ahead, Sue.
I'm just saying, because it's made with quality. Like,
I remember growing up that the American tools, no one in
The grandest eyes enjoyer. That's conceptually plot. I'm just pointing out that there is a opportunity cost to
Yeah,
it.
like
That's all I'm doing. Conceptually, it's
metallurgical stuff.
you know-
It's not like steel is not an element, right? Like you have to melt all of these types of metals, and you have to add the specific amount of carbon. You can't have too much or too little. You fuck it up. So yes, Edward and Super right. There's some weird thing about U.S. steel.
well, to the extent that the market demands U.S. specific steel will be produced. But I mean, on the point of like the entire reason these steel companies are going out of business is because their steel is more expensive than other. They can't. You even said it yourself. They can't compete with the foreign producers who are making it cheaper. So you're still, even if you prevent the company from going out of business with a tariff, yes, you protect those steel jobs, but guess what? The price of steel would have been cheaper otherwise because that company would have went out of business and people would be buying steel from the cheaper foreign producers.
Oh God, okay. I think you don't understand what steel is. That's what makes it fundamentally difficult to argue with.
I'm aware of what steel is broadly. I don't know what we're.
It's not all the same fucking steel. Like that's what exactly what.
I know, and this is why markets are beautiful. This is why markets are so beautiful, because to the extent that people demand a specific type of steel, that specific type of steel will be produced because sellers can make money producing it.
You literally go to the store and say, "I want this specific steel," because you're a consumer. You're an idiot. You don't fucking know what you want.
I don't need a specific type of steel. The company's making products with steel in them. The company's making products with steel in them. Know what type of steel they need to produce that product, and they buy the steel is an input. I don't buy raw steel. This what like.
I'll give you something raw.
Wow.
Wow.
That landed well. That was right well timed. Daz with the timing.
On me, bro. On me.
At a certain point in time, especially in the 50s and 60s, American-made steel was one of the best, and most of the companies were more manufactured here. Like
we manufacture more than ever.
Oh my God, we're trying to explain to you why steel is so different, but you refuse to listen.
I don't. All you said is there are different like qualities of steel, which
it's man-made. There's so
I'm
many
aware.
different types of
Yes, I know.
Okay, fine. Tell us then how steel's made then, since you're so well aware. Go ahead, tell us.
I mean, I can tell you broadly that steel is it's an alloy of different metals, and there are different types of steel that you can make. I don't know why we're. I don't know what your point is. We're just saying steel is different because it's man-made, and
we're trying to explain to you the significance of American steel. It's not just because we slap a label on it and say, "Oh, made in America."
I understand it's different. No, I understand there are real differences between.
Oh my God! You know what? Honestly, I love Soup interrupting so much more because, like, you want to call out Soup so much for his interrupting,
please explain to me the steel.
You really love to interrupt people. And if Concept wants to have something fiery on his screen, I can get that to him.
I'll do it exactly.
Okay, I'll listen to you explain how American steel is different. Please go. Please, I'm so curious.
No, you're fine, but I do want to de-escalate. I really genuinely don't want to have an argument with you. I would love to have an actual debate with you, though.
It turns her on a little bit.
So sorry, non-fun.
Damn.
So like, I think that so we could make each other a little bit more clear. Let's let the person talk. Like Monty was trying to talk, and there was a lot of interruptions. I was trying to understand what she was saying, and then she kept getting interrupted. Just so we could have the control.
Apologize to non-fun. Okay, now we're gonna all start off on a good foot. Okay.
Yeah, but I was trying to understand your point, Monty. I'm sorry, I couldn't. I was trying to see your point.
That's all I gotta say.
I mean, anyway, Monty, you thankfully you didn't join the panel like early in the morning. Not that I'm trying to derail the point of.
No, I heard that was insane. That was wild.
There's also another.
Can I ask non question?
Sure. Ask away.
Non-fun and Mike and Monty. What do you think I'm naive to think that culturally America can be? Oh, hold on, buddy. Culturally, people in America would be like going back to when I was a kid, when it was like, it's got to be labeled "Made in America." Because when I was younger, hold on, because when I was younger, Japanese tools could not enter a mechanics area. If they saw tools that was made from Japan, which there was a lot of, it was not just China, Japan too, they'd be like, "What the fuck is that? That's a toy. That's crap quality. I'm sticking with Made in America." Do you think, Das? Hold on 1 second. That's beautiful.
Yeah,
Das.
1 second, no, Das.
Do you think culturally we can get back to that place, or are we going to be so just, I guess, negative about it that we will never ever return to that kind of spirit again?
I think
I want
it's.
to quickly comment.
unlikely.
Before.
Wait, one second.
I think
Go ahead.
it's important to know as well. The reason why American tools like that experience that you're describing, Edward, was so is because American manufacturing has always been the best in the world. That's exactly why we in this country go by what our stupid American units, right? We don't follow the SI, the metric system of the
Is that the reason? I don't know if that's.
We do things our own way, and that's because
I don't know.
historically all of that equipment was already in this setting of working in inches and whatever, so that when the rest of the world started to catch up with manufacturing, like Japan, advancing their own ways to make better tools so they don't break, like what you're saying, they all had to standardize to compete with America, basically.
Oh, that's also
And
probably
America didn't want to
like
have
all
to buy all the
scientists use the
equipment. That's why we
metric
just keep
system.
doing our
It
own
wouldn't
thing.
surprise me if
And so
companies
historically,
engage
it's
in
because we do
trade
have a
use the
very
metric
strong
system.
industrial capability, and that's always been as a innovation. Like, for example, the last company that I worked for, they make over 60,000 products. You're never more than 5 feet away from them. A product by this company, and one of the main reasons why they're so successful is because of their manufacturing capabilities. So that's, I think, what is fundamentally very American, and I think that's what Americans culturally want to feel proud about, that pride of like, when it has made in America, it's gonna last, it's quality. And even I feel that, and I was not alive back then, right, when I go to a thrift store. And I think it's fundamentally that innovative, industrialized spirit. And so that's why I personally think we can get to that, but maybe not in the past type of tools like a screwdriver. I think we can get to that with future type of tools like semiconductors, fuel cells, water electrolysis devices, things like that,
Gotcha.
Non-phone. You want to answer that as well?
I mean, yeah, I think it's unlikely. I mean, I don't think it's entirely impossible, but I don't listen. I'm a Gen Zer. I don't see my fellow Gen Zers ever being like, I need to buy made in America things because it's important to me. My stuff is made in America, unless you're like a diehard, like MAGA pro tariff person. But we like our cheap prices.
Most people are going to pick the cheaper product, which is probably not.
Yeah.
Shoot, Pastor Kwan, you'll talk to that. Kwan, you ready to make your point? I'm sorry.
You can hate on me all you want.
No one is hating on you, Soup. I promise. Go ahead, Soup. You want to say something?
Crawl out of the fallout.
Soup, go ahead. You want to speak your mind?
Penis.
Wow,
I was watching
incredible.
a video. I was watching a YouTube video, and some lady was talking about clothes and the quality of clothes, and I didn't realize she was right that the price of jeans and stuff like that is the same price really from maybe even 20 years ago. I forget what she said, but the quality really isn't the same. So like if I want quality, I have to go to a place like maybe J. Crew, I think, and the prices are higher. To us, we feel like the prices are so much higher if you go into a J. Crew, but
The price is higher if I buy quality crew. There's a trade-off between quality and price.
They're like 5 years old, and they feel like I bought them last week. But if I go for the $50,
That's true. Also, are they the same price accounting for inflation, or are they the same nominal price and are actually declined in real value?
She pointed at a lot of examples like that. Yeah.
Like same price nominal or same price real? Because if they're the same price in just dollar terms, then they've actually gotten cheaper over time, adjusted for inflation, right? So it makes sense why the quality also declined.
Yeah. To get the consumers to keep coming in, those jeans are always like $50, $55, whatever they are, 60 maybe. But the quality is going down. But my $150 pair of jeans that I bought 5 years ago, if I put them on today, they feel like I bought them last week. I swear to God.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but
you can buy nice product that's not from America, and you buy cheap product. And you buy cheap product that's probably gonna deteriorate and not last as long.
Yeah.
I think Edward, what you were saying about like feeling that pride of, I think I felt that earlier actually. I was reading an article I was trying to, and it said the highest universities or institutions that have the largest rate of paper retractions. And I was opening the article, and in my mind, before I even saw, what universities or whatever, I immediately was like, please don't be anything from the U.S. And of course it's not. All of them are from China and India. And I immediately am like, yes, because American science is the best science, I think. And so I felt that pride because I, at least in science, we always have this idea that Chinese science is not as good because they're more of like a paper mill type of an environment. And whereas America consistently has the highest number of Nobel laureates than the rest of the countries
I
in
mean,
the world.
I don't know.
So
Like she
in that
said,
aspect, I
paper
think that
retractions.
still exists.
So
But then
we might
also
have
you to
journals with
remember
higher
that
standards.
American, or just if you think about
Smartest
Americans in
scientists,
general,
highest standards for
the way
journals,
that we
lowest
view a
paper
product
retractions.
has changed over time. For example, like the invention of Scotch tape allowed people during the 1930s and the Depression to actually fix things instead of throwing them away if they were broken. But as time progressed, like we've really gotten into a point of like, if something's broken, we throw it away. Or if something, clothes only last one season and I donate and get something new. We don't have the mentality anymore of I have something and it's going to last me my whole life. So that why is a company going to make something to last you forever if you're just going to get bored and want something to look pretty or new in a year,
I could answer that.
Yeah.
You see, so here's the thing, right? Edward mentioned jeans, steel, and everything. So the rest of the world is copycat. Everything. The first car was created here in the United States. Everything. Jeans was created here. Everything. But the majority of the creation was here in the United States. And sadly, we lost a lot of those companies. They went somewhere else. So to answer your question of the good quality, nothing, especially as Edward, saying that as he was growing up and everything, and as you had good faith in terms of the quality of the things, we lost it because over time, especially if you compare, like let's say, a material from China and what it used to be in the United States,
2008 fucked it up, but we still.
Huge damn difference.
Our manufacturing output has risen over most of this period.
So because everybody, like companies are now cutting corners, it's not the good qualities of what it used to be, and now we lost faith.
Because I think people buy it because you buy it, right? We're the dumb ones who buy it. I don't buy it cheap. That's why I don't buy
country in
that
the world
crap anymore.
Yeah,
that's why I go to Goodwill, and if I find a good, you can buy the good, made in America, good quality cookware, all that's not gonna break down on you. There's no shin, that's because consumers want it. If there is a demand, there will be a supply. There's always going to be a demand for cheap shit because there's cheap college students, there's cheap people, there's poor people. There's always going to be a demand there. They're not going to care if it breaks down in a year because they don't know if they can have it for the next month, right? So there's a strong demand globally, especially with a rising population, to have things made quickly, cheaply, fast. It's just.
But there's a saying, cheap. There's a saying, cheap is expensive. So you're constantly buying.
Always buying.
Companies are being more particular. For example, the last company that I worked for, when we would have ideas as scientists, that company says, if this is not going to make us 10 million in the first year, it's not an idea that we want. It could make $1 million in 1 year. That's not an idea that they want. They're also becoming more so, I guess, picky in what they're choosing to invest their money in. And so they're not going to give you that quality. And not only that, companies, since we're now largely more of a capitalistic society that are run by really large corporations, and I know because I work in these corporations as product scientists, they're constantly, what we do is we plan out this one product, but we plan it out for 10, 15 years, right? We plan out the first one is going to be the shittiest version of everything because we know people are going to buy it and we want it to be shitty so that way you get hooked on it and you want the better thing. And then we plan incremental advancements just to keep you hooked. That's exactly what Apple does. They pretty much, I think, invented that type of a ideology to attract a consumer and create a brand and create a feeling, right? So there's a lot, I think, of things that go into this cheapening of products that we see as a consumer.
Yeah, I mean, I have a buy foreign sticker on my phone. I take pride in buying stuff from China. I'm not being ironic. I do have that sticker on my phone because I am based.
What? I don't know what that sticker is. What is that?
It's just a sticker that says buy foreign.
Oh,
No,
foreign. I think
yeah.
by form.
No,
Oh,
yeah.
by form.
So you're more into buying from other countries.
So then, Malcolm, do you? Go ahead.
I'm into buying what I want and not really considering where it's made.
So if you actually look at the quality of what, are you? So let me ask you this. I should actually just this. So when you buy something, you just buy it just because you see it and you like it, or you buy it?
Well, I'm saying if I want something, if I want a microphone or whatever, I'm just gonna look at what microphone I think is best for me and buy it, and I don't care if it's made in China or if it's made in America.
This is fascinating. I have a question. Okay, I love this. So you're being genuine.
I think I think trade is good. I love trade.
Because I think me as a consumer, like the Made in America also label, not that I only buy Made in America, but that label also carries weight of regulation that I as a consumer find confidence in. For example, I won't buy Shein or any of that clothing because I know that there's a lot of chemicals in that process of making that material that are going to be left over in those clothes that I'm going to see as a consumer. And you do see that because I go to Goodwill and they smell. You can smell the VOCs coming off of those clothes. It's disgusting.
What kind of material?
Just clothes. Like the way that China mass produces fast fashion, they use solvent shit that in this country is not allowed. And the regulations that we have in this country have protected citizens of this country for many decades with really good examples like what is that birth control med thalidomide in the UK that caused people to lose because of the FDA banning that, right? That never made it to this country. So I'm wondering, like, do you ever think about that? Like, especially as a Gen Z.
I mean,
like,
I guess I'm not saying, I don't consider that goods made in China might be lower quality. I would imagine, like all else equal, a lot of goods made in China are lower quality. I'm just, I just don't have this obsession with American manufacturing or American labor. I'm just
no, that's not what I'm saying. That's not at all the point. I'm just saying, like, does it matter to you at all? Like, do you buy things from China and think, oh my God, was this made in a sweat factory by a 6-year-old? Like, does that bother you at all, or was it made by Uyghurs in a concentration camp? Like, that's what I'm wondering. Like,
or like for instance, like about 10 years ago, a bunch of toys here in America were getting kids sick, and it was because of some China plant, some paint that they were using was getting these kids all in, some toxic.
I just want to talk about comparative advantage. Let me talk about comparative advantage.
Small children. That was about 10 years ago. So when that came out in the news and everything, believe me, every single parent was, making sure they were doing their research when it came to toys from China. I'm sure everyone's forgotten about that. It happened about 10 years ago.
I mean, again, I'm sure China has lower environmental regulations than us and everything, and so it's more likely that their goods contain chemicals that are bad.
I'm really trying to press you on a specific issue.
Yeah, so the Uyghur, like, if they're so if they're using Uyghur slave labor, I think that's bad. I'm not gonna pretend like every single good I buy I do research into, seeing if it was made in a Uyghur slave camp.
Okay, so then you are a hypocrite. Good, I just wanted to make sure we could clarify that. You are a hypocrite. Awesome.
I'm a hypocrite? Why am I a hypocrite?
In common. We're all hypocrites.
Well, so I do agree with you, Monty. In that sense, but in a certain way, it's like me. So like, look.
Why am I a hypocrite? I mean, it's
I know. No,
it's
I'm not
rational
saying
ignorance is
that
what
he's
it
wrong
is,
in
but
thinking that he's not wrong in thinking that to a certain extent, I understand why some person is like, I don't give a fuck. It's cheap. Because that's the situation that people are in. If that's what they can afford, they don't have the privilege of caring about Uyghurs in another country. You know, I understand that, and I think I'm acknowledging that. I think that's important to acknowledge, right? Like, I understand his point. He's a Gen Zer. I imagine he's probably some cheap college poor student. I don't know.
I think most people, it's not Gen Z thing. Most people are going to take the cheap item over the more expensive one.
yeah.
Yes, but I think it's also hypocritical of Gen Z to also be, oh, I care about everything in the world, blah, blah, blah. But then things like that, they perpetuate fast fashion. They perpetuate these awful industries that they do so much damage in so many ways beyond just like, oh, it's bad for the earth.
I think it's more of an education thing. I think most people are just ignorant and don't really realize that. Like,
Yeah, like
a truly informed consumer also.
I don't even know if the information is available as to which specific goods are produced by Uyghurs versus by like regular workers in China or whatever, but
yeah, but there is actually information available. For example, American-made companies are not allowed to have any product that has been at all in the supply chain associated with Uyghur labor force. I know that because, again, the company that I work for, we had to, all hands on deck, $11 million worth of starting material on a boat, not allowed to come into the country because it suddenly is now identified as from the American government as being tied to Uyghurs and labor forces.
yeah, I know. It's not like
so
it's
that's
like
why, again, as a
I
consumer,
think
that
the voluntary relationship for what's good.
in a lot of different ways that I value as a consumer.
Slavery is not voluntary.
Yeah, but
Uyghur camps are not voluntary.
Certain people might be a little bit oblivious to certain things, and they don't do the research, the information.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And it's
you go to a
right,
store.
Like, some people don't know. Some people just don't know.
So there's a comedy about that. There's a sketch about it, and it's really funny. But anyway, but the thing is that, like, imagine if you go to a store and it has a description of how many like children and women had to die to give you the quality of the product that you're using. Even look at Tesla, for instance, material and everything. You know how many people had to die just to give you a nice car. You know?
So true. Like, Mike, did you ever hear? Do you know about the HeLa cells? Ever hear that?
We're good.
HeLa cells.
The HeLa cells? No, I haven't.
So there's a cell line called HeLa cells. HeLa is from the name Henrietta Lacks, and this was a black woman who was, I think she was at the hospital. I don't know if she had cancer. She was in the hospital for something, and when they took a sample from her, the scientists realized, like, oh shit, these cells are so interesting. Like, they just kind of regenerate themselves, and they thought they were so fascinating to study that they kind of just borrowed them and just kept doing these experiments with them, and they could just, regrow them very easily. And that's actually the standard now that scientists use to test any drug or any pharmaceutical. They use a lot of HeLa cells. And so there's always this like discussion over, is that ethical? Like, because at that time, this was just a black woman. She really didn't have any science, didn't really think of her as a person that needed to be given consent before taking her cells. There's this whole controversy that she and her family could have been billionaires by now because of how much money has been made off of her cells and her cell line. But people like us who go to the pharmacy and benefit off of drugs, vaccines, all of these things that probably at one point or another interacted or was studied against a HeLa cell. We don't know that but we're not told that. But that is something that we have to kind of deal with. Trying to like reconcile, or at least acknowledge that happened, because for the longest time she was a very invisible name.
Yeah. Oh, bad. Edward, you want to say something?
No, I'm listening.
Okay.
I'm just giving credence to what you're saying. You're absolutely right. We can't blame people if they don't
What's
know.
up, Brian? Welcome.
Yeah, it's just a lot of people not well informed, but and that's another thing too. Why I think that it would be it not only it helps, in my opinion, it helps a lot of these kids and women that are sacrificing their life for pennies, but also the fact is that it brings back the economy back into USA, and most of these companies used to belong to us, and we actually managed to bring it back. And obviously, here in the United States, I'm not saying that we're perfect. I'm not saying that there is no corruption there. Obviously, as long as we live in this world, there's always going to be some sort of corruption. That is something that we can avoid. But you see, at least we're more regulated. We have more laws that protect women and children. And like in China, you know those kind of laws, and we can't do shit about it because in our country we can't. Most of these corporations, they don't give a shit because as long as they're making money, and they're making so much money. I mean,
All right, everyone's about to hate me, okay? Everyone's about to hate me.
Go off, non.
Bad jobs at low wages is preferable to no jobs at no wages, okay? Sweatshops are based. Free trade increases real income in these countries. It increases productivity in these countries. The issue we have with like child labor, or the reason child labor is a thing, is because families are not high enough productivity to have a high enough income to support their family without their child working. The solution to that is to increase productivity. Guess what free trade does? It increases productivity.
Yeah, I mean, all of that is. I agree with all of that. I think that's exactly why MAGA exists in this country. The pain is real for a lot of people, and they want the quick solution, which I think from what you're saying, that's how I interpret what you're saying. A quick solution, put the kids to work, right? You don't try to fix systemic issues, and I think, I don't know, I think people are valid at that sometimes.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's even just a quick solution. I think long-term outcomes are even better. Like there's some studies that find the short-term incidence of tariff liberalization on child labor is very small. Some of them actually find that child labor decreases after import liberalization. There are some studies that say the opposite, but basically everyone agrees that the long-term effects of free trade tend to be a country becoming higher income, at which point they can, ban child labor and be chill.
Yeah.
Do you think so?
I agree with that. I agree with that.
It seems like it. I mean, so, South Korea used to have child labor. Seems like they were able to. Though South Korea had some anti-free trade policies. Well, I mean, yeah, we had child labor for a while, and then we got rich, and now we don't have child labor. Now we're.
When did they stop using child labor?
In South Korea? I don't know what the year South Korea banned child labor was, but I don't know.
I'm gonna do research about that. But
isn't it just so non-fun? Like when a society can afford to worry about these types of issues, when they start to worry, like in history of these countries.
Wait, repeat the question. Sorry.
You know what I mean? Like, isn't it? I guess in the history of a country, if you look at it over time, they start to worry about things like animals and children working. Usually, when they have the capacity to be able to manage their needs, right? And then they can worry about that kind of stuff, right? Is that what you, based on the studies, I guess?
Yeah, part of it. Yeah.
I mean, but how about China right now has a poor.
China's not nearly as poor as it was before. What do you mean? There was like 800 million people in poverty in China before. That's not the case now.
But so there you go. That's my point. So they still use.
That's my point.
No, okay. What I'm saying towards what Monty was saying, it's. I don't even think that would stop any country from using women and or children. But someone is speaking.
It's my radio. I'm sorry.
Okay, no. I want to make sure that everybody.
You listen to the radio and the stream.
I have to listen to the radio.
I mean,
have to listen to the radio.
He's actually at work.
My understanding, there are still child workers in college, child workers in China, but like a lot of kids go to college now. Like that didn't happen before. Previously, these kids were working in fucking Mao's agrarian communal societies. Now, I'm sure some kids work in sweatshops, but a lot of other kids also go to school and go to college. China has schools, China has colleges now that are that are a lot better than what the kids had before. Like,
yeah.
I don't think rural kids go to college or school though. I think that's only for some city people because it's not free, right?
I don't know. I forget. It wouldn't surprise me if rural kids in China don't go to college,
Rural
but
kids usually are sent to the sweatshops with their parents because I saw a documentary on that. It's like called Long Train Home, I think, because there's only one day of the year when they have off, and it's like it was about like the train stations on that one day a year, how they're packed with people trying to go home.
yeah.
You know, I will say something really extremely random. Comparing to what it was at 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. I miss you guys. I love this like constructive conversation. You see, we're getting somewhere. You know, we could learn something from this shit. Like this is what I'm into. You know what I mean? So sorry for being. I'm like, oh man, what happened to myself? Like,
I'm still in shock. Like I just hear about how it was this morning. It blows my mind.
it was really chaotic, Monty. It was like fucking it was free fall. It's like I mentioned I think it was in general chat where like if this would have been like a lounge, like the city inspector would have closed the store. Like everyone just went in there, like throwing glasses at you. It was like fucking throwing chairs at you, spitting in your face. It was like WWE kind of thing. Like and it's like
I could just
three
imagine
guys
Mike.
were like
Can we not do that? Mike, just trying to interject.
No.
I do go to college. Just committed to college right now, but
to the conversation. So you know, and in terms of like South Korea, right? I want to make sure I want to like do a research of what year they actually stopped doing the child labor, because South Korea is one of the places that are like even they it's like another New York City. Obviously, a little bit slight differences, like you know, like cleaner. People are more respectful, and in terms of you know the laws of the city. But they
I'm not,
go ahead, Monty.
no, I interrupted you. I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
No, please, no. Go ahead.
No, I was there. I don't know your answer to your question, but have you heard of those people in Korea who are born with bruises? Apparently, it's like a Mongolian. They call it like a Mongolian something. Like a Mongolian bruise, Mongolian kiss. Have you heard that?
No, I haven't heard
Monty
that.
always does like random ass facts.
That's because I have a Korean friend, and she showed me. It looked like she fell out of a tree. Okay, her whole body bruised. It looked like she got her ass kicked out of her. I said, "What happened to you?" Like, no, I was born like this. She's like, everybody in Korea, you're born like this. She said it's.
Really?
She said they believe it's tied to the history of, I guess, the Mongolians when they invaded their country or something. That it's like that's their folklore, I guess, behind it. Very strange in terms of genetics, though. I didn't know if anyone else had ever heard of that. I blew my mind.
Today I learned.
I would like to know, like, why that is. Like, it reminds me again of that stupid crab thing with the face. Like, why?
why? What is Gibbs talking about? You think Gibbs blacklisted you because of Pentel? Did Gibbs blacklist me? As far, I'm not aware of being blacklisted. Set up a 1v1 with you guys about what? Although I can't type in the chat whenever Pentuple's there because I'm Is this his stream? Because I'm fucking... Pentuple has me banned in his chat. I have no idea I'm saying Pentuple has been on a stream a lot lately. Yeah, I know. I mean, Pentuple's still... I'm still on panels with Pentuple. Pentuple just mutes me and turns off my videos, so he doesn't actually... He doesn't engage with me. I don't know what Gibbs is doing. Gibbs is not on me blacklisted as far as I know. As far as I know, there's still... I'm still in the group chat. And in fact, Tyler asked me today why I wasn't, when I was streaming, why I wasn't streaming with them. I'll stir the pot, raise hell. Wait, why are we stirring? What are we stirring? What? I have no ill will towards Gibbs, okay? It's only Pentuple. Pentuple's literally the only person who I hate.
Research, like cultural things you should not do, like
I know, like no littering, no eating in public,
like no
what else should I
handing
know?
people money, very rude.
Yeah.
Dude, I am. Whenever I debate Pentuple, I am the fucking Joker. Don't know what you mean. Justice for non-fun. True. God, he's actually. It annoys me so. It annoys me so much. Okay, because everyone. I mean, I didn't like expect. Okay, it's weird because I only started streaming like 6 fucking months ago or whatever, or more. Actually, almost a year ago now. Not quite though. I think 8 or 9 months ago. And it's like weird, like watching like all these streamers like have drama and shit. Like there's so many people who like like won't talk to Rob nor like so many of these streamers who like despise each other or whatever. And like I'm not a guy to hold grudges or anything. Like I was like, it's so weird to me that like, you know, you would have a debate go poorly with someone for like what, and you know, you blacklist them for like whatever personal reason. Like that's so weird. But I get it now. It's so, because Pentupple's is the only person who I've had to I don't blacklist her. I'm perfectly willing to talk to Pentupple or whatever. But he's the only person who I've ever like thought was like bad faith or like thought was like that evil and like and who I have like a personal thing against. It's like weird. I'll yell at Gibbs for what are you yelling at Gibbs? I don't endorse gig. I need to say this so we can clip it and send it to him later. I don't endorse anyone yelling at. I have no ill will towards Gibbs. I don't endorse yelling at Gibbs and being mean to Gibbs. Okay, I don't know. But yeah, Pentupple's literally the only person who I've ever like felt like a personal thing about in terms of like this guy is just like, oh my god. But he's not like blacklisted. I am perfectly willing to talk to Pentupple. He's not willing to talk to me. Okay. But.
Yeah.
And it's like an 86th Street, like.
So Lav accepted my friend request, boys. Lav accepted my friend request. Hell yeah. What's up, Phantom? We're in.
In Japan, oh my, you could get yourself a nice hot canned coffee from the vending machine. It comes out hot in this can, delicious.
Yeah.
One time I saw a man.
I was talking to her earlier. Tread lightly.
Someone who I don't know worked there, cleaning a subway car with a toothbrush. Now that you'll never see in New York, I bet, Mike.
No, you never see shit like people don't like. Nah, you know. They'll sanitize it, but you know how much? The MTA just increased the fares. Everything is increasing.
Oh hell yeah! Thanks, Phantom. I appreciate it.
It makes the billions of dollars. It still sucks. It's never any better. You never get there on time. You're gonna have people aggravated. Everybody's always pissed off. Someone is always fucking drugged or drunk. It's just not the kind of place where you like sunshine. Hey, when you are like that, you're all jolly, right? It's because you're high or something. It's just I don't mean to talk bad about my city, but
everybody does. So I wonder. You should go
Hell yeah.
to Japan, Mike.
Because I'm the devil.
A large city like Tokyo. Large city like Tokyo, and they can do it. They can do it.
Oh man,
yeah.
You would love it.
You ever watched the 4? No, I'm gonna ask you, Mike. Have you ever gone on YouTube and watched the 4K videos? And they do it in different countries, where it's just a 4K camera, and they just walk throughout the city. I've done that. I've spent there was one in Tokyo. I think they're like 3 hours long. and I get.
You guys seen that, dude? I love
going through Tokyo and all this parts of this one of the largest cities in the world, clean as a whistle. And
this fucking place.
The way they interact.
They have an Instagram account.
Give each other the way. They just, you can see it's so organized. It's so well behaved.
What is it?
3 hours long.
Edward, that in Nara, Japan, there's more deer than people, and these deer, there's videos.
Let me find
they
it.
will cross the road. They even bow to thank the car because they learn from people because that's what people do when they cross the road. You bow to thank the car.
Really?
These
That's
damn deer down to people.
But even the animals are peaceful.
Yeah, they're more sophisticated, dude. There's monkeys that just bathe. They just relax in the hot springs. Like
Oh,
it's
yeah.
like a fucking hot tub.
Yeah, I've seen that. There's a music video from FX Twin, and it's just the whole video is a monkey just looking like an old man in the hot springs.
It's so cute.
Mm-hmm.
And talking
It's
about
like-
animals. Okay, sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, you want to.
No, I'm
You can say what you're going to say.
No, I'm done. I'm done.
I
yeah,
read an article that that if you're going abroad, that your vacation is on sale because I guess the dollar is pretty strong. So, good time to probably be going out of the country.
Like in Turkey, they're talking about like monkeys and animals of in Turkey, like the animals in the street are very respected. Like the cat. Everybody
Appreciate it, Testicle, Sir Testicle Johnson. Thanks for stopping by. If you guys have been stopping by, I'd appreciate if you hit that like and sub button, smash that follow button.
Very fascinating to me because I have a thing for animals. I rescue animals.
Appreciate all you guys.
But like the cats, they just like right around the streets. They sleep in the subway. I don't know if you've ever seen videos of this. You probably run into it one day. If you haven't seen it, and they sleep in the clothing store, and everybody starts petting them. And no one like pushes them away. And it's like it's very fascinating. You have other countries in New York City, like the cats. I hear them cry. I actually put like and I seen somewhere in YouTube that this house for it's like warm them up. Can you believe?
Bro,
like,
I need a fucking wither skeleton skull so I can spawn the wither, so I can make a beacon, so I can do shit.
Put old garbages into it. It's like, fuck, man, these people can't. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's just like other places people have more respect to these things. But
Yep, in Uruguay, I remember my uncle pointing out that because they watch movies, American movies and stuff, and they're like, they thought it was odd how much we love our dogs, that we treat them like family members, like a child or something, And it was different than in Uruguay. It's completely different. The dog is, it can be a lot of houses, it's a companion, but it's, more of a friend to the family because it's a useful animal as a work animal. At least in Minas, where all the farms and hills are, but the dog sleeps in its own location, its own little home outside.
Yeah,
and I just remember my uncle like, "You Yankees, man, you think your dog is your child, huh?" I'm like, I didn't realize. Yeah.
Would you guys eat a dog if it was okay in the country you were in?
No.
For a feeding dog.
Nope.
Yeah, I would eat any animal.
I don't think you should.
You would eat a dog?
Dude, in Japan they eat horses.
What's the moral difference?
I don't believe you should eat a horse. That's fucked up.
They do.
But you can eat a cow? What's the difference between a horse and a cow?
So
a cow.
You gonna eat a cat next to you?
I don't really want to. I'm saying morally, I think they're the same thing.
I agree.
I think it's more. Bro, I'll show you I'll send you a video of.
I wouldn't eat someone's pet, because that would be immoral for other reasons. But
yeah, I saw a video that I saw a video I can't unsee of a dog being put in a wok, and he was alive, just hairless.
Okay, that's oh my god.
Bro, you seen the videos how they treat cows, man? Like, and how they treat
I've seen
chickens?
that too.
Why?
Yeah, you're fine with that.
We don't cook.
I will say,
live
I
cows.
can't wait. I can't wait for the day where we have like perfectly grown lab meat, and I can just like eat that, and I think that'd be more ethical.
Yeah, the modern food industrialization is
Like
terrifying.
the food that we have now is not making us sick already.
True.
Well, I'm not really worried
Yeah.
about that per se.
I mean, I'm just confused why we're okay with eating like cows and pigs, but not dogs.
No,
I just haven't heard a big difference.
It's. I might sound ignorant. It's too different. It's very different.
I can
Was that you,
understand
Mike?
it emotionally. It's like they
Did
are
Mike
man's
do
best
the
friend. There's like a
dog?
connection we have with them.
Mikey's sleepy poo. I mean, not Mike.
Mike
Das.
sleep, Fido. Damn, Mike.
Just went to sleep. We used. Yeah.
But I agree with no, I'm fine. Or like rats, like rats in New York City. I mean, rats are very intelligent, but people think rats are just.
Yeah, they own the streets. Yeah, you haven't seen like one
Rats,
big rat.
those rats have their own society.
They pay rent here too, and then you
They
see
do?
like they chase after the cats, and the cat starts like run for its life. Yeah, true story. They're really big.
Yeah,
My
man.
Korean friend did say that dogs tasted delicious.
What, rats?
What if it was like what if they're like amazing tasting?
Yeah, how tasty would a dog have to be for you to eat it?
She did not think of it as being anything wrong, and she had dogs as pets. I think it just maybe she came here. She thought, oh, maybe I shouldn't do that anymore. Maybe because
Well, I mean, to be clear, I wouldn't eat a dog in another country, but I also don't eat any animals. So I would say, so I'm philosophically vegan. I would say I'm only dietarily vegetarian because I only relatively recently became like philosophically vegan. So we're still working on the transition to full veganism, but philosophically, I would say.
Question then for you, non-fun.
Yep.
When you walk outside, do you feel like you need to have a broom to sweep away any bugs that you may step on?
So, I mean, there's a couple things.
Like, where is the line? I would like to
Right.
know.
So, well, okay. So one, the thing I am concerned about is like sentience, and like I'm not convinced insects who have like, 300 brain. Like I think worms have 300 brain cells. I'm not convinced that they're really sentient in a meaningful sense. So like, it's not. It's just not like super. I'm not super concerned about the lives of insects, but even if they do have like some value, like it could be the case that they do have some sentience and some value, but like because I'm such a higher thinking creature and I have much more sentience, that the utility I gain from walking is higher than the loss of utility from the insects who like die or whatever. And also, life as an insect normally is just pretty like miserable. Like, so there's an argument that comes up a lot with this stuff. It is with like insects and like even like rodents on farms, because like some rodents die when we use farm equipment to farm other things. And I mean, with farms, one argument is like self-defense, like you're just protecting your farm against animals the same way you could against humans. It's just that animals aren't capable of reasoning, so we kind of just have to kill them. We can't really do anything else. But it also could be the case that it's not even any more suffering for these animals to be killed on a farm than it would be for them to just exist in the wild normally. So those are the arguments there. Yeah.
That's interesting, because I knew someone who was vegan for very, very similar reasons. And I always like to know, because I had a lot of conversation about, I think crustaceans, he said, were sentient. Is that also what you believe? I think
I mean, I don't know. It's hard to even know. It's hard to even have this knowledge because we don't have a super great understanding of what sentience even is. But I would like. I would say anything with a brain probably has some level of sentience, but insects, I would say, unless I'm sure there are exceptions to this, have incredibly low level of sentience. Crustaceans, I would imagine, is slightly higher, but I don't know I would say that it's high enough that we probably shouldn't eat them, but or at least kill them in horrible ways.
That's
But
the reason why they try to move away from steaming them, like lobsters steaming them.
yeah, like lobsters. Yeah, we boil them alive or whatever. Yeah. Or used to.
Yeah. Or like yeah. Well, that's very interesting. Yeah, I always find that to be just an interesting conversation. Not that I'm trying to criticize, but I always like to know where people stand on that, especially from that point of view, because I think it's such a hard way to live. Like, I think my friend he was so diehard about it, and I could see his body because he was not a very good, I think, a dieter of planning what he was going to eat. Do you find that it's very difficult or very? I don't know. What are your thoughts on living that way? I find it's very difficult to live in this country in that way.
I mean, I've been vegetarian for like since I was like 6 years old, and I'm 19 now. So the majority of my life has been me being vegetarian. I went vegetarian when I was really young. So I don't find it difficult to be vegetarian. Going vegan, it is hard, especially because literally, I live in a relatively small town. You know, there aren't. Like, if I go to a restaurant, if you're vegan, there's just almost nothing at most restaurants for you. It's like some places have substitute cheese, but like even places that have like veggie burgers, a lot of times, you know, they put an egg wash on the bun, or they don't have vegan cheese for you. So it's like, it'd be really annoying to eat out. I haven't gone full vegan yet, so I haven't had to deal with it too much. But
you're like the closest to what I always wondered. Okay. Were you? I assume your parents may have been vegetarian then. Is that so?
Nope. I don't even remember the thing. I'm pretty sure when I was young, I just did not like most meat, and I kind of wanted an excuse not to eat it when my mom made me eat it. So I was like, I'm going vegetarian. My mom said she thought it would be just a phase, and I would age out of it because I was fucking 6 years old. I did not do that. I did not age out.
I love that your mom went with that. My mom would have been like, this is what you're eating. So that's... Sorry, Mike. Go ahead. I'm very fascinated by this.
Oh, no, I was not going to say nothing. But anyway, I'll say something real quick. I mean, my mom, she went completely vegan. My mom doesn't eat no meat. And she's very complex when every time she's like, hey, Tito, I'm hungry. Order me some food. Because, I mean, she lives in Long Island. I live in the city. And so she's like, okay, I order, and then, she gets pissy. Because there has to be a certain type of food that she eats. She doesn't eat no
also,
shrimp, no fish. Like, in other words...
Do I see a difference in killing an animal for fun and killing to eat? I mean, killing an animal for fun is probably worse, just because there is less utility gained on your side, but I would probably hold both are immoral in the majority of circumstances.
Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think I could never be vegetarian because I just never get full enough. So vegan, I don't... What do you find I don't know, do you find anything that is a good protein for you, non-fun? That's always what I find as vegetarian was difficult.
I mean, by now, fake meat has come quite a long way. So, like, there is, I eat this, like, fake chicken a lot that, I haven't had real chicken in a long time, but I'm told it is very close to how real chicken tastes, and it has a lot of protein in it.
I tasted it, and it tastes bad.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, I like...
Oh, God. It was... I thought
fake cheese is...
No.
Yeah.
What am I putting into my body? Am I gonna die? It just felt really off.
Yeah.
I tried an Impossible Burger once, and I do not like non-well done burgers. So to me, I'm like, the fake blood just turns... Ugh, I could not eat it, even though I know it's not real. But I think it's strange that they want to market it to, like, meat eaters.
Yeah, I mean...
Would that also turn your stomach non-fun as a vegan? Like, if you saw, like, a bloody burger?
Yeah, I don't really like the Impossible Burgers. Like, I prefer just, like, a black bean burger that's not really trying to pretend to be meat.
I love a black bean.
Than to, like, a fake meat burger, but...
Yes. Okay, there we go. Question then. Do you think that there should be so much like the goal of getting lab-grown meat? Do you think that should even be like an effort that we try to achieve? Because I kind of
No, I
agree.
mean-
Like, why do we want to make non-meat meat? I don't know.
I think we should. Well, I think like the unethical part about eating meat is it's not like putting the meat in your mouth, right? That's weird to say, but it's the fact that doing so requires like killing sentient beings, and often even when they're not being killed, they're kept in like horrible conditions and artificially inseminated, so they produce milk for longer and separated from their young and blah 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 blah, blah all the horrible vegan rants I can go on. But so like lab grown meat, I think if a lot of people like meat, I understand why they like meat. I'm not going to tell them to not like meat. And it makes sense to try to have, lab grown meat that doesn't require the same, potentially unethical practices, rather than real meat.
Hmm.
And I actually
There was this
think
farmer who,
this is probably one of the strongest arguments just for being vegan is that under the vegan worldview, it is like pretty immoral to eat meat and pretty immoral to like support like factory farming and all these things. But under the non-vegan worldview, it's not really immoral to be vegan, right? So, even if we're only 10% confident that the vegan worldview is correct and animals should be treated with, higher value than they are currently, because there's no like, because it's not immoral to be vegan under the non-vegan worldview, there's a strong argument for just being vegan and just supporting veganism. Because if you're wrong, there's not a huge consequence in moral terms. Obviously, you can't eat meat, but morally.
let me ask you a question. You said, you just mentioned a little earlier that the cows are really they were taking off their mom. They're not like feeding them. They're not being treated very well. They're not being taken care of. There was a farmer actually. They were having a debate with someone that is a vegan and how these animals are suffering and all that. And he
My hair
was
is messed
debating
up.
about like he actually takes care of his cows and he treats them very well and all that stuff. Do you still believe that that's just false?
I don't know who Ben
That's not-
Norden even is.
That's not true. You don't think that these animals are being taken care of?
I think
You don't think that
in the majority of
quality
cases,
is not nutritional? Because I personally, I could be mistaken. But I think that in order for the steak to come out great and good, I think they're given nutrition. I could be mistaken.
they're given nutrition, but like the way cows are given nutrition is, they're kept in like small areas, and there's kind of just a trough that has a bunch of like leftover shit in it that they eat, right? Certainly there are more ethical ways to treat animals than others, and some farms do better than others. I think in the majority of meat in the U.S., from my understanding, is not what basically anyone would consider like ethically sourced. But like even the meat that is, I just think that animals have sufficient moral value to not be killed solely for food. The same way that like any human has moral value to not the same way, because I think animals are less valuable. Obviously, if I had to choose between a human and an animal, I would choose the fucking human. But I just don't think it's right to kill them just so your tummy feels yummy, right? The same way I would say it's not okay to kill a human just so your tummy feels yummy if you give them a good life first.
I will to add to Mike, my vegan friend when he was vegan. We lived near a bunch of Amish, very rural area. He actually would eat meat from if he knew that the animal didn't suffer when it died. He would eat whatever, eggs, whatever came.
Yeah,
and
well,
another thing he would do actually was he would eat leftovers that would be thrown away otherwise. If it was otherwise food waste, he would eat it. So, for example, even though people love to make fun of me for it, I dated this guy, so I took him to a fancy place once for a meeting that I had, and he went around grabbing everybody's plates that they left behind because he was going to eat all that food because he didn't want it to be food waste. So
I remember you mentioned that, Monty. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah,
You mentioned something about that. You were dating
Well, yeah,
someone.
so that-
But anyway, go ahead.
But yeah, curious what non-con thinks about that. If he has any.
Yeah,
thoughts.
I mean, again, there's got to be a better way to say this. Veganism is not the position that it's wrong to put meat in your mouth. It's just that it's just a position that like animals have some moral value, or ought to be treated.
His comment on the idea that one can.
Well, and
while
that's what I'm.
consume
Yeah.
meat if there's a standard being met that the animal did not suffer. What is that standard? How can you verify it? In this case, this person spoke directly with the Amish farmers. These were rural farmers, farm to table type of situations who have been doing this for generations and know how to ethically, in their worldview, put down an animal in order to consume it. Would that be okay in this vegan framework in which this one vegan said it was? Curious
Yeah.
from your point of view of another vegan.
So not all vegans are going to agree, but I would say that killing an animal just to eat it, even if you give it a good life and you try to kill it ethically, is not morally permissible. But there are like I think like eating the food waste or whatever, I would still consider that like vegan, because you're not really. I mean, that animal's already been killed. It would have. That food's just going to go to waste otherwise. There are ways to ethically consume meat. Like, PETA has a funny thing on their homepage about, like, eating roadkill, that it is vegan to eat roadkill. But I would not say... I would not say it is vegan to, like, eat any animal who's been killed for the purpose of eating. But vegans might disagree on that. Vegans disagree on a lot. Vegans can't agree on anything.
Yes, and I did not assume that vegans all think the same. That's why I said curious to know what your thoughts are on that.
Edward, any thoughts? Oh, sorry, Monty.
Say again.
You strike me as a steak eater, and nothing wrong with that. You know what? I'm
Mike,
I love
Argentina and Uruguayans, bro. We eat steak
Oh,
every
yeah.
day.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Oh
That's
yeah.
her food. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, I know as an animal lover, here I am, and I might be a hypocrite, but I love steaks. I think New York steak is one of the best. I always say that. I always defend New York on that. Like New York steak, my goodness, it's just. I was in Spain, and even Spain, I didn't think it was. I was like, nah.
Really?
New York
Not like
steak.
a Wagyu cut. You wouldn't think a Wagyu is better than a New York steak.
And well, you know what? Yeah, you're right. Actually, Wagyu it's actually
Legit Wagyu,
tastier.
which I've never had.
But I still think that they go hand in hand in combat. Like they're just. I think it's just like basically like I think it's like a hardcore battle between New York City and like Japan when it comes to Wagyu. I still think that New York City still kind of stands.
Actually, I don't know if you know this, Mike. I think that I may be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that New York and Japan are sister cities. So they're the official sister city of each other. Like usually American cities will have like a sister city.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I mean,
some are very random, but New York, Tokyo feels like a good
I
combination.
was gonna say, I think she meant
But I
Tokyo.
will say, I'm not vegan, but I do not eat red meat. I try not to.
God, by the way, I'm so angry at Pentuple. Pentuple is spazzing out. I can't believe this guy would ask if the president could nuke Chicago. This guy said he was going to take the debate seriously, but then he said, but then he asked a mean question: can the president nuke Chicago? I haven't watched the debate, so maybe it was stupid that he said that. But from what I've seen of the debate, it seems like this is a bullet Pentuple would have to bite. If the argument, because the argument that he gave, which is the argument the Supreme Court gave, or at least one of them, is that because Congress can't legislate away the president's core constitutional authority, Congress also can't make anything illegal within the president's core constitutional authority. And it seems like, maybe I knew, maybe it's an argument I don't know, it seems like that would necessarily entail that anything within the president's core constitutional authority would not be like against the if he did something like nuking Chicago, which is arguably within his core constitutional authority, that could not be criminalized. I think he even mentions this. I don't actually know for sure. Or no, I'm not thinking. I'm thinking of Renfield's notes. Is he still here? Shout out Renfield. There's other examples you can give with like a pardon, like taking a bribe for a pardon. If you could criminalize that, if you could charge the president for that at all, or if you, or like if the president orders the National Guard to do things, or if probably depends on the context, but is that even a worthwhile thought exercise? I mean, I'm trying to explain why it could be. I don't know. It's entirely, I haven't watched the full debate, so it's entirely possible he brought it up and it was a incredibly retarded point. I don't know. But it seems like if your position is that Congress, is that anything within the core authority of the U.S. president is absolutely criminally immune, you would have to bite the bullet that given that ordering the military to nuke Chicago is within the core constitutional authority of the president, that would be not a criminal action. You could not charge the president for that. But I don't know. He might dispute that is within the president's core constitutional authority. Maybe he could dispute that, but National Guard hypothetical argues that under this decision, it would be within presidential authority to request Secret Service to assassinate a political opponent on the grounds that they're a threat to national security. This would theoretically be allowed because president's communications with the Secret Service is official, and prosecution would likely impede on the power and function of the executive branch. There are too many checks within the executive branch to make it feasible, relies on potential interpretation of presumptive immunity. I don't even think you have to go to the presumptive immunity, because there's two different buckets, right? There's the presumptive immunity for all official acts and absolute criminal immunity for any core constitutional action. I think one of the things that the Supreme Court said was absolutely criminally immune was the Trump ordering his DOJ to send out that letter that Jeffrey Rosen was going to send saying there was election fraud, right? My understanding is the Supreme Court said that was within the president's core constitutional authority, and therefore not only can it not be charged for that can't even be that can't even be brought up as evidence in a case, right? So even if there are other actions that Trump did that were illegal when it came to trying to overturn the 2020 election, you can't use that as evidence to build the case, right? And I think that there's something else there with the pardon. Like if the president took a bribe to give a pardon out, you could look at, I think even one of the conservative justices dissented in part mentioning this. You could say that the president took a bribe in court, but then you couldn't say what he took the bribe for. Like you couldn't have as evidence like the purpose of the bribe was for the pardon, because the pardon is the core constitutional authority, and there are issues you could run in there. But I don't know. I don't know if it's an entirely I don't know if it's that stupid to say, if you are literally saying anything within the president's core authority is absolutely criminally immune, to say, well, hypothetically, this is something within the president's core authority, presumably. I don't know, maybe Pentuple disputed that. Would or would this not be absolutely criminally immune? Because that seems like it would necessarily follow any action given, or any action within the president's core constitutional authority is absolutely criminally immune. This is an action within the president's core constitutional authority. Therefore, it's absolutely criminally immune. Like, do we want... and then it's just like, that's just a tough bullet to bite. That's just would imply legitimacy for the he might bring that up. I don't know if Pentuple brings that up or if he just doesn't engage in writes it off completely. But yeah, you can dispute whether that's in the core constitutional authority. I'm not a constitutional lawyer. It would intuitively seem like, you're right, Coolio fan, there would be a test for that. Would be like a test of like legitimacy for the region. But also there are again issues with, could you even investigate that to begin with? Because if any communications are presumptively immune, and and you have to prove that investigating it would not pose any threat to the vigorous functioning of the executive, then could you even actually effectively prosecute for that? Might be an issue there, but I don't know. I'll watch the debate later. But
I think it's just sneaking your own food in the theater.
Yeah. I mean,
If you can.
I like going to the Alamo Draft House, so I just buy myself a nice little mealy meal.
I've not been there yet.
Oh, really? They're very nice. You eat your own waiter.
wait, also, Grand Size Enjoyer. It doesn't matter what his generals offer him. He's the commander-in-chief. He can override them, right? It's within his core constitutional authority. Ignoring the legitimate reason test, but like where it's within his authority to override his generals. It doesn't really matter. Like the hypothetical is like, what if the president is just evil and wants to do this? Which maybe I don't know, but I'd have to read shit on it, or talk to Pisco. Okay, maybe I'll send him a DM eventually.
But very comfortable chairs. Good ambiance. I think Edward is leaving.
Edward, are you there?
I was just relieved, and now I'm gonna get an Uber because it's like fucking 15 degrees outside.
Oh yeah, it's really cold.
What does that mean? Ooh, you were just relieved. Ooh.
Relieved of his duty. You're relieved of your duty, sir. Like, you know, that kind of thing.
Ooh, duty.
Exactly.
Ooh.
Okay.
And the soup is already sleeping. He's
Dude,
going.
Hormax, thank God I'm not Hormaxer's live. And there's this lady who constantly, it's like remember when we saw him
I need to pee.
fighting with the Power Ranger? It's like that, but it's another character that gets him all riled up. It's a woman.
I'll be back in a
who lives
sec.
in Arizona. So she's been fucking with him, I think, the past hour.
Dally has any involvement in what weapons military uses to achieve its goals? I don't know
No,
if that's relevant. I think you could... I don't know what you mean. My understanding is that, especially with nukes, that's the president's decision, right? That's the... In fact, I don't know if anyone other than the president or acting president is capable of giving the orders to launch nukes. I think that's a pretty like core presidential thing. I don't think... I think presuming it is constitution, because I mean you have the right to obey an unconstitutional order. So like realistically, if the president said nuke Chicago, a general would say, hey, that's not constitutional, buddy. I'm not going to do that. But I think that is technically within the president's authority to order. Again, ignoring the presupposing the legitimate like ruling thing, but I would have to read a paper on that. I wonder if Pisco ever responded to Prancess DMs.
You jerks get fired up when I come on stream and shoot a few bucks. Just get their chair cushy.
Hold on, I want to see what's going on.
He's just, oh god, he's something else.
Prancess, did Pisco ever respond to your DMs? Is he even here? You said you were going to reach out to him, I think, for debate panels.
Sorry, who?
Pisco.
I did not reach out. I kind of like got a vibe that he might say no, but well, at least not the after hour show. If I do something,
Well, I know, yeah.
He might say yes.
Because I remember watching the stream where you asked, and you were like, "Hey, can I reach out?" I remember the way he said it. Yeah. You can reach out.
Yeah, I read that. I'm flying like I'll probably no, but maybe if I well, I think we just had like some major beef with Rob Moore. But if I get him with like some guests and like a panel, he might be down.
Italian Simpson arrived.
I don't reach out to
Pisco's
Andrew Wilson,
been-
but he's ignoring me.
Andrew Wilson?
Yeah, I think he'd be good to have either on the after our show or
Ooh.
debate.
Oh, are you gonna put up debates then, Prod? Are you gonna be a moderator?
He's easily to talk to, Pronctus. That's the one thing I noticed
Well,
about
I
him.
DM'd him on X. So far he's ignored me. And,
Oh, really?
I name dropped Raging Tomato. I did see they're all at debate con. I saw like Greg One's there, Sarah, Andrew Wilson, a bunch of other people.
Yeah. It was here in Newark, New Jersey. Well, I
Like,
say
damn,
here,
should've
but I
gone.
mean,
But
I love that there's a debate con.
yeah, I
Where
was
did
gonna
you
go
go?
to it.
Huh?
Why did you guys go?
Well,
I kind of asked
they're
Darius, but
far
I thought
away.
it'd be like non-10. But also, I'm planning to travel really soon, so I don't really have the funds or the time.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
I'm
I'm
going just for the,
like-
like mostly for networking.
the closest is me to Edward, or actually Edward. Oh no, I'm not actually close to Newark, but I was gonna go to it. It was like what, $78, or and then if you wanted to have like a VIP and a dinner and all that shit, it's like $178. I was gonna do it, but then I don't have a car right now because my car's being fixed. I was involved in, I got rear-ended, and it's still being fixed. Shit, and I didn't want to rent a car. I don't want to go through that shit. But just for 2 days. It's like the 15th.
Debate
and-
con.
Pisco was there too.
I love learning the different conventions. There's a convention for everything, and I love that. There's a convention of Ryan's.
It's probably multiple. I think it's connected to Modern Day Debates, that YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Convention, or they're connected to it at least.
Wasn't you and Ghosty were debating already, Andrew?
Yep, we did in the past.
And then,
Raging Tomato.
yeah.
Recently?
That was like before the election.
Was the Raging Tomato who arranged that?
Yeah, she reached out to me. And then I
Yeah.
reached out to Ghosty.
So then, do you plan on? Is there a debate that you're doing next? Then, Prod?
Well, the thing I want to do that, but I'm probably okay. Secret. I think I'm going to Japan on Monday.
Okay.
Oh, nice. Are you
I don't
not
have
sure yet?
any debate shit right now.
So you're not sure yet, right? Correct.
That's like 99% sure.
Oh, okay. So it's really, that means it's certain that you're going to.
I'm definitely going, but yeah.
Very cool.
Oh, nice. Oh, wow. That must be exciting. You know?
Yeah,
so
it'll be fun.
it's like, what is it, 13,
That's why I got
14
all
hour
the
flight?
videos I showed earlier.
Two-dimensional.
It's cold there.
Is it? Yeah, it's cold.
He's
Yeah.
gonna find a waifu.
I don't know about that.
He could easily find a girlfriend over there.
Well, you don't need a girlfriend. They have like love hotels, don't they? So
They do, yeah.
Oh, they do, yeah.
Are you gonna go to a maid cafe?
dude, hell yeah, you gotta.
Yeah.
There's
Try
something,
everything.
what kind of content do you guys want to see?
I think that
Try
would be so cool. I don't
everything
think they let you film in there
possible.
though, but it would be so cool to see. I would love to know. I don't think they let you film in them.
Do you know right now, like a lot of Japanese people hate streamers because there's a bunch of streamers there.
Really? Those maid cafe girls, they won't let you even take photos of them. They like get really upset if you point a camera their way. They have like signs in English that are like, please, you know. So maybe I wonder if that's related. I don't know.
Like the other day, like some streamer got attacked by a guy with a bottle.
God.
Japan?
Yep.
Japanese are actually
probably
pretty xenophobic. I mean, as most other people in other
Well, the
countries are.
problem
They don't really like.
Have you heard of Johnny Somali?
No.
He's like sub
Don't
streamer.
think
He like basically trolled all Japan. Like he did a bunch of real shit. He got banned from Japan.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, I heard of
Um,
that. Yeah, that guy. Yeah, and he went to South Korea too, and he got banned in
it's
South
the same
Korea.
thing.
Yeah.
But a couple bad actors are giving like streamers awful names to Japan, and
Oh.
Japan's kind of like hating everyone.
Oh, that's what it is. Yeah. I personally, I think it's fucked up. To me, if you if you go to other countries, then you should be respectful to the culture. You know what I mean? I don't. Yeah.
It's kind of complicated. Also, like Johnny Somali's gonna make these videos where a lawyer would do this, where Johnny Somali's like trying to. Okay, basically, Johnny Somali got axed out from the outside sphere. Someone who I think we're gonna meet up in Japan, and he's purposely making videos on his YouTube channel trying to tie him to ICE Poseidon, in the goal to get the authorities to like fuck with ICE.
It's like a whole.
No, I didn't cruise her.
That's insane.
Wow.
Yeah, like he's trying to associate himself with ICE Poseidon because he's banned, so that the police there fuck with ICE because he doesn't like ICE anymore. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Drama.
Funny.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you guys disagree, but if you're gonna go to Japan and kind of, really be disrespectful to the culture, I don't think. I don't.
Who would disagree with that?
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
Do you oppose promoting birth control measures to high birth rate in impoverished countries?
Some people don't give a
Intuitively, it feels bad. Maybe there's some justification for it somewhere. If your issue with child labor is so non-existent, then you must obviously be against contraceptive measures to help financial security of those people. I am not. I am 100%
I
pro-abortion.
have to take a photo of some. I've never seen these like people in.
Hold on, sorry. If your issue with child labor is so non-existent, I mean, I have it. Okay, I meme about like being quote unquote pro child labor or whatever, saying sweatshops are based. I don't actually think sweatshops are based, guys. Believe it or not, I don't actually think sweatshops are based. I just think the best way to get away from sweatshops is free trade, basically. Or the best way to get away from poverty is free trade. Sweatshops provide an alternative to worse poverty, right? That's like the position there. We must obviously be against contraceptive measures to help financial security of people. I don't know why you would say I'm against just because I don't necessarily think child labor is always bad or whatever, in the long run at least. It's an intrinsic bad instrumental good. I don't see why that necessarily entails me being against contraceptive measures. If families don't want to get pregnant, I am in favor of sending all the condoms to Gaza. Okay, sending all the USAID condoms to Gaza. To follow your logic, I don't think it entails that. But I mean, a big reason birth rates tend to fall as countries get rich is because they don't need fucking children to work in the farms anymore. Like, it's a productivity issue again. I really do not think my logic entails that. I don't think there's any contradiction in saying that free trade is utility maximizing and that contraceptives are also utility maximizing. I don't think those entail a contradiction.
What I'm doing is I'm trying to organize everything here. I'm trying to.
Do you crave? What do you crave in your new potential destination? If anything different from New York or similar?
So, truly, if I was planning on moving to Barcelona, or it could be Barcelona, or somewhere in Asia.
Ooh, very nice. Very different.
Where I pay a lot less. Yeah, pay way less, and I'm more of a tropical person, so it's gonna be like somewhere by the.
What's wrong with Barcelona, man?
So nice, dude.
Yeah, and people just they wake up. There's no such thing as perfect place, but like in most of these places, people say good morning, and you're more excited. So when I was in Monaco was one of the prime places that it's just unfortunate it's too expensive. But everyone, the king and queen comes out, they all like everybody's just having a good time. Eating out.
How
It's just
long
one
is
of
it,
those places
Cruiser?
where everybody
I might watch it on stream if it's not
fucking
super long, but
having a great time. And it's just like, it's not a bold place. It's you see everybody kind of. It's just not a. It's like you could meet people from all shapes and forms. It doesn't matter, you know. That's my kind of place, like where you could actually meet people. You know, no one gives a shit like who you are. It's just as long as you're having a good time and you know what I mean. Like it's just that kind of place. That's just my thing.
I love that. Do you find in New York, because you're born and raised in New York, right?
Yeah.
Do you find in New York that it's easy to meet people?
At a certain point in time, maybe, but I mean, you could meet people. Yes, you can. But it's not the kind of place, unfortunately. It's not really the kind of place where you could, especially after COVID. A lot of people left New York City, and it's not the kind of place where you could like find yourself. I don't know if that makes sense.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it's not. If you were trying to find yourself, oh fuck, you're in the wrong place. It's more kind of like FU attitude. Like, not saying necessarily that people. There's a lot of great things that comes with that, but then at the same time, it's just example, right? I like the fact that you could actually go to a restaurant, or you could, or you.
wouldn't producing a majority of products locally at a state level drastically reduce pollution? No.
Everything was moving fast.
Shit, no. There's a good video about this from Brit Monkey. No, trucks are I love this video. Made in what the hell?
What happened there?
So I was just changing channels.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. I'm like, I hope it didn't bore anyone.
So I'm just really tired.
Really
I
bored,
slept like 3 hours last night.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah, process. Go to sleep, process. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. I am going to also
Cargo freight.
For some
it
reason,
was
my kick stream has
like
like 100 viewers, so like, I want to keep it going. That's probably bots.
Efficient in the industry in this thing.
Hopefully they're all real.
I need 100 average something to get verified or whatever.
Can it tell if they're bots?
I don't think they care.
Type W in a chat if you're not a bot, guys.
Yeah, guys,
Welcome back, Gilbert, son.
W. If you're not a bot.
I'm probably gonna go and.
I'm not seeing many W. There's W's in my chat. I'm not seeing many W's in your chat, Prawn. I'm not gonna lie.
You're not wrong, but hey, I don't care.
Not fun. Are you?
That's valid. That's valid.
As well, then I think.
Yeah. Well, sure.
I think. Are you on YouTube or Kick?
I'm on everything, man. I'm on YouTube. I'm on Kick. I'm on Twitch. I'm on
Oh, okay.
I'm on fucking Rumble.
Find you then. What? Really?
I'm on Rumble. I'm on Trovo. I have a DLive account. I'm not streaming on DLive because.
All the obscure sites.
Are you live? You're live on Trovo right now, also.
Yeah, I am live on fucking Trovo.live, bro. Don't you worry. Probably none.
My favorite random stream site that randomly found was Hormax, who found Goyim TV.
What even is
Dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I don't have any viewers on Trovo.
Oh wow! I didn't even know you were being serious about that.
What do you use the most?
So then, I assume you're a debater.
I use Restream. I am a bit of a debater sometimes.
Account to have all those sources.
I do, yeah. Well, I mean, I want to stream to YouTube, Twitch, Kick, and Twitter. at 1080p, so I have to buy the pro account anyway, and I have 4 extra slots, so it's like, well, I guess I'll stream the Rumble and.
Do you know how to stream to YouTube in 1440p but 1080p on the other sources? I've been trying to figure that out.
No, I don't bother with 1440p, but my computer probably couldn't handle that. But
I was thinking it might be like better for edited content. You can zoom in a little bit more.
oh, that is true.
Oh, the technicalities that go behind being a streamer. I don't know how you guys manage that.
What the pros, what they do is like they just have, it's like a way in OBS to like just record whenever you're streaming. Like you can record it in your face cam and like your desktop separately. And they send that to the editor, but it takes a lot of hard space. Or a lot of
Yeah.
space.
Also a beefy computer, but
Yeah. Or like two PCs.
which is why, we need some exclamation point TTS in the chat to get the donate link. Can we get some subs in here? Let's get some Kick subs, some Twitch subs. Let's get some YouTube members, some super chats, some bits, some Trovo elixir, some chickens, and some Trovo chickens, please.
God, all this hilarious. That is weird. I love that. I love that.
Most Russian scam thing I ever heard.
No,
It's
the
a
most
legitimate
Black Mirror
site.
thing I've ever heard.
Dude, I banned a lot of these people on Trovo, but Trovo has... I don't know how Trovo is a profitable site, because it is 90% bots. The people watching streams on Trovo comment the same copied and pasted, like, 3 sentences, and they all refer to you as the streamer. So they just say, the streamer is really entertaining. The streamer, I'm so hyped for what the streamer is doing next. And I'm like, it's so dumb.
It's not even good. It's not even good bots.
Yeah, well, they are nice at least. They're not like the Twitch bots and Kick bots that like promote viewership scams. They're just supportive.
If that were my chat, I would read it as the streamer is not the streamer. You know what I mean? That's how I would.
Oh yeah.
The streamer, but. Well, I'm gonna go see what Hormaxer is going on about. But I hope you guys have a good evening.
Don't get assaulted.
The what? Oh,
Don't
get assaulted. No, I just want to.
See you later.
Yeah. Have a good evening. Bye.
Can I get myself
You're
a...
friends with Destiny, right? On Discord.
As of last night.
The hello, I am responding to your friend request. That's automated, right?
Well, he sends that to everyone basically. Yeah. The thing he sent me was, "Hi, who is this? What's up?" Because I'm special, but yeah.
Well, he asks who you are. He knows who I am. That's clear.
Wow. Damn.
I'm just joking.
Hold on, wait. I can give myself something in Trovo because I still have some leftover. Fucking stupid shit. Oh wait, do I can hold on, let me cast a heart. Hell yeah.
Pay for besides bot tricks with elixirs?
I don't think
Maybe
so.
like skins for games.
I don't think so, man. I don't know. Trovo is
Is it, I can't transfer it to like Raid Shadow Legend credits or something.
I mean Trovo might have a partnership with some mobile games. Honestly, most of the streamers on Trovo are like Russian people and Arabic people playing mobile games, so Trovo has a lot of weird stuff in it. I really don't know. I really don't know what a lot of it means. Because nobody watches on Trovo, so I haven't bothered to figure out.
Well, if you're Russian, do you have to make money? Can't like the government just pay for it? The state.
That's true.
be right back, guys. If you're still on, if not, then have a good night. Ron.
Night, Mike.
And Ron. Nice to meet you.
I'm just picturing like a Russian PowerPoint where like our numbers are amazing. Like they're comparing their numbers to Twitch using all like the bot numbers.
It's apparently pretty easy to bot
Great success.
on Twitch. I think you have to pay for it, but there's literally just like some Chrome extension that'll bot you to like 100 viewers if you want it.
Not surprised.
Yeah.
I've heard like a lot of top people on Twitch also view bot a shit ton.
Yeah, I haven't view botted myself, but I have one of my original streamer kind of buddies was like, oh yeah, it's not that hard to view bot. Here, check this out, and pushed me that. I think actually it's still my peak is when he view botted me, and it was only to like 20 viewers, but I still
I heard like there's basically not, besides morally, there's not many bad reasons to view bot. Unfortunately, there's a lot of positive reasons.
yeah. I kind of view bot on YouTube. I have YouTube playing on my old phones whenever I.
YouTube's one of the few things I think you should not view bot on, because I think it actually fucks up your long-term success.
Well, I mean, it's just my. I mean, it's just give me free watch time. Like it's
That's not a big deal.
yeah. I don't really need to anymore, but I did that when I was when I was trying to get to 4,000 watch hours, because like if I have my two old phones watching, then it's like an hour I stream is 2 hours of watch time. So it's like I only need to stream 2,000 hours.
I mean, less for live streams. Like,
Yeah.
I think like Grid One allegedly they bought a bunch of views for like some of the videos, and I think it hurt his channel.
Yeah. I need to fucking edit my videos, man. I haven't done it in like 8 days because I've been playing Minecraft.
Okay, but before you do your video, do the after.
Obviously. As long as I get paid in raids with 100 bot viewers. Honestly, Darius not beating the viewbotter allegations. I mean, if I guess he didn't. He rated me, not you. But clearly, Darius's bots got to you somehow. Not sure, but
Maybe it's just like a nice community member. What's so
Maybe.
sus is that I know I'm trying to get verified, and you need 100 viewers, and I just happen to have like just over 100 constantly. Just happens to be hovering right over the 100 mark. Very convenient. Like they know I want to get verified.
yeah, it's actually exactly 100 right now. One of them is me though, so if I close it, you know, you're fucked. You're fucked. Yep.
Actually, I think it's a 75 average, so that'll be fine.
Damn.
The only thing I need to get verified is
Boss was killed by a Ukrainian drone. That's what happened to Boss.
I still prefer YouTube as my main platform. That's where I consume all my content.
Yeah. I think YouTube, well, not counting the viewers that I got from Darius' raid, although I love you guys very much, YouTube is usually my highest viewed, so. Plus the static, just videos you upload on YouTube do a lot better than my fucking, Twitch streams, so.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. There's no... It's like a fancy word for, being on a find your stream. There's, none of that.
Oh yeah, the exposure, or there's another word, discoverability.
Discoverability or something.
Yeah.
You gotta get that new algorithm.
You know, Rumble's where the real viewers are at. I wonder how many I have in a Rumble right now. Probably one. There was for whatever reason, there was a time where I used to get 9 to 13 viewers in a Rumble, and I don't know if they were on. I don't know if they were real or not. They would chat sometimes, but not that often. But I'm at 1 right now, which is me. So. I made like $4 in a Rumble, though.
Alright. Oh, nice. You mean like over the entire course of your career?
Yep.
Based.
Incredible.
But I'm so tired. I'm gonna hit the hay. I can't even say hey. Just fuck that up. So, good night, non-fun.
Good night. You better send me your 100 bot viewers.
Yeah, I guess I can raid you. I'll do that for now. I kind of forget to host and like fucking raid because I'm used to not having many views. So I'm like, oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I should send people to people. I forget to do that. But I'm gonna disconnect and I'm gonna go do that later.
All right. I appreciate it. Yep. Thanks.
For sure.
I say produce and deliver in your area by train. Hyperloop. Hyperloop is not feasible right now. I actually don't know. I think the Hyperloop is gonna pollute. Okay, from my understanding, the Hyperloop would require a ton of energy to suck all the air out all the time to maintain a vacuum in the thing. So if that energy was generated via like wind farms, it might not be very whatchamacallit. It might not be very polluted, but if you're, hey, Process with the raid, hell yeah, W's in the chat if you're not a bot. I think the Hyperloop would be, I think the Hyperloop just takes a lot of energy to maintain the vacuum. So if we were getting that energy through clean sources, it'd be clean, but if we were not, which I think is more likely right now, it would pollute probably more than trains and shit. Robust? What? Not 100% convinced that they do not correctly factor in the pollution for the wind farms. Or 100% convinced that they do not correctly. What do you mean by correctly factor it in?
Space, and we wouldn't be in this predicament that we now are in with a country like China. Not to mention other countries. I mean, look at
Thank
what Russia's now
you,
unable
Geozak, for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream, buddy.
to do because of the fact that they have the financial prowess that they have.
I'm just using wind farms as an example of clean energy, but
amount of oil, natural gas that they've been selling to Europe, etc., through trade. So,
Dude,
what is your response to that?
Wind farms kill like way less birds. First of all, fucking like the pollution from coal kills more birds than wind farms do. Okay, the fucking cats kill. It's like literally 1,000,000 times more birds than fucking wind farms. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Why not a metro as opposed to a Hyperloop? I mean, look, I'm all for the metro. I don't know. I don't think the Hyperloop is. I don't think a Hyperloop is feasible with our current technology. That's why it has not worked out. That's why the company working on it went fucking bankrupt. The Virgin Hyperloop or whatever. They stopped it. They stopped doing that. I was just pointing out that I don't think a Hyperloop is necessarily going to pollute less just because it's so energy intensive to keep the vacuum, which is my understanding. I don't know for sure though. You say coal kills birds. Hello, the windmill is made with coal in China. Okay, so these brilliant. Okay, so if we need energy, there are different ways to get energy. The position is that yes, obviously the windmill is made with fucking coal from China. Whatever the fuck. Okay, doesn't matter. Guess what though? Once the windmill's working, it does not take coal to produce energy. It works without burning coal. It's clean energy. Over time, that offsets the initial coal used to produce it. And guess what? A bunch of smart scientists that are way smarter than you, way smarter than me, have done research on this, have made estimates for this, and estimate that usually it's literally under a year for it to offset the coal it would use to manufacture it. Other studies have it at like 2 years, but basically Almost no study puts it at 20 years, which is to operate at. In fact, I don't know if there are any. There might be some. But basically, everyone agrees that eventually, over the lifespan of the windmill, it'll offset the amount of energy used to produce it in the first place. I'm saying, much like all their science, it's likely bullshit. Okay, good to know.
Yeah, I think the national security argument against free trade is one of the ones that has a grain of legitimacy, but often kind of serves as a bit of a Trojan horse. So I don't think you can see it.
True. Thank you. Yes. Oh my God. Jesus. No one defending high tariffs actually cares about the national security argument, because again, they don't deal in the world of facts. Okay, they're stupid and dumb and stupid. And national security is not a justification for 25% tariffs on everything. It's a justification for tariffs on certain strategic industries.
Friedman books, both of them will acknowledge in their chapters, to esteemed free market economists, that there are very narrow, legitimate exceptions where politically restrictions on trade are justified. There's not really any such thing as an economic argument against free trade, at least not a valid one.
Do you not think the issue is not too bad? There's nothing I could show you to convince you otherwise, because the estimates from people who say, hey, the 1,000 tons of concrete in a windmill base eventually is offset by the energy that it produces over time. You're not going to accept any of that, because you literally just believe it's all fake. So you can say these numbers, but we have estimates from people way smarter than both of us that say, hey, even accounting for these things, windmills eventually offset the carbon, the carbon cost of producing them. You just think that all that's fake. So you're just saying meaningless numbers without any regard for. You're not actually seriously engaging with anything when you just say, oh, finally, I got a fucking minute to go. When you say, oh, but there's a lot of concrete in a windmill base, because people already account for this. People already do this. You just think they're lying. You just think they're fake. You just think it's all bullshit.
Are narrow political circumstances that justify restrictions on trade. I mean, nobody really argues we should have unrestricted, laissez-faire trade of nuclear technology, right? Nobody really argues that. So there's very narrow instances where you can justify restrictions on trade. The problem is that crack, when you leave that door open a crack, basically people who just don't like trade and who want to push protectionism try to just funnel everything through that. So if you look at all of the tariffs Trump has tried to do, including steel tariffs on Canada, our close ally, or at least our ally until very recently, there's no national security argument that we can't have Canadian steel as a small part of our steel industry because we can rely on them and we aren't overly reliant on them. But that then becomes the excuse they use to shoehorn everything in. Now, that's obviously just one context, but the context you raised is a little bit different, and that's about trading with foreign adversaries who, are hostile to liberal values, to Western society, and I definitely think that gets more complicated. But what I will say is, first and foremost, when we're pushing back, when we're talking about the current
maintenance requires more. Guess what? There's nothing. Not too bad. You realize you are invincibly ignorant here, because there's literally nothing. I could pull up a study or an estimate, a paper that says, hey, we accounted for maintenance, and guess what? It offsets its carbon cost in, 5 months or whatever. You would not care because you think it's bullshit and it's all fake. You have to realize there's literally nothing I could ever show to you if you believe all the science is fake and everything is fake that would convince you otherwise. So shut the fuck up. You don't want to be convinced. You don't care. You don't care about fact. You don't care about reason. You do not logic into this position. There's no way for me to logic you out of it. So shut the fuck up about it. It's not interesting to talk about.
Current pushback to trade, it's not just that. It's not just tariffs on China. It's not just decoupling from Russia, with whom we have a very sanctioned relationship at this point. It's so much more than that. That's kind of where it started.
Show me a study that includes you don't care. I could pull up. I just watched a fucking Climate Town video where he mentioned studies that show that. I don't. You don't care. What do you mean? You said it's all bullshit. You don't even believe in climate change to begin with, do you? So literally, you don't think it's an issue that deserves to be addressed anyways. There's nothing. You're ignorant. There's nothing I could ever show you if you just believe it's all fake. Science is fake, but most scientists lack experience in private industry. Wasn't what you were saying before, but okay.
Campaigned on maybe 10, maybe 20, maybe 25, maybe 30% general tariff. So it is a little bit convenient for advocates of protectionism to sometimes kind of Mott and Bailey, oh, well, we're just concerned about trade with China. And then, well, hang on, you're actually trying to restrict trade with everybody. My number one answer to that is that, for example, we should not be reliant on China for essential things. We can't, because that does give them leverage over us. But the answer to that is not to try to reshore
so true.
Things
That's the position, not too bad. You got it. You understand.
The answer is more free trade agreements.
Climate change
with India,
understander.
with Vietnam, with South
Korea.
True.
This is true as well. If we don't like that we're trading with adversaries, why don't we trade more with our allies? Why are we tariffing our allies? Why don't we sign free trade agreements with India and Vietnam? True. Why are we tariffing South Korean washing machines? Like, that's not a national security thing.
Other places that can produce things, right? It's to expand our options through more trade so that we're not overly reliant. An example you brought up was Russia, right? It is absolutely a problem that the EU was so dependent on Russian energy. But the answer to that is not that they shouldn't buy energy from other countries. It's to diversify their imports. But then I guess I do disagree with the framing of your question slightly. I'm not sure we can say for sure in an alternate history where we don't trade with China, that the CCP isn't still in power today, isn't still the way that it is, or that something worse hasn't emerged. Because simply cutting off rogue regimes from international trade or from the global economy doesn't make them more liberal, doesn't make them more friendly to the West. Look at like an isolated nation like North Korea, totally cut off from the global economy, but that hasn't made them somehow.
And there are like counterexamples either way. But like South Korea went from dictatorship to democracy in the same time it was going from protectionism, kind of protectionism, is nuanced, to a more free trade regime. It seems like Korea liberalized with economic development. Jesus, what am I looking at? Source equals chatgpt.com. Yeah, looks like you did a lot of good, solid, nice research there, buddy. Nice try. Doesn't include the mining of the materials law. OMG, this is... Wait, so by the way, is your position that if it included the mining of the materials in the first place, it would... a windmill would not offset the carbon impact? Ever? Is that, just to be clear, is that your position? Hold on. Utilitysmarts.com. Saying they don't factor... Wait, I don't care. I understand. Yeah, no. So is your position is that if they had factored in the mining of the materials, that it would not have offset the cost of the energy produced from that windmill would never have offset from the carbon? Is that the position? The carbon it used to make it.
Part of any TV.
I'm saying I've never seen a credible source. Can you answer my fucking question? And how is this so impossible for you? Is your position, do you think it is the case? Do you think it, on a balanced evidence, do you think it is that it is true that windmills do not offset the cost of the carbon used to produce them over their lifespan? Is that your position? To be crystal clear, I just want to answer that question. I just want to answer to that question.
A bunch of very smart people have already figured it out, and it's called a life cycle assessment. And the whole point is to account for the actual emissions over the lifetime of a wind turbine or solar panel when you factor in all the installation and maintenance, and they look like this. And if we look real close at this one, not only does a wind turbine offset the carbon footprint of making and installing and eventually disposing of it, but it will offset that carbon footprint in an average of 5.3.
Vary between 1.8 and 22.5 months.
And study after study comes to a similar conclusion. It takes a few months to a couple of years to offset the lifetime carbon footprint, depending on a lot of factors, including the ones that he's so concerned about in the Landman speech. Wind turbines spend the vast majority of their lives producing fully carbon-free energy. So that 20 years thing seems kinda super wrong.
I don't know personally, but if it was more efficient windmills, it could be a bigger part of energy infrastructure without being subsidized. I mean, what do you mean by more efficient? It's more efficient in the sense that you're pricing in a negative externality in a sort of indirect way. or really you're pricing in a positive externality. So obviously, like, I agree with you. Like, you know, it may be. Oh hell yeah! Finally, 3 wither skeletons. It may be like sometimes cheaper to get to not use wind, right? But the issue is, if we think climate change is a real thing and that the planet will probably be a lot worse if we don't start switching to clean energy, then it becomes important to essentially price in the carbon by either taxing carbon and or subsidizing clean energy to, you know, reduce carbon emissions. Like that's the position. And like and pricing in that externality is actually more efficient because it maximizes social welfare more efficiently because the the social cost of pollution is not factored into the market, right? That's the issue.
Come back from the brink or less authoritarian. You could argue we're less reliant on them for sure, but that's also because they're a tiny.
He cited like 5 different studies, bro. I'm sure. Again, it doesn't matter because you're ignorant. Like you're like, I'm sorry, but like you don't like. There's nothing. If you just believe it's all fake, there's nothing I could ever show you to convince you otherwise. Like, what do you mean?
Country with very minimal assets or economic outputs the world relies on. I don't know that there's ever a globalized economy with billions of people in China where they don't have enormous economic weight and leverage. And to be clear, it's not just poverty in China that's been reduced because of trade with China. It's poverty in America. It's living standards.
What the fuck? How is this guy killing me? Okay, well. I don't actually need to be in the overworld, I just remember. What about the social cost of less production and innovation? Well, it's not really a well, I understand what you mean by social. That's better accounted for in the market is what I'm trying to say. That's not typically like what we think of as a social cost economically. But I'm not denying that there are no trade-offs. I just think that the trade-off is probably worth it. What's your definition? Ignorant, wanting non-bullshit science? Well, do you think unless I misunderstood your original position, you said most climate science is bullshit. Is that still your position, or have we amended it? Also, a study is total bullshit, 100% bullshit, because they didn't account for one thing. If they had accounted for the mining of the resources, that study would be not bullshit. Do you think steel comes from a tooth fairy? I don't understand how you are ignorant if you think that is actually what I believe, because I've been so crystal clear this entire time that obviously there's pollution coming from these things. It's just that because the windmill spends the vast majority of its life producing carbon-free energy, it tends to offset the cost of producing it in the first place. It's not a difficult thing to understand. Where the fuck did I put my soul sand? Soul sand. Where's the soul sand? Oh, I need a bow too, don't I? I don't have a good bow. Does transportation costs get factored into this? I doubt it, because I'm sure at least some of them, yes, factor in transportation costs. Yes. But just to be clear, is the position that if they did factor in transportation costs, the offset wouldn't happen? Not at the same distance? I'm sure that's why. I'm so, like, okay. Do you actually think, like, these climate scientists are so ignorant to have never considered that sometimes things need to be transported further than other things, and have totally failed to account for that when doing a life cycle assessment of any particular wind farm? Or is that the position here? Most do factor in transport. Okay, great. I think it's ugly and too intensive and harms birds. It harms birds less than coal. And less than cats. Carbon is a problem, exactly. They leave out mining, and I want to know why. I like there could be a justification for that. It could also just be. I mean, I'm sure actually if you read the paper, they might even give you the justification. But it could be the case that they don't think that they think these resources are going to be mined anyway, and they don't want to include it into the life cycle that has been a windmill because it's not like not producing a windmill is going to have these minerals not mined. They're already mined. That could be their position. They could say like the demand for these minerals made by windmill manufacturing is not significant to affect like the market output of these minerals, right? It could be the case that effectively as many minerals are mined, regardless of whether or not we produce windmills. Where did I put I had fucking soul sand, dude. Oh my god, it might be in the end. Ugh. I guess I can fight the wither in the end.
In America and the West. And when I talk about when I talk with trade restrictionists about decoupling trade with China, Tim Pool did this in our conversation. They're so quick to dismiss it as like cheap bubble gum from Walmart or whatever.
True. Oh my god, this is. By the way, we could have like one or two back and forth in chat about the carbon emission stuff, but it ruins the VOD. It makes editing so much harder if I am constantly arguing with chat. So we're gonna be done with that. But this happens all the time, dude. Just so you want American jobs to go overseas, just so we can get cheap plastic crap, just so we can get cheap plastic shit. What is wrong with you? Like, dog.
And it's such a caricature of affordable standard of living. The fact that every single thing, basically, American families rely on and have been struggling to afford the last few years, in the telling of people like Tim Pool, all because of Joe Biden. In reality, it's more complicated than that, though I certainly think Biden made it worse. Everything would get more expensive. Families can't afford more expensive electronics, clothes, basically everything has some form. Everything is so interconnected in the global supply chain that impoverishing Americans to decouple with these regimes is, to me, ill-advised at this point. It's an open question, Max, whether if we were to redo history, should we have avoided getting this closely entangled with China? Maybe the answer to that is yes, but to me, the answer would have been then to entangle with other people, not to have this kind of protectionist, make everything here, no matter how unaffordable or inefficient it may be. It would have been to closely entangle with India or another nation that's more aligned with our values and our economy and our political system. But now we are where we are, and there is something to be said for having global interconnectedness in the economies, even with adversaries, because to some extent it prevents countries from going to war. Not perfectly. We've seen this with Russia.
Oh, true, as well, yeah. I mean, there's more. There are papers that analyze this too. It seems like free trade does actually lead to more peace. Please ask God. Oh, you mean Grok? No, I'm not gonna. I don't care about what Grok or ChatGPT says, quite frankly.
But for a long time, the theory was that when goods cross borders, soldiers don't. That theory has not proven to be 100% true, but I guess I'd say this. If in a scenario where tomorrow the US and China completely economically extricate from each other, do you think war becomes more or less likely between
Okay, how do I do this shit? Because I'm in the end anyway. How do I do the thing where I can easily kill the wither from under the... I can just trap it under the bedrock. There's a way to do it. I don't remember how. I probably will do it the right way first try, though. Let's just, it's probably something like this. Then we just do this, and that doesn't work. Do I have to do it facing, is it better to break with an axe? Do I have to do it facing this way? I didn't think I had to. Oh, one more down. Oops. Wow. weakness in supply chains or inefficiencies, even before lots of Trump's companies are nearshoring because Chinese market was unreliable. Well, then why would we want to speed that up with tariffs? Like, what's the... Am I just stupid? Is this not how you build the fucking wither? What? Tariffs are terrible? Accurate.
The U.S. and China. I would say it has to be more, because now neither side, leaders on neither side, really want a hot conflict. One, just for the reasons you don't.
Oh,
want
sorry. Wait, I assumed you were adversarial because I thought you were not too bad. My bad. Oh.
Conflict, such as, mutually assured destruction in the case of nuclear escalation, but also because of the massive economic disruption that it would cause for their citizens. If you take away that massive hurdle to a conflict, I think that makes war more likely with our adversaries, not less. So I guess kind of in summation.
Uh-oh. That did not work out. Uh-oh. Okay. So I probably should have made that bow in case it didn't work out, or watch a tutorial on how to make it work, because I'm just fucked. Come down here. You want to come down here. Oh, well. Okay. Start working on that bow.
It's not that there's no legitimate national security argument. It's that the answer to me is usually not less trade, but different trade. And that it's so often exploited as kind of a loophole when they really just don't like trade. I mean, so many of Trump's tariffs that have nothing to do with national security have been formally and legally done in the name of national security because it unlocks executive authority. And that's the problem with loopholes. You leave the door cracked an inch and they kick it wide open.
Oh.
So is your argument that we should
I've seen
have
this before,
trade
yeah,
with our adversaries because it prevents them from wanting to disrupt us or brings them closer to our agenda in some way? And if that's your argument, would you want to then open up trade to countries like North Korea, Cuba, places like that are clearly pretty terrible places?
I think it gets complicated. I think North Korea is a little bit of a unique case. I would say with Cuba, I'm skeptical of the embargo, but that's kind of a whole, has its own deep historical and unique context there as well. I generally think, though, yes, that trading with countries, even adversaries, not becoming dependent on them, and that's the problem. You need to diversify supply chains, but trading with them to some extent, yes, I do think makes hot conflicts less likely, because then the hot conflict entails economic disruption for your citizens, which leaders certainly don't want to cause. Doesn't mean that it prevents it for certain, but I think it does kind of push towards making it less likely. And then two, I think it can foster goodwill. I mean, I think when you have goods flowing between countries, you have culture flowing between countries, and you have things that are made in America that people love, or things that are made in China that people love, and culture starts crossing, and then you have people becoming anime viewers here, and soccer being the fastest growing sport, and all of a sudden you have more in common with those scary people abroad that speak a different language because they watch the NFL too, right? They watch the NBA. I think it's the NBA that plays games in Europe. All of that, I think, lends itself towards less global conflict, not more. But all of it is complicated.
I don't know if I have string.
I would say I'm just deeply skeptical of the idea that severing ties and distancing yourselves from foreign adversaries entirely makes you less likely to cross over into a conflict. I think it may make you more.
No, I wanted to frame it up on culture because he touched on something that I think is the center of what I actually believe is the true argument that these protectionists are trying to make, although they don't often articulate it very well. And in a way, I kind of think their entire argument is, and again, this is me not being a neutral moderator, just prefacing that. It's based in it's actually a conservative impulse. It's based in a fear of change. It's based in a concern, like this hard to describe anxiety around the import of different cultures and different ideas and the people around you changing.
What is this?
Maybe Max can, in good faith, articulate some of the culture arguments here, because I think at the center, this is one of the reasons why I think liberals aren't clicking as much in this moment when we make economic arguments, because actually I think some of the arguments that are being made right now are all centered around just fear and cultural concerns. And Max,
I'll give it a shot. Brad, you mentioned the export of things like the NBA playing in other parts of the world, and that reminds me of the way that I think it was the NBA had to kind of kowtow to the Chinese Communist Party when they were involved in some stuff out there in China. But I want to talk about Hollywood. So I think a lot of people, rightfully so, complain that Hollywood movies have been kind of dumbed down, that they're focused on big explosions.
They went woke. Or actually, movies are less woke because of trade, because they have to censor them for Chinese markets. Like the reason like Disney is never gonna have a fucking gay princess. Although I mean I don't know if they might. I don't care about Disney. They might have had whatever gay shit, or like why Star Wars has like one gay kiss that was easily edited out. It's because they wanted to sell overseas in China. They have to. Okay, Renaissance.
And simple narratives, the kind of nuance that you would see in...
Oh my god, I just realized I'm fucking stupid. I should not have fought the Wither in the end. The Enderman farm is there. Oh, if that blows up, I'm gonna be... Oh no. Oh, I'm fucking retarded. Why did I do that? Hopefully, it should be good. It should be far enough away where it doesn't matter, but...
filmmakers decades ago has greatly been lost. And a lot of it is done to the TV side, but even that, I think, is suffering from a lot of the same problem. The problem being, when you create a movie and you spend the big bucks on it and you want it to do well, you realize you're sending it to an international audience. And in order for it to do well, it has to have themes that play well all around the world. So you can't get into the cultural nuances that you could if you were making a movie for people who are in the Anglo-Saxon world, for example, people whose first language is English, or people in the US who can talk about apple pie and whatever and pickups and like they understand that culture.
Forrest Gump is DEI, true.
So your movie's not going to do well. So you've had this dumbing down of Hollywood in order to accommodate what is in effect trade from Hollywood, from the things that Hollywood's creating out into the broader world.
Also, again with the steel manning thing, 99% of like at least internet conservatives who make an argument like this are probably just fucking racist, dude. If you're making arguments about like the effect of free trade on culture is so damaging as to outweigh the economic benefit, like they're probably just racist, man. I'm not saying all conservatives who oppose free trade are racist or anything. I'm just saying conservatives who would make the online conservatives who would make the argument that like the cultural negative effects of free trade are so bad as to like outweigh any positive economic benefit are probably racist.
And aren't we losing something? Like, I don't just mean that we're losing that kind of ability to experience something other than like J.J. Abrams blowing up things and explosions and simple narratives, but we're losing something that makes movies
I don't want the Wither to come over here,
and we can connect with. We're kind of dumbing down society by encouraging, by almost forcing Hollywood to play the game this way. Don't you like?
More stupid. Well, we can say ignorant, sure.
On this stuff. And I mean, this is not new. The Canadians do this. The French do this, right? There's a lot of countries that have these kind of like sort of foster what you would call it like local industries or infant industry arguments when it comes to the production of culture, specifically because they don't want their culture to just become this sort of thing that flows out into the masses all around the world and becomes dumbed down. What is your response to that?
Yeah, I think the first thing I'd point out is that there are two sides to every ledger. And
yeah, he did just mention Canada has like Canada even did it off the internet, right? I remember JJ McCullough or whatever went on this whole arc against Canada's like Bill C-17 whatever shit. Where they're like, actually, we want to protect our fucking internet culture. Certain cultures is a form of genocide. I mean, dog, that's a little harsh to say that free trade is like going to lead to fucking cultural genocide, man. That might be... That's a little... Culture is just a thing that naturally changes, like, over time, man. It changes when we interact with other people. It's not fucking genocide to engage in free trade and have culture change because of that.
So to the same extent that some things happen, like Hollywood censoring their own films so that they get approved to show in Chinese markets, I think that's in many ways morally reprehensible. But I ultimately think
he's going towards the farm.
If they choose to do that, the correct response would be to boycott them, right? To punish them in the American market. But I guess what I would say, Max, is the same forces that enable that enable Americans to enjoy film and TV from around the world. I mean, my partner and I have watched Norwegian shows. We've watched German shows. We've watched Spanish shows, Italian shows, Australian shows. I don't think we've watched Japanese shows. I don't think we've watched anything Chinese. But I guess that may have something to do with the subject areas that we're interested in. But so to the same extent that this kind of autarkial approach to made in America culture might allow some more of this pandering to U.S. interests and culture.
You're not going to reach the Dole Specialis level of intent for genocide.
So maybe you don't get that from Marvel movies. but where they just blow. I'm personally a superhero movie hater, with rare exception. I think they just like do special effects and blow shit up, and it's all boring to me because it has no substance. But one,
True, except for Spider-Man 2.
Foreign audiences,
The Tobey Maguire Spider-Man 2.
U.S. audiences are dumbed down and are demanding, oh, bomb blow up, like exciting thing. They are not.
I need to repair the boat with
movies
XP.
with, like, interesting cultural ethos, and there are some. Like I just saw the Bob Dylan flick with Timothée Chalamet. That is not made for global appeal. You know, has all sorts of political messaging. I guess I still think there's this wide diversity of film and culture being created, and I think that on net you probably get more than you lose. So I'm not saying there's no trade-offs. That's the difference. Is people who believe in free trade don't think it's unambiguously positive and good for everyone in all things.
True.
They think it is a net good, and that the world
Yes.
is going to change, cultures are going to change and intermingle, and that more innovations and creations will come out of that than restrictions will emerge from it because of
I'm
things
gonna
like
die.
kowtowing to the Chinese marketplace or what have you. But I don't pretend for a second those drawbacks don't exist. But I also question whether there aren't more films that get to be produced because of the massive influx of revenue that they get from foreign markets. So
Also, assimilating natives is totally kosher. Like, one, I don't think it follows that saying that. First of all, the position was that engaging in trade is in culture changing as a result of that. It's not genocide. That was the position. First of all. Second of all, there are obviously degrees to which assimilation of natives is a good thing. Like what? Like, I could imagine like you know, having the fucking Indian child kidnapping adoption thing was probably bad, but like I don't think like just like assimilate. I don't think like natives learning to fucking speak English and like teaching them English was like bad. I mean, there are cases again if you fucking kidnap children, forcefully teach them English, and they have fucking English school or whatever. But like, globalization took multiple wars, dude. And globalization was somewhat a result of wars, and like obviously there are cases where like Japan opened its ports because of William Perry was his name or whatever. But like I don't think there was like a entity like the globalist entity like fucking starting wars just so they could have free trade, even if there were, like I said, cases of that where like, you know, Japan was trade was not an explicit goal of any. Yeah, I don't know, where like, you know, Japan's ports were open because of
some of these movies might never have been made if there wasn't foreign markets to also sell. Billions more dollars coming in. And now you have this wide variety of TV and film. I mean, there's too many streaming services to count. And some of them are doing lowbrow things, but some of them are doing very highbrow things. Some of them are doing lots of things that don't have any sort of, I mean, the number of LGBTQ cultural TV shows and series, those are not exporting to China in mass market, right? Those are not exporting to the Middle East, but they're still being made because there's a huge interest in them. And so I think that you can have a lot of things, and you will have some things being made to the biggest common denominator, but you also, the more you open up the pool, the bigger the niches out there are for the people who are interested in biopics about niche figures. Well, if you have a whole globe, the portion of people that's interested in that could be a consumer base for a filmmaker is bigger than if it's just America or just English-speaking countries only. So I think a lot of this rests on what Josh said, which is fear of change. But I believe change is basically inevitable when it comes to something as ethereal as culture. And so you can either resist the change or you can lean into it and try to get ahead of the curve. And I think that's what America needs to do.
But if you're, so are you saying, Brad, that are you conceding that if I don't care very much about culture from other countries, you know, I'm not interested in Japanese anime, and I don't care what's being produced in Denmark and you know the latest K-pop sensation.
Well, that's your first issue. You don't care about anime.
American culture, and I'm interested in stuff that I can connect with deeply in my American roots. Then are you conceding that I just have to like live with the fact that American stuff is you know, these big companies and these the big Hollywood industries and everything else that used to produce stuff that was focused on the needs and interests of Americans is now going to be producing stuff focused on the needs and interests of a global audience? Like, is that just something I have to live with?
Well, I think there's a couple things there, but one is that I guess I'm not sure I accept the premise that the reason these things are being dumbed down is because of global audiences. I think, again, American audiences are dumbed down. And I also think there's still a lot of culture in film that panders to explicitly American audiences. I mean, if you look at the Super Bowl halftime show last night, had a lot of messages in it, but it wasn't structured for a global audience, right? It was about America. It was about a critique of America from a certain perspective. It was heavy on black culture. It made a lot of people upset. It was not it was not as palatable as possible. It was not anodyne and stripped of all its connotations and pushback. But the Super Bowl is becoming a global product. right? And you could just as easily say that, oh, and I think you've seen that a little bit more with the NBA, they're going to have to pare it down. But I guess I'd also say it's like, why should your preferences dictate other people's freedoms? If you like this kind of thing, and there's other people like you, it will still exist. Supply meets an unmet demand. But
Jesus,
if
I'm
you're
gonna
somebody who's
die
very concerned about
immediately.
American culture and doesn't like that all this stuff is changing because other people out there are consuming things from around the world and other companies are building things for global products, it's like that meme where people are exchanging in things that are benefiting both of them, and then over there, far away, somebody's like, I object. And I just don't think that any beanie-wearing nationalist gets a say in who I make my movies for if I'm a filmmaker, or what other people get to enjoy. And when you live in a market is a democratized economy where people vote for their dollar. And the nice thing about a hyper-globalized advanced economy is that even the smallest niches get catered to. But if you are a tiny minority and most people don't have your preferences, it's not reasonable for you to expect everything to accommodate to you or cater to your tastes. In fact, that's kind of you expecting affirmative action or DEI for your unique cultural interests and ethos.
But Brad, would you extend the same?
Protectionism is the DEI. New talking point unlocked. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Please don't attack the Enderman farm. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at me. 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 I've done fucking no damage to it, man. It's so fucked. Look at me. Yes, look at me. Look at me. Oh, come on. Oh, it's over. Nope. Goodbye.
Line of thinking to other cultures. Like if I was a French Canadian and I really wanted.
Yo.
What's up?
It's been a while.
Yeah.
Our I had to get actually I don't know how much I can fuck it if I get fired.
I'm gonna send it to you guy, to you man. I don't know what his title is.
What?
Hmm?
But I had my friends, but I had to get interviewed so I could get clearance.
Yeah.
It was weird. I made them promise not to say I'm a terrorist.
Oh, damn.
But apparently you have to get like near top level clearance for like any legal position in the military, 'cause the stuff you'll be given is like so not on stream, okay? With the minute they give me the papers, I'm gonna come on here, I'm gonna reveal it all. We're gonna do a breakdown of every single military document I get, and we're gonna describe how anyway, so where are you at with the cause like has your position changed? Have you been more corrupted by Darius since I've been gone?
No, I mean Destiny's statement that he made today like made him look a little more favorable, just because like it seems reasonable that he thought he had like implied consent. Now still probably shouldn't be sending news to other people just because you think you have like implied consent from someone who you know is still probably like sexually naive or whatever the fuck. But I mean it's slightly less bad. And then also, I mean, he didn't address any of the other allegations from like Cherry or the other woman, but
That's what I was thinking about the entire time. I was like, okay, for this case, I kind of get a lot of what he was saying. Like, especially if everything I'm seeing shows that I looked into the statute. You saw the thing. The major revenge porn statute seems like it requires malice, or it was like reckless a regard for anything. And I was like, I don't think you can show that. Like, legally, like, no matter what you think morally, like, legally, I don't think you can show that he recklessly discarded her consent, because the evidence that he showed, at least, showed that it looked like a reasonable person could find his, like, thought process logical and, like, consistent. Like, if she did send, like, the DM showing that, like, she, like, one, it does look like she was the one who initiated recording, did seem like she had previous behavior of sending recordings of people that he did not know if there was consent or not. It's very reasonable to assume that he assumed it was implied. Obviously, that's retarded and not something people should do, but, I mean, it makes sense. The Cherry one, though, he did not yet comment on that one at all. It's like a whole other person.
Yeah.
Also, that one isn't that one also being? Oh, that one's criminal, isn't it?
That one's criminal. I think she filed a report. I don't know if that's actually like gone anywhere yet. I don't know if that one will actually go anywhere, but
because if that one's criminal, my guess would be he's not going to say shit about it because that one the stakes are a lot higher, right?
Yeah.
Like, if he speaks out of turn here and he throws like a civil case, like it's money, right? It's not his actual skin in the game.
Yeah.
Well, actually, wouldn't this be money as well? There's no way that because all it.
Well, I mean, I don't know what the penalties would be, but
That's what I'm wondering. Yeah, is it? Because I don't think it's the same statute. Because isn't it more about the violating of the two-party consent? But there's no way that's jail time, right?
I don't know. Well, it might. Actually, I don't think if people debate whether it should be on the sex offender registry. I don't think legally it actually would put you there, but I don't know. There might be some other. I don't think it would be jail time, but it might be like a fine, and it might be.
I'm gonna give a hot take.
Oh boy. Okay.
I don't think it should put you on the registry if it does.
I mean, I don't think. Listen,
not
can
like-
a man
like, you know what I mean?
can a man not record one thing?
Oh, God.
One thing, and they put you on it for life, man. And I can't go pick up my kid at school. One little.
I'm just saying, is it that bad? Like,
I mean,
on a real note. No, I'm just kidding.
It's not like
yeah.
of the things to be put on the sex offender registry for. Certainly, it's not like the worst.
Yeah, whenever I think of the registry, I think of like bad things happening.
Yeah.
If someone was like, I'm a sex offender, and I'm like, what did you do? And they're like, well, me and this girl had sex, and she wanted to record it, and oh wait, well that's the other one. But if it was like
Yeah.
Cherry, and it was like,
I secretly recorded it. I don't know.
oh, okay,
But there are people that get. Actually, I don't know how true this is. I feel like I've heard that people get put on the sex offender registry just for like public urination.
oh, that's true. You're actually so right. If it's within a school zone, you're actually right. So never mind.
Yeah.
Yep, never mind. Maybe though. I don't know. Even that seems weird. But I guess.
Yeah. Well, yeah. That seems.
Imagine
even
having.
yeah.
Don't you have to go like door to door and knock on and be like, I am a sex offender?
Yeah, you get listed by I'm pretty sure Destiny's already been
shows, though.
fucking doxxed, but yeah, you get put on all the registries and everything, and
I can start streaming again. I did get the okay that it will not hurt me as long as I don't do anything stupid on stream. And then I don't know if I
something
want to,
stupid.
genuinely. Yeah, exactly. Like,
Do-
doesn't this space kind of invite?
well, that is true. Oh, by the way, speaking of that, Lav accepted my friend request.
Oh God.
Let's go. We're in, boys.
Yeah. What does that mean?
We're in, boys.
What are you trying to do there? The
We're in.
non-fun dating panel is just gonna be full of ex-orbiters. Ugh. I told Manar the developments we had last night, and the first thing he said is, "Bro, tell that person to debate me." And I was like, "I'm not gonna do that, Manar. I'm not gonna do that." No, I wasn't, man. No, thank you. It's trying to think. I haven't been here in a while, so I gotta like go through everything that I've gone through. Yeah, I'm becoming a non-funded. Whenever you need legal advice now, I'm gonna be like, in like a month, I'm gonna be an actual like legal person. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. Wow.
3 years I'm signing my life away non-fun.
3 years? What the fuck? Oh no, I guess that makes sense.
It's a contract.
Yeah.
Yep. Full benefits, baby. Full benefits.
Free money. Let's go.
The only thing though is I'll have to go to 10 weeks of. Apparently, no matter what you do, you have to go to basic, which is like 10 weeks, right? I'm gonna have to fire a gun.
Sure.
That's crazy, considering that the job I'm going to be in is never going to
You wait.
have
You
anything
wait.
to do with that.
When we go to war with Iran, they're gonna need you.
Like that's what hear me out. It's actually genius. Not fun. Wherever the fuck there's shit going on, the American military doesn't want lawyers there. It's genius. They're never gonna send me anywhere where shit's going bad. They don't want lawyers there. They don't want witnesses.
Oh, that's true. They don't want people who know how to file complaints and.
Exactly. you think they're gonna send lawyers to the Middle East? No, I'm gonna get sent to like Korea, bro, and I'm gonna be goated. He joins the military. What a thoughtful person.
Thoughtful person. Convince him
Listen,
not to
okay,
join.
let me-
Isaac, did you know the U.S. military is an imperialist force and they bomb in bomb innocent shit. You're gonna be approving the drone strikes that kill all the innocent people. That's what you're gonna be doing.
The reason I actually thought about this is because the two things I really want to be are a teacher and a lawyer. Those are the two things I wanted to be all my life. And I was like, I could just do this. If I like it, I head down the law route. If I don't like it, I pivot into teaching. Either way, free college.
Yeah. Wait,
It's like
how
a
does teaching
free,
get you
like-
free?
Huh?
Oh, wait, are you saying? Oh, no,
It's, bill benefits. Either
Yeah,
way,
okay.
I get free college, right? Yeah.
yeah.
Tell him about the
Tell
rape.
him
Don't
about
rape
rape risk.
Don't-
I'm not
it's actually
convinced
true.
the
The,
risk is that high, but okay.
It's actually around the same as prison. It's actually really bad.
Oh damn.
Yeah,
You're
I
a
actually
twink
did research
too.
and I used
Oh
to be-
boy.
I'm 6 foot though. I'll be fine. I can defend myself. And I
That's
box.
true.
I'll be fine. Yeah, no, I actually convinced my my girlfriend not to join the military off of that alone. Like 3 years ago when I was in my anti-America era, as most leftists are in. I was like, but look how bad the military, this and this and this, like the sex offense rates, look at the and I was explaining all that to her, and then she ended up not joining the military for that reason. And now I'm like, hey, guess what I'm doing? Joining the military.
You cannot defend yourself in that environment. I mean, it depends. I don't know. I feel like.
Also, yeah, it would depend on the environment. Also, I'm still gonna be making about it's like 50K a year on average. Oh no, like you can rape me for 50K a year. Just give me 50K. I'll be brave. I'll say it. Actually, I don't think you can say that. I don't stop saying that word. I'm on your stream. I don't want to say the. I don't think that word's allowed. It definitely isn't.
What?
Gotta do
Grape?
Talk grape. Yeah,
Grape?
grape, baby. Welch's grape. The only thing I will actually have to work on is that I don't drink water at all.
Oh yeah, they make you drink water.
So I'm
Damn.
gonna have to go cold turkey.
Damn.
Yeah. Also, I would literally go like I talked to one of my bros who's already in there. He's a welder. In basic training, you have to go 10 weeks without your phone except for like 1 hour every Sunday.
You have to do what? 1 hour every Sunday? Sorry.
It's like I for basic training it'd be 10 weeks without like any like internet except for 1 hour
Damn.
every Sunday.
Dude, that's barely enough time to even goon. What the hell?
I'm not gonna lie to you. There was a point where I was like, damn, I wouldn't be able to masturbate. I don't know if I'll be able to do that.
I would consider that like you're telling me I gotta go. Like I had a buddy who went to his high school was like some early college thing where like he stayed at in a dorm for a roommate, and I was like, how do you like? You're telling me I gotta spend a whole semester sharing a room with someone?
He gonna have to understand. We're gonna get close. He'll understand. Hey, buddy, put the pillows over your ears. I gotta do something for. Give me 5 minutes. I can do it in under 5 minutes.
Give me 30 seconds. I can do it. Trust me, bro.
Bro, I'm gonna be doing Jubilee's 1 liberal v 20 Republicans every day. That's gonna be the most hype. Also, here's another good thing I thought about. By the time I'm done, the election will be coming up. Isn't that kind of hype?
I guess. Well,
I'll skip all of Trump's presidency if they put me in like Korea, or if
Oh,
they
that-
put me
well.
overseas non-fun. I just won't have to deal with anything going on.
I mean, you'll be. I don't know. He's commander in chief, man. You'll be directly serving to him, bro.
That is true. I do want you to know though, the reason I liked the recruiter I met is because while I was taking a test from beyond the door, I could hear him and another dude making fun of the photo of Trump on the wall, and I was like, I like these dudes now.
Base.
I like him. That was base. They were talking about how he looked like Darth Vader if Darth Vader was fat, and I was like, that's so funny. That is true. They have like too much shading in his photo. I don't know if you've seen his like military photo, but it's like.
You will lack porn, comfort, share a room with people who might dislike due to their hygiene and lack of manners. Imagine smell and tiring training. So real.
I've lived with brothers all my life, so I'm locked in. Don't worry.
Don't worry, they're gooning all the time in my.
As long as they let me goon, to goon or not to goon, that is the question. God, I need to clean off my desk. That's where That's the old podcast table, by the way, that I took out of the studio and put into my room.
Damn, it's over.
Yeah.
It's over.
It will come back. My rule was it would come back the week I felt like I could do it without crashing out, and we have yet to. I don't think I could go 2 hours of talking about politics without
crashing out.
or going full crash out. Because like, what did we had the fucking we had so much. We had the bill, the executive order, the first week that we were almost gonna do it, like 2 days before. He made an executive order that would have put trans females that like underwent bottom surgery into men's prisons. That would have been, and got a judge stop that. I would have crashed out if I had to talk about that for an hour. So why give up your privacy, risk health for military benefits? Because money.
Free money. What it, dog?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Guess what? You do the same thing with your job. You risk your privacy and your health at your job for money.
You should go travel for a bit.
For
You
a
travel
bit.
on
With
the job.
what money? Yeah, the military is going to send you around the world. Also, with what money? Okay.
Join porn
I don't have
studio. That's true, honestly.
I could do it. I'm not gonna lie.
I bet I could do it.
I actually probably couldn't do it. I don't have the build. If you either have to be a really small dude or a really big dude.
Yeah.
Like people built like me don't usually make it. If I was like your height non-fun, I'd be fine. Sorry.
Listen.
You know what I mean though? They're either like the really small dudes fucking the really big women, or there's the really big dudes fucking the really small women.
Yeah,
I'm
I know,
tall, but
yeah.
I'm not big, so I don't have the build at all.
It's like, yeah.
I could go into gay. I would do probably pretty good in gay porn, but I can't.
You think you do good in gay porn?
I think I would. I'm pretty twink pilled.
Actually, that might work out. By the way, one's in a chat if you
Yeah.
want the non-fun OnlyFans. Okay, I could do it if there's enough demand. If I see like 3 ones in a chat.
Bro, no one's gonna do non-fun. No one wants to see you naked. Come on now. Jesus
That's the
Christ,
issue.
man.
Oh.
I don't know why you. It's crazy. I'm supposed to actually go to testing today. I have to go to Raleigh on Monday. They're gonna look inside my asshole.
Damn.
Yeah, it's my physical.
They have to know if it's up for the rape.
Yeah, exactly. That's why they, yeah, of course. Do twink for pay. Guys, I'm not seeing any. Why is there no ones in the chat, guys? Why are we?
Why do they know what? Why don't know what? What the hell? What the hell?
I think I'm gonna start streaming again though. I just woke up like a few hours ago, so I'm probably gonna stream for the rest of the day. To force myself
Wow.
to stay up.
Well, how the fuck are you? What sleep schedule are you on right now, bro?
It's a bad one.
Such idiotic idea. Your parents are so weird if they are enabling you to join. True.
Actually, the opposite. They're telling me they don't want me to because they don't want me to leave.
I'm not getting
Also,
XP
what
because
do
of
you
my
have against
armor.
the military? It's just like any other job.
No, I think he's like
I
a
was
weird
like-
lefty
I was like,
dude, so
Yeah,
he's gotta.
you're like me 3 years ago. You actually are doing the argument that I would do 3 years ago. You're just anti-American, aren't you? Well, don't worry. Okay, give it 2 years. You are cocky. It is not like any other job. I mean, yeah, it's different, but the payoff is you get so many more benefits at the end. You get free college. If I want to go to law school, free law school is a pretty fucking big advantage.
As long as you're my Pisco when you come back, okay?
That's what I thought about too. I was like, bro, I can help with the law stuff. I'll actually be locked in. It is an oppressive environment. It is surrounded by many unsavory characters. I mean, I think that would also be the same for any law firm I'd go work for. It is going to be very oppressive, and it is also going to be many unsavory. Like, lawyers aren't known for their character. Lots of crime occur on bases. That is probably true. Crime does occur in places.
I could probably get the real Pisco at this point, but he wouldn't be as consistent of an orbiter. He wouldn't be an OG. He wouldn't be a real one like you. So.
Also, you can't. Also, he wouldn't be your Pisco. You would just have Pisco. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You gotta make your own. You have to forge your own. So what do we have? I'm not gonna lie, off on the one thing that you would annoy me is you just don't. You were the most consistent streamer that there is, because you stream so much, but you just don't plan things. You're just like, alright, we're doing 12. Alright, guys, we're gonna be doing 12 hours today of whatever we find. Okay, we got some videos that I have a notepad full of videos, so if we get bored, we'll do those. But don't worry, guys, we're gonna do 12 to 13 hours a day, maybe 16 if I'm not tired. But do I have a single event planned? No.
I will at some point. I've been saying this for, I don't know, maybe 9 months now. Make a streaming schedule, but
Or just, bro, not fun. You need your own stuff, okay? You just don't have your own things, and it's very frustrating.
what are my own things? Like my own.
Like just your own show, something, right? Like how like Gib has
yeah.
Give Me a Break and all, and then the debate championship. He has like these things that he has, right? That people can look forward to. You have 16 hours of non-fun doing random things. Which it works because you're so fucking consistent with it. It's just so inconsistent consistent.
Why don't you go to a country with free college? So, shocking thing here. In order to get free college in most of those countries, you have to be a fucking citizen. Because if you didn't have to be a citizen, everyone would go there.
I like how also, to be fair, I might be, maybe you're richer than me. I also just don't have the money to move across the country. Right? I mean, move across the world right now.
Yeah, that's true.
Life's been crazy. I like how your option was, don't get this job that's going to pay you $50K a year. Instead, move across the globe. It feels like you want to bite. It's like you want anything but America. Listen, I'm just not as excited as about supporting fucking Orange Man as much as the next person. But I mean, free college is free college. No, false. You can go to Europe. It's basically free in most places. I would.
If you're a citizen, but even so, there are. I looked into this. Norway for a little bit had free college for non-citizens. They got rid of that very recently. For so-called budgetary reasons, but that's stupid because I would have moved to Norway and the U.S. would have paid me the public education my entire life. Norway just had to fund one college education and they would have gotten a taxpayer in their country for the rest of my life. Okay, but
it seems like a good deal, but again,
yeah, but Norway was. You can get a credit card debt for $50K and travel.
Sorry.
Are you trolling?
Your solution to me is not to have a job that will pay me $50K. Your solution is for me to go $50K in debt, the opposite direction. Are you actually non-fun? What community have you cultivated since I've been gone?
I don't know, man.
It's just.
Holland, college is not free in the Netherlands for non-citizens now. There are no tuition fees for higher education for Danish students in EU.
Even if I grant you the fact that a country has it for free, you would still have to live in that country. There are going to be costs that are not going to outweigh the benefit of free college.
True.
Also, not to get this too personal, but the reason this is perfect for me is because I want a career in law, so I can figure out if I want to do this for the rest of my life and then choose to do it or not. Do you understand how that's like perfect for me?
Get credit card debt. You're trolling, dude. You're trolling. I don't even know.
I did get my. I got my first credit card non-fun.
I was gonna say, well, like, what is this dude's credit score? Like, can this dude even get like multiple credit cards? He's not gonna get good deals on credit cards.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get a credit card with a $50K limit. I just started building my credit like this year.
Yeah.
By the way, I still don't have a credit score. I got my credit card like 3 months ago, and they don't give you.
Yeah, so like,
period.
This dude is not gonna get approved for
a $50K credit line. Yeah, I don't think I'm getting that. I don't mean to tell you that. I don't know what to tell you, bud. My girlfriend left her fucking box of chocolates I bought her. This is so sad. I don't like chocolate too. Look how much is left. I don't know if you
damn.
can see this. That's a lot.
Damn. She does not like you, bro. Did she too?
I know.
You know?
She did it too. She did it too. That is crazy. To be fair, I bought her like this and another one.
Why are you in a hurry? Get a sugar mama. Okay, that's kind of a good idea though. Sugar. That's kind of.
Okay, I take it back. Maybe you are rational.
That kind of makes sense. No, I understand that. I understand the objection now.
I'm gonna put this into here because you are not. I don't think you can. I don't think I'm allowed to show this. Let me not actually get fired.
Which is why I'm standing in front of my camera, putting it on.
No, I put it into a thing. You can't read it anymore. I'm just cleaning my shit while I'm here, so we're just chilling in chat. So is this the new localist non-fawn? Is he just another? Is this just another irrational?
No.
Or was this person seriously proposing the idea of going into credit card debt at the age of 20?
I think they're trolling, at least half trolling, but
You gotta hope, right? For the future generations, that is.
yeah.
I can try to help you make a porn career. So my Discord is RhodesBoy601. Send me a DM there. Me and Nonfon will collab if there's 2 ones in the chat.
Did I tell you I haven't figured out how to stream on Jerkmate?
No, but I can respect it.
Dude, because the Jerkmate rank thing was a meme, and I was like, I wonder if I could fucking stream on Jerkmate. But
Bro, mine
What?
Mine reset. It's actually so sad.
Oh, I know, yeah. It resets if you just go off the website. Like
Yeah.
it doesn't save your progress at all, which is stupid.
So,
but it's
bro, they need to add a login. Like, what the fuck?
I know.
I can't log in. Me explaining to my girlfriend why I have a Jerkmints account. Don't worry, I'm not looking at live streams of women masturbating. I'm playing a video game.
Dude, I have a fucking Jerkmate account, and I actually have a lot of fucking porn accounts now because of what they made me do. But what they made me. Okay, I went to Jerkmate's fucking website, like how to start streaming, and it said, it doesn't actually give you a tutorial. It just says this is what you need: a webcam and you need an internet connection, and that's all you need, baby. But then it just skips to once you are streaming without any where I don't know where the fuck how to get your stream key is. I don't know where the setup stream key thing is.
You have to send a picture of you topless with the notepad with
dude,
your hat on.
I did that fucking shit, bro. I go to another part of the website. Not topless, but I sent a 3D scan of my face to 3 different fucking. I had to verify my account on Jerkmate to prove I was over 18. Send my fucking driver's license, send my face scan, all that shit.
That verification probably got put on a stress test because you, my boy, look like 16.
Probably. And then I made it account 2 model websites because one of them I realized I don't think is actually required. I ended up there because it promotes you or something. You can pay to get promoted. So I made an account on some porn modeling website, and then that didn't help me at all. I can go to my dashboard in there and see I made $0. And then
I'm gonna become a Playboy bunny just to get more promotion.
a fucking another part of the website, they link to a different modeling agency, and I make an account there, and I still none of these have a set up stream button. They tell me my Jerkmate revenue is 0, but they don't have a fucking they don't have a start streaming button, how to stream thing. That might be a YouTube tutorial or something eventually, but.
Non-fun B, do you know what Minar is for the card gaming sphere of internet? Become that, but for the porn and non-porn streamers.
Yeah.
That still is one of my funniest moments where I was just looking up how to play the One Piece card game on PC and I fucking run into a Minar YouTube video. It's so funny that his card YouTube channel is so much better than his actual one, and he really likes politics though. It's if he just focused on the card one, he would probably be an actual sizable person in the the online card gaming sphere. He has a pretty good traction, and he had pretty good tutorials. I used it. I got One Piece to work.
Hell yeah! I have more subs than him on the political channel, but yeah, the card channel. I don't know. It'll take a while to catch up to that.
That's the next target. Yeah, that's the next target.
Which is why everyone watching right now should head over to the YouTube channel, smash that sub button. Smash that like and sub button. Hell yeah. And join the YouTube membership. We need some YouTube members.
I will say, I'll be brave and I'll say it. If what ADHD, so moving between conversations, if what was in Destiny's video all becomes is true, I mean it does move the needle a pretty good amount. At least in my mind.
I think it. Well, actually, no, I wouldn't disagree with that. Yeah, obviously. I mean, I think him just thinking that he had consent, even if it was stupid to think that, that's a lot better than.
Well, Yeah, and also the narrative is like that she was like inexperienced. The fact that she was the one pushing to record changes a lot.
Yeah, and sending him like other videos too. Yeah, and
Yeah, that also is a big thing. Cause like before, I thought of it as like oh, obviously like he was like pushing her to do this. Like there was probably some weird fucked up shit going on. He had a power dynamic over her. I think I even talked about the power dynamic. Yeah, we talked about that on the
yeah
on the Ophelia what's his name?
PPG. Yeah.
Yeah, the main thing to say that I'm consistent, that I was always worried about, was that power dynamic. But it seems like she knows. She was very what's the word I'm looking for? She was also doing things. It seems like she wasn't just being pushed and pulled. It seems like she also had some pushing and pulling of her own, which shows agency. And if there is agency, then, you know. Why am I not streaming, actually? What the fuck am I doing? I'm 1 second now, but I'm gonna start streaming.
While you're cleaning your room.
Content. Exactly. I can just, well, your Minecraft, I'm just gonna show your stream on my stream. So there's gonna be like an infinite. Are you playing on that world, the modded world you always play on with guns, or is this a new world?
No, this is a new world.
Bro, look, this is what
Not that new.
my girlfriend bought me, bro. It's one of those TikTok pots, bro. You can cook in your bed.
TikTok
I made
pots.
ramen in it in my bed.
It's just like it's a self-heating.
Switches. Exactly, I made ramen.
Okay.
In my bed, bro. I was watching SWAT on Netflix. W show, by the way. I will say, those recruiters, when I first met them, Navan, were pricks, okay? Because
they were pricks?
What happened was, I was like, I want to be a paralegal. I learned this was a job here. I'd like to get into it. I'd like to work for the most legal department in the world, the U.S. military, right?
Yeah.
And, they were like, well, you know, you need a high score for that. So you might want to think of some, you want to have some backup options, because you need a really high score on testing for that.
Wow.
And in my head, I'm like, these people think I'm stupid. To be fair, I'm not, I don't think I'm that smart of a person, but I think I'm, above average, I'd give myself. So I was like, I think I can do it. I was like, can we just, do a test? I did a practice test. It was out of 100. It was 50 questions, 2 points for every question. I got 2 questions wrong. I got a 96. And they're like, oh, you should be fine.
Damn.
I was like, yeah. So then they were like, okay, actually, yeah, we can look into this. By the way, Nonfon.
Yeah.
I'm not smart. It was just. I think it was genuinely only retarded people are not getting above a 90.
What were the questions like? It was elite.
The questions were so the math ones. The hardest equation was factorial, 5. What's 5 factorial? Factorial.
Yeah.
That's the hardest one. So 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 times 1. That was maybe the hardest one formula-wise. The rest of them were if Jane has 500 in her bank account and every week she adds 50, what's an equation that would be described this? I was like, okay, this is the easiest shit that there is. Y equals mx plus b.
What?
Oh my god, I'm so smart. It definitely is just literally retard proof. So now I'm a little upset because that means they must have thought I was retarded. She's with a guy especially for his popularity and position. She's not as innocent as you think. Well, yeah, it wasn't about innocence. It was about power dynamic. That's what we were worried about. I was worried that he was using his position of power over her to manipulate her into recording into these sexual positions, and that she was scared to speak out because of his power. But it seemed like she was pretty she was a consenting adult in most of this, and it also seems with the new evidence that it is reasonable to assume he did actually just assume that he was okay to do that, and he was stupid. That's what's changed. Oh damn, I gotta turn off my camera and on phone. I'm gonna ruin your content. You're gonna have to just die in Minecraft to a wither, you bitch.
I ain't dying 100 times. I don't know what you mean. No. Nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh.
That isn't happening. You can't see it.
Not at all.
You gotta be careful in his position because you can be a target. Oh wait, sorry. I thought you were telling Isaac to be careful because he could be a target of Destiny's.
Non-Juan, am I a military objective target? Would it be legal for them to attack me right now since I'm gonna be working with the military in the future?
Right now, no.
Okay, good. Just checking.
You'll probably learn some of it. I mean, if you're doing shit for the U.S. military, but you'd have to be. There are probably cases where it is okay to target a lawyer, but you'd have to be directly engaging in hostilities you're not doing that yet.
Yet.
Yet. I mean, I don't know. There could be.
Obviously,
I don't know
when it
the
happens.
requirement. Yeah, obviously, but I don't know the requirements for direct participation in hostilities. But I don't think a lawyer would often reach it, but they might sometimes.
Yeah.
If you join like a terrorist group, they can target you pretty much no matter what. But
well, obviously, the American Army is a military.
Is
I'm not making that joke. I was gonna make that as a joke. I realized that could so easily actually get me in trouble. I am joking. Please watch the full clip.
True. This guy is a secret Maoist trying to.
I actually can't make that joke anymore. I realized that clip. I was just imagine the person above me just playing that clip to me, and I was like, ooh, yeah, that's probably.
Everyone, clip it. I'll send it to him. I'll find out.
No.
I'll find out who to send it to.
Is your town also just shut down right now?
No. Why would it be? What?
Is your side of the state okay?
As far as I know.
Oh, okay. The snow is pretty bad here, and they don't have the infrastructure to do anything about it. So everything's shut down.
No, I mean we have less than an inch, which I mean that got. Well, I don't go to school anymore, but that got us out of school.
Yep. Same. There's no school for my baby sister yesterday or today.
Dude,
so
my
fucking. A 4-day weekend.
Yeah. My college still, even though I only do online classes, calls me every time they cancel classes and stuff. Yeah.
Yep. I'm not even in a college anymore, but when I applied for a community college, I get those same texts today. So they'll text you everywhere.
Bro, they call me. I woke up today to 4 missed calls. I don't know why they do this. They just spam call me until I answer. And I'm like, dog.
Think about it.
I don't care. I don't even go there. It's just a fucking computer. It's I don't know how to tell them. I don't care. Maybe mentally prepared to deal with people suffering from PTSD or who are suicidal. Many suicides occur among military. Well, I'm aware of that, but I don't think that's concentrated in the paralegals. I think that's probably.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a part of my legal work, or at least I would hope not. I don't know how much I can show of this, but let me not show that side. I'm just not going to show it actually, because I'm not sharing my screen with you. I was going to show you my my Discover information, but it was only the credit stuff.
I was going to show you my credit card.
Before I shut it, no, it wasn't any of that. It was how much of a credit line I have. I have a 200 secured credit line, which means I paid them 200, and the max on the card is 200.
Yeah.
Yep. So at worst, I can't fuck up my credit too bad because it's secure.
You can't go 50K in debt. By.
Yeah, I can't go 50K in debt and move to fucking Denmark and start free college. That'd be a stupid ass idea, wouldn't it?
I don't know. Seems pretty smart to me. Seems like free money.
I don't know. That Sugar Mama one though was actually pretty based.
You might be able to do it.
Yeah.
Maybe. Never doubt yourself.
Ugh. The only thing though is if I leave this area without seeing Mr. Beast once, I'm kind of letting myself down.
That is true.
That was kind of my goal when I first moved here, was to meet Mr. Beast.
That was your goal.
Yeah,
you moved here just to meet Mr. Beast
and climb one of the mountains here. I want to go on a trek on one of the mountains.
Damn.
Go non-fall on IRL stream. I got an idea for you.
Yeah.
Would you like to go into the mountains with me?
Which mountain are we? I should get my license soon, unless I fail, which would be funny. But I'm working on it. Surely I won't fail.
IRL. We could do what the prawn does, IRL streams.
Yeah.
In the woods. I don't know how good our data.
I don't know if prawn does them in the woods, but I get what you're saying. Yeah.
That's a missed opportunity.
Yeah. I think they.
You should, bruh. Would you ever actually go on their group meetings? They talk about those a lot. I'm not gonna lie to you. I would never.
Their group meetings?
I'll see once in a while that Prawn will be meeting up with other streamers and we'll hang out. And like
Yeah,
don't fly to Vegas is what I saw recently. Would you ever do that?
Depends on what it is. I'm not really interested in like drinking or partying with them or anything.
You're so real.
Um,
I'm the same. I don't like drinking or partying, and I'm in a party town. It's actually the only thing my
Yeah.
town has. Not to dox myself too much, but it's a college town, so all there is bars. I was talking with someone about it, and they were like, "You should be fine. You're young. You can go to bars." I was like, "Yeah, I don't like bar environments at all, though."
Darius said he was gonna do an East Coast tour at some point though, and he said he was going to. I know he said he was gonna fucking join protests. So maybe I'll be marching with Darius against Donald Trump soon.
Let me know, bro. Let me know. I'll tap in if I'm still in this country. I realized that actually I can't really plan anything in the future.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm gonna be gone by the end of this month. Actually, it might be moved back now because the testing place was closed. I was supposed to test yesterday.
Damn.
So maybe I've been given more time before I become a slave to the man. I should go to when they request where I want to go. I should actually request Israel, and I can meet
Israel?
up with Sample. I'm gonna meet up with Sample, and I'm gonna steal that cat of his he has because it's a very adorable cat.
Face.
No one tell Sample I'm planning on stealing his cat. Okay.
Dude, this is my goal, guys. This is my goal streaming, okay? Within 4 years, okay? Next election, be a popular enough streamer, okay, that I can justify fucking flying Isaac and Sample and Manar.
Not Manar. Hold up. You had me for a minute.
And Manar out to a fucking studio so we can watch the election together.
Are we gonna have an Amaranth though? Like we gotta have an Amaranth.
We gotta have. We'll find an Amaranth. Wait, who is Manar? Oh well, what's up, Chairman? Manar is a.
Let me tell you about Manar.
Manar is a
really fun man.
Interesting debater, Twitch debater, YouTube debater, YouTuber. He is a it's hard to even classify him. He's a big Trump supporter. He is also pretty fundamentalist Islamic. Somehow those two things coincide.
Loves Palestine, loves Trump.
Yeah, loves Palestine is not his fundamentalist Islamic thing. Like his more like the age of consent shouldn't exist is the big, is his fundamentalist Islam, and polygamy is fine, and although I mean polygamy is not that bad or anything, but polygamy, controlling women. But this is true because 4 of his guys came to my stream one day. Oh, he kind of does this sometimes. He'll if he's debating you, yeah, he'll go into people's chats and spam to debate them, and then at certain times he'll be your chat sees you're stupid. Come into my chat. Oh, everyone in his chat, come into my chat. It's funny. It's funny.
That is the thing he does a lot. And then he'll also mid debate he will argue with your chat.
He will, yeah. He will do that
with you, and you'll just look in your chat and you'll see him calling someone in your chat slurs, and you're like, okay then.
So Manar is
My
interesting.
favorite clip. Here's actually a fun. Here's a nostalgic fact. Whenever I first met Nonfun, it was through actually Manar. See, Manar and me debated a while back, way back, and from that I was like, let me see who else he's been talking to. And I saw this video where he was debating someone named Nonfun. I watched it. Well, I listened to it with headphones in while I was working at Walmart. And I was like, this is a cool dude who our mentals seem pretty well aligned. Let me get into contact with him. So I added him on Discord while I'm watching the video, and he added me back before I finished the video. Because
Goated like that.
Yeah. So then we talked, and we realized we had a lot in common.
Nutty just kept asking me to call him a religious prophet and said literally nothing else for 40 minutes. Only now have I learned who he is based. Yeah, Manar's a character. Which is why we gotta fly him out.
I missed my notes. I had notes on it. Me and him did a video. I'll have to go back and watch it and figure out, because we both made predictions. And I was like, what do you think's gonna happen? And I remember his, and I think his have gone actually horribly. I should have done I know some of them were about like prices going down, and I think I would win this bet. But I think
yeah.
there's like a time limit. I don't remember the time limit we put, but I should have put money on it.
Well, inflation's only been going up. I mean, obviously Trump hasn't been president for that long, but
I've learned that I need to start putting money on stuff. I remember I texted you when you were fighting with Pentuple on Twitter. I was like, bet money on it. I was like, I will, bro, let me put some up. Put some money on it. Put some money on it.
I think I did. He didn't accept it, but I did literally offer him. I was like, I will bet like $100 that CPI will not be negative. There's no way that at least without a recession, like a pretty big recession too, that CPI would actually go negative year over year. And CPI has only been going up recently, so.
Speaking of Duro, I haven't been here in a while, so I gotta go through all the characters. Bro, you seen Pentuple's just been fighting with this dude on Twitter? And
yeah.
It's like, I want to make fun of both of them because it's just cringe, and the reason it's cringe is because every time they fight, Pentuple just is like, I have a bigger channel than you, and it'll be like, look at my 968 subscriber channel, and it's like Destiny can do that, you know what I mean? Like, probably even Admiral will get, even like Dylan Burns could do that, you know what I mean? But
yeah.
You can't do that, little bro. Like, come on.
And then it's also, dude, it's so funny. I didn't watch it a bit yet. I will watch it at some point. He had a debate about presidential immunity. That's where that whole thing spawned off of.
About.
Yeah.
Yep. I also
and I'm like,
watch it.
Like the entire time, Pentuple did the same thing. It's weird because he kind of did the same thing, except now all of a sudden he really likes appeals to authority. He's like, you think the Supreme Court just decided this randomly? Like, you think there's no precedent for this and the Supreme Court just made it up? Like, it was so fucking annoying watching him say like, oh, my views would get me through law school because this is binding law. This is good law.
Because right makes might, yeah.
I know, it's like, is there no court case you think was wrongly decided? Really? You want to hold that position?
I was wondering this too.
Really? Like,
I was wondering this too because I was like, also, if I don't know if this JC person like made a good argument, but these responses like literally just bring up either a Supreme Court decision he disagrees with, make him either agree with a Supreme Court decision that he doesn't want to agree with, or bring up how the Supreme Court just like will flip every 4 years on different cases because there's a new Supreme Court. Like, hey, it is very easy that they could get the wrong decision here since we see that like
Pentuple 100% would do that.
Back and revisit old cases and change their minds.
Yeah.
Like just appealing to the decision they made right now is not a good is not enough for justification.
And then like I haven't watched the full debate, so Pentuple's been kept tweeting out like this stupid like, what if the president nuked Chicago thing.
I've seen that as well.
Yeah, so I like maybe JC brought it up in like a dumb way. Like maybe like I could see it being the case, but yeah, but like, you know, if the position is actions within the president's core constitutional authority are absolutely criminally immune, then if we suppose that nuking Chicago is within his core authority, that would like have to be within his constitutional authority. I don't think there are like responses to that kind of, because you can say like, well, maybe like obviously it implies there's like a legitimate reason, but then but then also like how do we determine that? And like if any investigation is gonna, you can't even look at certain things as evidence if they're within his core authority. So like how would you actually go about like investigating it and prosecuting him for anything? But I don't even know if Pentuple did that. I actually don't think Pentuple. I haven't watched this, and maybe he did. I don't think he did that. I think he literally just was like, "That's a meme question. I can't believe you're not taking this. That's such a meme question." It's like, dog. There are better examples you can give. By the way, where it's like,
Gib. You should ask Gib this because I've wondered this for a while. It seems like liberals are just the more reasonable people. Where like if you give. Like, it seems, I'm gonna go crazy here. It seems like if you give a liberal a reasonable argument, that seems like they are able to be like, well, I disagree, like, your argument is stronger. Because I feel like I never see the like, liberal side winning, because the Republican is never going to say that the liberal is right. I thought about this, Nonfon, think about it. Fabian beat you, right? And there was a Republican and a liberal that were the judges, right? If I'm
yeah.
That was not hypothetical, I was making sure. It's been a while. And then I assume the same was with the JC and Pentuple one. It just seems like that, like, has a liberal ever won this type of debate?
Not really, but I don't know. Maybe we're just
Doesn't
stupid.
It seem like I don't know, maybe they didn't do it the same way, but if it's the same old way of it's 2 judges, right? Then
Yeah.
the Republicans never gonna be able to I'm being way too generalizing, but I don't think the Republican will ever like be like, even though the argument, I don't think a Republican be like, even though your argument, like, so even though your conclusion I disagree with, you had the better argument in this instance. I don't think a Republican will do that. I'll say it. I'll be brave.
Damn.
Like, I would like to see an example of Pentuple or any Republican on the Gibbs debate format being like going against a position they actually agree with because they had the better argument.
I don't know. It's kind of weird because the last debate they ended up having in the first season of it or whatever ended up being Lactoid, who's a libertarian, versus Fabian Liberty, who is a even more extreme libertarian. So it's kind of hard to determine that, but
they'll both appeal to Republicans.
Yeah. Lactoid won though, so clearly libertarianism.
Did every liberal get out in the first round?
Can
you check that? Is there like a bracket somewhere you can actually check?
I don't know if he has the bracket posted, but he has. There is something. I can check maybe in a second. Or the records are public. So.
I do wish I thought about this beforehand, because this would have been such a good argument for the Democrats are more trustworthy debate. You could be like, look at this very big debate show that was going on, and look how liberals, even though they disagree with the conclusion, are able to actually agree which side has a better argument. While you'll notice that every single time this happened, the Republican never thought the liberal had a better argument.
Oh yeah. So there was one liberal the entire time who won a match. I don't know what it was on, but
another liberal?
I don't know. He could have. I'd have to check.
I have a conspiracy, non-fun. I'm alleging conspiracy, non-fun.
Okay.
The conspiracy is just Republicans don't like to lose.
Well.
Which I feel like I have good evidence of. Yeah. I knew I didn't like I think I talked about it before. I was like, I really don't
Ask
like
him if he's aware Nazis and other far-right individuals join military to gain necessary training to engage in militia and terror activities. Are you aware of that,
Why
Isaac?
do you think I'm doing it? Why do you think I gotta stop. Yes,
also, but I mean, you could say that about most, or not like most things, but like most things, like are gonna have like some negative effects like that, obviously.
It's some.
But, like,
This is like almost unwinnable, it seems.
well, yeah. Well, no, I'm saying I'm not using it for the not for the Republican thing, for the military thing.
You're talking about the meme, but you're talking about the don't get what is it called? Third guide, second guide?
One guide, I think, yeah.
One guide. Don't get one guide, bro. Don't get one guide.
I guess,
it's
yeah.
not a real argument.
I think Trump is objectively better in his first term. Well, he hasn't done much in his second term.
With you. The only reason I agree with you though is because at least he actually did stuff in the way he's supposed to, and not just throw 20 executive orders around that all get shut down.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
They run up. Like, as much as I disagree with what he did, if you're saying he got more done, he's going to be able to get more done when he does the legal route to get stuff done.
Honestly, play the game? What game, huh?
The second message, he's just saying that the Republicans now just see it as a game, and I think that's true.
Yeah.
I think that's what I'm trying to get at. I think that you'll never have a Republican that will be. I'm genuinely alleging this. I don't think you'll ever have a Republican that will be like, as much as I disagree with your conclusion, I agree you had the better argument, because that is contrary to their beliefs. They're so bought into their ideology. I genuinely don't think a Pentuple could be even though I disagree with non-fun, I think his economic argument was better than the other person's. I would never will see that happening.
Pentuple lacks the brain power to even compute any economic sentence uttered ever.
My favorite quote is from that debate where Pentuple trying to get a semantic win. He's like, guys, do you even understand what he's saying? I really don't understand what he's saying. And everyone else on the panel goes, no, we understand.
I know, yeah, dude. It's so funny that he well, there's two funny things. One was when he said an incomprehensibly long report would be 20 pages. It's the ERS is going to do so much research into tariffs, and they're going to write reports that are 20 pages long, as it talking to me and Econoboy, as if Econoboy hasn't.
It's such
and me, but
I was like,
I mean,
the problem is that statement just like shows like so much like actual, like, it shows so much more than what he's just saying. It just shows that he does not know what he's talking about. If 20
Yeah.
pages is a big report for him. Like, a good example of that is like whenever we were debating Manar on Palestine, and he was like, "Oh, resolution like 242, that's not binding. I'm talking about the blank agreement." Like, not knowing
Yeah.
that resolution 242 is the agreement shows so much more.
I don't remember how fucking beacons work. I just wasted that.
You put ore in and you build a pyramid.
No, I figured it out.
And you put an ore in to power it.
Is this the maximum? How many layers is it? Well, I have an iron
That is
fire.
definitely not. It shows you on the screen the maximum one.
Oh, so I need another fucking layer at the bottom. God damn
So
it.
you know drug dealers can't join the military?
I mean that makes
like,
sense.
If you have any drug-related conviction, you're just not allowed to join if it involves like smuggling or trading.
That
They're not
well,
gonna give you the chance.
actually that seems a little harsh, but a man can't deal just a little bit.
Can't hold a little bit of
A man
opium and
can't
have
do
friends.
a
Goddamn.
little bit of yeah. What do you think the soldiers in Afghanistan were fucking doing with that opium? What the hell? What type of devil?
I have some bros who were. I have this. Whenever I worked at Walmart, there was this coworker named Juan. I love him. He actually knows my Twitch, so if he's in chat right now, it'd be pretty funny. But he was telling me some stories, bro. About there were some good stories.
about what did he used to be in Afghanistan or something? What is he?
Yes, he was in Iraq and like all around that area during what's his name, Saddam Hussein's run. Like he was a logistic person, so he ran like the food on the trains, or not trains, in the cars. He told me some crazy stories.
About opium?
About other stuff like around that. Yeah, there was one time where they would you could like find these like groups of people, and they would just sell like the craziest amount of drugs for not like expensive prices because they just have a lot of drugs. Maybe I'm not gonna specify which, but I mean I think you can assume a lot of nicotine and a lot of poppy. Non-fun. Here's what I was thinking about, because I was like at least when Trump does bad, there will be a time where we can come together and be like, look, we were right about him, and Republicans be like, yeah, maybe we should only go with politicians, and maybe this was a bad idea. I realized recently that the planet could burn down, and I don't think they would make that concession. I don't think there's a single thing that could actually happen where that concession comes.
Yeah, probably not. Yeah, I agree. Most, at least like the die-hard MAGA people are never gonna.
And it's so non-fun. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating non-fun that like leftists can't do the same thing.
Yeah.
At all. We cannot come together and be like, even if we disagree on this person, we are going to lock arms and never say they're wrong. And even if they commit a crime, we're going to stand by them, like the Republicans can. And I wish we could.
Well,
Let's dump our morals non-fun.
I know. The issue is, it's a trade-off between like, do I want to feel like our side is like morally superior, and like, do I want to win elections?
What is being moral superior gotten us? What is it gotten?
Yeah, exactly.
I think we should. I think
even if Harris was turbo fucked up, I don't believe she has any substantial risk of seizing power for herself and turning our country into a illiberal democracy. True, we could fix anything she broke, but if Trump goes into third term or throws opposition in prison, yeah, everything's fucked.
Or if he just completely dismantles the Department of Education or does other things, like, yeah. The problem is like, it could be fixed in the next term if a Democrat gets elected, but like, the damage is still going to be done. But like with a Harris term, or like with a Biden term, like it took like a week for Trump to just get rid of everything he did, literally.
Yep.
Because everything he did was done like through bills or through funding or through like the legal means.
It'll be
I thought about this. Is it
interesting to see if he actually gets rid of the IRA and Chips and Science Act. I don't know, because that's a Congress thing. I don't know. There might be like some Republicans who are still on board with that shit, but
I think the problem is, could you not? Here's what I was wondering on. I know So I know it's an executive order can stop an executive order, right? But can
Yeah.
executive order reallocate funding? Not completely gut a bill. 'Cause I don't think, no, I'm pretty certain that you can't gut a bill. But if you're able to reallocate funding, I think you could very easily do some like fuck shit and like be like, I'm gonna reallocate the Chips and Science Act to like roads.
There's, I'm not a lawyer, but from the stuff that I've watched and a little bit I read, there are some things the president can do. Like, if the president thinks money is going to a terrorist organization, he does not have to spend that money. Like, he can freeze it, right? And even to, even to some...
It's so over.
well, I mean, the
Wait,
spending...
does it have to be a designated organization or just in the president's purview of a if does it have to be designated? That's the only safeguard. Please say designated.
It's not so okay. It's not like it's written into law that like what I'm getting across is that there are cases where it's lawful for the president to freeze funding temporarily. There are restrictions to how long he can freeze it and things, but
Yeah. Speaking of that, did you forget the fact that he's currently ignoring the court order to resume? By the way, has that changed? Like I said, I haven't been completely politics brained, but I haven't. That he did that.
I'm not
still just ignoring the court order.
I'm not a legal guy, so I don't feel comfortable making like super strong comments on it. But from my understanding, it is the opinion of at least one judge that Trump has not complied with the temporary restraining order, ordering him to comply, or that ordered him to unfreeze some funding. Now, apparently. Some people argue, well, actually, I think his team, or his people even argue this in court a little at least, that like, hey, we're trying to, but we can't because this system is like outdated and it's hard to just immediately restore funding to all the shit that we shut down. Which, hey, you know what? Maybe if that's the case, then you probably shouldn't just shut shit down.
Whoa.
Probably think about it before you do that. But...
Who is this smart, handsome guy? Is this dude trying to fuck me? I will give you my address right now. My bad. I just sorry I didn't know that.
But it's just, it's, like, if I'm choosing between the federal judge and Trump's legal team,
I'm going
Trump's,
federal judge.
yeah, Trump's legal team seems to have a history of getting in legal troubles. I'm going to choose the federal judge, although, like, it could be the case, like, I've not looked into it, that whatever fucking I don't know, Lactoid was saying on that panel is right, and that he's actually trying to comply and he just can't, and blah 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 blah. But
yeah, so who are you? I did see. So what do you think about Stephen A. Smith running?
I mean, like,
I like it. I love the idea because I think it would be funny. But like on a real note, I don't know his positions at all. But to be fair, we have 4 years. If he genuinely wanted to, he could like have a name for himself by the time it comes like this.
I mean, he's kind of. I mean, he's said a few things. Like I saw clips of him saying like, "Oh, I'm a center left guy, and I
I saw a take on
think
transgender people in sports, and I was like, it was pretty normal.
Yeah, like I think he I don't know. He seems to have done a pretty good job at like taking positions that are like reasonable and like
he takes very
like moderate and like acceptable to to ordinary people. So I mean,
I think that's what we need.
It depends on who else runs in the primary, I guess, but I could see a case where it is good because like I think the Democrats have not done a super good job at like playing to ordinary people. It seems like
John
this
Stewart
guy
seems like such
could
a
do
good
this.
option. That's one option I do stand behind.
I mean, he might be too. I mean, he's progressive, but like he might.
But he's also very likable. He has that. If
he might be able to.
Wanted to run, I would just show that video of him going to Capitol Hill to yell at senators for not
for the
giving
9/11. Yeah,
like that's gotta make you so likable. Unions probably would love that because he fought for like health benefits of workers. Like he would be a good candidate. I don't know if he himself wants to run though.
Yeah. What do you think of Kamala Harris? What if she ran?
I'd like it. I liked her policies. I mean, I'll say it. I'll be brave.
Okay, compared to other. Well, I'm just thinking she already lost. She already lost one. Well, that is true, I guess. Yeah. But she flip-flopped.
I'll have to see other people's policies.
How do you know what her real policies are? She flip-flopped on the court packing and on the
Most people do. I think even Pete Buttigieg said that.
Well, yeah.
Whenever he was on that Jubilee thing, he was like, "Listen, I have like policies that I can't like go too far out on because I have to like stay aligned with like the people in power."
With the voter, yep.
Yeah.
I would like Pete Buttigieg, too, but.
I think he'd be a good P. I don't think he'd be a good presidential candidate. The
Why
only reason I'm saying
not?
this though, not can I just
Because he's gay.
Yes, no. I don't know his record on like actual political offices. To be fair though, with how many planes are crashing,
I was about to
you
say,
could do
clearly.
you could make a such good joke. I would have announced my candidacy now if I was him.
Like clearly
You know
he
my
was
campaign
doing
slogan?
he was doing something. Him and the DEI man were fucking.
Yeah.
We're keeping
I keep
those
getting
plates
memes that are
up.
like Pete Buttigieg every day as Department of Transportation, and it's like the Superman scene where the
Yeah,
plane's
yeah,
crashing.
yeah. It's like.
It's just crazy how much he was actually. I don't think he was actually doing much, but Jesus fuck, what's going on, Nonfun? I'm getting scared.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think he. But Pete Buttigieg was only a mayor before he ran in the Democratic primary, right? So like nothing he did as mayor is going to be fucking substantive. So.
That's what I'm saying. It really does. That's why I think he'd be a great P, because I think he could easily rile up a voting base really well, probably better than Tim Walz ever could.
Yeah.
Easily.
Yeah, he is really good
So-
at like interviews and stuff. I think so.
Yeah. But I don't know who I would want for P. I actually have no idea. Gavin Newsom's one I think about all the time. I think we go full lib. I think we just run it and see what happens.
Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, go full lib. Go full.
I don't want it. I
progressive.
don't want anyone from fucking California, dude. It's toxic.
You don't
okay.
think that's the move? I think that's the move. I think we see what
California,
happens.
California, homelessness,
That's the
fentanyl,
point.
California.
That's the point.
They're gonna people are gonna lose it. They're gonna lose it. Every Fox
They
News,
always do
every
that.
night of the week.
That's always the move.
Look at the
I know, but
homeless
they're gonna do that
people.
for anyone. Listen, non-fun. We
Not
have
if
never
they-
tried full lib. Let's see what happens.
Let's see what. What do you mean? Kamala Harris was a radical leftist, bro.
Exactly. No matter what happens, non-fun. No matter who we run, the attack is gonna be their radical leftist. So let's fucking run one, okay? Let's make their statement true, okay?
I mean, it could actually. You know, there are like anti-establishment like leftists who you could run that might
Give
actually do
Bernie a
well
Trina Chrome.
because like
Give Bernie a Trina Chrome.
true. Like people like Rob Nora like are. I don't know, but like I've heard Rob Nora say he would like vote for Bernie Sanders over Nikki Haley, and it's like, okay, fuck it, run Bernie Sanders then, man.
I think I would like to see a full leftist. I would want to see one because we never ran one. I keep seeing, because I hear Republicans say this all the time and they're retarded, and they'll be like, if you want to win an election, you got to go for a more moderate leftist. And it's like, no, that's what we keep trying to do. Let's run a commie and let's see what happens. Let's do it, non-fun. Let's run a Bernie. It's the only thing we haven't tried yet. So what if we won elections before? We'll win them again, okay? Let's go crazy one time. Let's spend 20 million on Bernie Sanders, okay? Let's do it. Let's go all in, okay? And if we
I mean,
lose,
I think we're living in a populist era. Okay, we need a fucking listen. I am down for AOC 2028. I would
don't do that, please. Don't do that. That's one I actually wouldn't support.
Whoa, what?
Not because I think they're
Mr.
bad,
Let's Run a
because
Commie is anti-AOC
I
who
don't
will
think the
literally
people will get
establish
behind her,
socialism.
non-fun. I'll say it. Can we
You
just
don't think
run
the
one more
people-
straight white guy? Hear me out. I understand we're leftists, we're supposed to be the progressive ones, but I can't afford any more losses. Can we just run a straight white guy? Non-fun. The only time we've lost an election since 2008 is when we run women. I'll say it, okay? I'll be brave. No one else will be brave and say it, non-fun. Can we just run one more straight white guy? Then we can be the progressive party. I just want an easy win. I just want a safe bet.
We
okay?
put AOC up there. Every fucking Gen Z or every TikTok lib, actually, if a lot of leftists have already fucking turned on AOC, so maybe I'm not
Exactly.
right. But
non-fun, please.
listen, I'm just saying.
Also, I'm about to be disrespectful, okay? I am. What? So I don't know AOC, so I know she's actually a really good politician. Okay, let me be clear. What has she done that she could run on? Like Kamala had the DEA.
I don't know.
DEA, yeah, the DA. that's a really good like thing she could run on, right? Being a DA. That's a really cool like. It's a very strong thing that you can put behind her, right? What does AOC really have? There's no.
I don't know.
think of any-
I mean, I'm sure there's some bills that she's
That's what I'm gonna
introduced.
say.
And
With congressmen, you'll usually have these like strong bills behind them. Like Bernie had the healthcare and the 20-hour work week, right, or the 30-hour work week, whatever it was. I think it was.
well,
right?
I mean, if we're counting those, and I'm sure AOC has. I'm pretty sure AOC has
I'm saying-
introduced like the Green New Deal, but I don't know how much
That's what I'm
AOC has introduced as passed is the issue. So it's like, can you really?
That's what I'm saying. What can you put behind? Yeah, but it's more of an idea. It doesn't have to pass. Like that's what I'm saying. Bernie was associated with free healthcare and the 20-hour work. They didn't,
Yeah,
didn't
well,
pass.
I'm pretty
They
sure
never,
like
associated
basically anything Bernie would do. AOC probably has a bill pretty close to it.
Yeah, but
like,
I'm saying, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying Bernie introduced those and he's known for them. What is like? I'm saying, are there anything like that AOC is known for? I just didn't.
I'm almost there. I'm pretty sure she introduced a Green New Deal bill. I don't know for sure, but
Is there any like? What? I'm not seeing anything punchy though. We need something punchy. Like Bernie's were really punchy. 20-hour work week, right hook, right? Universal healthcare, left hook, right? It's easy to digest.
she'd be down for that.
Green New Deal is not a very easy thing to digest for a voter.
That is true. Also, people will freak out. Dude, it'd be... I don't know if this will be the same in 4 years, but because the border is such a big topic right now, or was...
I was gonna say, I don't hear it talked about anymore now that Trump's president. They don't want to talk about it at all.
Yeah.
Which is actually
like,
really crazy to think about.
Running AOC, who I think had an abolish ICE tweet, it would just be like literal. That would just be suicide. Like it'd be fucking miserable.
And I'll say it, Alphon, I don't think she'd be a good vice president.
The vice president's
I'll be brave.
not even that important, man. Who cares about the fucking vice
I know
president?
the role of a vice president is to like, unironically, okay,
Just
is to
be a hype
likable
man.
person and to draw up support, right? That's
Yeah.
why I don't think she'd be a good one. I'll say it. Like I think.
I think
Pete
she-
Buttigieg is like the best VP.
I think her
Bernie
speech
as a
at
VP? Why
the
don't we-
DNC was good. I think the
Okay. What do you think about Bernie for VP? What do you think about that?
Bernie is too old.
But he's VP.
Yeah.
If I'm
he's
Bernie,
still-
I'll literally just say, I'm not making decisions. I'm just a vote, and if I die, someone will replace me. Easy. When they say like, you just be straight up honest with them. People love me, but I'm too old to be president, so I'll be vice president. I'll support the president. And if I die,
I think
I'm not the one in power.
bro, he is literally like 83 or something. 82, 80.
It's so
like
easy, non-fun, just to say, if I die, I die.
he's
That's how you
not.
defeat the
People
argument.
are not going
He's
to vibe
too
with that,
old.
man.
If I die, I die. I'm not the president. I think he would drop a lot of support. I think he could. If he still has the
okay. I mean,
ability he has now, easily would.
if you think Bernie's going to draw up support in AOC, is that?
I think she would draw up less support than him.
I don't know if that's true.
I think that's probably very true. But what my point is that I don't know a lot about AOC, but every meme I hear about her is that she's not charismatic. Also, she played Among Us with Hassan. Is that really who he won as VP?
Okay, but
let me look at their approval ratings.
But she does have big boobs, so we have to weigh the Among Us with Hassan with the big Latina boobs. So Jon Stewart may not be right at this point, but something like that. Isn't Jon Stewart pretty old?
Her approval rating is really bad, non-fun.
AOC actually doesn't really
Yeah.
surprise me.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Bernie's is like 67%, which is a crazy amount.
I didn't know Bernie was that high.
Democrat, and a lot of moderate Republicans like him.
Moderate
I'm
Republicans like
seeing
him.
in nationwide it's 48, but in his state it's 68. But nationwide 48 is pretty high.
I don't know, he's old, man. We need to get away from the old people.
I don't think we do. Now, if we say that, and then we run something new, and then we lose. And then we run an old person, and we win. Biden
Okay.
won, okay? As much as you
To
want to fucking
be-
say it, Biden won.
To be fair, if
Biden won.
Kamala, if
We should have ran him again.
if Biden stepped in, I don't know if that part is true.
Can I start saying that? Can I start saying that? Can I start being one of those leftists that are like,
you know,
we ran
Wick,
Biden and we would have won?
Wick holds that position unironically, and it's a little weird, but
It's a good position. I like it. I like that position because he's a straight white dude. Probably would have won. The states that Kamala lost the
maybe,
most in are the states that
maybe,
Biden
man.
were winning in. I'll say it. The states that Kamala couldn't hold, and the reason she lost the lead, well, not the lost the lead, but like lost Biden's lead, Biden killed in those states. They love an old white guy.
Biden was won because Trump was hated. Yeah, but
Well,
I mean,
he was
Trump
also
was.
likable to a lot of moderate people. A lot of farmers liked Biden. He was pretty good in that actual class. It obviously wasn't as good as Trump, but he pulled away enough to win. Kamala, though, was not really good to farmers. I think her
Nobody liked Biden for Biden. I'm sorry, Chairman.
That's so untrue, actually. You can look at polls and see that.
Look at my fucking back. I liked Biden because I enjoy a malarkey-free country. I don't like the malarkey that Trump is doing now. I like Biden's NLRB. I like actually. No, I like Biden's. I'll concede I like Biden's NLRB, despite me being an evil guy. I like Biden's policy. Okay, he was goated. He was goated. Y'all didn't appreciate him. Y'all didn't appreciate the malarkey-free country. I'm sorry, not find you are malarkey brained. White dudes for Harris. As an example of this, I am a white dude for Harris. Well, probably not in a primary.
As an example for what?
I don't know. He probably said something YouTube censored earlier. Dude slop up the blue anon gobbledygook like it's gospel from the Bible. He's a religious zealot. True. White dudes for Harris is literally a prep commercial. Real. I don't really know what he's talking about. Ian is kind of unhinged. He's kind of just unhinged, like anti-Semitic.
It is true that I don't think Biden was great at drawing up some.
Oh well, Biden was
just good. He was just good. The groups he needed to win, he won because they did like him compared to Trump. You also had I'll say it. There was also things like COVID, and it's like, who do you trust more with COVID, a Democrat or a Republican? I think 99% of the time, even Republicans would probably agree. Well, not anymore, but they would have before 2015 probably, that a Democrat's probably more trustworthy with a pandemic. I feel like when I make those statements that I do just have to say like pre-2015, pre-2016 now, because now they won't admit anything. It goes back to my
now we're COVID was actually all made up by Biden to
yeah.
One day you should come on stream dressed like the Ayatollah and memorize his mannerisms and declare a fatwa against Paduple.
That's kind of based.
I've
or show up in
got,
the dress.
Oh, I've been so lazy. I've been fucking playing Minecraft for 5 days instead of doing anything. God, I need to start working on that fucking video.
What video? Are you gonna do you're doing a content nuke on Paduple, aren't you?
Right. Yeah.
Do you have the World Trade Center on your Minecraft world?
No.
I just saw 2 tall buildings.
No.
There's not a plane. Oh.
This is my aquarium.
Yeah.
Do you think we built 9/11 on the same server? We have Kirby and whatever this bitch is, and Mario and
Luigi.
Luigi.
Hit the building before the plane.
That is interesting.
Oh, that's not a. I thought that was an explosion. It's Mario. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's Mario and Luigi. We are working.
Side.
There's floors missing because we're building an explosion. Or my friend said he was going to build an explosion. He never got around to it, so I might have to build it myself. But this is my aquarium. It's not the Twin Towers. There's fish in here. You're ethnically Jewish. I'm not Jewish, man.
You're really fighting that claim.
Dude,
like, you don't have to.
I troll about being Jewish sometimes. I'm just worried that people might like think I'm actually Jewish because I just troll about being Jewish whenever people like ask if I am. And B, sorry, I'm looking at SpongeBob.
Canada will beat America in the Four Nations hockey game. I'm crying.
I don't know what the fuck just came out of your mouth. You probably say you're Jewish and call people anti-Semitic if they disagree, dude. I that's why I'm worried people think it's like offensive for me to just fake being Jewish, which is.
Do you do
what?
any manly things, non-fun?
I jork it.
Every time I try to talk to you about, I'll be like, I'll talk about NBA, I'll talk about football, I'll talk about other stuff. You just have no idea what I'm talking about. What's the manliest thing you do now? I gotta know now.
I just said I jork it. I jork it. That's what I'm fucking doing it, man. I'm a gooner. I'm a gamer and I'm a gooner. Those are both things that men do. Primarily males do. I shouldn't say
like,
men.
You gotta actually have something. Like,
boys.
What else you got? Don't say boys. Nope. Say men. Please say men. Don't say boys. Please. Please.
I mean, we understand. Okay, males goon more and males play more video games, but it's not really manly in like a strong big man sense to play video games in the goon. Okay, we're not. That's all I'm saying. Okay.
But like, you gotta have something on a real note though. Like, what is it? You gotta have something. What's a manly thing you do, non-fun?
Go on walks outside sometimes.
Non-fun. That is a very female activity.
Fuck. I do online school. I'm out of fucking. This is all I do. I'm out of things I do, Isaac. I do 5 things. I fucking sleep. I fucking stream. I game. I goon, and I walk. That's fucking it. Those 5 things are all I do.
Before I leave the country, we need to do a video where I make you manly. Okay? We dress up as Republicans and we just do Republican activities.
Oh wait! I forgot.
And we try to fit in.
There's a 6th thing I do, which is wear a dress whenever people donate $10! Exclamation point TTS in the chat. $10 and or like 2 gifted 2 subs or whatever, and I'll put the fucking dress on. Like a live version is I'm 5'7", by the way. So.
Yeah, I thought we were
Just
on
for
the same
chat.
height because we're built the same. I learned that you are not. I'm 6'1".
Yeah.
Man. I got remeasured. I'm 6'1", baby.
Damn.
6'1", 160.
I'm trying. There's gotta be something manly I do.
You gotta. I didn't mean to like put you on the spot like this, but.
I mean, fuck. I literally don't do it. Fuck. I'm just realizing I don't do anything, man. This is what it's kind. I literally do 5 things. I do like fucking 3 things. I'd be on my computer. Well, if I can just generalize it to being on my computer and sleeping. Those are.
I guess. Those are kind of. Although there is e-girls, how do we separate you from an e-girl? Oh, you do wear dresses on stream. Not on the e-girl argument.
Fuck. Oh no, I am an e-girl. I'm probably closer to a fucking e-girl. The games I play aren't even manly. I'm playing fucking Minecraft. I play Roblox. I play City Skyline. I guess maybe not that many women play City Skylines, but it's not a very manly. Not a very manly game.
Yeah. There's gotta be something manly you do, non-fun. Come on. We can think of one.
I have bisexual lighting. God damn it. I harass women.
We have like another one we can gotta go off
I
of?
make fun of women. I sexually harass women.
You really are Destiny clone. No,
That's not true. I didn't clone that part.
How do you realize how bad like the Destiny clone statements now are bad for you since you took that as like your moniker?
I took it as my moniker to be a Destiny clone.
I mean, on purpose. Not, I mean, sorry, not on purpose, but you do copy a lot of mannerisms.
Okay.
You do, and you kind of play into it now.
Listen.
Well, you used to at least. I don't know if you still do. You probably don't anymore, right?
I don't know what I mean by play into it. Like
Anything else?
Okay, well, the anything else is true, I guess. God damn it. Destiny Homunculus made it a laugh. Okay, listen. Foss did the same thing until he developed his own mannerisms, okay? So...
Yeah, so do we have one?
Do we have one what?
And
Oh, man. Oh, damn. I mean, I'm not a sex pest. I...
Why does it do that? How do I change it?
I'm vegan. Destiny hates vegans. A lot of old vegan debates that he lost horribly.
I think he won every single one, but yeah, agreed.
Have you seen them?
I mean, hey, you can never get through my veganism argument, okay?
Your veganism argument's stupid, but regardless.
Yeah, you can never get through it. Could never.
Such a stupid human level consciousness.
It's unbeatable though.
Fuck does that mean? It's a meaningless phrase.
Sorry, does a cow recognize itself like we do? On such a spiritual level to understand that he is
I'm pretty sure cows. I'm fairly certain cows pass a mere recognition test.
They recognize that.
Best anti-veganism argument: devil's advocate yourself.
Mine, easily.
It's not yours because yours is a meaningless.
It's easily mine.
Isaac's argument is that he values human conscious experience, and that's a meaningless, gobbledygook, and humans.
Don't forget the second part.
And humans. My bad.
Because I think that losing that consciousness still doesn't get you the right to be killed, right? I think that if like a person's in a coma, and actually that person can be killed, but like there are ways that like someone could lose like their level of consciousness.
And kill someone in a coma.
Right to be killed. You can do that, but what I'm saying is
you mean like a permanent coma, like they're not waking up, like.
Yes, obviously. I'm just saying that like if someone like lost like 30% of their brain capabilities and like their consciousness is severely like injured.
Sure.
I don't know how to measure that, but I don't think that loses the right to personhood.
Sure.
What
meaningless thing. What is a human? We can imagine like a being with higher sentient.
Can't. That's the reason that's argument. The reason that's argument.
We can imagine it being a higher sentience than a human. What do you mean, bro? What do you mean? Yes, you can.
I'm saying there's nothing in our material world that shows that though. There's nothing there.
Well, I'm talking about the hypothetical world where we have people a higher sentient experience than humans. What do you mean? Because I'm trying to get you to show that you secretly value sentience. That's the actual thing you value. Okay.
Well, I also don't think a human has a right to be killed though, just if they lose that though. Also, wait, no, I don't.
Well, I mean, there's this guy doesn't value sentience.
If there was aliens above us, they would probably eat us, non-fun. That is true. You know that, right?
Yeah, it'd be immoral to eat us. I don't want to be eaten.
Too bad, okay? It's an eat or be eaten world, non-fun. I want to be a millionaire. Guess what? Doesn't happen like that.
There are no ethical millionaires, Isaac.
But yeah, listen. I don't think that there's any good argument for veganism. Okay, it's not. I eat my vegan burgers. Okay, other than actually, I'll give you the devil's advocate. It's just environment. It's the best argument. I don't give a fuck about any
sure.
Of
Yeah.
It's the environmental arguments, maybe the strongest argument you actually hit me with. That did make me be like, maybe I should eat. I eat less red meat because I'll say that, not fun. Has nothing to do with the moral arguments though, because I think all those are very much not compelling. The environmental argument though is a very strong argument, and it does make me eat less red meat. I eat more vegan burgers now. I think I sent you one when I did.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did one time. Yeah.
I said I'm gonna rape a cow after this just to be morally
morally consistent.
Yeah. It's like that is a good argument. I do agree that like it does irreparable damage to the environment. The problem is though that's only really compelling on a like a legislative level, right? That's only gonna compel me to like ask for change.
Yeah.
That's why I hit the listen. If you wanted to make like legislation,
wait, I put off fat dude vibes. What? Me or Renewald? Are you talking about Ian? I think it might be. I think he's talking about another person. No, I don't think he's talking about.
Listen. I'll lift my shirt up right now. Actually, I could. Actually, I'm a little fat right now. I eat chicken nuggets. I'm bloated.
If he ate one burger, he'd be 6'11".
I eat red meat still. I'll never stop because it's good non-fun, and it's utility maximizing non-fun for eating meat. And guess what, non-fun? I don't take into account cow's utility maximization. I don't.
Well, yeah. Obviously, everything's utility maximizing if you don't take into account the disutility. Like.
Well, I'm just saying I don't take their utility into account because I don't think they're people that need to be. They don't need to be valued. Okay,
Yeah, they don't have utils. Yeah.
I support factory farming. I'll be brave. Obviously, I'm moving, guys. Obviously, I'm a very environmental person. It's the only argument you can get me on because there's nothing new and like I think there's nothing in the moral argument that like gives me anything to ponder, right? Like all this is like the same stuff like that you kind of accept when you start eating meat, right? Like even if you don't like in your head or if you don't directly, you're at some point gonna learn like how the chicken gets made, right?
Sure, but I think a lot of that for ordinary people, not high-minded people, is probably
I know it's so annoying.
It's like
I know
yeah.
It's so annoying when I'm arguing like with a vegan like sample and like I'll like because like there are things you have to I don't even consider biting a bullet. Like remember when I said like yes I would push the butt like personally yes the utility of like a person stubbing their toe is more valuable to me than like a million cows dying. That is true. I don't even consider that biting a bullet not fun because I eat meat. Like obviously I accept that. And I'll see a meat eater in the chat and
massive
be like,
reductio.
I don't even
massive
reductio.
reductio.
It's a reductio to fucking absurdity, but still, right? Like
this is the same thing fucking Destiny did in all his vegan debates where it's like he ends up like talking to vegan games or ask yourself and just like, wait, so you think it would be okay to like genocide a group of people who doesn't who do it's like no.
I don't I understand, like, and it's so annoying because people will be like, "Oh my God, you shouldn't." Like, I don't agree with you. It's like, yes, you do. You just don't understand you just don't understand your own position. You don't do the work that I do. Okay, I think about my positions that I have. So like, that's why I was confused. When you're like, whenever Sample Jimmy said it, he's like, I've reducted you to this. I was like, what? I agree with this. And he's like, yeah, but you agree with it because it's like this. And I was like, yeah, but like, if you asked me that before the argument, I would also bite the same bullet because I've accepted this. And it's so annoying when I'll see a person who eats meat and they'll be like, why would you accept that? And it's like, well, you fucking have to. That's part of the position. If you eat meat, you kind of accept that. But I do. I don't care. I'll eat my burgers.
This guy. How much work do you think I have to do to get a embed on the DDG website?
You have to make some interaction regularly. Or not regularly, but periodically.
That's a lot of work. Actually, not that many people even have it. XQC,
to be fair though, your connection with Darius will probably get you in on some point because I assume Darius is going to be kept around because he's been running the most fucking
the hardcore sweeping.
Little spineless.
Wait, literally, it's just XQC, Darius, and that's it. I think. Oh, Trainwrecks.
It's very I'll say it's pretty spineless, but I know you like him, so I won't say it publicly, except for on your stream that I'm saying it very publicly.
I mean, what do you mean? I like. I'm chill. I am chill with Darius. Okay.
Yeah,
This is there.
Fucking fuck up your fucking position. Okay. I can say it because I'm not held down. You have a very good end. Use it.
Me and Darius are chill. That's what I'll say. Do you think it's funny that he has the same name as the Darius guy with autism in the closet? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I have no fucking idea what you're talking about.
You don't. You know what I'm talking about. You haven't seen the Darius? Why you in my closet, Darius? Darius, what are you looking? And he's humming. He's stimming. What? Hold on. You gotta check this shit out.
Named Darius. There's a League of Legends character that's named Darius.
Dude, there's so many. There's so many Darius stimming videos. There's so many different stims he does.
Non-fun. You know that like the only thing you have that you haven't done that Destiny does is play League of Legends. When are we getting the League of Legends arc?
I'm not. That's never happening. That's the difference.
Everyone does it someday. Everyone does it someday. That's the difference. Not the sending porn of people without consent. That's not the difference you can think of. I think there was an easy answer there.
I said that earlier. I said the difference is I'm not a sex pest. That and the League of Legends. I don't play Factorio. That's different.
I play Factorio. It's a good game. Very autistic game.
This guy, Destiny clone, Destiny clone, Destiny clone, Destiny clone, Destiny
I
clone.
actually stopped streaming because I started really fucking with me in my head because there's so much unhuman shit going on that I was thinking about. Cause here's what I was thinking about now. I actually have a real. It seems kind of fucked up to. Okay, the problem is I don't have this conversation with you because you're one of the people acting engaging it, but I know you have. You're human. I'll give you that. You're still human. Okay.
Okay.
As of now,
Yep.
Unless I haven't been watching a lot recently, so maybe you become more inhuman. But I don't like that like the spear seems to make people inhuman. Genuinely. What I mean by that is like, think about like if you were. This is gonna come off as so emotional. And it's gonna be so fucking cringe. I hate the leftists that do this, but I'm gonna be one of them for once. Imagine being like Pixie and in this position, and like you have like these panels talking about like your actual life going on.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah.
It seems like such like a, like it's not bad by itself, but like just the environment that you have to get into to like become that seems like kind of fucked.
Yeah, I mean it's weird. I mean it's.
It's not it's like it's immoral. I would even say that's pretty strong.
Wow. Whoa.
I'm such a hot take talking about someone's personal life against their consent about like a extremely personal drama. Super hot take that I'll give. Like they should just let. I mean, obviously, I understand they have to. They don't. It is impossible for them not to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's impossible not to talk about it at all, and like everyone expects you to, and like. Yeah.
And if you don't, you're just gonna cede the ground to whoever does, right? Like I understand that. It's like the old Destiny had this argument before about the Pokemon stuff and like people were getting upset with him that he was covering it, and he was like, "Do you want like someone like me to cover it, or do you want Keemstar?" He's like, "Choose." Like, so that's why I say like I think you're human enough that I like you covering it's fine because I think that you will actually treat it with the like gravity that it probably deserves.
I don't even like outside of the like Darius panels. I don't really cover stuff that much, the drama stuff.
Okay, that's good. I was gonna say,
I'm not even reading. Like I didn't even read the full. Like, I haven't read into most of this shit. Like I hang with Darius and Prawn because we're chill and we're buddies, but I don't even know.
Prawn more. I remember y'all that first meeting, and now y'all see y'all in panels together a lot. Are you getting a little stream of friends?
Yeah. Well, you know what's funny is that he actually it's like it was funny when like he DM'd me like initially asking me to be on his stream because I was the more popular dude at the time, and then like now he's
Really?
What sorry?
I said actually?
Yeah. I think
That's crazy. I didn't know that.
I mean, I still have more subscribers than him technically, but he averages like almost 100 viewers and fucking Kick, and it's like.
God, you really did get fucked on. How did that happen? How did he get so?
Well, just because he started hanging out with Darius. Hanging out with Darius.
Oh, he got
so,
into
like,
like
he's
that
just,
spear, yeah, and he does IRL
yeah,
streams.
I mean, he does IRL. He lives with Darius, so like he's in the.
Like actually.
Yeah, like they live in the same room. Yeah, or not same room, same house.
Become their roommate.
I think they're in fucking Texas.
Move in, okay? Fucking, you can a 50K credit card tag.
I'm sure my mom would approve. Hey, I'm moving in with fucking Darius. Oh, you don't know Darius?
You don't say who. Yeah, you don't say who. I feel like this environment. I actually like this reason. I kind of there was that and the whole I have to get security clearance shit. But like I just started pulling back a lot on this environment. It just doesn't seem. It doesn't cultivate any good non-fun, and I don't.
Thank you, Chairman Senator.
Like getting into
we can probably chat tomorrow, but don't stay up too late. Joke's on you. I'm gonna stay up too late. But you want to talk about tariffs ever?
Oh, you young man! I thought that was pretty funny.
That's Cameron. He's goated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is he a regular? Is a local? Locals, I haven't seen locals in here in a little. Is he?
I think we just agree on tariffs. That's the point. It's that we circle jerk about tariffs. What exactly?
Oh my god, not fun. Well, now that we don't have any like other content ideas, let's just add Destiny to the call. Let's make a group chat right now.
Don't fight.
Add Destiny to a group chat.
I mean,
start a call, and then
realistically, I don't care that much if Destiny doesn't like me, because like, you know, before all this happened, that'd be wouldn't like that, but like now that all this shit has happened, I'm like, I don't care.
Are you giving me permission
no,
to do it?
I'm not. I'm giving you explicit instructions not to do it because
why not?
There's
could
just
join and
no.
we could be
He's
like,
not
"What's
gonna do. He's not gonna do that. No, he's not.
I
Hey,
know,
he's
but that's
not.
why it's funny.
No, he's just gonna get mad
Like
at
Dan.
us.
Don't you have
It's
Dan?
just gonna.
Oh my god, let's make a group chat.
No,
Me, you,
honestly,
Dan, and Lab,
Dan might. No, that's even worse, dude.
When you get a Mr. Girl connection, you can make a group chat with like the entire group, and it would be really. It would be your content would be pretty good. Because even if nothing, like even if all of them leave the group chat and none of them send a DM, that you could get some good Twitter interaction from that. Sell all of the friends, sell all of the bridges you just made for very small, substantial amount of clout.
I don't think
Take
I want to
everything
do
I
that.
just said and go back on it. Be less human, non-fawn. Be clout-brained.
I don't think I'm doing that one. I don't think I'm.
You're so
I am clout brain. That's why I. That's why I fucking.
You don't know. I'm not.
That's
gonna lie
why
to you,
I
though.
friend
With everything-
request like everyone I'm in a call with, like every time.
what-
That's why I have Dan.
you
That's why I
understand-
have.
I was like, whenever I saw you.
We're
send me
not
that,
doing
like,
much right now,
that's
Sleepy Goober.
bullshit,
We're
not
just
fun video.
chatting
I thought I was
about
gonna
shit.
Open up your YouTube and see like you want a panel with him, and then I was like, oh no, you didn't interact with him. I'm waiting for the day, non-fun. It's like every day.
No,
now,
no,
it's
yeah.
Closer and closer for an interaction. And
With
then I'm
who?
just looking.
With what? With Destiny?
With
or
Big
with...
B. With
Oh
Big
yeah.
B. Every day you get closer and closer. And then I was like, what if I just add him? And then I literally was like, I'm just gonna add him. I add him. 2 seconds later, friend request is accepted. I'm like, oh, what the fuck? And then I just see the Discord like, and then I just see this. Where's the thingy thing?
Well, I mean, he accepts most friend requests. I would imagine. It's just...
That's not true.
I'm like ISIS level rage against Tariffs. Same, brother.
We had a friend request non-fun for like the last year just sitting there. Okay, it was never accepted. We didn't have enough clout back then. Now that we're friends with the big non-fun, you know what I mean? Big streamer non-fun, okay?
I do think it is funny, and I tell my friends this, like my IRL friends. I'm like, you know, it's kind of crazy. You guys just kind of have a mutual friend with all these people. Like you could all go click on like Rob Noor's profile, Tom Fuller's profile. Thanks Sleepy Goober for the follow. Destiny's profile and see one mutual friend, non-fun. And it's like, that's kind of...
Do you understand how much weirder it is for me though, non-fun? Because I'm in the same boat with that person now. With Des, actually, I can just say, I keep switching from not wanting to say and saying it. And it's like, I don't do anything though. You actually are out here. I just randomly have that now. And then like that popped up and I'm like, what the fuck? Because like when the friendship got accepted, I was like, that makes sense. And then I get the fucking
Hell yeah, thanks Sleepy Goober, I appreciate it.
Top right left corner, I'm like, oh no.
Eventually the YouTube notification will pop up. It's really delayed. What was the last part, Charlie? The notification popped up?
The notification popped up and I was like, he's gonna ask about being an NGG army. I should tell him that I'm an NG. I don't even want to make that joke. No, have we come up with a better name yet?
No. Why would I need a better name?
Are you gonna buy it? You probably. I don't want to ask you your financials now. But are you making money yet? Like you gotta be, right?
Depends. Well, actually, I think it's hard to know because I usually, I don't get payouts every month, usually just because of the way, I don't meet the threshold sometimes and shit.
Yeah, I know.
I pay, it depends how you calculate it. I'm not paying for electricity, but I pay $50 a month for Restream. Usually I make that back through streaming. Not always, but usually. I make a little bit. I got enough to... this microphone was mostly funded with streamer money. Some of it was probably Christmas money. Or no, it was before. I think this microphone was basically entirely funded with 1 or 2 Twitch payouts. Along with the stand and the audio mixer I have for it. I'm trying to think. Oh, and the cloud... I bought a cloud lifter, but it's not here yet. But
What is that?
it's something basically you're supposed to have for this microphone. It makes you louder. It's an inline preamp, they call it. This microphone needs a lot of gain. The audio mixer I have technically can't provide enough gain, but it's just barely enough gain, and B, when you have I bought for chat who knows a Scarlett Focusrite 4th generation. That's a decent fucking audio mixer, but it's not like super high quality, so it can only do basically the bare minimum gain. And when you stress the preamp this much, it basically creates like a hissing sound. It's not very noticeable, but it's a high noise floor, and the inline preamp basically provides gain. So I can A, have more gain, and B, I can have more gain at a lower noise floor, and it makes me sound better. And it's $80 just so I can be louder, but it's worth it.
Just so you can speak over people. I love it.
Yeah.
Okay, do you know how to change, like, what is it? How do you use Streamlabs or OBS? Pure OBS.
I use just regular OBS, but I have some plugins and stuff. But yeah.
I have Streamlabs, and I'm trying to get it so that my virtual camera only sends like my actual camera, but it only wants to send my scene. And like I have a scene that is just my camera, but I don't know how to send that while also.
I don't know where it is. My OBS, like next to the start virtual camera thing, there's a settings button, and it has output type and output selection, so I can either choose a scene or just a source.
I used OBS before. It's so much better on that. Well, I'll show you what I have. It's so much stupider on my side. Not to completely clown on Streamlabs, but look at this. This is
I don't know.
It's not even on this. It's not on this. Look at this. And then it's just fucking start. That's all I have. And it just starts. What is this? What does this do for me?
Yeah, I don't know. There's got to be a way to do it somehow. There might actually not be a way to do it. I don't know, but
You would think. Yeah. Who knows? Yeah, we need to
eventually I'll buy
a non-fun event.
a non-fun. I mean, I considered making shit before, but it's a lot of work.
Oh, I just have another camera in my closet. I have such a goated idea. Never mind.
Okay.
I'll just have 2 cameras. I'm gonna go full streamer. I'm gonna use my cheap $10 camera as my Discord camera.
Paste. I have or eventually I'll buy a camera with my streamer money. If we get some subs in the chat, let's
do you still
exclamation point
do you
TTS.
still use your phone?
Yeah.
Look at my camera. Look at my camera. Are you on? I mean, stream.
Your
You're
stream?
Yeah.
Talking to the fawn.
Okay, don't look at the name. But look,
what?
I got this one right here. I got another one. I'm gonna use 2.
Is this?
It's a goated plan. It's a goated plan.
I would just like to say, I don't know why you're making fun of me for using my phone. Like literally, my fucking phone is probably better than this shitty ass webcam you got. But
I have a Razer. Okay, I have a Razer $80
a
camera.
Razer,
It was a good camera.
$80 camera, dude. There's no shot. No shot. I doubt it's better.
It has a light on it.
Than my phone. Doubt it. Oh, it has a light on.
I can become so white.
Doubt it's better than my phone. I'm actually looking at it. It does not look better than my phone, but.
To be fair, it's really cropped. I need to work on it.
All right. Eventually, I need I don't know what camera I should get, but good camera's expensive. I'll probably get a Canon Rebel
I'm a porn star.
T7 or something, but true.
Having 2 cameras is kind of crazy work. Oh my god, I can have different camera angles though.
Do you know anything about AB RPI Pico? No.
What? Is that English?
I don't know. I think he meant about Pisco? Is that what maybe that's what he's trying to say?
Non-fawn is Pisco's like #1 enemy.
That is true.
Those who know.
I was banned in his chat for a little bit, but I'm no longer banned in his chat, so don't worry. It was only for a little bit. Raspberry Pico. Raspberry Pi Pico. No, I have no clue. No, why are you clicking out of my stream? You're ruining it. I was gonna have an infinite. Oh no! Oh wait, it's still. Oh boy. This peak stream content right here. You look like guy who knows, to be honest. I don't know anything about coding or Raspberry Pi shit. All I know is, shit, what do I know? I don't know shit, man. Those who know. There's two types of people.
Oh my god.
What the fuck? Why do you sound like that? Hello?
What does that mean?
I mean, you using your fucking webcam
It's on
mic.
my new webcam. It was.
Yeah.
Am I good now? I don't
Yeah,
even
you're
know what I
good.
sounded like on your side.
Horrible, horrible.
Alright, now when I do this, it should, Is it this one?
I just, by the way. What the hell? It's so fucking horrible, man.
It's been in my closet a while. Don't make fun of it. Give me a second. Don't listen. It just takes a minute. Okay, there's a reason it was a $20 one we got. Okay, there's a reason that it was $20. Okay, it's a genius idea though, non-fun. Don't
Right.
don't
I'm pretty sure what Minar does. Minar has two cameras.
Yeah, his setup's weird though. His cameras have like batteries on them.
Yeah, I don't know.
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Like when his thing was like fucked up.
Make a bow? I'm barely fucking playing the game
Hey,
right now. Dude.
I mean it's
Wow.
bad, but like it's not bad.
Okay. It's frozen.
Actually.
It's I don't know if it's
Hey.
just your internet or if it's the camera.
Shut up. Okay. Oh, is it? I don't want to talk about it. I don't.
Oh,
I don't wanna talk
okay.
about it. We can,
Okay.
we can just move on.
Right.
Why does it? Why does it do that? Why does it hate me? Why does it? It is. What's weird about this also is there is a giant light in front of my face and it still looks dark.
Yeah, I know.
That is so interesting. Like, let me take a screenshot. Oh, my Discord hides on a screenshot. That's so
Damn.
cringe. Don't worry, I'm gonna use your stream as a example. And when your stream was on my first monitor and my stream was on the second monitor, so it's gonna go all the way across. Well, like, look at my
I
stream
don't
on
know
the
if
bottom left.
snipping
I
tool
look so
lets you
much-
do that.
But like bottom left, I look so much brighter than I do off right. That's so bad. Also, it's very weird having two different angles. It's really fucking with me because one of them, I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
8-year-old making first video at grandma's house with old ass Walmart camera from 2000. True.
Hey, okay. You can't make non-fun. You are that stereotype. I can find the old non-fun videos.
What do you-
Okay.
Okay.
The Happy Wheels. The Happy Wheels.
Yeah. Listen. That was back then, though. I now check out this fucking Shure SM7B, brother. Check out this fucking Rode PSA 1. Check out these fucking lights I got. But you guys probably can't. I don't even know if you guys know I have these. I got fucking. See this shit? I got fucking light. There's another one up there. It's harder to turn that one off. I got fucking lights. Actual fucking streamer lights.
I have. Oh, I should set up my lights. Actually, that's a good idea. I have lights that I just don't for no reason.
Yeah,
I
my
don't do the streaming
Scarlett
stuff.
Focusrite PSA 1. I'll have you know, I put effort into my stream setup a little. By effort, I mean
I was gonna make
money.
it actually. Our setups are the same now, though. Non-fun. Do you notice that my setup's literally just my bed behind me now because I moved my bed.
Oh yeah.
Now we just both have our beds behind us.
I'm not woke though. Well, I guess I have Biden, but you have the gay flag, which is more woke than
Yeah,
Biden.
I do outgay you so much, and there's a katana touching the trans part of it. That's pretty base.
Oh, yeah.
And the Harris, and you can see the Harris on the background. You really gotta up your libness.
Wasn't Biden. Wasn't. Well, I have the bisexual lighting.
That is true. If you were, but listen. I outgay you though too. There's the flag. You can't get outgayed.
That's well.
You can't
Yeah.
outgay me with this flag behind me. You can maybe the only reason I might give we're kind of tied in the libness is because the Biden does give you a lot of points. Because Biden's you have to be such an ultra lib to support Biden. Like, it was like Harris.
That
Like
is
Harris, you have to
true.
be ultra lib to support Harris. Biden though, Biden support in this year, that's pretty lib.
What can I say? My man is goated. No malarkey. I gotta. By the way, Non's cameras be like when your parents give you no budget. And took the expensive camera selection, and clerk recommended the highest quality they have. True, accurate.
Whoa.
But I do need a better camera. So exclamation point TTS in the chat for the donos.
Uses his camera.
Send the
I will not
bits.
stand for this.
Send the bits. Send the bits. Send the kick
God, he
subs.
uses his
The
fucking
Twitch
camera.
subs.
We're not doing this. No, do not.
The
support
YouTube
this.
members. YouTube members. Hit the join button on YouTube. By the way, people got to get more multi-streaming pilled. I don't know why everyone is so.
I saw so much debate about that. I actually was pretty convinced by Ludwig, who's anti-multi-stream.
Didn't he come around to being pro multi-streaming now?
Maybe I didn't keep up.
I
with
thought-
it.
I thought
saw
I
that he
saw
was like,
the-
it's hard to cultivate. He was like, once you get big, it makes sense because then you can be seen everywhere.
Yeah.
But like in the beginning, you shouldn't really be doing it when you're.
Well, I'm pretty sure Ludwig said he multi-streams, but he disables YouTube chat.
I think that is true. I think that is the case.
But I don't know. Like I saw, like
And I'm about to turn it on. Okay.
yeah, Pisco started multi-streaming, and he does a lot better on YouTube. He finally made a fucking YouTube channel. Oh Jesus! I mean, it's.
Did it get worse? Better?
Yeah,
I
it got
haven't
worse.
Things like a week. We could.
It's like its gain is like way too high.
Okay, I can work on that.
Don't do that, Sleepy Goober.
The gain, for reference, the gain was maxed out.
Okay, see that makes sense.
Now I put on 50%. Is it good now?
Yeah, okay,
You're
we're good.
You're gonna be my person. Is that
We're
good?
good.
Okay.
It should be good.
Is it better than it was before?
Yeah. But yeah, Pisco does a lot better when he was multi-streaming. I saw like Rob Noor, I think, got suspended from Twitch for doing something. I don't know. I saw
Did you see a slur? No,
he might have.
Counterpoint.
Yeah, well, yeah, but Rob Noor always multi-streams, and he does good on YouTube. He does okay on Twitch, but Lactoid was talking to him, and Lactoid was streaming on YouTube, and Lactoid had like 11 viewers, which is about what he usually gets on Twitch. Now, some of those were probably because he was only streaming to YouTube because he was he couldn't stream on Twitch because Rob's banned, obviously. So,
yeah.
Presumably some of those were
So
people who otherwise would have been watching on Twitch, but also a lot of those people probably just would not have been watching if he was only streaming on Twitch. Like he probably could have.
Why weren't you streaming earlier? Is it for the same reason? Was someone banned on that?
Yeah, Darius is banned, but Twitch doesn't. Twitch doesn't seem to care that much. I've streamed like full things with
100%.
Darius before, and they.
And
Yeah.
you had the giant panel with PVG, who's like the most banned. I mean, allegedly, right? Because
Yeah, his- But I mean, I don't know. As long as like you delete the video afterwards, they don't. It doesn't seem like I'm not big enough for them to care. But people got to get more. I just don't want to risk getting banned on Twitch because I do shit with like Gibbs and Wick, and like it would impede my ability to be on
that
their
would hurt
panels
you.
a ton.
Yeah, that would hurt you a
So they
lot.
would, yeah, yeah. But I don't even do. Okay, on Twitch, let's see. I have one viewer.
That's probably me because I'm watching your Twitch.
Okay, so basically not on Twitch. We have 33 on YouTube. And we have, although this is a little bit distorted by the Darius raid, we have 29 on Kick. But some of that is like Darius raid holdover people, so. By the way, I'm not seeing 30.
I like how I said that and they can't I love you.
I'm not seeing 33 likes on the stream, so if we want to smash that like button on YouTube.
We're not
Smash
we are
that
not moving
like
forward
button.
until we get likes.
Smash
no
that like
content will be
button.
provided.
hit subscribe, ring that bell icon.
Non-fun. Keep them hostage. No content will be provided until you do it.
Until I see the likes go up to at least 15. I need 15 likes on the YouTube stream. Everyone in Kick, go to YouTube and like the stream as well, okay?
You need like a Subway Surfer screen that's like Subway Surfers until 15 likes.
Come on, guys. I'm not seeing enough movement.
You got roasted in your Kick chat.
I know. Fuck. Everyone, I'm not seeing. I'm seeing the view count go down on YouTube. I'm not seeing no likes. It was up at 35 for a second. It fell back down to 33. Come on, chat. Are these fucking bots watching me, man? It's down to 31. God damn it. Okay. No, we can't do it. I think we're bleeding viewership. We're bleeding.
This is a conspiracy.
I like poop. Thank you, Poop Man 1. It's not clearly. It's clearly not bots watching me. This is Poop Man 1 here. So.
Yeah, I will legend a conspiracy. A lot of the times, I will see these streamers with like 30 to 20 viewers who will have the same chat interaction like you, and I'll just say it. It looks a little sketchy.
To be clear, I think PPG view bots. I'm fairly certain Casey also has view botted at points at least. I think quite a few people view bot on Twitch and stuff.
I was gonna say I feel comfortable saying that because I've seen some really like. I'm not here enough to understand the. If I was like 100% confident, I'm not, but. I think I understand enough to understand like how a chat should look at certain rates, and it just seems like a lot of people don't have the chat that their view count should give them. I'll be brave. Either that, or Non-Fun just has incredible viewer interaction, which maybe you should just say that's the case.
True.
That does look better for you, yeah.
Although I'm fairly certain these fucking people that Prawn sent me are bots, but whatever.
Oh, are you saying the man who you recently started drama?
we were memeing about it earlier. Poop Man 1, Palestine or Israel? I don't know how serious to take that, Poop Man 1.
He asked him the question. Which one?
I mean, it's obviously reductive. I don't think Israel is committing a genocide or anything in Gaza. Though, I mean, the war is. I mean, did a ceasefire ever fully break? They were kind of flirting with breaking it for a while. I don't know what that amounted to though. I
am just gonna focus on. I think my stuff's just gonna limit around like environment and is gonna limit. Apparently, that's what I'm going into. So I should probably spend some time focusing on it. But I've been so environment pilled. Unfortunately, I don't think the military's gonna have a lot of use for environmental law.
Oh, you should have seen me earlier arguing with chat about the fucking life cycle of windmills and if they Trump or Kamala. Although it's too late, but it's like
I had that actually in my notion of my.
Actually, windmills take a lot of coal to make, and I'm like, dog. Smart people do this. It's fake science, like all the fake. It's like, okay, well, if you just say the science is fake, of like scientists estimating like. How long does it take for a windmill to offset the carbon it produces when you're making it? It's like, well, I can't really prove to you that it doesn't otherwise. It's like, dog.
There is an argument though. I've heard that like the fiberglass is. I don't research. I've heard like the stuff that windmills are made out of be buried. Like it's very hard to dispose of. Like I don't know how true that is.
Maybe.
Yeah, I've heard that argument before, and that is an interesting.
You keep cutting out, by the way. I don't know why.
It's the Yeti. Oh my god, wait, didn't this happen? This happened before. I remember this. I have to turn off my Discord settings. It's because they were on, because I've been using my other mic. I have to turn off my stupid, the automatic sensor. Okay. Now it should be fine forever. Or at least we hope. If I keep cutting out, let me know. I turned off one of the settings, and I'll just keep turning them off until it doesn't happen anymore.
Makes sense.
We'll go one by one, yeah. In engineering, A plus B equals C. So we're going to eliminate A and then eliminate B. And see which one does it. Yeah, that's what I've heard a lot. Is that, like, I don't know exactly how easy it is to dispose of them, and I don't know their lifespan. Like, I genuinely just don't know anything about them. So I would have to look into, like, is there an actual case being made that, like, the amount it outputs isn't really worth the amount they have to put in? But considering I'm not seeing like any person that's intellectually actually like relevant in the area say anything about it, I don't. Wait.
None of the fake climate scientists. The fake.
Yeah, exactly. The ones who are paid by big windmill.
Exactly.
You see, Kash Patel got confirmed.
Yeah.
You know, the dude whose book I have behind me.
Oh yeah.
The one you know that calls Trump a literal king.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that's not even such a big thing anymore. He's doing it himself.
He's doing it. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Do you remember a few weeks ago, whenever we were doing our podcast, I was like, "It's so crazy that they're calling Trump a king," and now that like he does it openly,
Now he
like himself.
Yep. Now he posts about it. You saw the ASMR deportation thing too, right?
Yeah, that's even.
That's
crazier,
fucking insane.
Yes. There's this really funny meme that I wish I had, and I should tweet it every time something like this happens. And it's like this Republican voter, and he draws a line in the sand, and then Trump crosses it, and he's like, "Okay, you can cross this one, but this is where I'll stop." And then like it zooms out to show like there's like 20 lines in the sand that all have been crossed.
Yeah.
I need that meme, and I should just tweet it every time something like this happens. Because like if I could go back to like 2016 all the way up to even like 2023, and I was like, if Trump called himself a king, do you think that'd be bad? I would hear yes, and he would never do that. But as of yesterday, or as of a week ago, I will no longer hear that answer ever given, ever. Because why would they give that? What do they gain?
Did you
It's always
see
gained on fun.
Rob Noor versus Soy Pill on the WIC panel?
I haven't been in the space in a while.
Yeah, so
Outdated.
yeah, I don't know. I think you saw the thing I was on with Soy Pill, but Soy Pill's a very close personal friend of mine. My very close and personal friend, the Soy Pill, who has 40,000 subs, which is definitely not the.
That's what I was about to say. I was about to say how big is he? I was like, what can I say about him?
My very close and personal friend.
Yeah.
He was on a debate panel, or he was talking with Rob Noor on Twitter or whatever. They were talking about the tweet that Trump put out, not the king one. It was the one before. Oh, the he who saves his country breaks no law.
He who violates the laws. Yeah. I remember.
Yeah, and Rob Noor was like, Democrats don't care about corruption, but they want me to care about this mean tweet. I'm not going to answer any Democrat who asks me my opinion on this if they don't recognize the corruption against Donald Trump and the lawfare against Donald Trump when it comes to the Elvin Bragg case and the illegal FISA warrants. Have you heard about the illegal FISA warrants, Isaac? But and Soy Pill Soy Pill edited a tweet that said the Democrats using lawfare against Trump to go after the New York felony case or whatever. It's nothing short of lawfare, and Democrats are way better than this. And it was kind of obviously faked. It had it was really low quality. It had 7 views, but had 23 likes, and and Rob Noor believed it. So Rob Noor is willing to talk to Soy Pill about it on WIC's panel, and then 5 minutes into their panel, they were talking about it more, and Soy Pill was like, and by the way, just so you know, now that you've answered my hypothetical, because I'm willing to admit the lawfare against Trump, that's not actually how I feel, and I completely doctored that tweet, and it was just completely fake. And Rob Noor said a major crash out about it. He started he was like, well, I'm done. Well, it's either me or him, Wick. One of us is leaving. It's like, dog. Wick was like, or you could just stay in debate. No, and it's like, nope, I'm leaving. And then Wick and him started yelling, and he left. And then he went and
I will say,
talked to fucking
I have had very
Pisco.
brief communications with Wick. He is a man. I can give him this. That does stand 10 toes down every time I see him. I will say it. Whenever I'll give him that. He does seem either he just doesn't have the social awareness to realize that he's stepping on toes a lot, or the more based thing, he just doesn't give a fuck and he steps on toes. I love to see him do it. I love seeing Wick do that.
Trump is democracy. Trump saved the world. Don't worry. Europe is not democracy. So true, buddy. Trump will fuck Europe, fuck Canada, fuck Ukraine, viva Putin. That's the opposite of what I want to do, though. That's not a good. I don't want him to fuck Europe. I like Europe. I like Canada. I like Ukraine.
Guys, why?
Those are the people I like.
Into this position of not liking our allies. Why does this keep happening? I noticed. Did you see, bro? Actually, borderline insanity. Like I said, I haven't been in the space, so I don't know the reaction to it.
Mm-hmm.
Trump calling Zelensky a dictator when there is Putin on the other side of the table, who is
and him saying
definitionally-
Ukraine shouldn't have started the war. Did you see that?
Oh my god, that too is even crazier.
Yeah, and he wants them to pay back the aid with rare earth minerals. It's like, dog.
What's insane is genuinely that, like, this is the same argument Hitler made, right? Like, is that like Hitler did not start the war. He asked them to surrender 5 times and they didn't. Like, that was genuinely Hitler's logic. I don't know if you like how much you know about World War II, but he was genuinely like, I didn't want this war to happen. I asked Poland to surrender themselves to me time and time again, but they didn't. Okay, I gave them so many outs, but no, they wanted this. They wanted this to happen. It's like that's genuinely the logic he used, and it's the exact same logic Trump is using.
Yeah, it's not ideal.
I did look at the tweet. I don't know if you saw this tweet. There was a dude who used the Gronk AI and was like, based on these statements, like, is it true? Is it like reasonable to assume that Trump is like in a like a Russian like echo chamber or something like that? And then the Gronk was like, yes, it actually is reasonable to assume based upon the statements you're making that are very much in line with like the Russian statements that he is being like given his points from Russia.
Dude, did you see? There was a funny tweet. It was from like some. I forget the Twitter account. It's some like news agency that usually just tweets out like breaking whatever, and it's just like some comment or whatever. Like everyone retweets it. But it was like breaking. Russian officials apparently caught off guard by Trump's sudden move towards Moscow, and it's like, bro, even the Russians are trying to figure out who's paying him so much.
I don't understand it. He's like so Russia pilled. It's actually crazy.
I mean, I think he literally, like, all of his comments, him saying, like, you know, Kim Jong-un, all his people clap, I want my people to do that. Like, I think he just likes, I think he genuinely just likes dictators. Like, he just likes Putin. He just likes Kim Jong-un. Like, he just likes these people. He just likes them. Like, he's just like, that's what it seems like.
I hope I get sent to Korea.
How's their
Bro, I keep getting these.
How's their president doing? He was arrested, right?
I don't know, Donphan, but I keep getting these like Korean and Japanese like convenience store video like TikToks where they go and make
yeah,
and they look so cool.
Yeah,
and obviously those are not like those are obviously a true show of like what it would be like to live there.
Well, don't they put fucking like McDonald's in the American military bases, or you're not even gonna leave the fucking military base? Is gonna.
I don't know if I live on base. I was wondering that. I wonder if they have like their. I think I do, but I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, the lawyers might not.
That's not surprising. Oh God, you know I might end up getting married just for that reason. Listen, if you're married on Fawn, you don't have to live on base. You're allowed to not live on base no matter what if you're married. And you get paid more.
Well, I mean, maybe we can work something out if you give me the cut that.
You know, actually, allegedly, one of my bros, because one of my bros in the military. This is all alleged, obviously. All of this is fake. Funny, haha. Genuinely tried to get me to marry him because I would get free college and he would get a better paycheck. This is all alleged. So I'm just saying, Nonfon, if me and you got married, you would get free college.
Wait, I would get free college. I don't have to be in the military for free college. What?
Yeah,
that's how
you're
that
a spouse
shit works.
If you're the spouse, yeah, your college is paid for.
There's no way they would believe that shit, right?
I had my allegedly, I had my bro look into it because I was like, listen, I don't want to go to jail for marriage fraud. Allegedly, of course, this is like all in my dream, and I was like, but like look into it, like see if you know anyone that like knows about this or like people who've done it. And he looked into it. It's done a lot, but like because like they can't, like the only way they can really stop you is if like you are on tape or like if there's somewhere that you say
there's some Twitch VOD.
There has to be there has to be a smoking gun. But you know what I mean? Maybe so. But if I get married to my friend in the future, it's just because I secretly love each other.
They didn't want to admit it on stream.
Yeah, exactly. And also, actually, this clip has the flag behind me. I'm fine. What do you mean?
That's true.
What am I talking about? I'm safe. I got this fucking flag behind me. It's like fucking pure gold mine. But yeah, so that was actually, listen, I'm not saying I contemplated it because it would be illegal if I did, but like, It's a pretty sick deal.
Yeah.
If you want to get married, non-fun. I mean, you non-fun, you can move to Korea with me. And non-fun, then we start the OnlyFans.
True. Would we even need it if you're getting paid the fucking military?
Extra
Actually,
money.
I don't know how much.
I need to buy my cool meals in Korea that I really want.
I get some of those.
I'm not even
fucking-
gonna say this publicly. I'll DM you actually. I'm gonna DM you something.
Just Japanese convenience
Allegedly.
store has the best fucking cream sandwiches. Japan has the
I would say
wildest egg
allegedly,
salad
in case
sandwiches.
the DM ever gets opened.
Allegedly, okay.
Don't open that on stream.
Don't worry, I did.
I'm not joking, by the way. This is 100% true. Did you read it?
Based, yeah.
Alright, I'm deleting it now. Okay, I'm deleting it now.
Yeah, get rid of the proof. Get rid of the
Like,
proof.
because the reason that's true is because in the this is just a random fun fact for you, non-fun. That's not gonna do what we're talking about. But if you're married in the military, they have a program where they're required to keep you together.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I don't know why that would. Yeah, I don't know why that would. That has to do with anything. But just like a quick fun fact for you.
Wait, hello?
Hello.
Okay, my headphones.
Did I cut? Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna say I was gonna kill myself.
It was my headphones. It wasn't you, but they're good.
But yeah, yeah, just a random fun fact for you. That's just it doesn't even
Oh, that's why my headphones told me they disconnected to my phone. My phone died. I figured it out.
Wait, how's your webcam still working now? I thought your webcam was your phone.
It is. It's you're about to see it. You're about to see it go off.
Oh, the delay? Yeah, okay. No! I gotta assume that uses a lot of battery.
Yeah, you know what? It works if I'm
Oh, yeah, there
charging
it goes.
it. Yeah, if I'm using like a fast charger, it does stay on and it'll remain charged the entire time. If I plug it into the wall, but if I plug it in my computer, which I like doing because instead of going over Wi-Fi, it just goes through the fucking cable.
But yeah, but the on the PC charging is probably horrible.
Yeah,
I
it
can
doesn't
make a good
charge it.
assumption.
It doesn't charge it fast enough and it dies. But yeah, and sometimes usually it's fine over Wi-Fi, but sometimes it's annoying because I'll be in the middle of a debate and like my Wi-Fi's lagging and my camera goes to like 4 FPS and it's like, oh, okay, cool.
Do you you know what you should make? You should, bro. I saw this recently. Have you seen the streamer who made a PNG tuber?
I mean,
It's like
I'm
it's
aware
a
of it.
VTuber, but it's like a picture of them that like when they talk, the picture like I'll send you a clip.
Oh yeah. I need to make a fucking V2 model, man. That'd be
No, but you gotta do the photorealistic one. It's so. I saw it on Twitter recently. It's just so cool. Fuck, I have no idea how to find it. I looked up PNG VTuber. What if I? No, that's just giving me photos of VTubers. Motherfucker.
damn.
Human VTuber.
My phone's got a fucking update.
Human photo VTuber. Nope. I give up.
Damn.
But it's like they just use photos of themselves and like it blinks. It looks really cool. I liked it a lot. It's a really good idea as well because it still gives you like that webcam look, but it's not. You're not using a webcam. Cause that's what I will say. I don't like about VTubers is like it doesn't. You don't have that like bad webcam look. It just looks like there's an anime person standing on your screen.
Yeah.
With the like the basic VTubers. Either that or they have like the they have their VTuber look like a webcam and then even that that looks weird as well. I'll be brave. I'll say it. It's weird when I see like a VTuber who's like webcam looks like they're a webcam streamer. The only one that does it well is Code Miko. Shout out Code Miko.
Well, it's 5:30 a.m. man. Some of us gotta get to bed.
Have you not slept yet? Oh god, have you not? I've already slept. Like
No,
like Chad.
I mean, I woke up at 3 p.m. about.
Woke up at 11.
Damn. Yeah, I don't know. Darius fucks up my sleep schedule. Because like I don't want to.
I remember that one stream. There was that one stream where I went to bed and I woke up and you were on a Darius panel. And I was like, bro, how long have you been awake? He's like, content. Darius stream content.
I need it. I need it. I need it. God, I don't even want to answer because I have 35 viewers on YouTube. That's a lot higher than I normally get. But
I need you to wait like 3 minutes and wait until I get a. I can't remember, my mic didn't cut out. I just walked up and walked away. I need you to. I forgot that I can't talk to you when I walk away now.
Yeah.
I need you to wait like 30 minutes while I create a YouTube and then like send them my way.
Oh,
You can do what I did once. I forgot who hosted me. I think it was Gibbs, not Gibbs. What's his name? Glorb. I'm not saying they're botted. Okay, I don't think that. His chat is very active. Maybe I don't watch his chat.
I don't think Gorb's
making baseless
bots.
accusations. Yeah,
but
I don't think he is either. I don't have the evidence. I don't have evidence to defend him, but I also don't think he does. That comes off of baseless, with baseless. But I just don't believe he does. But one time he did it, and a lot of his chat wasn't leaving. So I just went into the stream ending soon screen until I dropped under 3 viewers. And I shit you not, non-fawn. I went maybe 3 hours until it dropped.
Based.
So I literally laid in bed, watched Netflix, and just had my stream going on my PC.
Dude, wait, I should just do that.
That's what. I'm not. That's why I was telling you. I was like, that is a good work. It is a good strategy until it drops below. Because you listen, utility maximize non-fun. What reason do you have to end stream? You can just, to the real people, you can just say, hey guys, we're ending stream. Oh my god, thank you non-fun for the rage. You can just say to the people, just like, hey guys, we're ending stream, have a good ending. And then also just say, guys, there's also 30 of you in here, and you guys could also be asleep. So to the people that are actually awake and watching this, I'm going to put on stream ending soon until they leave. Easy. Because there could genuinely be people in non-fun that just went to sleep with the stream open. So you could have if there's even 8 of them non-fun, you could have 8 viewers for 9 hours. That's money non-fun.
All right, guys.
Hear me out.
To the real people, we're ending stream. To the people who are sleeping, you are going to be watching Subway Surfers and I need non-copyright.
You could just
funny.
put on my stream. Oh no, but then my stream will. Here, I'll make a. Actually, I'm not sleeping, so yeah. Actually, you actually could. I was gonna say, but what if my stream ends? But I don't have any plans to end soon, so it is a suggestion.
I can't just do that. I need non-copyright.
Yeah. You should make a. What I was gonna say is, this would be not worth the effort, but you should have a stream ending a stream, and it's just a pixel art of sheep jumping.
I made a playlist of my debates to play on Subathon when I was sleeping.
Yeah, and it's promotion non-fun, and you will trick some people into thinking that you're live. I'll say this.
All right, baby. To the real people, we're ending stream. To the not real people, you're gonna watch a highlight of my debates with Subway Surfers in the background. Let's go!
Yes, let's go! Cops around. Did we lose him? No, I don't know.
No, I'm here. Hold on.
I gotta pee. No, if I don't leave for 30 seconds while I go pee.
Why? What if I need to leave? Wouldn't it be funny if I just left? I think he has wireless headphones, so I think he can hear me, but... Alright, you guys might have just fucking fallen asleep, man. Oh wait, yeah, hold on. Sorry, my bad. Let me put this just in a fucking browser source instead of hold on, duplicate. And then we get rid of that.
And I'm back, and yes, I heard your every fucking word over there.
No.
No. Does he have voodoo doesn't? Yes, I do.
Hold on, I have a genius. Instead of playing it on my computer, I put it in a browser source in OBS. That way.
That might save your CPU.
Well, that way I can just use my computer regularly as well.
Bro, nah, bro's gonna wake up in the middle of the night and open some illicit websites and not realize his stream audio is still on.
Bro, I am worried about doing that one day. Because generally, I ain't
Actually?
gonna lie, there are times where I goon, like, right after stream. I ain't gonna lie. And it's like, I check to make
Oh,
sure
no.
that shit ain't
You
on.
don't. You use your computer?
Yeah.
I never. I just use my phone. That's
weird.
To be fair, there are times where I'm like, I do want that bitch full screen. Let's go to the PC. There have been some. Nah, I'm just kidding.
I mean, I
use
just
my
like,
phone.
I ain't gonna lie, this is my routine sometimes. I like,
The after stream goon sesh is crazy.
Well,
no, wait,
okay.
not fun. If you start if you start screaming and streaming on Jerkmates, you could be like, "Hi guys, we're ending the normal stream. Come over to Jerkmates to watch the goon sesh after party."
shit,
Tell
if I
me
could
that
do that.
wouldn't go crazy.
Dude, I've streamed
The
on
goon sesh
chat. I could
after
do
party.
that. I could do that with Chatterbait.
Bro, that'd be so funny. For everyone
Yeah.
on the normal things, we're in his stream. Come over to Jerkmates right now to get the after party.
Yeah, dude, you know what's
that's a million that's copyrighted. I'm copywriting that idea. No, I'm fine. I'm gonna need.
Damn,
I'm gonna need
fuck.
a free pass to your Jerkmates premium streams if you want that. Oh, that's such a millionaire idea.
I was gonna say something else. I forgot. Fuck. What was I saying?
Oh, I can probably turn off my camera.
Oh, I was just explaining. Yeah, I don't even have it on my stream anymore. I was just explaining my routine. There are nights where, if I have like a debate, not that I do this like every time after a debate or anything, but like if I have a debate or something that I want to download and edit immediately, I'm like, I start downloading the video, the Twitch VOD, and I start
Don't tell me
gooning.
what I think you're
And
gonna
it's
tell me.
like, and it's like. I'm multitask. Like at some point in the day, I probably want to goon, and I have to download the
I
video,
asked,
and I can't go to sleep
have
until
you
the video
ever-
is done downloading. So it's like I gotta fucking goon, and I'm multitasking while I'm doing it because I let the video download.
Have you ever had dick in hand while editing a video?
Well, editing? Not like
Yes.
literally well edited, but I've had dick in
Okay,
hand.
that would
I've
be
had
like
dick
the
in hand
floss.
while Premiere Pro was open, and like, and like I'm waiting on the video to download. It's like I have to do
You're
something
telling
with
me
the video.
not during the never during the Xena panel, because that was some.
No.
Oh, listen, I'll be brave. That was a crazy. There were some crazy, let's just say, additions to that panel.
No, I did not do
I
that.
open up your stream and I just see twerking, and I'm like, the tariffs cannot be that interesting.
Bro, they
Yeah, and
make
then
the
you open
girls
up
go
fucking
wild.
Darius's POV. Darius' POV was crazy. He knows what his audience wants. You gotta respect it. He's just playing full into the the gooner.
Apparent fucking me.
Oh my god, non-fun. That's what you should call your community. The Gooners.
The
I like that.
Gooners.
The Gooners should go.
Gooner
I don't think
fun.
anyone uses Gooners yet. You would be like the first politics person to use Gooner.
Yeah. What if I just add a timer so people think I'm doing a subathon?
Bro, this all, you know that's have you ever seen those TikTok live streams that just do that? That's what you're reminding me of.
Fucking goaded strategy. Let's go. Oh, let me. How do I? Oh fuck! I don't have Botworks Premium anymore. Hold on. I can just fake it. Okay, subathon time. I'll just use a stream elements
There'll
one.
be
Doesn't
those.
actually.
I hate those, bro. I hate those ones that are it's like Minecraft and they're trying to fill in a shape, and then every time they get close to TNT breaks it,
Oh,
and then you start
yeah.
watching it, and then you realize after a while that it's never gonna get filled. Listen, I'm not gonna lie to you. They do be enticing me. I'll be like, fuck, is he gonna do it? Come on, it's close. 3, 2, and then the TNT will spawn last minute, and they'll be like, wait a minute. TNT only spawns from people donating, and no one's donated in the last minute. This motherfucker spawns TNT in right before it gets to 1 every time, doesn't he? I figured it out, non-fun. I figured out the game.
Crazy. You've exposed them. That's wow. I would have never guessed that those people on TikTok fake their live videos for
I thought
engagement.
TikTok live streamers had honor. Am I crazy? I thought they had it. I thought there was an honor among thieves type of thing going on with TikTok live streams.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's 5:30, dude. I gotta.
Imagine, yeah, you gotta go sleep. I understand.
At some point. Hold on. Let me see if I can add this
Okay,
timer
I guess
first.
not, never
Actually,
mind.
hold on. How do I? Okay, copy URL. Browser.
How many of you do you still have YouTube viewers? How much are staying?
I think that's actually. I think it's actually fucking gone up, dude. It is at 37 right now.
Non-fun, they want you to stay.
I am staying
They're
in a
asking
way.
you to stay up. No, they want you to stay up, non-fun. I think you should honor your chat.
Honestly, I don't know if they're real, but
you need to react to that, fuck. Have you reacted to that one yet? The Nazi dude. The Jubilee V20. What's his name? Michael something?
No, I don't know if I'm gonna watch that on stream. Well, I might one day, but it's just like I think Pride Parade should be banned. Like, not like what? Like, how have you lost?
The one where he's literally like, I think trans people. I saw a little bit of it. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna watch it whenever I'm done talking to you. But I did pre-watch it like the first 10 minutes, and he's like, trans people should be eradicated from society. That's crazy. Am I able to just say that? Like after, and I haven't looked into this guy, but I've heard some stuff. Like, at some point you gotta ask. Personally, I don't care, but like Jubilee, why do you platform this person if their reviews are that extreme? This is like a weird person to platform. It seems like.
Yep. But
like, I'm not against platforming, but like you could have like called up Steven Crowder first. Like even Crowder, I would be more okay with than like this person because their views are. I don't even think Crowder would like. Let's not make a too definite claim, actually. But I don't think Crowder would even support like eradication of of trans people. He would just probably just not think it like is real.
I don't.
Just
Well,
don't get me wrong.
Steven Crowder's kind of crazy too. I don't know.
Oh God, I don't know how much. Yeah, I'm just saying. There has to be people they could have called first.
There's more. I mean, Ben Shapiro. I don't even think would do that shit. All right, we got the timer set up. This is a totally
Ben Shapiro
real.
has already done this.
Eradicate them, or
No, I thought you were saying Ben Shapiro wouldn't like answer a Jubilee call, like he wouldn't do it.
No,
I was like, he already
yeah.
did do it.
Yeah. Okay.
Also,
well,
there is a difference between like having those positions and like supporting them publicly. Like I think Ben Shapiro probably does have that position, but I don't think he'd ever advocate for like the eradication of trans people, which that person was actively doing.
Yeah. This totally real timer is set up, meaning I can
let me
go.
open your stream. Let me go open your stream real quick. Wait, before you go, I want to see what this looks like. God damn, 35 people watching. How much do you make for that after like how much is 35 an hour? What's the ads? It's not fun. Oh God,
like,
Echo.
It's like 4 cents. It's probably not going to be that much.
The timer is really funny. I do like the timer. I like how you can tell it just started because it's on 20. Like it's right after 24 hours.
No.
No. Nuh-uh. Don't worry, not when I go to sleep, I'm just gonna open up your live stream and we're just gonna keep it on. I'm gonna keep it going.
Okay, man. Well, I've got places. I'm just gonna mute all the
2 feet behind you.
Yeah, all the audio sources except for the fucking browser source I have in OBS.
Alright, peace out, man. Stay safe.
Peace out. Stay safe. Don't die in the military. Alright, for the real people, stream is ending, and I'm playing old VODs. For the fake people, continue watching, please.
You didn't even know that American manufacturing has been hemorrhaged. You asked me why it was even a bad thing. You have literally no spot at this table. Like, the fact that you're even in this, you're below this
You're
Discord
scared of me because you don't actually understand any economics. It's the issue. I can tell you why it's not necessarily good to bring American manufacturing back. I can also tell you manufacturing productivity has gone up a lot, so U.S. manufacturing output has actually increased, although manufacturing employment has decreased. There's an opportunity to cost to everything.
I think we're hurting enough already. Don't add to our pain right now. Don't raise inflation even more, right? Because we can look at the 2018 tariffs, for example. Inflation rose because of the 2018 tariffs.
Like right now, they have no economic incentive to start dealing with this border situation. What's their economic incentive? We're the ones dealing with the ones that are crossing into our country. They're coming into our country, right?
If a company moves their production to Mexico or whatever, like how, and we slap it 100% tariff on them, how is that a net benefit to the U.S.?
the companies will lose money if they go to Mexico.
I don't dispute tariffs can lead to increased domestic output, but that domestic output is a waste because you're using domestic resources to produce something that could have been imported for cheaper, while those same domestic resources could have been used to produce other things. And I also think tariffs harm exports as well. And if Pentuple does not know enough about economics to actually engage in this conversation, that's why he's scared. He is scared of a 19-year-old online tutor expert who has never had a girlfriend. That is who he's running from, okay? If you want to see more content like this, I would really appreciate you liking and subscribing. It really helps with the algorithm. And make sure to check out the Discord and other social links in the description.
Yes, we're gonna be getting rocking and rolling right now. We're talking about the tariffs tonight. Are they good? Are they bad? Are they stupidity? Are they insanity? Are they a stroke of genius? This is also, as of breaking news today, Trudeau has flown in to discuss things with Trump days after Trump threatened him with a 25% tariff hike, and that's also comes on the heels of a historic meeting and call with President Sheinbaum, saying basically that the tariffs have inspired her to stop people at the southern border, paraphrased by Trump. We're going to get into all this and more tonight. We'll start off with everybody give your intro, who you are, and tell us what your thoughts are. Average debate enjoyer, you go ahead and kick it off here.
All right, my name's Tyler. I'm here to defend tariffs. So after the first thing the first Congress did on July 4th, the birthday of our damn country, the first thing they did after getting sworn in was pass a tariff. So you're going to sit here and tell me that tariffs lead to bad economy. I'm looking at America right now. It looks pretty damn good. Next, we're going to talk about Trump's tariff. Now, Trump says a lot of things. I think some of them aren't going to happen. Others are pie in the sky. But we can take a look at his first administration, see how he used tariffs, what he did, and how it was successful. And pretty much front minus China.
All right, thank you so much. Non-fraud, why don't you take us off?
Yeah, I'm here to defend free trade. Free trade is almost always a net benefit to the United States, even regardless of what other countries do. Tariffs fail to do most things people think they do, like protect jobs. They're just overall not good.
All right, thank you so much. Pentuple.
I'm Pentuple. Let's go. Go tariffs. Go Trump. He's going to implement them smartly. He's not just going to throw a dart at a dartboard. It's going to be done smart. They're on the table. It's a way that every country deals with foreign trade. Some are implemented to completely kick them out the market so that we can revive American manufacturing. Some of it's just to open the market so we can start competing again. This is all done intelligently and not with a blindfold. So I expect Trump to use them effectively for American long-term economic success. Let's go. Let's go. Tariffs. Woo!
Thank you so much. And Wick, we actually get to have you compete instead of moderate for once. How you doing?
You'll come to regret this. You will rue the day. Okay, so no, I'm here to defend free trade, both as a concept and in practice. I think that free trade has benefits both economically and it's a moral good. Adam Smith wrote Wealth of Nations, and that remains true even today in a lot of ways. What are the price of tariffs? Will they help the economy? We have countless examples from the 2002 tariff that Bush
on steel.
Imposed, right, on steel, from the 2012 tariff that Obama passed to the 2008 tariffs that Trump did. And in each case, we can track the data on this and recognize the cost to people and how businesses had to be literally bailed out from the Trump tariffs in 2018. We'll talk about that, right? The $28 billion he gave to the farming industry because his tariffs decimated them. We'll talk about it, right? And if we think that tariffs are going to be a good idea for the economy, you have to contend with the fact that economists don't see it this way. It has traditionally not worked. Free trade is the reason that you can sit here today talking and put food on your Thanksgiving table. Thank you, free trade. I want you, and by the end of tonight, you will all thank free trade as well. That's my argument. And here we are.
Well, what makes it against free trade is aren't a lot of these tariffs in response to countries that have tariffs on our, like cars, for example? Like we're not selling cars because they have a 100% tariff on us. Why aren't you going over there and complaining about their abandonment of free trade? Oh God!
They will pay the price for their own tariffs, right?
Exactly,
We
yeah.
have studies showing how
this is
both
what
the
we're seeing with
European
tariffs?
Union and China, they have decimated their own economies during this trade war, right? It has hurt them more than it has hurt us.
Yeah, the case for
well, I
free
don't
trade is a
know about
unilateral one, regardless of what other countries do. I think is a net benefit to us to engage in free trade.
Yeah, I think these countries need our markets more than we need their products. And the whole point is like the opening of the market for American companies to compete when manufacturing overseas is extremely cheap. I mean, there's other ways to approach this. You could sanction countries that allow slave labor, that allow production to be this cheap because of that. But I think that you could just implement tariffs. That's probably a better approach. Maybe you'll argue for sanctions. I don't know. But when you make this like free trade, as if we're not about free trade, a lot of these tariffs are responding to countries that have tariffs on us, and it's to get them to sit at the table. You guys are right. And a lot of these tariffs aren't going to be implemented, but a lot of them are strategic negotiation tactics that if they want to do nothing, we can implement them. And then it will bring them to the table.
So do you think tariffs
I think it's a
might
six.
bringing them to the table because
Yeah,
famously, the 2002 tariffs that Bush said, after he did that, we've had no trouble with China, and China's been a good boy the entire time. What are you talking about? They bring it to the table? What are you talking about, literally? We've tried tariffs to China
2002 tariff didn't
over and
work,
over
so
again for over 20 years. It has not worked.
Well, let me ask you this. Or Tyler, go ahead. You wanted to get in there.
Yeah, so absolutely it has worked multiple times. So taking a look at what Trump did with Mexico when he got rid of NAFTA, was restructuring for the USMCA, slapped a 25% steel tariff on both of those countries, took the negotiations.
Why is there a child on your screen?
That's my niece.
Hi, niece.
She wants to learn. She wants to learn about tariffs.
Okay, I feel weird yelling at you now, though.
No. Don't worry about it. Also, so she's here. She's an adult. She wants to learn about tariffs like the big boys. So here she is.
You make her cry, Wick. She's pro-tariff. Don't make her cry.
So that all being said, as he was saying, sanctions work. There's all sorts of mechanisms. We have China manipulating their currency, practicing an intellectual theft of $300 billion a year, doing all kinds of shady things, costing us almost $1 trillion a year in losses from China specifically. We slapped these tariffs on not to say, oh, you got tariffs on us, though it was a good reason. It was because they were a bad actor, and this was a punishment. You can look at the economy and say, yeah, it might hit the economy a little bit.
Who did it punish? That's a good question. The 2018 tariffs specifically, let's talk about that. Who did it punish? Who bared the price? Who bared the brunt of the cost for those tariffs? Not so much China. Not so much
Anybody
China.
that did it by American. If you bought American steel, you didn't even notice the tariff.
But here's the thing.
That's not true.
Businesses, right, who import goods, the supply chains, right? When we talk about tariffs, we have to talk about supply chains because that's what tariffs affect. When a business wants to purchase a product or a resource that they use to make their product, basically, such as steel, such as washers, maybe a part, it could be any sort of thing, right? They will come in and they will pay a tax on that if they haven't actually gotten an exemption from the government. And we'll talk about how tariffs lead to corruption in the government, right? We talk about the swamp and draining that. Tariffs make that swamp even worse. And we can look at the tons of companies, right, who applied and received an exemption from the steel tariff from Trump in 2018. About almost half of them, right? We can talk about that, but let me finish here. But the cost comes to the consumer. I don't get bailed out. I didn't get any bailout, right, from the cost of the Trump's tariffs, but the corporations largely did.
Okay, so can we clarify out something really quick?
Sure.
Because you can look up examples of tariffs that we've implemented in the past that didn't work, but I see tariffs as a tool. And what we're talking about is whether Trump should use this tool. Are you using these examples to make the argument that tariffs never work or that they're never effective?
No, there can be
because we can easily sit here and you could convince me about this 2018 tariff, this 2002 tariff, that it wasn't implemented correctly. It didn't do what it was supposed to do. There's a lot of reasons for that. Maybe it was too high. Maybe it was too low. Maybe there was maybe it was a certain product that shouldn't have been tariffed this way. We can hash that out, but what we're talking about in this debate is should Trump have tariffs on the table? We're talking about China. We're talking about we're talking about Mexico. We're talking about Canada. We're talking about accomplishing economic goals and other goals, by the way, with fentanyl crossing the border by using tariffs. And so you're assuming that he's going to use them in an ineffective way. Your premise when you come here and say that tariffs should work.
Well, let me just ask directly. What is Trump's goal with his tariffs against Canada?
Well, as far as I'm aware, it's the same as with Mexico. It's to stop the trafficking of drugs and people over the border. They need to take care of the border and stop letting the border be open.
You think that Trump is trying to get Canada to stop like importing people from their northern border?
I don't think there's no problem happening at the Canadian border. No, I don't think it's beyond fathomable that there's issues with drugs and people crossing the Canadian border as well as the Mexican border.
There was
I mean, you think it's only people from South America that would come here? I don't know. What do you mean?
Yeah, there was a report recently about Indians coming through. It was in a large number through the Canadian border now. I don't know if it's
But the point is, do tariffs never work? Is that no matter how Trump implements them, that they're not going to work? Because I would make the argument, if Trump doesn't intelligently implement tariffs in these conversations, yeah, they're probably not going to work, and that would just not be using the tool correctly. But are we arguing about the tool? Like, do you think that it just never works? We should never use tariffs. It should be off the table. We have to find a different approach to accomplish these goals.
There are very niche instances where tariffs as a tool can be implemented. I'm not 100% against tariffs, but I'm 90% against tariffs, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think
a good example of a tariff historically that has actually had good effects was the 1964 the 1964 chicken tax, right? Which was about the auto industry and industries, things like that. It helped the Ford F-150 kind of become a really big thing. So yes, it can. Here's the thing about tariffs. There are winners and losers, right? It can help in certain instances with domestic production. But the problem becomes, right, is that it hurts us overall. It hurts the export industry especially. And if we want to export
in the long term,
yes, in the long term,
yeah. And I think tariffs have a track
What should we
record
do with a
of
country
not
like
working.
Japan that puts a 100% tariff on our cars, and then they sell their cars in our country? How do you suppose we counter that? Doesn't it kind of make sense to say, look, if you're going to put a 100% tariff on our cars and make them basically unsellable in your country, we could do the same to you? You guys, don't you think that would work at least bringing them to the table?
I don't think that's a net benefit to the U.S. Given the fact that I don't think tariffs have a track record of working, I'm not okay with the major economic costs that
That's
they have.
your reasoning? All right, let's hear from the next one then. There's no reasoning.
Hold on. Let non-fraud finish.
No, because tariffs don't work. Okay.
Well, given Wick just laid out, they have a track record of not being particularly effective. I'm not okay with the potential of imposing a big economic cost in America just for some like hypothetical benefit.
I mean,
input.
Trump's tariffs, again, you guys are really like focusing in on what success is by economic success when he's clearly announcing the intent of many of these tariffs is for a negotiating chip for something that's not economic. He wants to pay for the border wall, stop immigration and drugs coming in from the southern border. And that's what the goal of the tariffs are on Mexico. He got on the phone with the president of Mexico. They had a very productive call. I could imagine U.S. troops even going into Mexico to battle the cartels after how they're talking about that call. So tariffs bring people to the table. As he was saying earlier, there is that fact. You're just arguing the economic.
Bro, I had a call with the president of Mexico too, and the president of Mexico was telling me how that all was bullshit. Right? You can Trump says the call went well, I just don't believe
Trump hates the trade deficit in general. Trump has tweeted about hating the trade deficit before. It's not like just he's using this as a negotiating tactic. He doesn't like the trade deficit either.
You're 100% correct. Now, there's a bunch of different things Trump has promised with tariffs. Like if a country goes to a U.S.-based country, takes its production to Mexico, he wants to slap a 100% tariff on that country. That's something I could imagine Elizabeth Warren saying. That's completely retaliatory and taking manufacturing jobs out of the country. I can't imagine anybody that wants people to pay their fair share of taxes could be against that.
Elizabeth Warren
How's that a net benefit?
Bernie Sanders are protectionists, and they're in the sense that they are protectionists, they are wrong, and we should oppose them.
You don't want them to pay their fair share of taxes? You want them to offshore jobs?
I just want to run through this example. So you're saying that, if
guys on Google, great.
If a company moves, it's.
Are we here to be on Google? I mean, it's just pointless. All right, go ahead and read Google.
I'm not reading Google. If a company if moves their production to Mexico or whatever, and we slap a 100% tariff on them, how is that a net benefit to the U.S.?
The companies will lose money if they go to Mexico. This factors into their profit margin.
Mm-hmm.
In their profit margin, if they say, wow, it's going to cost us a 100% tariff to sell this good here, it now loses us money to go to Mexico, even though we're taking advantage of cheap labor and lack of
It's really simple. The reason they're going to Mexico is they can make their bottom line larger by manufacturing it cheaper. If you add a tariff, now they have to calculate that in. Now their bottom line is cheaper when they manufacture in the U.S. They come back here. You can manipulate these companies very easily by just changing the bottom line. Tariffs are like the easiest way to do that.
I don't dispute that. In a lot of cases,
well, I'm not arguing with you. We're arguing with Google or whatever you're Googling over
they just
there.
drop their jobs. They don't create new jobs. They just like, oh, this is not economically feasible. So no job gets created, no product gets created, and they simply scale back their production.
Well, even if they benefit from it, I still dispute that's a net benefit because there's a cost to exports, there's a cost to consumers through higher prices, there's a cost to productivity, there's a cost of real consumption possibilities. All these things are negative, so you have to account for too.
So let me ask this. So there's an argument from the right that I've heard other righties make, is that tariffs are going to force domestic production. I guess we'll ask the lefties here first. Do y'all think that there's anything true in that statement? Is it going to force domestic production? Is this a scenario where we'll see an initial price increase and then it'll even out and we'll be stronger? Is that you don't see any possibility of something like that occurring? We'll start with non-fraud, and then we. I
don't dispute tariffs can lead to increased domestic output, but that domestic output is a waste because you're using domestic resources to produce something that could have been imported for cheaper, while those same domestic resources could have been used to produce other things. And I also think tariffs harm exports as well. And if you like exports, then you shouldn't support them too.
So here's the thing: there are winners to tariffs, right? In a lot of cases. It will have some benefit, but the problem with it is that the overall costs mean it's a negative for the economy in general, for the nation in general, for the consumer in general, from people in general. I'll give you an example. For example, the 2002 steel tariffs, okay? There was some gain, some benefit that happened within the domestic steel production industry. The problem is we didn't have the workforce. We didn't have the industrial base and things like that to take advantage of it. And you have the exporters who consumed 10 times the amount of steel, right, that was produced domestically, that they had to pay the cost of that steel, okay, because they couldn't get it from domestic things. It wasn't possible.
Well, there's possibly reasons for that. Maybe they're overregulated. There's other areas of the economy that absolutely affect this discussion. This is a super nuanced thing that I don't think like a Twitch panel is going to figure out, to be fair. But let's say I'm accepting what you're saying is true. Yeah. There's a lot of reasons that aren't tariffs don't work that caused that tariff to fail in its goal.
But tariffs don't fix any of those problems.
Well, here's what tariffs do. You either have to eat the cost, which means that we're collecting money from these companies, or they try to pass it off to consumers, which means that the market price that the customer's seeing is going up, which opens the market for American-made manufacturing of these products.
That's not what happens.
It opens the market.
That doesn't happen.
Well, you can pull up this 2002 thing that you found, but I'm just saying this is like
they all think they're going to eat, but they all end up starving. Okay.
And even when that happens, I fail to see how it's a net benefit.
There's a domestic blow up of production.
Well, you just can say it's not a net benefit. Well, you haven't substantiated that yet. You haven't read enough on Google yet. Keep doing your live research.
I told you. I think that.
Hold on. Let me jump in here because there's no other policy. Like, look at climate change. If you look at climate change, a carbon tax, anything related to climate change is going to make the cost of living of Americans go up. Anytime you go after gas and fuel, even just in rhetoric, it makes the cost of the barrel go up. It makes people stop investing less in the oil industry. But nobody's going to say, well, the cost of climate change is so high that we can't do it on the side of people that want climate change. There's people that want trade regulated. There's people that want Mexico to do certain things, countries to do certain things, and these tariffs are negotiating mechanisms being used to force these countries to the table and force their hand. The U.S. has the strongest economy.
No, hold on. He's actually right. Do you know who wants these tariffs? People who are in companies, who are corporations, who are in these industries, who can afford lobbyists to pay money, right, and to do a pay-for-play so that they can get exemptions while the mom and pop, the small business, the business that can't afford a lobbyist, can't afford to kind of cozy up to these politicians, can't get. And so now you have a mom and pop company that has to pay the tariff while the Amazon, the big corporation, does not. This is what happened in 2018.
Why is mom not subject to the same market forces that would motivate them to purchase domestically made products?
Because they
can't afford it. They don't have the connections.
The big company does
Every
not have
mom
to pay
and pop
the
shop
tariff.
doesn't have. What are we talking about? We're just talking generically. What are we doing?
What are you even talking about?
Well, I'm just saying, like, there's no small businesses that are going to be like. I don't understand this. This is talking about the supply of goods, and I mean, even a lot of these larger businesses that we think of are owned by like franchisees and stuff like that. Like, this is domestic production is absolutely not just for like Amazon and Walmart. Like, this is going to affect the shops that you go to.
The big corporations, many of them, not all of them, but many of them, in the 2018 tariffs that were
you found 2002 and 2018 really quick.
Well,
But like
2018,
we have data 2018.
Right?
I know you guys went on Google today, and now we have the experts here.
A bunch of people, right, applied for tariffs, tariff exemptions, I should say, so that they didn't have to pay the tariff. Okay, so now if you have a 10% tariff on steel, for example, and imported steel, now Amazon doesn't have to pay that, and you, the person who didn't get the exemption, has to pay that, and you have to compete with Amazon, who didn't have to pay that tariff because they knew the guy
I'm not
in
pro
charge
exemption
and was able to pay for it.
Yeah, I'm not pro exemption.
Okay, but this is what happens in these tariff economies, right?
Well, yeah, but they're basically telling
lobbyists
a way that doesn't actually implement the tariff, especially with the largest people who are, say, Amazon, for this example. I don't support that. So that would be, like, for example, them implementing it in an unintelligent way, in my opinion. And I agree with you. Tariffs aren't just like, they work. Here you go. Just tariff. Fuck it. Here's a tariff. They have to be implemented strategically. If it's 10% versus when he says things like 100% or 1,000%. Once you get to those levels, the whole point is just like, we're kicking you out of our market. We're going to force American manufacturing for these products. For other products, you don't want to say we're only going to produce them in domestically, because we can't. So like, these things are implemented intelligently, and like, you're Googling like examples of tariffs not working, which is fine, and like, those are useful, but like, there's a million reasons that those could have not worked that aren't just automatically tariffs never work.
One.
Like I said, regulation. I don't know what this thing was with 2002 from steel, but maybe the steel industry was overregulated. It didn't really allow American manufacturing to compete. That's just one example off the top of my head. There's probably thousands. Like, and all I'm saying is, we don't know the answer, because
I do know the answer, though. That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
I know the answer. I know what's happened. You know why I know? Because I researched the topic. I looked into it. I gathered data, and then I formed a conclusion, and I put that forth, and I'm arguing it tonight. The idea that
never
Googling, what a pussy! What are you talking about?
Our position on that tariffs never work.
Googling, getting information from sources. What a pussy move, I guess.
Hey guys,
you're an online shooter expert like me.
I did not deny your information. I'm just saying you're gooing on Google and finding, this tariff didn't work, and now we're just assuming that tariffs never work because you found a tariff that didn't work.
Well, okay, let's go to
you on Google. People think that this is the Dunning-Kruger effect in real time.
Oh, let's go to Tyler.
I'm only that you brought up. The 2018 tariff that you brought up, it didn't work. The 2002 tariff didn't work. You're telling me it just didn't work because it was a tariff.
Give me a tariff that worked.
Hold on. All right, I'm taking control here. All right, Tyler, you want to get in here on this?
Okay, so a lot of these are secondary arguments. If you went to Wick and presented him with regulations that cause regulatory capture, create oligopolies in certain sectors of the economy, and said it was something that he was for politically, he would still be for that regulation. So these secondary arguments that, yes, there's downsides to everything we do. You're 100% right, but none of these things are going to stop you from enacting policies that you want. Again, climate change being the perfect example. Regulatory policy.
I reject your claim here. There are, I believe in climate change, right? But there are policies that I think that are more harmful, especially short term, than climate change would be. So I'm like, you know what? This policy, even though it would tacitly help improve climate change for whatever reason, I'm against it because it would cause too much pain at the outset or whatever the fuck, right? And so I would be against that. A lot of the stop oil people, I'm against all that shit, right? I'm against people who are saying don't frack. I'm against that. And I'm giving you examples of where what you were saying is simply not true, right?
But the Inflation Reduction Act, because we've argued about it in the past, that's specifically why I'm targeting you here, because you have defended the Inflation Reduction Act to me, and in a lot of ways that does act as regulatory policy. I don't think you defended Kamala's EV ban that she co-sponsored in the Senate.
I do not endorse the Biden EV tariff.
The tailpipe thing, yeah. I think the only one you've ever defended to me was the Inflation Reduction Act. But still, even then, that would qualify. So a lot of these secondary arguments, yes, it is regulation in a way. Yes, it would come out of the pocket of the consumer if they purchase those foreign goods instead of just buy American. But like we're talking short term. Long term, we would see these American companies, American steel, be able to raise their ability to produce more. Like if you continue to give them your money, they might run out in the short term because we just put in tariffs in place. That's the growing pains of change. But in 10 years from now, their production output would be to the point where they could actually satiate all the people that they need to. The problem is there are long-term issues with tariffs, and it's hard to say, like, because Rick, you are bringing up a lot of the cons correctly. Long-term tariffs create a lax business that works hand in hand with the government. And as soon as those tariffs, which act as subsidies, go away, they're unable to compete on the world stage, even with companies that are countries that aren't manipulating the currency, that do actually have some workers' rights. But in terms of workers' rights and whatnot, if you want to force, like we did with slavery, when the United States abolished slavery, we used our government, our trading policies, our economy, and our power to force other people that we were doing trade with to end the practice of slavery. That's similar.
You know what? I'm for ending slavery, right? And I think we should do more to combat overseas sweatshops and things like that.
So what do you propose? Like sanctions approach?
Well, actually, that's perfect. That's a perfect segue into what I want to go with this. All right. So I personally, and I'm going to put that, I've argued many times that I don't think sanctions work. We can look at Cuba. We can look at North Korea. It's not debate, though. Are y'all arguing that the only win condition is economics, or can tariffs be used as a useful tool in the diplomatic field to get it something done that's non-economic related, or at least not directly economically related? Do y'all agree that it can be a tool or not? We'll start with Tyler on this one.
I do. I agree. Tariffs and sanctions, actually, it's funny that he brought that up. Sanctions and tariffs kind of work in very similar ways in punishing somebody. We're basically saying, we're not going to trade with you at all. Not that we're going to slap an extra fee on it. We're not going to trade with you at all. Sanctions limit the free market in the exact same way. So yes, these things can act as tools, and more often than not, they act as tools to combat against bad practices and not actually as an economic policy.
Pentuple, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think it's obvious that these countries need access to our markets more than we need their products. And manufacturing has been going overseas for the last decades. Trump is to blame for 4 of the last 20 years of this. You guys claimed Dick Cheney as yours, so congrats, you're responsible for the Bush years now. But I think it's an effective tool that brings them to the table. They need access more than we need them. Ultimately, we want to do trade with these countries. I'm with Wick. I love free trade, but when these countries are putting tariffs on our goods, I think that we got to get them to the table. This is a really easy, respectful way to do it. Sanctions are a little more aggressive, but I don't think Tyler's wrong. Like when you implement a 100% or higher tariff on something, that essentially is a sanction, is saying we don't want this in our markets. And there's reasons to do that, and then there's reasons to not do it, and it's got to be implemented intelligently. It's a tool. I'm sorry you didn't convince me by pulling up 2 examples of tariffs not working, but I hope he implements them strategically, intelligently, and that's ultimately, I think, what'll make this or break this.
Wick.
Okay, so is it a tool? Yes. Can it be used intelligently? Yes. Will it? No. Has it been in 90% of the cases that has been used, not just by Democrats or Republicans, but by Democrats as well? No, it has not. Again, the idea of what are the benefits from free trade, I think the sanction-like comparison isn't too far off the mark, right? Sanctions are used to hurt, to impose our will on others. And it can be effective when we want to end things like the Ukrainian war or slavery or things like that. But I think that it becomes, because we're willing to pay a cost to end those things, right? We're willing to pay a cost to end slavery. But we can't pretend that cost doesn't exist, that it doesn't hurt people, that doesn't hurt us in a lot of ways, right? So my argument here is that I don't think it is worth the cost, the pain it will cause, not just to Mexico or Canada, but to the consumers here in the U.S. I think we're hurting enough already. Don't add to our pain right now. Don't raise inflation even more, right? Because we can look at the 2018 tariffs, for example. Inflation rose because of the 2018 tariffs.
All right, thank you so much. Non-fraud, go ahead, and then we'll open it back up again.
In principle, it's possible, but I don't think they have a good track record. And considering I think they have a major economic cost, I'm not worth the risk of imposing this major economic cost in America just to have some potential benefit for car manufacturers to export to Europe. It's just not worth it.
Well, I guess the way I'm framing it is, as y'all know, immigration is a very large issue to me, right? Do you think, like, for example, using the tariffs, like Trump has proposed putting a 25% tariff on Mexico if they don't stop the fentanyl, they don't start stopping the migrant convoys at the southern border? Do you think it's effective in that manner, or
No.
like if it's not a direct economic thing?
I don't think it will be.
I don't think it will be either, but also I think Trump just hates the trade deficit. I don't think Trump is as much concerned about this as he is concerned about the trade deficit.
All right.
I think it will be, and it did work. I would say if you looked at the track record of almost every tariff, except for the Chinese ones that Trump put in place, he got a concession out of a country that they weren't willing to give up prior. And I would say that is a success, even if it wasn't his original aim to get whatever concession he got. He never got the wall, for instance, but instead he got the migrant protection protocols, which flat out ended the credible fear of prosecution in asylum abuse that's currently going on today.
I mean, I think it'll work on the border. If you create a tariff that they just can't afford economically, you're basically forcing their hand. I mean, like, we hate to do this, but it's like we have the ability to force Mexico's hand if we want. Like, we want to be diplomatic and stuff, but like, if Mexico really wanted to step, we could absolutely ruin them. Like, we're the big brother here, so I think it will work. I don't think we'll ultimately implement a 25% tariff because it would be probably that. I think that's how, like, they'll be at the table quick. 25 is a good number to bring them to the table real quick, because I don't think that they would even want 15%. But the point is, like, I think that this is going to get negotiations going. I don't know how you guys will judge whether it works or not, because ultimately this could succeed even just being used as a threat when they come to the table. But like I said, the tariffs are a negotiation tactic. It's a tool. They work for multiple different reasons. You can accomplish several different goals with them. Tariffs have not always worked. I'll concede that point. Tariffs have to be implemented strategically and intelligently, and this would be a good example of it. I don't think it has to be just for economic reasons. I think you could easily get Mexico to come and start like right now, they have no economic incentive to start dealing with this border situation. What's their economic incentive? We're the ones dealing with the ones that are crossing into our country. They're coming into our country, right? So now we're giving them a financial incentive. Look, you really kind of have to do this, because if you decided not to come to the table, you're not going to
ask you directly. What do you think Trump is wanting specifically for Mexico to do? What is Mexico specifically going to do because of the tariffs in order to stop?
Well, they have some control over the people crossing through their country up to our border. I mean, they could prevent that the same way we prevent it, the way we try to prevent it.
There was over 200 200 political assassinations last election season in Mexico.
Well, that's a derail. We're talking about getting the Mexican government to care about the border when they're on the side that doesn't have a financial incentive to care about the border.
Right, you understand?
In our side, when drugs cross into the U.S., they have no incentive to stop that.
Cartels own, operate, and run a large portion of Mexico.
Okay, well, that's in part because the Mexican government's not doing enough, and this is why we get them to the table to say, start doing something.
Like, they can't. Like,
well,
they
better
understand.
They better figure it out. We're gonna do it with or without you, brother. We're tariffing, baby. We won.
Three practical things that tell you win. So the first two are things that Trump did in office the first term that Biden repealed within his first 2 weeks in office. The first would be the migrant protection protocols. What we learned from that Texas Supreme Court case is that Texas is allowed to only deport Mexican citizens to Mexico. Anyone not from Mexico, Texas was not allowed to legally deport them to Mexico. We need Mexico's consent for that, and that was a big reason of why we needed Mexico for the migrant protection protocols to agree in order to give them people or have them hold people that were Mexican citizens. So that would be one. Two would be if you pass through a country that is asylum able to be applied for and you don't apply, you don't get to pass through Mexico. We want Mexico to guard their southern border and make sure every asylee applies to every country acceptable before they get to the United States. They don't get to pick and choose what country they want for asylum, because those are people abusing the system. The third thing, this is speculation, but I think we are actually going to see troops go into Mexico working with the Mexican government to go after the cartel.
You think that? Hold on. You think that Trump is going to send troops into Mexico
with Mexico's consent?
That's interesting. I don't know.
I could be wrong. I could be wrong here. I won't die on this hill that this won't happen, because crazier things have happened, right? But I think that at least in the political climate we have, sending troops into Mexico is just not something Trump will do, because he realizes it's a loser politically. Let's talk a little bit. I want to talk a little bit about the benefits, actually. One of the biggest benefits, actually, for tariffs isn't economic, unfortunately. It's political. There are the competitive districts, right, in America, they tend to benefit a little bit from tariffs. But you know who doesn't? Red countries, Rust Belt countries, right? Counties, I should say. And we have studies on this, and I can link them if you'd like. But like the Republican-held counties, the deep red counties, they tend to face a lot of the pain. Appalachia faces a lot of the pain that tariffs pass along. So these are things that politicians use to kind of
what is that
cozy
based
up
on?
and buy off, right? Some of the more competitive districts, but it's at the cost of the average working American, and I'm tired of paying that cost, and I refuse because you are, wanting to have a trade war with Mexico and Canada. I just reject that premise.
We posted out through elections, though, and people can look at you and say, you have all these climate hysteria, climate predictions for 60 years haven't panned out like scientists and politicians say. I refuse to pay any green taxes. It's not how it works, unfortunately. We let the people that we elect to office decide that, and it's Trump's turn to have 4 more years.
Okay, you're right. He's probably going to do it. I'm saying it's going to be bad. Yes.
What happens if it isn't? Are you going to be like, shit, I shouldn't have just
isn't, then I will
ran with
I will apologize and say, wow, they worked this time. Wow, I was wrong. These Trumps did amazingly, and I haven't felt any cost from this, and the benefits were amazing. I will come and I will say that. I don't think I'm going to be doing that, though.
What's your definition of success, Pentuple? What do you hope to see out of them?
I want to see manufacturing back in the U.S. Things that we measured already. This is like, what do you mean?
Oh wait, well, first
of all,
is
it a good thing to have manufacturing?
It's not as obvious as you would think, but we'll get to that point. Actually, I just want to, do we think that, for example,
you want to read the headline you found on Google? Why are you here? Why are you? What are we doing? This is so much more interesting without the kid from Google.
I know you hate me because
because you we're talking about things from like an understanding we can have. You just go read whatever you want. This is so boring.
Yeah, go read Greg Mankiw, Principles of Economics, but it like.
I would like you to explain that a little bit, like before we move on too far from that. What do you mean? I think I'm a little confused. What do you mean by it's not necessarily as straightforward as you think that manufacturing? Because all right, I'm gonna be honest, and I'm trying to be unbiased here, but to me, just as an unbiased normie who doesn't have any experience in manufacturing, right? What do you think? Why is that?
Because other sectors are more productive, and we don't want to be. There's an opportunity cost to everything. So having a bunch of people manufacture stuff, do final assembly when they could be designing iPhones, which is much more productive, is a net cost.
Base, get rid of unions. I'm with you.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I also Pentuple. Right. I want to walk. Can I I want to walk down two roads of thought with you. Okay. Do you think that tariffs on steel would be beneficial to American manufacturing?
I don't know. I think that's a much more nuanced conversation. There's ways that I don't know. I don't know the steel industry. We're talking about tariffs in general. Talking about trying to deal with losing manufacturing for the last 20 years for obvious reasons that we can't compete with the prices of.
If I may interject, because I just realized something, right? And I think it's worth pointing out from Tyler and from Pentuple both. Your argument seems to be, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, maybe I'm misreading this, but you see this as a bargaining chip. You're like, the tariffs are there, and they're just in case to make sure that these countries do
in some cases, for sure.
Right.
It's going to be different on each product and on each country, for sure.
Yeah, but you recognize, fundamentally, that these things are kind of like a mutually assured destruction threat. We recognize that it's going to hurt us both. That's why you're hoping
we're watching.
The country doesn't do, or the country bends the knee, as you would say, so that we don't have to implement.
I would just say they're benefiting.
Deep down, you understand that the tariffs are going to suck.
No, I'm saying they're benefiting from the current trade arrangements. We could at least stop the bleeding so that it's an even trade arrangement. Ideally, we should both be competing to have the better side of the deal, which is what they're doing. And that's why I don't blame these countries for having tariffs on our products. And when we're not
A lot of times they
smart
put
and
in
strategic
tariffs
enough to
as a
implement them
response
back.
to ours.
But I think what you're saying is like, yes, in some cases, these are just a strategic maneuver to get them to the table. In some cases, there will be legitimate revenue collection here. In some cases, it'll just be evening the market out for foreign cars and American cars. I mean, like, this is...
Oh my God.
It is as simple as that's what it is. It has to be implemented intelligently. Like you're saying, if we go, we're like, oh, steel, what should steel be? Let's do 100%. Like maybe we can't produce that and we need to have it at 20%. And that will allow people to still do it. I'm just saying these have to be implemented smartly, but that's not what we're talking about, is it?
I don't want nuance. I want you to explain it to me.
Well, hold on. Hold on. Yeah,
I'm not the guy who pretends to be a pseudo expert because I can Google things in real time and then just read you that and pretend like I was thinking that the whole time.
I can do it with my eyes closed if you want. I don't have to.
No, I'm just. There's a time and place. I'm not shaming you for going on Google. I'm just saying like. It's not about the gotcha. I'm just gonna Google. I'm just gonna put in ChatGPT. Give me a rebuttal for this.
He's doing this
I'm not talking about you, Rick. I'm not talking about you, Rick. I'm not talking about you, Rick. I'm not talking about you, Rick.
Argument point. You know this guy.
I'm not talking about you, Rick.
Name non-fun.
I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you, Rick, at all.
All right. So hold on.
Step up to the white man, right? Okay.
Yeah, that's.
Hey, Wick. Create a question. Wick, I'm just kidding.
All right, hold on. All right, let's go. So non-Fron, I know Wick came in there. Non-Fron, you wanted to ask a second thing here. I know you had a two-parter. Go ahead with your second one, and then we can go over to Tyler. I see you.
Yeah, he didn't really answer my first one, and I also want to ask Tyler about the first one as well. But
perfect. We'll go with whatever you got, and then we'll go to Tyler.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm curious. Do you think taxing like an export would be beneficial to American manufacturing?
You're asking me if we're taxing export?
Yeah, if taxing exports would be beneficial to American manufacturing.
I don't know.
Come on,
you'd have to
really?
implement it in a way. I don't know. What are we doing? In general, do tariffs work? Should we ever implement a tax on an exported good? Sure. I don't know. I could probably be convinced on that. This isn't like a passionate pillar of my political beliefs, but it's just like I don't know. Give me an example. When would we do that? Do you think we should?
Thought exercise. What do you got? You got an example of thought exercise not drawn, or do you just?
Yeah, what is this?
Yeah, I don't think we should. Generally, intuitively, obviously, like taxing exports, if manufacturers rely on. Basically, kind of.
Generally, you are correct. Taxing
the opposite of what a tariff is intended to do, and you're saying that's bad. And that's your argument.
My point is going to be that.
Hold on. One at a time. Go ahead, Go ahead.
My point is going to be that putting tariffs on imports actually reduces exports as well. So one of the reasons it does that is you tariff intermediate goods like steel, which are used to make plants in manufacturing plants to export stuff. If you tariff everything, you tariff wood from other countries that are also used to make another
reason to tariff and export. What if we need this product? We don't want companies just sending this overseas. I could be like, yeah, if you're gonna send this overseas, you can do it, but you're gonna pay. And then that'll disincentive this company from sending the product overseas. So in that case, I would be on board.
I'm not. This is something. Oh my God.
You're correct. Hold on.
This is so dumb because I'm not disputing that. What I'm saying is that would hurt American manufacturing. If you think the cost to American manufacturing is warranted by some national security concern,
don't even buy into that, right?
So here's them from shipping the product overseas instead of just selling it domestically. That doesn't even like you're just saying.
They won't sell it at all. The alternative, right, to it being in a lot of cases to these products being produced overseas and imported into the country isn't that the alternative isn't we just make it here for a little bit more. The alternative is they don't get made. A lot of the companies just don't do it. They don't.
If the products necessary in the shape, nobody wants
them. They don't increase their domestic industry. They decide it's not worth it to them, and so they simply don't make it. Right? This happens.
There's no demand for it.
To free trade isn't $2,000 iPhones. It's no iPhones at all.
All these market forces just disappear. Like there's no demand for products anymore.
Lead,
right?
I want to go to Tyler, but I want to ask you a question, Wick, real quick.
Go ahead.
So, I know the libertarians. If I have any watching, they're always arguing that the market will take care of itself, right? And in your argument you just made is that a lot of times the product doesn't get made. The libertarian argument in that case would be, well, then apparently that wasn't a product that people really needed or wanted. So how would you argue against that? And then we're going to go to Tyler. I know he's been waiting, so go ahead, Wick, and then Tyler.
Yeah, there. In a lot of cases, there are products that we have that is nice to have, but that I do not need, right, to have. So my iPhone, or not my iPhone, my Android, for example. Look, my Android. It's nice. It's fun. I got a picture of my dog on it.
You
right?
get the Tesla phone?
Entirely not needed. If companies decided that it was too expensive to produce and that I had to pay like a bunch of money to get this, I couldn't afford it, right? So no matter how much I need a product, unless it's a base necessity, or how much I want a product, if it's over a certain price, I simply don't buy that product, because my wanting to afford a thing, right, is higher than my desire for that product. So this isn't the case for things like eggs or food and things like that, but it is the case for luxury goods.
It is the case for things like food, though, because people buy alternative foods. They buy other foods.
All right, let's go to Tyler here. Tyler, go ahead. I know you're dying to get in.
Yeah, there's three things I want to mention that I already got past that I just wanted to jump into. So, going into first the steel tariffs, I can tell you a lot what happened there, because we saw it in real time. It happened. So what was happening is NAFTA was in place. China was dumping buttloads of super cheap steel into both Mexico and Canada. This cheap steel sucks for manufacturing. It's made super poorly. Unions won't use it. So the reason I'm pro-tariff is because I'm pro-worker. I am a person of the left, and tariffs benefit the worker. So in this instance, you have U.S. production now having a reason to increase output, hire more jobs, take in more investment.
Did they do that?
In certain degrees, the tariff wasn't in place long enough for it to happen.
Spoiler alert.
They didn't, but it wasn't in place. But I'm telling you, in a circumstance where the tariff was actually in place for more than just a negotiating tactic, because all it was a negotiating tactic. But if it's in place longer, we could see these investments picking up. We could see these manufacturing output increasing, making it cheaper to make this actual better steel that is used by union laborers, that is a higher quality. And then we also have our steel being exported. Now, to go into the second question, generally, yes, if you tax an export, it's not good for manufacturing. I think he actually countered that argument pretty well in saying that now 100% of the time is selling the most goods the best for the economy, for national security, for a multitude of reasons. So if we have a lack of scarcity or a lack of elasticity of a product, then generally exporting it to sell something to Russia that we actually need here in the country would probably be a good idea. You can get more money selling it over there because they'll pay whatever the fuck for it. But if we actually put a tax on it and make it so you lose money by selling it to them, paying outsource outrageous money for some scarce good.
Can you give us an example of a good you would consider that we should?
No, generally no. Generally no.
So you can't think of an actual example. I agree with you hypothetically. There might be a product or a case that I can think of, but you can't think of one. I can't think of one. Yeah, I think that's pretty strong argument for my side here.
Also, if you agree generally that taxing exports is bad, my next point is going to be is that tariffs also reduce export via resource allocation, exchange rate appreciation, production cost, and retaliatory tariffs. So, do you want to run down those?
Going back to my original point, if you look at just the economic impacts of any regulation, any tariff, any policy, you see reduction in the market. What you're arguing for is laissez-faire economics, but only for this one thing. And then every other department, you're cool with regulation, you're cool with workers' rights, you're cool with worker protections, which I am as well. Don't get me wrong. It's just if I'm cool with all those things and I'm going to ignore the economic impacts because of greater good, why am I going to ignore the economic impacts of us ignoring like workers committing suicide because they're working 70 hours a week
What is
And
this
there's
argument?
Well, first of all,
The easy answer is I think some of those things are net benefits. I don't think tariffs are net benefits.
Can you explain? You said retaliatory tariffs. First of all, some of our tariffs are retaliatory.
We're going to come back
But
to that.
second, why do you think they would implement retaliatory tariffs? Like, why would they do tariffs? What's their logic?
Because politicians don't understand. Politicians don't understand economics. A lot of
ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous. A lot of politicians don't understand economics. They're stupid. And two, politicians are in democratic countries, so subject to their voters. Voters have an anti-foreign bias, a zero-sum bias, and an anti-market bias. Tariffs are like where all three of those come together. They think that trade is zero-sum, when in fact trade is mutually beneficial. They're anti-foreign, as in they think foreign goods are cheaper quality, when in reality, if they were, they wouldn't be buying them. Their revealed preferences to buy imported goods. And what was the other one? The anti-market bias. They're more likely to think of themselves as the victim of this market interaction than the beneficiary.
Yeah, and so I'm going to move the topic. Hold on.
It's been declining for the last 20 years. Like, are you aware of how serious of an issue this is? You're acting like it's just like, oh, it's just whatever, just happening.
What's been declining?
I want to come back to that, as the content brain in me just can't resist coming back to this thing that just happened, which is tariffs causing suicides via the laissez-faire economic theory. Wick, go ahead. You seem to have some thoughts on tariffs preventing
You
suicide.
mentioned that 70 work-hour week employees will commit suicide, and he's tying this. I'm not sure. That's why I asked for clarification, but we didn't get.
I was just giving you an example. I already named like 5
somehow
others,
stop that.
like intellectual property theft and other. I've already named multiple other. I was just giving
Tariffs
you the
don't
most
stop
salacious
intellectual
one.
property theft either.
I was giving you the most salacious one, but that's what Trump was aiming with the China tariffs to prevent. He was fighting against intellectual property.
It didn't work.
It didn't work. Yeah, it didn't work. That was the one Trump tariff that didn't actually work. I admitted that right up in front in my introduction. Every other one I'd say was a success.
I mean, I think what's worse than being exploited by capitalism is not being exploited by capitalism. Like, you can say we can use tariffs to not buy from like slave-made, sweatshop goods or whatever, but like they're just not going to have a job then. You're removing literally the best option. The reason people work in sweatshops is because the sweatshops provide a higher standard of living than the other areas around them.
Nice justification for slavery. Let's bring that back too, because that would fit your argument. Like, what the fuck?
I think it's justification. I think it's justification for free exchange, not slavery. Slavery is not free exchange.
Look,
These people have no workers'
if
rights.
we
and
want to
you're like,
stop
"Oh,
evil around the world, there are ways to stop evil around the world, right? We can do that without using tariffs.
Sure, but
okay. Well, okay. Actually, let's talk about that, right? So, all right. I kind of was wanting this point to be brought up a little earlier. We didn't really touch on it. Like, could somebody say, could Trump claim a win? For example, is there a scenario in general where Trump could claim a win if, say, like he used the tariff, and because like Mexico, for example, is our biggest trading partner, right? Canada's our second biggest, now China is our third biggest, right? And part of that's because Trump went so against them, in his term. If he said, hey, Mexico, I'm going to put a 25% tariff on you if you don't do X, Y, Z, and then they actually stop the migrant caravans at the southern border, and he doesn't implement the tariff, could the threat of the tariff or actually putting the tariff on them until they do this and like them doing it, would that be considered a win if he was able to do it, even if there was some kind of economic hardship that came in the short term? Or like, what would y'all consider that a win?
Can I imagine scenarios where it works? Yes, I can. But I can imagine a lot of things. I can imagine a situation where you have a communist country that feeds its people. But in practice, that doesn't happen, right? Like, I can imagine a lot of don't actually happen in practice. And so, yes, can I imagine it? Yes. Is there a possibility I'm wrong here? Yeah, sure. But I don't think I am. And again, not just from an economic perspective, but I think from a moral perspective. Tariffs and free trade is good, and tariffs and protectionism is bad. It's anti-choice.
So should we scold other countries that tariff our goods, and that's how we should just approach it? We shouldn't. We should just scold them. Just be like, please stop tariffing us. We promise.
The biggest price the country that tariffs us can pay is they don't get to do business with us, and their economy suffers because of it. Spain traditionally was an empire that, because they implemented so many tariffs, turned into a second-rate nothing.
There's only so many mechanisms the president has at their disposal. So if Congress doesn't like the president, if the president ignores a congressional rule, one of the mechanisms that Congress has at their disposal to punish the president is the power of the purse. They can not fund certain elements of the executive branch, basically rendering them inert unless the employees want to come in and work for free. This is effectively is working for the same way. The tariffs are using to punish bad actors, not and an economic. You're right. Yes, it does hurt economically, but so does pretty much everything the government does. And unless we're arguing for anarcho-capitalism, which would be the least.
But it's who gets hurt here, Tyler.
It's whether it's a net benefit.
Right?
When we see
who's paying the costs.
When we see short-term prices go up because American manufacturing has either not caught up or doesn't exist for these products, that short-term is we know that that's going to happen. That's what's opening the market for other manufacturing. That's the whole point. And if they try to pass off the whole tariff to the customer, that's going to open the market. If they want to eat it, then maybe they don't open the market. They can keep their low prices, but they're going to be eating the tariff. So either way, we benefit.
We benefit? I will be paying more for groceries, right? I will be paying more for products, and so will you.
But money won't be going overseas. It will be staying in the economy.
We discussed this last time. You don't know how the balancing payments works at all, which is why you're so fucking scared of actually engaging with any like economic argument with me, because you don't know shit about it. The money doesn't go overseas. The money either comes back through investment. Do you agree that we have a trade deficit?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, the logical implication of that is that money is coming back to the U.S. via financial account surplus. But you don't understand the words I just said, so I can break them down for you since you never Google stuff.
Overseas, so like you're not quite the person I'd want to put in charge of this problem. So
wait, why is that a bad thing? Why is that a bad thing? Why is that a bad thing?
Why is it a bad thing that? Why is it a bad thing that American manufacturing is going overseas, taking American jobs away?
Taking there are American jobs out of manufacturing. You're aware of that, right?
We're so far away. Like you're trying to pull like what you like a.
So do you think it protects jobs to put tariffs up to protect manufacturing?
Yes, that's the whole point.
We lose jobs.
Exactly. Yes.
In manufacturing space in this in the competitive space.
Hey, no, we know this is true. Like we lost jobs net, right? Net lost to jobs.
Every single study I've seen.
That's what I've been saying. We've been losing and hemorrhaging jobs in the manufacturing.
We lose jobs from the tariffs. We lose the entire point of tariffs is to take resources.
Intelligently, like I said, we have to. There's more nuance to this. You're just saying tariffs don't work because
literally
doesn't work.
Yep, but literally the entire point of tariffs is to take resources being devoted to other things, resources which are providing jobs, by the way, and shift them towards producing a less productive thing, something that could be imported for cheaper.
Yeah. I don't even understand what you're saying with that, but go ahead.
Tyler, go ahead.
We understand that you don't understand. We get it. That's the position you do, because you don't understand what we're saying. We know you've told us this entire time.
2018, and now tariffs don't work, even though every government uses them across the world. They've been used for hundreds of years as a negotiating tactic. And then you guys went on Google and discovered the whole world is wrong.
You can't engage with anything because you don't have the knowledge to. This is absolutely insane. You should Google Greg Mankiw interdependence and gains from trade because you don't have a basic understanding of how this works. Do you agree?
Go on Google so you can pull up some statistic. You are literally the least interesting person on this entire panel. Nothing. I can't stop laughing at the voice cracks.
Yeah, thanks, dude. The reason you won't engage is because you literally don't understand anything, and anyone with literally a voice crack, puberty, high school understanding of economics knows why you're full of shit. But
Tyler getting beaten by this guy, by the way.
He actually
shameful. No offense, not fun, but shameful.
He made a pretty solid point in there that got glossed over. He was talking about when you implement a tariff, you get a higher inter-country velocity of money because that money is circulating more. Now, your counterpoint was that money does leave the country, but it ends up coming back more often in investment. You are correct. But if you just stop the equation there, you're right. If you continue to look, that investment means that foreign company owns U.S. manufacturing, and they're making and taking more money out of the economy.
Manufacturing that wouldn't have happened without the investment, so I still think it's a net benefit.
Not necessarily. That is a guess. So that manufacturing could have also come from U.S. If the tariff would actually make that more likely. When Wick's saying is a loss of jobs, yes, Wick, you're correct. If we're going to take a U.S.-based company that's producing and manufacturing here and offshore it to another country, you're able to actually have significantly more jobs from that country. You may have to downsize if you keep them in the U.S. because we have a high cost of labor, because we have high worker protections and worker rights.
It's not
But
just
that being-
that. It's not just
opportunity
that.
costs.
Also, we get like, for example, a tariff on a steel import. Let's use that for example. There are plenty of businesses who are export businesses, right? And they have to downsize because they can't afford it, right?
For sure.
And then, just adding on to that, speaking of, currency exchange, by the way, with tariffs also appreciate the dollar. They make the dollar more expensive for other countries to buy, which means other countries can buy less exports. It follows from logic. You're, supplying less dollars because you're buying less imports. And also we have empirical evidence to back this up. There was a big IMF study that found that, 151 countries from 1963 to 2014 found that tariffs have very small effects on trade deficits because of exchange rate appreciation.
You are correct about pretty much what you guys are saying here. That being said,
we know we've been correct this entire night. Yes. Thank you for acknowledging it. Thank you for recognizing it. I do
absolutely.
appreciate
I said you're doing a pretty damn good job earlier bringing up just the cons. If you're making a very compelling
Can I read something that you wrote to me earlier that you were going to end my whole career?
Oh, I was just messing with you. I look forward
that
to
was
this.
that was the comment that was said, and it seems like it's not going that way right now.
Yeah, in private, it like beforehand, he's all like, "I'm going to end your whole career," and tonight he's like, "You're just correct. You're so correct, Wick. You're the most correct on this. You're just doing such a damn good job. Wow,
I can't
man."
get a between you guys yelling over each other, to be completely honest. So that all being said, now tariffs again. You're pigeonholing what is a successful tariff based on just economics, when in reality, you're saying at the same time, tariffs don't really give you an economic benefit. They don't. We're giving you multiple examples.
I will give you one economic benefit from tariffs. $5 from grassroots hegemon to say these populists keep twisting themselves into pretzels to make sure I have more money to give you.
I'm not a populist.
Yes, you advocating
Also,
for tariffs is making me money. I agree.
My issue is like a lot of people like.
Let me get a point out. You talked like 10 times as much of me so far. Let me finish my point.
Sure.
Okay, so Wick, again, you cut me off with your super chat from what I was saying.
Well, what I'm doing is I'm making you look bad in front of your niece, and I apologize.
She lied. She was
going to
bored.
think less of you now.
Yeah,
She's going to be like, "Wow, Uncle, you embarrassed yourself."
Let me get my
Right?
damn
Well,
point out.
now I can't take you seriously. Man.
So again, I can give you situations where tariffs are deflationary or work against inflation. Deflationary is not the right word. Where they work against inflation, where you have a higher velocity of money within the country, you see increased productivity. I've given you situations where Trump used these specific tariffs to get different policies passed. None of these points have been rejected at all.
Hold on.
Like, you're saying your body and me here. You haven't argued back a single one of my points.
I mean, I'll argue with some of the things, but I think like my big issue is that so many people treat tariffs like Pentuple here, which is why he won't engage, as like a magic bullet that's like good for the economy and also might do these like other special things.
Repeatedly said you have to implement them intelligently and strategically, and you have to account for a lot of different variables.
Imagine thinking that putting a 25% tariff on Mexico, which will decrease and hurt Mexico. Imagine that will decrease immigration.
I wonder if that's why they come to the table engaging on this immigration thing.
No, it will simply make it more likely that there's economic devastation south of the border, which will make it more likely that you'll have more immigrants trying to flee from America.
Allow economic devastation rather than engage with this issue?
Net immigration from Mexico has been zero for 2 decades. It's countries south of Mexico that they're allowing to walk through the country without applying for asylum. We don't want to get into the border stuff. That's where my expertise lie more. A lot of these people are Mexico turning a blind eye to criminals, allowing them to come through, turning a blind eye to caravans that come from countries to the south of them. So it isn't just Mexico's hardships, it's South American countries for the most part at a big rate bringing these people. So just to say, like, a tariff on Mexico probably won't go into effect, because I guarantee you whoever he threatens with these tariffs is going to come to the table, which they always have.
Okay.
Well, go ahead, no problem. Yeah.
Can I real quick? I want to push back on like the productivity point you made. My understanding is that free trade is basically mechanistically pro-productivity. It increases productivity because there's gains from specialization. You're allowed to specialize in producing one thing, and the other country specializes in producing another thing, and you can all actually get more altogether by trading than if you just produced both things yourself. And again, that IMF study, 151 countries, 1960 to 2014, found that tariffs reduced productivity as well. So
I don't think anyone here is anti-free trade. Saying that you want to fight back against people using
anti-free trade.
Yeah, so are regulations. So you would favor regulation?
Depends on the
what regulations?
Yes, that's a yes. You are in favor of them then. That means you're anti-free trade by your own stand. Anytime you impede the market on any level, it works against the laissez-faire system. But there's positives to having worker protections, to having wages, to having all sorts of things. Minimum wage.
Those positives
I mean, I agree. Exactly. It's a net benefit.
Yes. There are regulations that we can look at, that we can track, that we can say, hey, this has led overall to an abundance of wealth in this nation, right? An abundance of safety in this nation, an abundance of productivity in this nation. We can't do the same for tariffs.
Well, let's talk about a point like kind of Pentemple kind of made. Y'all made a pretty good argument of why the negatives, all the cons, everything. But here's kind of a question I'm kind of wondering: why, like, if it's also always bad, or the great majority of the time bad, why is it that for hundreds of years countries have used this as a means? Like, if it's just so bad all this time, wouldn't they have just stopped using it as a tactic?
Are stupid.
Yeah, part of it is like people are stupid. They don't listen to David Ricardo. And then part of it is that tariffs were really easy to implement back in the day. It was really hard to do income tax back in the day, but now it's easier to do income tax, and tariffs were way easier back then.
You said one of the drawbacks of tariffs is that we'll expect retaliatory tariffs, right? Is that a logical response for a country to do retaliatory tariffs?
Nope, it's bad for them too, but it does happen.
It's not a logical response, but it's an expected, but it's a stupid thing to do.
Yeah, like you want to talk about the farmers that had to be subsidized because of Trump's tariffs,
If you were looking at this situation with Japan, for example, where they put a tariff on our cars such that we don't sell our cars in their markets, but they sell their cars in our markets, are you saying like
that tariff is going to hurt them?
I'm just saying if we could either both have 100 or both have 0, right? That's free trade. It's not fair if one of us is doing it and the others isn't. So you're just saying you want
to end
up
it's not fair. That's a value judgment. But my position is that even if Japan has
if WIC, do you want it to be 0-0 is what you're saying? Is that 100-100 is different than 0-0 and that's way preferable? Because to me, it's almost like no difference. If they don't want to do trade with us, that's fine. If they want to do trade with us, it can't be one-way tariff and then we're just going to like let them get away with that. So how would you respond to it? What would you do?
If I had a country, right, and again, I'm not an economics expert, so I might be wrong here. This could be the wrong answer. But if I had a country that comes in and says, hey, we are going to not allow you to export your goods into our country.
Thank you for the 10 bits, Flyers Kanye West. I appreciate it.
Right? Then I would simply let it happen because it will benefit us and hurt them.
Okay.
Yeah, Pentemple, can you explain?
That's just simple.
I was basically making the same argument. My position is that regardless of what other countries do, it's a net benefit to the U.S. to engage in essentially unilateral free trade. So even if Japan has a 100% tariff, I believe it's a net benefit to not tariff Japan.
Just arguing that whether we're tariffed or not is just always a net bag. It's always you just say.
It's not always.
It's a negative, and like that's it's like I don't know. Okay, you guys think it's a net negative. I don't know why, but okay. I don't think it's cool.
The gain to consumers is greater than the loss to producers. Is the reason why. Because
you think that's a one-sided deal.
To be clear, I don't think it's always a net negative. I just think almost always it is a net negative.
Well,
so the reason why it's a net benefit, is because the gain to consumers outweighs the cost to producers. There are some jobs lost to trade, but consumer surplus increases more than producer surplus goes down.
This is all about incentivizing companies to hire American workers. We want the manufacturing here, not just because like it's cool. Like we want employed people in America. We want like this is important. Well, how do you suppose we stop companies from just constantly producing products overseas and actually get Americans hired again?
I think free trade increases jobs.
We have used to do this, right? Tax benefits, right? To hiring Americans.
What's causing right now this hemorrhaging of our manufacturing jobs? What are you guys doing to reverse the trend? It's not working right now. We have to do something.
Reverse that?
This is the point. This is why Trump won. This is why you guys lost the election. How long is this going to take for you guys to just understand that we're doing it?
We lost the election because
you guys have already failed. You guys have overseen the hemorrhaging of manufacturing.
Pentemple won't engage with this because he can't answer this. this.
left on crime, immigration, and drugs.
Have been supporting the people destroying it.
Let me
guns,
reframe
I'm
this.
sorry.
Let me
Crime,
reframe this.
immigration, and guns. We went left after 2012, and that's why we were losing in elections, and that sucks. But it is what it is. It has nothing to do with NAFTA, free trade, any of that, right? It has nothing to do with tariffs. It has crime, immigration, guns.
Well,
and we never
I
got it.
disagree with that.
It's nice to meet you. I'm just kidding.
I think the immigration for sure, and some of those other ones for sure. Like, I think the economy, and I think tariffs speak to the economy. I think the righties have kind of touched on this a little bit in this, but they haven't really dived into it. Why is it that, say, if tariffs don't work, right? Why is it that we see like places? Let's use Japan for example. Japan has a pretty high tax on like U.S. cars. Why don't we see the U.S. making inroads in Japan with their car market? While over here, it seems that since we don't have tariffs on Japan, they're able to take advantage of that situation and have. I mean, everybody drives. There's tons of Toyotas. I see tons of commercial every day. I see Nissan. I mean, I could be wrong. One of these could be American if I say the wrong one. But there's a lot of foreign cars. It seems like in their case, tariffs are working. Why would y'all not consider that a win, like for tariffs?
I don't know what you mean by working. I agree, like our cars can't be sold there if there's tariffs on them, but I think that hurts them. I think they'd benefit from buying American cars. I also think Americans would benefit from that.
Well, yeah, I agree. Americans would benefit from other countries buying our cars, but doesn't it seem like it incentivizes them not to? If you have a tariff or not to even be sold over there, wouldn't you say that's an effective tariff in Japan's case, where they're taxing American cars with a tariff, and then they're producing more there, and then we're basically not tariffing them? You don't see, like, that's kind of the point Pentuple was making, I believe, is that they're sitting here.
I think it costs Japan productivity. I think it costs Japan jobs. I think it costs Japanese consumers. Wait, Pentuple won't engage with this because he doesn't understand it.
For American companies, you're talking about entering a market, and it's like if DraftKings goes into Texas, is that good for DraftKings? It's like, obviously having access to more market is a plus for an American company.
I
what
agree.
Do you mean?
I also think it's a plus for Japan, which is why
cars. Fucking horrible take.
Yeah, hold on. Again, because we're talking about fair economics a lot here, and a lot of times it's not. So what a more realistic situation would be is a foreign company selling cars, tariffing ours, and then coming into our markets and undercutting our car prices, hurting our jobs here. We see our car manufacturing output go down, thus the amount of jobs we have in the United States go down because we can't compete with these unfair markets.
That doesn't follow.
Laborers, right? That doesn't. I mean, it does absolutely 100%.
Car jobs will go down. It'll probably increase jobs in other sectors, though. In fact, again, the entire
now workers have access to cheaper cars, which they can use to drive to their other jobs. They don't have to pay
right now with the worker
they would have tariffs been implemented.
Look at OSHA versus worker protections in China, and tell me that it's even remotely the same. They don't treat.
That's not my position.
I'm telling you, my position.
It's cheaper though. That's cheaper.
My position is that it's a net benefit for the U.S. to engage in trade, regardless of what other countries do. That includes regardless of the regulations. So long as there's a relative price difference that differs from domestic opportunity cost, there are gains from trade to be had. It doesn't matter if they get there from regulations or from subsidizing the industries.
Oh my, dude, filibustering the same thing over and over.
I'm not filibustering.
I've already addressed your argument. Regulations, sanctions.
Your argument, Tyler, is just that regulations can sometimes be good, and I don't disagree with that. But we're arguing about a specific thing, which is tariffs, which we can demonstrate overall are not effective for what they are trying to do. They have a negligible effect on domestic product growth. Right?
Migrant protection.
I did address those.
Put in place because of the tariffs.
Wait, what did you say? Sorry.
Mike's messing up. I can't understand you.
Stay in Mexico. Mexico has been very clear. They did not want to stay in Mexico. Trump forced their hand with the tariffs to implement the migrant protection protocols. This is well documented. As soon as Biden pulled away,
and we paid too high a cost for that.
We did it.
We've paid too high a cost doing nothing.
Hold on. No,
$20 billion.
Are you talking about the 2018 tariffs? Okay, I again, we have data on this. The 2018 tariff cost us jobs, cost us money, cost us wages, raised inflation. I don't know what to tell you.
Let me finish my point. This tariff was never implemented. It was a threat. You're talking about the steel tariffs that were used for USMCA. I'm talking about hypothetical threatened tariffs that were used to get a country to the
negotiation. So tariffs that don't happen work better than tariffs that do?
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. They're not always used to be implemented. They're a negotiation tactic to bring people to the table saying, look, we need this. Here's the reason you have to do it, because you suffer financial consequences if you don't do something. That's yes, we are not intending to implement all of these tariffs. A lot of these tariffs are intended to say, do this thing that you're not financially incentivized to do until we do this.
Other threats that we can use.
The idea
Yeah, I mean, if you want to say tariffs only work when they're not implemented, I agree. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like,
that's your argument. Tariffs work best, not implemented. Okay. No argument.
Hold on. One at a time here. One at a time. All right, Tyler, go ahead. And then
The
we'll come back.
argument you're giving me is just talking past my point. You keep going to the small version of what you say is a win. This is like saying nobody uses it. Civil rights is a net benefit to our economy, or a net negative to our economy. Would you get rid of civil rights? No, because you agree with it. I think $300 billion a year in intellectual property theft. I think people coming through the border illegally, sanctioned by a government that's turning a blind eye, is enough to punish them. Not following the law is enough to punish them. They are being punished with tariffs. Talking about the economic benefits does not refute this argument. It ignores it.
I don't want to get sidetracked, but I think that civil rights is a net benefite to the economy, actually.
All right, 1 second. 1 second. Thank you, Jesse, for the sub. You are the greatest. Go ahead, please.
Breakfast yesterday type response.
I don't think it actually. I mean, we could get into the nitty-gritty.
Saying if it was a net negative to the economy, we still wouldn't argue to get rid of it. Your response that it was. Did you get the point he was making? You didn't get it?
No.
He was saying if it was a net negative economically, we still wouldn't want to get negative, because that's not the end of the conversation.
To be clear, I think stuff can be a net negative.
What if you didn't
net negative to the economy, but outweighed in other things?
All right.
I did breakfast yesterday.
All right, hold on. Everybody stop. Nobody can understand. Everybody's, for some reason, maybe it's on my end, every time everybody starts talking, the mics start cutting out, except for Wicks. So
yes, because I'm the only one who has.
What mic is that, by the way?
Yeah,
I need to know what mic that is. Please let I will DM you.
So let's try one at a time if we can. I know there's some exchanges, but it starts going that's no good for anybody.
Let me just kind of be a little more concise, perhaps. Right. The argument from my opponents here is that these tariffs are not to be actually implemented, but they are more of a threat, more of a tool to punish if they don't follow through the threat. My argument is that we can use other means that we don't look feckless when we don't follow through on if they decide to call our bluff, right? We can use other means, other mechanisms. Tariffs don't work, and if your best argument is that, well, they're used as a threat, so we're not actually going to do them. I mean, that's an argument you can make.
That's totally not what we've been doing.
From Grassroots Hegemon to say, I have a lot of people brighter than me as friends who are economists, and the only thing they agree on is that tariffs are piss. Thank you for the $50. $50 says I'm right.
You can implement tariffs to collect revenue. You can implement tariffs to remove products from the market. You can also use tariffs to bring people to the negotiation table, because it would be financially damaging for them to not engage with, like, the border issue, for example. We're giving them a financial incentive to force their hand. We have the ability to do that. We don't have to suffer with this open border forever. Mexico can help. We need them to step up and help. If they're not going to do that, we need to not be handing them access to our markets. It's really that simple. You have to do it intelligently. You keep saying, oh, well, then if you think it all tariffs.
But at what point, real world
for
here,
tariffs in different places.
Would you say
strategic? It's
that
nuanced.
Trump hasn't worked?
That's why you won't understand it if you're just on Google right now.
Trump doesn't even know what a tariff is, so I don't know why you trust him to strategically implement it.
Is this your best argument?
I have not seen a single clip of Trump accurately describing what a tariff is. So.
You didn't even know that American manufacturing has been hemorrhaged. You asked me why it was even a bad thing. You have literally no spot at this table. Like, the fact that you're even in this, you're below this.
You're scared of me because you don't actually understand any economics. It's the issue. I can tell you why it's not necessarily good to bring American manufacturing back. I can also tell you manufacturing productivity has gone up a lot, so U.S. manufacturing output has actually increased, although manufacturing employment has decreased. There's an opportunity cost to everything. Everyone making a car is someone not making an iPhone. iPhones are generally more productive. Like, the market accounts for this really well. The market makes sure that the factors of production flow to their most profitable use case. I don't see why the government should intervene on our liberty to import and make us all overall worse off and less productive. Like, you have no good argument for that.
Just to play.
Get rid of every single regulation and law. I agree.
I think
Hold on. Just because we're pointing to a specific law and say it's bad doesn't mean we want to get rid of all laws. Just because we're pointing to a specific regulation or a specific tool and saying it's bad doesn't mean we want to give away all our tools. What is this argument? This is ridiculous.
I know.
We are
Yeah,
looking at tariffs specifically, and we're saying specifically tariffs, when implemented, have a net harm and effect on our economy, and it's not worth it, even when they're used as a bargaining chip and a threat to try to get other countries to the bargaining table. It just does not work.
Way to quantify it, and the only way you're trying to is looking at the economic impact. So you're saying our argument is just tariffs are being used as a threat. You know where we got that from is the guy implementing the tariffs. We're using his actual words and his actual actions to construct our argument.
And I'm looking at the actual results of what he's done, and we're measuring it by the tool that
one at a time.
And this is a tool people care about. This is what the voter cares about. Can I afford that product? And if the answer is no, then they don't buy it.
I got it. Here, go ahead, Tyler.
Yeah. So again, you can argue that tariffs don't have a net economic benefit. I'm not disagreeing with you on that. For the most part, he's not either. Neither is Trump. Trump was the only time he said it wasn't was when he would remove taxes and replace it with tariffs, which is a whole different subject, whole different argument. Theoretical, would be fun to talk about. We haven't even gotten there yet. Trump is saying he's using these tariffs as a negotiating tool to get other concessions out of the country. And I'm giving you examples where it has worked. And every time I have, all of them go unaddressed. Literally, the migrant protection protocols were put in place because of a threat, according to Trump.
According to Trump is the key word there. They were doing this anyway.
Dude, they were implemented.
They were not in favor of the migrant protection protocols.
Trump just hates the trade deficit.
Even if you don't believe it's why, it doesn't mean it wasn't. So we'll take the W on the issue anyway. But like, yeah, it's
Hold on, calm down. God damn. All right, listen. Okay, what is the counter argument you want addressed before you turn into Bob?
The migrant protection.
I just said it. Tariffs are not used as economic policy. They're used to punish. They're used to negotiate, and they've worked. Migrant protection protocols worked. They were only in place because of the terror threat.
All right, what is y'all's response to that? Let's start with
I just think that's bullshit because I don't think it was implemented because of the tariffs threat. I just don't think it was.
Then what do you think
Trump just hates the trade deficit. Trump has gone on record of not liking the trade deficit at all.
Trump said it. Trump said it. Yeah, I need more than that, buddy.
Oh, so what do you think motivated them then? Glick?
They said no, he threatened the tariff. They said yes. And then as soon as it was gone,
you know what? I had a show on Matt Gaetz on how he was a kid diddler, and then he dropped out. It must have been because of my show. Same logic.
Same as saying that
I did a thing. Saying was false. That must have been true, right? I was feeling sad, and then I looked out the window, and there was rain, and now I'm happy, and these are things are connected.
So, all right, let's we got some time. I'll be asking. Let's examine this thought exercise that was just presented here by Tyler. You can dive into this to start, Tyler, since that is something I did want to talk about. Texas has recently declared they're going to get rid of income tax by 2025. Trump, I guess, liked that idea, and he wants to get rid of income tax as well, and he's argued possibly doing it with tariffs. All right, Tyler, you want to talk about that? Let's. I know before pre-World War II, most countries gained most of their income from tariffs. What are your thoughts on this proposal of even more tariffs, get rid of income tax? Would that be a good idea?
Can we all give our thoughts on this proposal?
Oh, yeah, we're gonna go in a circle. We'll go in a circle. I'll start with Tyler.
It could be super interesting. So what we see in this instance, what a tariff essentially does is it takes extra money from somebody that's buying a foreign good. So what we could see is a massive economic boom in our localized industry, a higher velocity of money in country. It could be good. I don't know. I took a couple economics classes in college, and I kind of look into it for fun. I don't know enough about making these projections. What I would see is if we implemented these tariffs, we'd probably get retaliatory tariffs back from the country. That alone would cause the cost of our goods to drop just based on a higher supply and a lower set of demand. So It'd be interesting, man. I need somebody more equipped to run down the data with me, but I don't see any reason against it if they could find a sound plan for it, at least to try it. He won, so why not?
Well, let's go non-front. We'll go opposite way last time.
Yeah, real quick. Trump hates a trade deficit. He's not just using this as right. He hates a trade deficit because he doesn't understand it. But also, like, I linked a tweet from him. But also, the income tax thing. Like, first of all, tariffs just can't raise as much revenue as income tax. The revenue maximizing point of tariffs is probably like 40%. That only raises like $500 billion. Income tax raises $2.2 trillion. Secondly, tariffs are a regressive tax. Income tax is a progressive tax. Tariffs tax poor people more, both because it's a flat tax, so it's a percentage of their income. Poor people are hurt more. And two, because poor people spend more of their income on imported goods than rich people do. Income tax, I think like the bottom 50% of Americans only pay like $600 in income tax. Like the bottom 50% barely pay income tax. They would pay tariffs.
All right, we'll go to Pentuble. We'll save Wit for last. Here you go, Pentuble.
I hate the income tax. I think it sucks. So I would do literally anything to get that trade chip on the table. It's like it's like Justin Jefferson. Any trade offer between us that gets
Would you
me
suck Admiral Gibbs' dick?
No,
Well,
that's
you
gross.
said anything, right?
I know I did, but like, come on, damn it.
I'm sorry. Like, your niece is here. Come on, this is not fair.
What? No. Look. I'm just saying, like, yeah, I would like to do that. The tariffs thing. I mean, we don't have to replace it with tariffs, but I'd be open to replacing it with anything else. But yeah, and
I do. Before we move to Wiki, I do find it interesting that with my reputation, he chose to bring his niece to my panel of all the panels that come to the wildest of the panels. All right, and then Wick, go ahead and give us your thoughts.
Yeah. You like income tax, I get it, right? No one likes to pay their hard-earned money on stuff, right? It sucks. But just wait till you get a load of what tariffs used as a primary economic.
Do you think it's gonna be a third of my income?
Like yeah. No shot. Like you will be able to afford less.
Okay. Do you realize that even long-term tariffs implemented would be for American products to enter that market? Like, the tariffs are not always American-made goods won't be affected by this. Every single product is coming from overseas. And a lot of the competition in these industries has American-made products and foreign-made products. These tariffs aren't going to just be like, no, you don't have the product. A lot of the times, people are just going to buy the American product now. Like, you're acting like we're just like, never going to have anything.
The American product will be more expensive because the resources they use to make that product will be more expensive. Hold on, because tariffs will make it more expensive.
The American product
they use to make the product.
Why does a company not paying the tariff increase their price?
Well, because there's more demand for them domestically. The entire point of a tariff is to induce investment caused by the higher price that producers can now pay. Two, you're reducing price competition. Part of the reason prices in America are low is because they're competing against foreign competitors. If you get rid of that competition, they're paying.
And there are a lot of products that we can't.
In a lot of cases, there's already
right. You can't grow coffee in America.
Right? On the shelves already. Right, already. There's ready to go. This is what we're saying. There's already in nearly every we could list different types of goods, but what I'm saying is
the idea of removing income tax for all the reasons
and American-made goods already on the shelves. This is not every single analysis of this is going to be an input onto an industry. We have no domestic manufacturing.
You'll be able to afford less.
We're all going to have to suck and pay the prices of tariffs. The whole point is that no, we're not. We're going to stop buying the Chinese goods and start buying the American ones to avoid the tariffs.
The American ones are going to be more expensive.
The American ones are going to be more expensive, and it's a higher opportunity cost.
Hold on, let me ask this.
The manufacturing in the country. You guys have no ability to zoom out and see this problem, and it's like no wonder you guys are no longer in charge. You're so confused why we would vote for a convicted felon over you guys.
I'm no longer in charge, motherfucker. I have people in my chat, right, who have dinner with Ivanka Trump. If you think I am someone who isn't in charge still, I am the deep state, okay? I am the one whispering in the ears to get things done. I am the one pulling the strings. So you can, sit down.
It's you.
Yeah,
it's been you this whole time.
True.
Yeah, it's him, bro. I mean,
okay.
This entire time.
CIA.
I'm gonna be a liberal.
I don't know what you just said, but are you the
I'm
Riddler?
gonna be a liberal. I like Dick Cheney and shit.
Yeah, well, I don't know about all that. Yeah, so I mean, let's come back to this point y'all were just debating, right? Because part of like one of the arguments that I've always heard made for tariffs is that you will increase manufacturing, right? There's been an argument. I saw Trump lay this out in his economic plan, right? He argued that hey, it's going to be an initial little bit painful, and then you're going to have the investment and the growth as the stuff is built here. It's a long, wonderful thing. You'll see immediate benefits from new jobs created, et cetera, et cetera. Are y'all saying, without a doubt, there's not going to be this sort of investment?
It hasn't happened in the past. I have no reason to believe it would happen now.
It depends on what you tariff, and it depends on the scope of them.
It's
I don't
never
think
happened in the past. It's never happened in the past.
Not in 90% of the cases, no.
Yeah, I don't think tariffing inputs and intermediate goods is going to bring manufacturing back. I also think tariffs discourage exports as much as they discourage imports, and that hurts manufacturing as well. I also think any manufacturing we do bring back is a net cost because the loss to consumers is greater than the gain to producers, and there's a super large opportunity cost. Pentuple's laughing because he doesn't have a very basic understanding of comparative advantage. Oh, he's deaf and he's not even listening. He doesn't have an understanding of comparative advantage. So
I just say tariffing 100%.
Does he have a stranger in his room too? Oh no, that's. It looks like you're in his room,
Tariffing 100% of a company that moves their jobs to Mexico. Sure, they might have to downsize if they stay in the United States. We might lose some jobs, but overall, that's saving jobs and not letting them go to Mexico.
Nope.
I would argue it is, absolutely. So they're going to just close the company. They were about to just build a whole
it's not required.
in Mexico.
No, but resources that otherwise would have been devoted to doing other things to produce other jobs are now being devoted to produce this thing.
Mexico didn't want to do migrant protection protocols. Trump threatens a tariff. They suddenly do want to do migrant protection protocols, and it's all a big coincidence because Rick thinks Trump is a liar.
I mean, in that case, I'm fine with saying tariffs worked as a threat there. I also think Trump just wants to do tariffs because he doesn't like the trade deficit, as he said multiple times, and because he wants to bring manufacturing back, as he said multiple times as well.
Yeah, but he also said multiple times that he's doing it for specific purposes. For Mexico, is specifically.
Let me just ask. Hold on. Let me ask Tyler a question directly. Do you think that tariffs bring back manufacturing jobs? Generally.
No, in that circumstance that I offered.
No, Trump says that they do. Okay, so you are saying clearly, to be clear, that Trump is wrong when he says that they bring back manufacturing jobs.
No, hold on. Just to jump in here because you boys are failing the righties here. There are examples historically of tariffs in 1860.
I don't just pull shit out of my ass and Google midstream.
Okay, fair enough. In 1860,
that's the one that came out. And in fact, it's also to Tyler's point
to Gibbs in the 1800s. This might have worked.
It's so dumb because I don't dispute that they can be used to protect certain jobs, but all the jobs that they do protect are wasteful because you're using domestic resources to produce something that previously could have been imported cheaper. Well, the domestic resources you were using were doing other things, making actual, better, more productive jobs.
So all right. So this brings me to the question I wanted to bring up, right? So do y'all agree that we're in a trade war with some of these countries like BRICS? Do y'all think that we are in what we'd call a trade war?
Yeah, I think we have engaged in. I don't know if we're. Yeah, we have engaged in trade wars with these countries. Yes,
we're doing tit for tats. I don't think they're technically considered trade wars yet, but I am not the one that makes those definitions. But
whatever you want to call it.
Sure. Would you say they're anti? All right. Let's broaden
trade
it.
Special military operations.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Exactly. I think we're getting lost in the weeds here. Would y'all say these are countries that are like antagonistic towards us and they use economic policies such as tariffs against us? Would y'all say that that's a true statement?
I think that a lot of times they try to bait us into using tariffs against ourselves, right? But yeah, no, yes, I guess conceptually you are correct that they try to use trade policies in order to benefit them and hurt others.
So this needs to be, it's a two-part question here. So recently there was a report put out by the Pentagon saying that one of the biggest issues the United States is going to have if we were to go to war with China is we have a lack of shipbuilding, and that's due to a lack of domestic manufacturing. Could you see how maybe a tariff would hurt the United States in the economic sense, like short term with the money, but it would help us in building our maybe say our military manufacturing in a way so we get a win basically in defensively as opposed to.
But
do you agree with that assessment?
Only if manufacturing was actually buoyed up by these. But again, we can look at the data here. Tariffs don't generally lead to that. They don't generally lead to a boost.
Well, tariffs don't, but an increase in demand for American-made products does. And you guys are just imagine that market forces disappear. If you have these tariffs, even if the American manufacturing doesn't exist, or they transition over from some other product, like Nadfon said, these are just market forces at work.
Hold on. I don't know what you think I'm disputing, Pentuple. You're not acknowledging that these jobs are wasteful. And also,
you were saying
I
some
wanna
weird
answer,
shit
I
like
do agree.
they'd be more valuable producing some other good. The whole point is increasing the
opportunity
demand
cost.
for the American-made product to
Correct.
compete in the market against foreign-made products who can undercut us because of the labor cost. And for other reasons.
There's an opportunity cost to that.
Hold on. Let me
Is the whole point.
Let me
what
reframe it.
opportunity, dude? You just say random fucking words.
Do you not know what
like
opportunity
a
cost is?
pointless
Those
member of
resources
this
could have
entire
otherwise been
panel.
dumped on
I don't think
things.
you'll ever say anything interesting to me.
I'm gonna pause there.
Pentuple
I
only
wish
talks
all
'cause
of
he's
your
scared,
time
doesn't
was
know
given to
basic
Wick.
economics. That's
I
what's happening.
genuinely wish Wick had all of your time. I feel like Gibbs is being way too generous.
So, hold on. Let me reframe this again because we got. I don't know what that was, but we can come back to it. I have a question, right? What Hugh here is in favor of the CHIPS Act, or basically producing more chips here in the United States. Everybody here likes that, right? In general, okay. So this is a case to me where I feel like, say we put a tariff on, I don't know, Chinese semiconductors and Chinese chips, which would produce more manufacturing in the United States. Would that not be a good thing then, non-front? I feel like, because you're the one who's been arguing, hey, we could buy it cheaper from China possibly, and we can focus our industry somewhere else. Do you see how this could be a danger to the United States if, say, hey, we don't have any chip manufacturing because we've been buying it cheaper from Taiwan and Taiwan gets conquered or something? Like, what do you have?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there are a few cases where the national security concern overcomes the economic cost with semiconductors and with batteries. I think we should both tariff those from China a lot. I will say I don't think tariffs are particularly effective, again, because they hurt exports too. They hurt manufacturing in certain ways, depending on the scope of them and depending on what you tariff exactly. I also think a lot of times tax credits are better. That's what the CHIPS Act had, tax incentive financing. It gave tax credits. That way you incentivize companies to actually produce here rather than just produce somewhere else. Because if you just tariff China, then they just move to Japan, which can be good sometimes.
That being said, when you do things like the CHIPS Act, you're picking winners and losers. What we saw with Solyndra is a lot of times it's not good economically to dump a ton of money into a company that wasn't going to make it on its own. A lot of these companies fail. So I would say the CHIPS Act's not good for the economy, so ignore everything else and get rid of it, right?
That's not my position. My position is that certain things that are bad for the economy can still be net benefits. I think tariffs are bad for the economy and don't have any other benefits to counteract that. And also, I agree. This does choose winners and losers, just like free trade has winners and losers.
For enough people, it would outweigh the costs, right? But they don't.
The steel industry is my go-to example. During NAFTA, we had China, who not only is outbidding us on levels of what they can pay their rates for their employees because they don't have human rights and treat their people like shit, but also they can artificially inflate and deflate their currency. They can stockpile goods using taxpayer money to pay the companies back, stockpile the goods, and then flood the market with extremely cheap steel. So when they were flooding the U.S. markets with extremely cheap steel, what happened to U.S. manufacturing? It plummeted. These tariffs against China and against Mexico and Canada just stopped Chinese steel from coming to the United States. Potentially could have saved steel manufacturing in the United States. I can show you the data on it right now. I have it pulled up in front of me.
Okay, so I mean, one, I think the dumping with China could happen for some things, but steel is a very high fixed cost industry, so it makes sense sometimes to sell below your fixed cost if you can cover your variable cost. But also, I think all these things are a net benefit to the U.S. If China has lower labor regulations and they can produce stuff, that's high labor intensity more efficiently than the U.S. can because of that, then that's a net benefit for the U.S. to specialize in things that are, like iPhones, and for China to specialize in actually the final assembly to iPhones because that's very labor intensive. No, it's not, because I don't think slavery is a net benefit.
They don't have human rights, so let's use them and let people die. I'm a left-winger. That's against my moral code. Sorry.
I mean, again, the only thing worse than being exploited by capitalism is not being exploited by capitalism. By tariffing them, you're removing the best option that they have. And then two, I don't think slavery is free exchange. You're literally owning someone. That this is free exchange for the most part. Obviously, China has restrictions on their end that make it a little less free exchange. But
or we don't give them jobs, and they say our economic conditions suck. Let's overthrow this country, as opposed to, well, they're giving us jobs, so something must be working. I guess it's all right.
I mean, I think that's a very risky bet to take, but okay, dude.
That's what economic sanctions are for. Literally, the point of economic sanctions is to cause an economic turmoil so the populace uprises against them.
That's the point of some of them, but with Russia, we also sanction their oligarchs, so their oligarchs in theory can have say over Putin.
You're right. I did oversell sanctions to what purpose? You're fair. That's fair.
Yeah, and I.
What was the question? Sorry.
Oh, don't worry about
Go
it.
ahead,
You look like you had something ready there. Go ahead.
No, here's the deal, right? Like the CHIPS Act specifically, we recognized that we weren't producing a thing that we needed desperately to produce domestically because of security concerns, and so we invested directly in the infrastructure and the industrial capacity to do that, right? By providing tax subsidies and other methods to do that, right? That's the way to go about it. When we have a product or a resource that we don't have domestically, but we want to produce domestically, there are ways to do that, and I'm not against those ways in a lot of cases. When we're talking about specifically tariffs, again, for all the reasons we've been over and over, it's just not the way. It's just not helpful.
All right,
there are other ways to do the same thing that don't have the negatives that tariffs do.
I'd argue they don't have the same strengths either.
Okay, so let me ask this. So y'all mentioned sanctions. What other tools y'all have that y'all have in y'all's playbooks? Okay, well, so I guess that's not
tax
where I was going
incentives.
With that. Hold on with the tax incentives. That's not
I'll
what
give
I'm
you an
talking
example. If you want more American jobs, give companies a tax break for hiring American workers.
We already do that.
Yes, tax incentives stop China
Do it more. Just do it. Do it to the max.
How do tax incentives stop China from dumping?
I'm not against it. Look, I agree. And look, I'll just make the point. I think for the pro tariff side on this, we're open. Look, this isn't like a passionate pillar of like a political belief. We're open minded to different approaches and different ideas. But I think what we need to acknowledge is that manufacturing in our country is being shipped overseas. We need to create that demand for the manufacturing here again. And we think tariffs is a way to do it. That's what we're going to do because we won the election. Election does have consequences. So we will be doing it, and we'll get to see if your prediction comes true. But ultimately, it's not that we are going to die on this hill if you are correct. If we learn and things change, we'll adjust the approach, and I will accordingly. But you haven't presented your better idea yet.
Pentuple, your mind can't be
you haven't
open 'cause you
presented
don't
your
understand
better
enough
idea
to-
yet.
Hold on, just a moment, because I want to introduce this, right? I want not introduce, but I want to kind of put a pin in this, right? Because I honestly don't think you will. I think what you will do is you will try to spin whatever happens as a political win for Trump.
Well, if we get manufacturing, if manufacturing jobs in the U.S. go up, I will consider it a success. I think that is. This is interesting. I think that we should establish on this panel what all of us would agree is a measure of success for tariffs. In one of the cases, which is Chinese manufacturing, these tariffs are designed to help improve the demand for American manufactured products. That's how I'm going to judge it. So we do have I think we can come up with some sort of objective measure by how we're going to measure the success of this tariffs, whether it's used as a threat, whether it's used to collect revenue, whether it's used to open up the market, however it's implemented.
Man.
That's the judge. That's what I'm saying.
Let's say we get 500,000 new manufacturing jobs in the U.S.
Hell yeah.
Right? But we're paying double for the car, or not even double. We're paying
double. I don't know if it'll be double, but I will. Yeah, I would happily pay more if it means that. Yeah. Oh yeah. The price going up is not an immediate loss.
We don't need
because the market forces are still in play. Is what I'm saying. The market forces are still in play. I'm not going to pay too much.
Wait,
if the prices domestically don't work, then people aren't going to buy it. They're still going to have to compete in the market. That's why I say you guys are acting like the market forces disappear when these things happen.
I'm not acting like
the market forces don't disappear. What I'm saying is that
you literally do not understand enough to know why that's not the case. Can you define opportunity cost? Do you know what that is? Do you have a concept of what that is? Can you, or do you not know?
His point is somewhat solid if you're talking
Wait, no,
about...
let him escape. No. Can you, Pentuple, please? I need to know. Can you define opportunity cost? Oh, he's deafened.
He's talking to history. He does have a point. If you're talking about elastic products in the market, we have all sorts of competition. We have knockoff brands. We have all sorts of things. He does have a point. Now, if you're talking about inelastic products, then your point rings true. So, but he is onto something here. This is probably one of his first better points.
Again, I don't dispute that this can be used to bring...
Hold on a second. Donfron wants you to explain opportunity cost, Pentuple.
Well, why am I explaining opportunity? He's the one who's been repeating it all night. Why doesn't he tell me?
I can tell you what it is. It's a cost.
Please do. You've been the one saying it all night as if it's just a slam dunk. I don't know what you're talking about. Please.
Yeah, because most people have a concept of what it is.
It's the cost of the.
I know what generally opportunity cost means. You're just explain. What is this like? Get off your fucking horse. Wait, don't do this. You know better than to act like that. Opportunity cost, don't you know? No, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I know what the words mean. Like, what are you trying to do right now? This is the worst performance from the left wing I've ever seen, and it is in part why you guys lost the election so badly. You guys didn't even think it was fathomable we'd win the popular vote, but then you make arguments so bad like this.
Yeah, great.
You don't know what I mean by opportunity cost. Of course, tariffs won't work.
So, okay, Pentuple, do you acknowledge that the resources being used to promote American manufacturing could have otherwise been used to do other things, right? You acknowledge that, right? Or do you not know what that means? Do I need to break it down?
Please tell me what opportunity cost means and what you mean by that and why you just say it.
It's the cost of the next best alternatives for your resources. So every factor, production, land, labor, capital, ideas that goes to American manufacturing, however you define that, is land, labor, capital ideas that didn't go to something else, like research and development.
Yeah, this argument doesn't make sense because we're hemorrhaging manufacturing jobs. We don't have no issue where manufacturing jobs aren't leaving. Manufacturing jobs are leaving the America. They're leaving America. So we don't have just like an equilibrium on manufacturing jobs where it's like all the manufacturing potential has been reached. That is what you're arguing.
No.
What are we doing?
I agree we're losing manufacturing jobs. I think that's a great thing because it means
Do you? Because I don't think you knew that until you Googled it 20 minutes ago.
That's not true at all. I don't dispute this at all. And I agree tariffs can be used sometimes to bring certain manufacturing jobs back. I just think that, again, that's wasteful because
that's what we've been arguing this whole time.
All right. Let's reframe. I think that we did touch on something I've been trying to kind of get around, and nobody's been really biting. Let's go back to how do we define a win on tariffs? Wick said here basically he thinks that Pentuple and probably most righties are going to just spin whatever Trump does as a win. I
propose an objective measure.
Yeah,
the objective measure being manufacturing jobs.
I think
that's the whole point. We can measure those. We do measure those. That's how we know they're leaving.
Well, hold on. Let me just finish this here because I know that non-fraud here is not going to pick that. And like you're arguing manufacturing, I would personally I'll jump in here for a second. I personally would define the threat of the tariff getting something done like as a win. Like for example, if Trump came in and was like, "Hey, I got them basically to squash migration at the southern Mexican border for 25%, like with the threat of 25% tariffs, so he didn't have to implement them." I would call that a win, right? Or if he, other things like say he implemented a tariff on China and we can't use Chinese, steel, and it forced us to start Chinese shipbuilding and we had to build ships here or something. I don't know. I can see specific scenarios where like the national security y'all granted me counts as a win, or the immigration issue counts as a win. But it doesn't seem to me that like y'all or the left is wanting to grant the majority of those. How are y'all willing to define these as a win? We can start with Pentuple since you seem to have the manufacturing jobs started.
Yeah, I think that we can judge this based on whether manufacturing jobs start returning to the U.S., whether we can effectively increase the demand for American-made products that's are currently being manufactured, some that aren't being manufactured right now. Like I said, this is very nuanced. It has to be strategically and intelligently. Some products that we shouldn't tariff because we need them. Like all of these immediate questions that you have when we talk about it are going to be addressed. Like we're going to be paying people in our government a lot of money to figure out and sort through those nuanced things. So what we're really talking about is whether the tariff approach will work. I think the tariff approach will work. I think it'll be effective at bringing back manufacturing jobs. I think it'll be effective at getting Mexico to work with us on the border. I think that they're an effective tool for any president to use in foreign policy. I think it's just like it's kind of it's surprising we're arguing it. I think it's because you guys hate Trump so much, but that's just how I feel about it. It's just like tariffs work, we should use them, and like we have to use them intelligently. We can't just throw a dart at the board and say 10% tariff to this product. It's got to be done right.
I've given you examples.
I know you can give me examples because you're Googling it in real time.
That I've been against, such as the one from Obama in 2012. I've given you examples of other Republican president tariffs that I don't like, such as the 2002 tariff by Bush, right? So to explain this, because
that's what I'm saying. You could convince me on all of these. You could convince me on all of those points, but that doesn't mean that tariffs are bad. And Trump is a bit of a departure from previous administrations. Would you admit that there's like a little bit of a shakeup happening when Trump enters the White House than when the previous 5 administrations have?
This is true. But Trump,
he does things a lot differently. I think Trump threatening tariff. I think there's a difference between Donald Trump and Joe Biden threatening a 25% tariff. I think the threat coming from Trump is more seriously taken than maybe it would be by Joe Biden. So like there's a lot of factors that are okay. Different presidents have different levels of credibility. I mean, you guys can make the argument that Donald Trump doesn't carry any credibility worldwide. I'm just saying there's so many variables that when you're trying to convince me that tariffs just don't work, we shouldn't use them as a tool, these aren't good arguments to make for why they don't work. Because you found one time we implemented a tariff that doesn't work. Even if this other president did the same approach, it doesn't give, and it's not a given that it's going to have the exact same outcome. Things have changed in the last 20 years. Things have changed in the last 4 years. Things have changed in the last 3 weeks for you guys.
They were the bad commies. We will implement communism in a way that will feed the people.
In a way, yeah. I mean, it sounds ridiculous when you put it that way, but in a way, yeah. This is a tool. I think that Trump's going to use these tools better than the administrations of the past. That's the whole reason I support him, is because he's a departure from the status quo of government. So, like, in a way, yes, it sounds ridiculous when you put it that way, but yeah, I do think that Trump is going to be able to use these tools in a different way than George W. Bush did and that Joe Biden has. Or that Kamala would have. I don't know, like, what the point is. Yeah,
I don't have an issue
100%.
with saying that insofar as tariffs can be used to achieve a goal that I think is good, then that's a good thing. But you don't know enough about the economic cost of tariffs to say that. You don't understand enough about the about the tool itself to know why it's good or bad. Like,
dude. Why do you pull this card? It's like the most disgraceful. Look at the laugh.
Because I know you're a fucking idiot who doesn't know anything about this, so I can own you easily on it. That's the answer.
You have not owned anything. You asked me if American manufacturing was declining because you hadn't Googled it yet for the debate. Like,
That's not true.
I can't even imagine me putting you on a panel. This is insane.
Do you think I don't know that
it's honestly embarrassing. It's embarrassing. You literally said for one of your arguments that Donald Trump doesn't know what tariffs are. How am I supposed to take you seriously? How am I supposed to care about anything you have to say when you make such stupid claims?
Is there a single clip of Donald Trump accurately describing what a tariff is? I have not found one yet.
Donald Trump knows what a tariff is. This is the hubris of like a 16-year-old fucking child. It's embarrassing.
Hold on. I want to mute you. Hold on. Pause.
Oh my god! I just realized why you're so dumb.
Pause. And then we're gonna get some order here. Just a show of hands. Quick show of hands. Who here thinks that Donald Trump knows what a tariff is? Just.
I think he knows, but he's lying about it.
Dude, just take the L on the debate if you have to resort to saying that the president of the United States doesn't know what a tariff is. Just take the L, dude.
Is there a single clip of him accurately describing what a tariff is?
Is there a single clip? Dude, yeah, because you're... Dude, I can't stop with the fucking voice.
To be clear, I think Trump...
Go on Google. You love Google. Yes, I've seen Trump talk about tariffs. Yes, I've seen him discuss tariffs. Go on Google. Like, what is this? You have the hubris of a child. It is so fucking goofy.
I gotta get control.
Oh my god.
I got it.
Just stop for a moment. Here's the thing. If Trump believes that tariffs will have a net positive impact on bringing manufacturing jobs back to America, then no, he doesn't know what he's talking about when it comes to tariffs.
What about hold on?
How does it not bring jobs back when you create a marketplace where those goods cost more than the American-made goods? Now you have a market demand for the American-made goods.
Pentuple, can I run through an example of you real quick, please?
Stop.
I'm genuinely no interest in anything you say, but
you gotta be less data.
I got it muted. I got it muted. I might muted. I'm gonna get my question in. Wick. So, all right, you said if you think it's because of manufacturing. Do you think it's because? Do you think would you grant him the the Mexico situation if he uses certain? Do you think he understands what a tariff is if he's like, hey, I'm going to use it to stop him from letting migrants cross their southern border?
I think if he's using it as a threat and it works, then fair enough. But I think there are better ways to accomplish the same goal, and I don't believe it worked in the.
Hold on, we're gonna go to Tyler next.
Propose one.
I want to go to Tyler. Tyler, go ahead.
The same question. Absolutely. Well, that's my whole argument is that these aren't being used as an economic tool generally to make the economy better, and they're not being proposed as that either. I'd like to go back to a question you asked Wick earlier. What policies would you put in place specifically to stop the flood of cheap Chinese steel coming in from Mexico and Canada?
I'm not an economist. I would hire economists to do that for me.
I don't have an issue with that. I think that's based.
No, you don't Google search.
I agree. You could defer to
I would hire an economist to do that for me. I don't think I'm qualified.
Would you hire the same economists who have been overseeing this for the last 20 years?
Do you think economists have been overseeing the tariffs for the last 20 years?
No, I'm just saying that they all the people that are making the arguments you have been referencing these fucking experts. So yeah, I want to know what's the deal. What's their track record?
You can look it up. But
On
you have to
comparative
Google it.
advantage, it's
I'm
pretty
sure
good,
Nanfan's
actually.
got it up already.
Yeah,
I'm
I mean,
sure
we
he's got
have
it up
empirical
already.
we have empirical studies on comparative advantage. If you want to run through them, I understand you probably.
Let
don't know
me
what
ask this
study
question
is,
then.
but-
Let me ask this
Empirical
question.
studies.
So, hold
I
on,
sound
so I
smart because I said empirical studies.
Well, okay. So anyway, I don't know how to go with that, but I think that Pit Temple does touch on a good point, which is that the Trump team is supposed to be like outsiders, right? And economists seem to have kind of put from many of the MAGA people's perspective, have put the United States economy in the shitter, right? I mean, how long have we heard this policy from the Dems is going to do this and whatever? So I see this as an outsider kind of. How do you use this argument? Like, how do you justify which economists we're listening to? How do you argue like that? You know what I'm saying? I think that's kind of what he's getting at with that question.
That the idea that a lot of people believe the economists have failed us and put in this situation, is that what you're trying to?
Yeah, because I feel like they're looking for outside solutions.
Well, this is
now.
like
They're
an
let's do something different.
institutional discussion, institutional problem. And I think that the reason that people believe tariffs work is a far different question. Because I think you're right when you say that people believe tariffs will do a thing or X thing. And that's true amongst a large portion of the populace. A large portion of the populace believes tariffs will have a benefit to manufacturing in America. But here's the thing, the data shows that that's not the case, and that's not true. Now, I think a lot of institutions, not just economists, but science, academia, etc., have shot themselves in the foot by lying to the American public, and that's an own goal that they have to deal with. They have to re-win the trust. But on tariffs specifically, this is something from left, right, and center, from economist hobbyists to economist PhDs, across the board, say that while in certain specific instances targeted tariffs might work, blanket tariffs like the ones proposed by Trump simply won't.
All right, thoughts? Right. Yeah, thoughts on
I mean,
this?
there's more consensus on free trade with economists than like any other subject. It's also hilarious to me. Pentuple's making fun of experts, and he can't even define opportunity cost. He doesn't know what the balance of payments is.
I'm asking you to define it for the purposes of what you're using it for. I know what opportunity cost means, but you can't just say opportunity. Oh my god, you can't just say opportunity cost and then just like pretend like I'm a retard because I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Yeah, you do have to actually explain the terms you're using them in the context that you're using them. Opportunity cost. Are you kidding me, dude? This is such a.
I mean,
this is really the debate.
This
is your approach to the debate. Just Trump doesn't know what a tariff
resources.
Opportunity cost. Net negative. You know what net negative means? Do you even know can you describe what net negative means?
Well, hold on. If we have to, I got a Black's Law dictionary behind me. We can start looking up the legal terms. But thankfully, we only got 5 minutes here. So here's what we're gonna do for this last closing five. What we're gonna do? I want to hear y'all's closing arguments. Who started this? Let's start with. Let's go with Tyler. You can start us off again here.
All right, well, I there was a bit of a disconnect between me and my debate partner here. I did not argue the economic benefit of tariffs. I completely conceded that one up front. And I don't think they're being used other than the theory crafting of getting rid of taxes and going back to an older system. I don't think they're being used for economic benefit. We know what they're being used for. We were told there's a better way to do it. We just, when asked for a single example, none were provided. I would say that tariffs are a lighter version of what sanctions do. And we implement sanctions all the time without regarding any sort of effects on it. So I would say that the bad actors that we put these tariffs on, or at least the threats of them, were doing things that everyone agrees were bad. And even if you don't agree, if you think Mexico just disagreed with this tariff and disagreed with stay in Mexico, and then one day changed their mind, and then just one day changed it back, and it's all a big coincidence, I guess I can't really fault you for that. But the facts look like it was Trump's tariffs that did it. So I'm going to go with Trump is using his tariffs effectively, and they are benefiting the American worker. And in a lot of ways, they look more like something John Fetterman or Bernie Sanders would do. So, as somebody of the left, I generally like them.
All right, let's go to Nonfron. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't think anyone provided any good arguments for tariffs being net benefits. I mean, I agree insofar as tariffs aren't actually implemented and just can be used as a threat to achieve an outcome. I think it's good. They can be good. I think Trump just hates the trade deficit, though. There's not a single clip of Trump accurately describing what a tariff is. Also, the economists around Trump think that imports subtract from GDP. That is not true. So I do not trust him to import or to implement them strategically. Pentuple does not know enough about economics to actually engage in this conversation. That's why he's scared. He is scared of a 19-year-old online tutor expert who has never had a girlfriend. That is who he's running from. Okay. I'll end by citing the conclusion of that IMF study that I have cited before. 151 countries from 1963 to 2014. We find that tariff increases led to economically and statistically significant declines in domestic output and productivity. Tariff increases also resulted in more unemployment, higher inequality, and real exchange rate appreciation, but only small effects on trade balances. We have empirical studies. We have the models to back it up. They don't have anything.
All right, I'll let Pentuple go next and respond to that. And
Get tariffed, nerds. We won. Suck it up. We're going to win. We're going to get manufacturing back, and you're just going to have to watch and learn, I guess. So spurg out on Google. Have fun.
All right. Wick, go ahead.
Sure. I guess to quickly respond to that, the democracy is the idea that the people know what they want. And they deserve to get it good and hard. And we will get it good and hard.
Good and hard, baby. That's right.
It won't. I don't know if Trump will actually implement the thing he does, the things he said. We'll have to see whether or not he actually implements the tariffs, the 25% tariffs on Canada, and just blanket tariffs across the board on goods from Mexico. I don't know if he will, but my argument here is if he does, it will be devastating to our economy. Not just theirs. It might hurt theirs too, but we will lose jobs overall. It will be a net cost to us overall. The economic benefits it will receive will pale in comparison. Tariffs breed a culture of corruption. If you want to drain the swamp, tariffs are not the way to do that. Tariffs encourage lobbyists who lobby the government and pay money for exemptions for their companies so that they can outcompete their competitors.
Well, those are bad.
Yeah, those are very bad, right?
Those are bad.
If I could finish my closing thought.
Sorry.
Right? Uninterrupted, if I may, right? So here's the deal at the end of the day. We have a wealth of data to show that free trade has brought our country and the world out of poverty, right? We did used to rely on tariffs and other import taxes and other such
Thank you very much, Tiki Tack, for the $20.
The world for hundreds of years.
I appreciate it a lot.
Never,
Thank you.
In the history of the world, have we had a higher standard of living across the board than we do today? And that is in large part because of our transition to free trade, the World Trade Organization, and global interconnectivity. And I just don't want to see us slip back or fall back. Tariffs bad, free trade good. Wick TV is where you can find me, and I won't charge you anything for being here, but if you've enjoyed the show, hit the like button and subscribe button. I love you all. Gibbs, thank you for hosting. That's my
no problem. I appreciate it. Yeah, I was going to let y'all give outros. I was going to let y'all give outros after that, but you also... It looks like there's a couple people that want to get in on this as an open. I'm going to respect all y'all's time. Then you'll have to stay. But since Wick gave the outro, let's give everybody else outros. We'll go backwards with the order here. Pentuple, if you want to give an outro. And then we'll
Pentuple TV on Twitch and YouTube. And that's the... I don't have a tagline. I was going to make one up, but I don't have one. I'll see you there.
Fantastic. Non-fun.
I stream on YouTube at Nonfon, NONFON, and Twitch at Nonfon420. You can go to my YouTube and watch me debate a bunch of other people about tariffs.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Tyler.
My name's the Omni Liberal on Twitter. You can check me out at destiny.gg if you like. And otherwise, it was fun. I always have fun with it.
What's up?
What is up? What is up? The sky is up, right?
For real.
That's right. No, I mean, good debate. I listened to the last 30 minutes or whatnot, but God, the Pentuple guy is so ignorant.
God, I tweeted him again. I know, yeah, he won't engage with a single thing I say because he's scared of me. He's scared of me. Everyone tweet this clip at him. He is scared of me.
It's like, what do you say when you're dumb? It's like, oh, you big words. I'm so smart. No, people say stuff and mean stuff.
It wasn't even that big of words. And everything, he asked me to define opportunity cost. I did. I was like, there were multiple points where I was like, do you need me to break it down more? I can tell you exactly what real consumption possibilities mean. Yeah. But he doesn't.
Yeah, very silly. But yeah, I mean, I feel like with people like that, they have no data because they cannot get data. I feel like you should just, I don't know, it sounds ridiculous, but
damn, who are you? What do you want to talk about?
The best strategy is just being and again, the data says this, I'll read it again, reduce employment, reduce growth, reduce productivity. They have nothing to counter this. This is a very good study, and it says exactly what I'm saying.
I think I went decent Boy. Some of them wouldn't engage with me because they're scared. You can join the VC, by the way. Just remember, you have perms if you want to.
So yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's strong. The other guy, what's his name? Average Debate Enjoyer? Is that the guy?
Average Debate Enjoyer, yeah.
Yeah,
I did eventually ask him the question, do you think labor standards improved because of the tariffs? And he said no. And I was like, okay, well then
Maybe people should highlight the contradiction.
Thanks for the follow, Coolio Fun.
My God. Did you watch the debate?
Econo Boy.
I didn't. I only watched a
Right. No, I'm just talking about how to talk to there are like a couple branches of Trumpists because Trump is so vague and like basically inject whatever meaning you want into what he's saying. Like one guy can say, "Oh, Trump is actually agrees that tariffs are bad economically. He just wants to do them as like a negotiating
as a threat."
tool.
Yeah.
The other guy would be like, "Actually, tariffs are awesome, and Trump agrees, and he wants to do them to improve manufacturing." It's like you need to debate both of these people at the same time and contradict each other. And then, so I feel like with the people who are like, it's a negotiating tool that he does because he's like playing 4D chess, or that you see Mexico caved immediately. It's like, you should ask these people, like, one, why did he implement tariffs that he never revoked then, if it's a negotiating tool? Seems like he's actually serious about that. Second, why did these tariffs work at all? I mean, China didn't put their labor like regulations, and you hit on that. That was a good thing.
Yeah.
And like,
They also didn't reply to my points. I said like Trump doesn't know what a tariff is, and they just wouldn't engage with that. They wouldn't engage with that at all. And then I said like there was something else I said they never engaged with. I forget, but they would not engage with that.
What do you think about the argument that like, look, free trade is awesome, but it moves voters to the right? What do you think about that?
I don't know. I mean,
I don't think it's. I don't know. I don't think so. I think that every country's had to deal with globalization and the pressures thereof, but I think that we haven't really seen sort of right-wing festering in a lot of different countries that have experienced this. Like, if I think of, the European countries, it seems like their right-wing sort of upswell wasn't really as a result of free trade, but more so the free movement of people. And so I don't think that really applies to the U.S. Particularly. So it's really just about setting up your economic institutions in such a way that people can sort of more directly feel the benefits of trade and globalization. Because just making an argument and being like, well, actually, over the course of the last 25 years, this bread that you're buying would have been an extra $1 more expensive per loaf if it wouldn't been for free trade. It's like, well, that's not a very
But as far as I know, we have studies on like the effects of like there are I can post one in the side chat here. It's like they show that like free trade like NAFTA has moved people to the right, like the counties or areas that got hit harder.
Well, but it's just a dumb argument. It's like, okay, so how far down does this argument go? It's like, well, free trade is bad because it hurts, domestic manufacturers. It's like, well, okay, yeah, but why is that? Well, that's because we live in a market capitalist system. Like, are markets bad for the same reason? Like,
I agree. It's good. No, well, actually, it's good that it hurts manufacturing. That's the real red pill.
No, but that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's like,
I said that, and he just laughed. He didn't engage.
You could ultimately reduce this criticism down to like, well, should we just like get rid of capitalism and markets then? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
No, if you want to chat with me live, sub here or go to nonfun420 on Twitch or Kick via the links below. Once again, please like and sub to help with the algorithm, and consider sending a donation through YouTube Super Thanks to directly support me, and I'll make sure to reply to any question you ask. See you guys next time.
What do you think about the Jubilee video just as a whole?
I thought it was interesting. I don't even remember some of the stuff that happened on it. I don't know. I think Destiny is honestly not that good at arguing as some economic stuff. So.
Really?
I think
they're very nuanced. So a lot of people just want to make them black and white, like, oh, tariffs come, prices raise, that gets passed on to the consumer, and that's always not the case. It always depends.
You know, a lot of manufacturing today is relatively like low skill compared to the U.S. Like basically any country, you know, can make clothing. A lot of other countries can build cars. Not many other countries have an educated and productive enough workforce to make iPhones.
There's also studies showing that when you raise corporate tax, prices go up 1.7%.
I mean, I don't
think you have the same benefit of. Do you think it's the same thing when you're raising corporate taxes when you're tariffing these imports as well?
There's another reason I think they don't do a good job of protecting jobs, and that's because they also hurt U.S. exports, right? So
then also the middle class family income raised on average $6,000 during Trump's 4 years.
Yeah, but Trump didn't have the negative effects of COVID. Like,
I'm against, obviously, kids consenting to gender affirming care. I don't think they are old enough to be doing that because they don't know the effects on their body.
It was for Pence to break the Electoral Count Act. This is not in dispute.
Yeah,
Pence said it was going to break the Electoral Count Act. John Eastman said it was going to break the Electoral Count Act. Kenneth Chesbrough said it was going to break the Electoral Count Act. Everyone knew this broke the Electoral Count Act. Eastman thought it was okay to break the Electoral Count Act because he thought it was unconstitutional. He wanted Jerome Powell to resign. Like, he publicly said, like, I wouldn't stop Jerome Powell from resigning. You know, I think he said he constantly harassed him publicly, you know, saying other countries have lower interest rates. Why can't we lower our interest rate? Yeah, I think that's absolutely horrible they did that, yes. Shows he has no respect for the independence of the Fed, which is a very important thing. If you want to see more content like this, I would really appreciate you liking and subscribing. It really helps with the algorithm. And make sure to check out the Discord and other social links in the description. So do you want to just tell my chat who you are? Where they can find you?
Yeah, so I am, my name's Daniel Tanios. My socials are Brutally Honest Help. I do wellness coaching. I went to college. I have a BA in psych, a master's in counseling. I'm on here because I was on the Jubilee video, debated Destiny on there.
You're, I can't hear you right now.
Oh shit! Sorry, I got like a phone call, so it just.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah.
Yeah. So I was on a Jubilee video, and what's your actual name, by the way?
My real name is Jared.
Yeah, Jared. Okay, yeah. And then yeah, Jared messaged me, asked me if we wanted to discuss the economy and maybe some other things, and see if we could have a conversation / debate. Do you want to know anything about the Jubilee video or no?
What would I should have come up with questions about that before. Yeah, you were on Jubilee. How'd you get on Jubilee? How'd you manage to do that?
So basically, Jubilee's based in California, like a lot of their studios. So I applied on their newsletter for other random videos. Like one just came out, like odd one out I was in, like a ranked I was in. And when you fill out like these questionnaires to be on these videos, they ask you, oh, what is like your political, like party or whatever. And every time I always just put in the middle, leaning more right. That's what I always put. I never put like a certain party. So that was just kind of what I put. And then they had the 30 versus 30 middle ground. I don't know if you saw 30 versus 30 middle ground.
No, I didn't watch that one, no.
Okay, so basically they messaged me and asked me if I want to be on that, and I told them, I don't know too much about politics, like I'd rather not be on it. I'm not going to be a good fit for this episode. They're like, no, just interview and we'll see how you do. And I went on it, and they did the 30v30, and I studied for like 2 weeks. I was like, I don't know shit about politics. I got to learn so I don't sound dumb on this middle ground. And I went on, and the way the setup was, I didn't say one single word for the whole video. For like whole 3-hour video that's on YouTube, I didn't say one word. And I was just like, damn, I learned all this like stuff to try to defend like a certain position. And I was just like, you know what, I'm gonna apply for another one. So I just applied for the Surrounded one, and then they just picked me. And the funny thing is, when I went there, I was like, I'm not gonna debate Destiny. Like, he's a great debater. Even if I disagree with him, he's so good at what he does. And no one wanted to debate the economy. So I was just like, because it's like, I guess the hardest one to debate if you're on a Republican. So
I was like, I'll just try it, see how I do. And I just went up and then talked, and then that was about it.
Yeah. So I think you didn't get to talk to him for too long. Unfortunately, they cut you off. Okay.
Yeah.
Even though you're the best one, by the way, because you're the only one that replied to my DMs. Okay. So.
Oh really?
Yeah, I think I didn't DM everyone, but I DM'd a few people. You were the good one. Okay. So.
Okay. Thanks.
I guess like one of the things you were talking about, were tariffs, obviously, because I think Destiny said, Trump's economic plan was bad, it's going to cause inflation, and one of his points for that was tariffs. So I'm curious, like today, Trump put out on Truth Social, he literally said he wants 25% tariffs on everything coming from Mexico and Canada. I'm curious, what are our general feelings about that?
So it's not universal right now. It's at 25 from Canada and Mexico.
Well, that's what he said today. I think he said other things that suggest universal tariffs, but I'm using this to gauge where we feel, where we are.
So honestly, my feelings on tariffs or my thoughts on tariffs is they're very nuanced. So a lot of people just want to make them black and white, tariffs come, prices raise, that gets passed on to the consumer, and that's always not the case. It always depends on the competitiveness within the product. The company wants to remain competitive, sometimes at lower profit margins, or prices will range or increase in the short term and eventually stagger down either when they bring production back to the US or they still want to remain competitive. Because at the end of the day, when a price goes up, someone's just going to go to the next product and find something cheaper. So the fact is that the saying is no matter what, you're just going to be paying more. And that's not the case for every single thing. I do think specific rate quotas for tariffs are better. So that means obviously you probably already know, if say you're importing 1,000 tractors and it's at a 10% rate, and then once you want to import 2,000 tractors, then the last 1,000 gets moved up to 20% tariff. So I think those are a lot more smarter tariffs where you're at a rate quota, so they can't just overload us with all the imports, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean that makes. I obviously disagree with the justification for having them. I guess I guess that I can see the reasoning behind it. So the first thing I can see your point. Sometimes businesses will reduce their profit margin if they are tariffed. Sometimes they will. Sometimes people will just buy a different product. They'll buy a substitute for that product. I guess the first point I would say that there's basically two things. There are two things that you do there. Well, one, I'll say even a company decreasing its profit margin, if that didn't have to happen, it can be a bad thing. That's essentially deadweight loss. But secondly, tariffs basically increase domestic demand for a product, right? That's their whole point, which can actually increase the price of because you're increasing demand, you're increasing the price of things produced here as well. This happened with washing machines. Not only did washing machines in China get more expensive, washing machines here got more expensive because there was more demand for them here. And then secondly,
$86, correct?
Yeah, I think, yeah. And then secondly, you reduce. I was referencing in general tariffs. But you also reduce price competition. The whole point of tariffs is protectionism. You protect some industries. So basically, we can imagine if I'm a farmer, I'm competing against the other farmer across the road, and with free trade, I'm also competing against the farmer in China. If I'm suddenly protected from that farmer in China, I'm only competing with the farmer across the road, and that reduces price competition, which can let me increase prices as well. Yeah.
So now are you just against tariffs across the board, just so I kind of gauge where you're at?
So, I'm against 90% of tariffs, but I think the easiest place to start is usually how do we feel about tariffs on literally everything. I think the only time tariffs can be justified is if there's a national security concern that justifies the economic cost. But usually where I start is how do we just feel about blanket tariffs, everything coming across the border?
Personally, I don't like universal tariffs. So I'll be completely honest. So I'm not going to be one of those conservative people that vote for Trump that everything on the right side completely agree with. I already told you, a lot of my things is in the middle, and I'm just have a little bit more right leaning on certain subjects. But yeah, I don't think universal tariffs are going to be the best move, but I also don't think it's feasible. Like, I don't see it happening, but I could be wrong, to be completely honest.
I don't know if I would put a high probability of Trump doing literally universal tariffs on literally everything. I imagine Congress would get mad at him, and I imagine a court would probably strike it down because the president can only do it if it's like a national security thing. I do think Trump will do way higher amount of tariffs than Biden would, though. So I guess what are the what are the industries for that you would want a tariff? Like what goods?
Can't be a world superpower.
Thank you for $5. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
I don't know,
His
it very
tariffs are
depends. I mean, we did have the ones on
If they
electric
don't
cars,
engage
but
in
everyone
US
have
GDP.
on solar
He's said it
panels. I think it depends on each guy. I mean, you probably know more than me. Which ones would you suggest if you were to put tariffs on? Would you suggest? Because I don't know which ones I would.
So the only goods I would support tariffs on are like pretty grave national security concerns, and I would really only support them against China and not our allies. So I would say, semiconductors, it can make sense because that's very important for our military. Batteries as well. Batteries like going drones, which are like the big military, thing right now. Everyone's using drones. Iran is using drones. The Houthis use drones. So I think those two things. Solar panels, there's kind of a justification. I don't think there's a very good justification for them, but China does subsidize its solar panels, and I can kind of understand the reasoning behind that. But what are the so my position there would be the economic cost is accounted for by the national security benefit. A lot of times when I talk about this, though, it feels like other people basically don't think that there's a big economic cost. So I'm curious, what do you think? If we tariff, what's the justification for tariffing some industries? Is it jobs? Is it because trade's unfair? Or what's the justification for that?
Well, I mean, we do. So China has tariffs on us for our imported goods. Most European nations have tariffs on us for our imported goods. So if we're back, we should honestly first match those, because it's not free trade if we're paying to import our goods in those countries. So there's no longer free trade. So if it's not going to be free trade to those countries, I think matching those tariffs with whatever products, at least if you want to do a percentile for those nations. And then what was the second part of your question?
I was just asking, what should we tariff, and then what's the justification for doing so?
Well, I agree with the national security. So, the semiconductors, I do think solar panels. I know they were tariffing chips for a little bit, right?
I think we do still tariff chips. We
still do chips.
Yeah, I think we also subsidize chips here, though. But yeah,
I agree that anything that's a national security threat should be tariffed. And then there should be industries where if we're lacking in the U.S., those goods should be tariffed to promote people bringing back manufacturing in the U.S. So it could be. I like more targeted tariffs than a universal, to be transparent with you.
Sure. So I guess seems like we agree on the national security thing. So on the manufacturing thing, I guess to me, the reason why manufacturing can be important is also a national security issue. We might want factories because we want the ability to build a lot of things. I don't think manufacturing or even jobs, I don't believe tariffs protect jobs. We can get into that if you want to. But I don't think manufacturing is good in and of itself. And I think, a lot of manufacturing today is relatively low skill compared to the U.S. Basically any country, can make clothing. A lot of other countries can build cars. Not many other countries have an educated and productive enough workforce to make iPhones. So I think there's a good reason why we specialize in making iPhones, or insurance. We specialize in a lot of these service sector things. I think there's good reasons that we do that, because we're, that's what we have the technical term is comparative advantage in. That's what is most efficient for us to produce.
Now, sorry, I lost. Why did this tab close? So I was trying to look up the tariffs and it closed. So my thing is, you don't believe that U.S. manufacturing is important in any sense, really, unless it's iPhones, just to be clear?
Unless it's a national security thing. the reason manufacturing can be good is because you want to have the ability to manufacture, shells, artillery shells, things like that. I don't think it's good in and of itself.
Do you think we're short on low-skilled workers in the U.S.? Like, do you think our low-skilled workers can't match what we're sending overseas? Could you say that we don't need to send either making clothes because it's low-skilled workers? Do you think we're at a shortage of low-skilled workers in the U.S.?
I don't think we have a shortage of low-skilled workers in the U.S., but to the extent that we might, the better thing to do would just be to increase educational attainment and not to artificially hinder technology growth.
How do you hinder the growth if you're having? Because we already have low-skilled workers. So your solution to that is to increase education, so they're no longer low-skilled workers.
Essentially, yeah, that'd be preferable to using tariffs to bring back low-skilled manufacturing.
And so you would do that how? Like, what is a plan that you would have to bring education to low skill, or have them even go and attend these either trade schools to learn these either higher earning jobs?
Well, I think you should probably subsidize college. You should probably have free schools, free public schooling, which we already have, things of that nature. I think are big things.
Well, when a person graduates high school, are they considered a low-skilled worker?
If they only graduate high school, for the U.S. at least, yeah, it's a low-skilled worker, I would probably say, yeah, with only a high school degree.
Do you know, isn't the majority of the U.S. only high school, or only graduated high school?
I
don't think more people go to college. I think less people go to college than the 50%.
I don't know. I think I intuitively, it feels like most workers are college educated. I'm pretty sure there are a lot of jobs that require like a college degree. That number used to be over 50%.
Well, I'm saying about the working population. Do you think more of the working population is college graduate or high school graduate? The only reason I'm bringing this because you just say that we don't have enough low-skilled workers to bring when these jobs come back to the U.S. We don't have enough to even maintain these jobs, so there's no point even having them back here.
Well, that's not right? My argument was that it's not worth bringing them back here because our workers could otherwise be doing much more productive things. Intuitively, I would guess that most of the U.S. workforce is college educated, but I don't know that for sure.
Let me look it up right now.
This says percentage of workforce of college education hit an all-time high of 67% in 2020.
Yeah, I just saw that, and then I saw, and then job openings is less than 45% they actually need a college degree. So 67% of the workforce is college educated, and only 55% of the workforce needs a college education. Or no, 55% of the workforce doesn't need a college education to be in the jobs that they have.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're just,
your whole thing is you don't think there's a need to bring them back, and I think I understand where you're coming from, but also wouldn't more jobs in the U.S. bolster the economy and increase it more? It would stimulate it more for having more production in the U.S., for having more people working, even if it's low skilled. How many people are? What is there? 7 million middle-aged men out of jobs now.
Nope. That number that you're
7 million?
Nope. That 7 million prime-age men figure that you're quoting for JD Vance includes people who are primarily disabled and sick. Only 600,000 of those people are actually prime-age men who aren't working because they couldn't find a job. The second thing I'm going to mention, I don't think tariffs protect jobs on net. You could use tariffs to protect certain jobs over other jobs, but I don't think they protect jobs on net.
And then I think the jobs that they do protect are wasteful, essentially.
I also didn't hear this from JD Vance. It was actually a guy that I talked to at Jubilee.
Okay.
We were talking about it. Economists estimate roughly 7 million men between the ages of 24 and 50 are believed to be sitting on the sidelines, not looking for work. Those people are not accounted for in the unemployment rate, which ticked down 3.4%. Now, where do you say that they're not? You said that they're disabled. Where are you looking
They're
at
primarily I can pull up the notes in it, but yeah, only like 600,000 of those men are actually people who want to work. Most of the other people are sick or disabled.
I mean, even CBS reported the same thing.
Well, I agree that there are 7 million prime-age men not working. It makes sense they're reporting that. It's just that J.D. Vance uses that figure, or whoever you talk to, is using that figure to like claim that like there are a lot of people like choosing not to work or whatever. When in reality, it's just oh, here we go, I found it. It's just people who are like sick or whatever. Here we go, I found it finally. I'm gonna send it in the side chat.
I should probably open up Discord on my computer because I don't fuck it up on the phone.
Yeah, it's from the current population survey, and they ask the reason like why they're not working. There's an article there, like short article, and there's a video. But yeah, the largest reason for not working is illness or disability. That's 42% of the total for all men. There's only 600,000 of those men who aren't working because they can't find a job.
You said 42% of the 7 million?
Yeah. For all the, yeah.
How does that equal 600,000 if it's 42% of 7 million?
42% can't work because they're sick or disabled. And then 600,000 of the total 7 million are people who aren't, only 600,000 are people who aren't working because they can't find work.
And then what's the other, like, 3 million that's left out?
Going to school, taking care of family, or they're retired, or other, whatever other is.
Okay. The number is probably closer, if we're being honest, like to 2 million. But
if we're being honest, what does that mean?
Well, I mean, you're saying that these people are going to school. I mean, you're just kind of just speculating on it, right?
No, the same survey that asked them, the current population survey, it asked a bunch of people, are you working, are you not working, and then it asked why. The same source you're getting the 7 million figure from breaks it down and says these people are ill or disabled or can't find work or are going to school or are retired or, yeah. It's from the same source the 7 million figures from.
Okay.
But I guess so here's like a well, let's start with this is the easy one. Do you think tariffing like an intermediate good or an input like steel or wood, do you think that would protect jobs on net, like an overall net jobs added?
Yeah, I could. I mean, that's what Biden did. But we also saw.
Well, Biden did keep some of Trump's tariffs on steel. And I think he expanded some of them, but that's not my question. My question is,
yeah,
would it lead to an overall increase in the number of jobs in the economy?
I think a little bit, yeah, slightly.
So there's with intermediate goods that businesses use as imports, there's a very easy way to understand why it shouldn't be true, and subsequent studies show it is in fact not true. These have downstream effects that hurt other businesses that consume these inputs. So if you tariff steel, it is true you might protect steel jobs because steel jobs are protected from foreign competition. However, jobs that consume steel outnumber jobs that produce steel 80-1. So you're helping one steel business but hurting 80 other businesses that use steel. These are businesses that employ people, which is why we have studies on this. They all basically show the steel tariffs did not lead to any net increase in jobs. They protected a few steel jobs, maybe 2,000 steel jobs, but led to downstream job losses of a couple tens of thousands. It depends on the study.
Okay. Now, what do you think about Biden doubling tariffs for lumber from Canada?
I don't think that's good.
And what about him increasing tariffs on 18 billion worth of goods from China, and increasing tariffs to China to 25 to 100%?
It's probably not good. It would depend on the specific good. If some specific goods, I would support a tariff on China on, like batteries, I think would be fair. But most likely, I don't like it.
Now, when Trump imposed his tariffs in, what was it, 2017?
2018 and 2019, yeah.
2018 and 2019. How come since it was China, we get, 17.5% worth of our goods from China? How come we didn't see an increase in prices on all 17.5% of the goods coming in?
Because we didn't tariff all of China, right? We tariffed specific things like steel and aluminum. For the things that we did tariff, like washing machines, steel, and aluminum, we did see increases in prices.
How much were it was a tariff on, I think it was, what was the percent? So we get 17.5% of goods from China every year, and he tariffed, I think, 50% of the total goods coming from China?
I don't know
What's the number
what percentage of goods he tariffed from China.
I mean, it didn't cost. Now, when you say cost goes up, so I mean, they've done studies, which I've already know you've looked at the study that I've cited about Jenny Ting and Brent Newman, where cost goes up 0.9% on certain retail goods. And there's also studies showing that when you raise corporate tax, prices go up 1.7%. So do you think you have the same benefit of? Do you think it's the same thing when you're raising corporate taxes when you're tariffing these imports as well?
I mean,
prices are going to raise regardless.
I do think corporate taxes are going to increase prices to some degree. I also think tariffs increase prices to some degree, specifically for the goods tariffed. They don't necessarily increase prices for the non-tariffed goods. The whole point of tariffs is to increase prices to incentivize domestic production.
No, I get you, but I'm saying your regard is you think it's just going to raise prices, which is basically your main negative connotation with.
I think that's one negative
prices for Americans. But is that the main one? Just so I know.
Well,
it's your main concern that people are going to be paying more for random goods that they buy. Because if that's your main concern, then it's such a small concern. Because whether you voted whatever party, the prices are going to go up. Whether you put tariffs on all goods or whether you raise corporate tax. It's going to be the same thing.
The main issue is that cost, the added cost to consumers, isn't accompanied by any significant benefit. That's the main issue. At least with corporate taxes. I don't think corporate taxes are optimal policy. I don't really like the corporate tax. But corporate taxes do increase prices to some degree, but they also raise a decent amount of revenue. I'm not convinced tariffs can do that. I don't think they have major downstream negative effects the same way tariffs do. I don't think they harm jobs to the same extent that tariffs on intermediate goods would. I don't think they doesn't harm our foreign relations at all the same way tariffs do. It doesn't harm exports the same way tariffs do as well. That'd be the yeah.
Well, I mean, tariffs do increase revenue, so you could argue how much is gonna. I mean, that just depends on how much the tariff is, right? And if you don't say it affects jobs, raising corporate tax definitely affects jobs, because even taxfoundation.org cited when Harris wants to put in her plan, it's going to lose about 800,000 jobs in the long run, and it's going to lower wages. So it's the same thing.
I don't think corporate income tax has a big effect on jobs as tariffs. At least.
No, I'm saying they both have effect. I'm not saying they're equal, but I'm saying if the thing is, people's main concern is prices are going to go up regardless of tariffs. Prices are going to go up regardless of corporate tax. That's just a given. Now, they're both going to bring in revenue. You could argue which one's going to bring in more revenue depending on how much the tariffs are. They're both going to one might increase jobs more in the U.S. with U.S. manufacturing. Raising corporate tax is either going to lower jobs or just keep it the same. So, I mean, what is your point about it?
I told you, I'll go into the jobs thing, but the point is, I'm convinced, or I would lean towards the corporate income tax not having super net negative effects, but I do think tariffs do have a lot of net negative effects. Here, just on the jobs point, I think there's a very easy way to explain this. It's called the Iowa car crop model, okay? If you boil down free trade to its simplest thing, all it is producing more importables by first producing things you export and then trading. So, with this in mind, there are two ways to make a car in America. The first is to manufacture them in Detroit, as we all know. The second one is to grow them in Iowa. To grow them in Iowa, first you plant seeds, that are raw materials from which cars are made. Then you wait until the wheat grows. You harvest the wheat, you load it on its ships, you sail them to Japan, or you sail them into the Pacific Ocean, and a few months later, they come back with cars on them. Trade is nothing but a form of technology. Like I said, it's just a form of technology that allows us to produce importables by first producing exportables and then exchanging them. The fact that there's a place called Japan, which is willing to trade wheat for cars, it's not really relevant to America's interest. Any policy designed to favor the first American technology for producing cars, Detroit car makers, is a policy that will harm auto producers in Iowa because they're the competition to the auto producers in Detroit. I think that's a pretty simple model for why they don't protect net jobs, even if it's not necessarily in intermediate goods.
Now I understand where you come from now. Can you tell me on the tariffs that were already happening for the past, what was it, 6 years?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know the amount of decrease in jobs from those goods? Since that seems to be your main concern now is.
Well, I'm concerned about all these things. I don't know where I would weight each concern. I think tariffs increase prices to consumers, and that benefit is not outweighed by any that cost is not outweighed by any significant benefit. You'd have to. I don't know. I'm pretty sure Obama did tariffs on tires in 2000, Chinese tires in 2009. I think that led to a net decrease of jobs of like 2,500 something. I'm pretty sure Trump's steel tariffs led to a decrease in jobs of like 75,000, or net decrease of 74,000, because I think it protected 1,000 steel jobs and cost like it cost like 74,000 jobs in other industries at the low end estimate. Yeah, I mean I can.
So is there a middle ground that we have on tariffs? Because I mean I'll agree with you. I don't agree with universal tariffs. But you only agree with tariffs on national security. I agree on tariffs on national security and tariffs that are from countries that are already tariffing us because it's not free trade if we're already paying for our imported goods. Is that something that you would agree on as well? So we agree on national security.
We agree on national security, yeah.
We both agree on not universal tariffs. Now would you agree on if Europe and China are tariffing us that we tariff them the same amount on a percentile, whatever goods are going in and out?
No, I think it's in the U.S.'s interest to essentially engage in unilateral free trade, even if other countries are tariffing us. I think that really just amounts to them hurting their own citizens. I don't see a good reason why we should also hurt our own citizens by imposing tariffs on ourselves, because tariffs tax ourselves.
How's that free trade?
I mean, it might not be.
Whatever goods are going in and out.
I just want to be clear. Trump isn't specific about his plans on tariffs. All he said is tariffs, universal. He won't commit to a percentage. But what he's telling you is universal tariffs.
But what you lose is something called comparative advantage. Do you know what that is, Tiki Tack?
No.
It's the idea that certain countries or companies may specialize in making certain goods, or another way to put it is.
Oh, you're fucking kidding me! I should have drilled out of that from the first. What? He doesn't know what comparative advantages.
What? Goods from them, but I think they were right. You had
lose jobs.
No.
Okay. So are you aware that steel consuming jobs outnumber steel producing jobs 80 to 1?
Exactly right. Non-fun is exactly right. So when you tariff steel and make steel more expensive, you hurt a lot more businesses and you reduce a lot more employment than you save. And this is reflected in the studies. That's what you cannot.
That is what happened. The evidence shows that happened. It protected 1,000 steel jobs and lost 75,000 manufacturing jobs.
Okay. There are no tariffs that are paid by
Tarek, does it bother you that Trump is either lying or doesn't know what a tariff is?
Yeah, so what I was saying there is is he not being 100% precise? Maybe not, but if you're explaining something as complex as this to the average day American,
it's not complex.
Wait, this is not complex.
We are.
It's Econ 101.
This is not complex. I can sum it up in one sentence. American companies and consumers pay tariffs. That's not complex. If you enjoy this video, please like and subscribe to help with the algorithm, and consider sending a donation through YouTube Super Thanks to directly support the channel, and I'll make sure to reply.
Okay, cool. So we have two people on both sides. I'll be fully unbiased. I definitely more toward the non-fawn end, but I might play some more in the middle because I want to keep it a safe environment here. But yeah, we at least have two people on Trump's side and two on Kamala's side.
I actually wanted to point out something kind of interesting with tariffs, that you lose in economics when you go too hard on tariffs. And I did send Prances a link for a short video where Trump says he's going to go as high as possible on tariffs. What you lose is something called comparative advantage. Do you know what that is, Tiki Tac?
No.
It's the idea that like certain countries or companies may specialize in making certain goods, or another way to put it is.
Oh, you're fucking kidding me! I should have drilled out of that from the first. What? He doesn't know what comparative advantages.
Cheaper to buy those goods from them than to make them yourself in your own country. Does that make sense?
Non-fun.
Yeah,
you're muted.
Yeah, I know I'm muted. I need to scream real quick. It was okay. Anyway,
it's by talking to a stream. No worries. Yeah.
So when you tariff things really highly and companies can only buy domestically, you're going to raise the price of manufacturing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And you can see how that might work in non-funds favor, that you don't want to do that because that would increase the price to the consumer as well.
But here's the thing, is that the tariffs are still going to be contributed to lowering inflation and lowering the tax burden. So there's going to be more money to actually pay for those slightly higher products.
Which do you think will lower prices sooner? Not raising the... May I ask the question to follow up? Yeah. Okay. Thanks. What do you think will lower prices sooner? Not raising the prices to begin with, or waiting for social programs and government programs to come around and lower prices?
Just not do it to begin with.
Okay. Thank you. Process, that is the link I was referring to. Yes.
Is this relevant to what you're just saying? Because I'll play this and I'll get to Mr.'s question. Okay, let's watch
that's my evidence that Trump wants to make tariffs as high as possible, which many economists agree, by the way, is a bad idea.
Let's watch it. It's a pretty quick clip, so let's see what they say.
The higher the tariff, the more likely it is to have them come into the higher the tariff, the more you're going to put on the value of that piece, those goods, the higher people are going to pay in shops. Ready? The higher the tariff, the more likely it is that the company will come into the United States and build a factory in the United States, so it doesn't have to pay the tariff. That will take many, as you know, that will take many years. In fact, I'll tell you, there's another theory is that the tariff, you make it so high, so horrible, so obnoxious that they'll come right away. When I do the 10%, 10% is really, first of all, 10%. When you collect it, is hundreds of billions of dollars. The numbers that you're talking, all reducing our deficit. But really, so there's two ways of looking at a tariff. You can do it as a money-making instrument, or you can do it as something to get the companies. Now, if you want the companies to come in.
So, Mr. I know you had a question, but any responses to that clip before you get into that? I guess I'll make it a demonstration. I'll be good faith, and I can see kind of what Tiki Tac was saying. At least, if you believe what Trump was saying, he's saying, "Hey, there might be some short-term issues with this. It might cause some companies to move around, but ultimately, this will hopefully lead to companies come to America and make the American economy more prosperous." Any responses to that?
Well, clearly, I mean, like, I understand Tiki Tac doesn't understand what opportunity cost is, but like the reason we trade for cars and don't make cars is because for America, the opportunity cost in making cars is too big. We probably don't want cars to be made here because the free market has already decided that the opportunity cost of producing cars is too good. Every fucking dipshit American high school dropout making a car is someone who could have been a fucking NASA scientist. Okay, we are an incredibly high productivity country. We probably don't want to be bogged down making with super harsh industrial policy like this, but he doesn't understand what comparative advantage is, so I don't understand how he's even commenting on this. Kill me.
I should also point out that we're heavily dependent on other nations for semiconductor production and stuff like that. And sure, maybe we can get better technologies in the future, but we need those trade lines to exist to even have our chance at making our own chips, because we can't mine a lot of these things here in North America, nor do we want to. And we want to be competitive on a global stage for that exact reason. You can't remain competitive when your goods are too expensive.
Well, that's where I was trying to bring up a little bit more on Trump's policies and the idea of, does every single politician write out in like specific detail what their actual policies are going to be, and it's like it's no. And if we look at the tariffs of the past on how we approached it, it's a lot of the tariffs were promoted towards more complex goods.
You understand that in order to be protectionist with his rhetoric, though, it has to be a universal tariff to bring companies back into the U.S. Now, I would agree that he's campaigning, and so he could be doing populism right now, but you understand why that's like bad economic policy, right?
I just want to be clear. Trump isn't specific about his plans on tariffs. All he said is tariffs, universal. He won't commit to a percentage. But what he's telling you is universal tariffs. To be clear, his plan is universal tariffs. He has not laid out all the details on that plan, but the plan is universal tariffs. Shit. That is the plan.
And as high as he can go.
Well, he won't commit to a number.
Let me ask, I think, as a good faith question. Tiki Tac, would you say, at least if he implements the plan as we've kind of seen him describing it as universal, would he be against that?
Yes.
We got some middle ground there at least.
Okay. Can I go now?
Yeah, Mister, go ahead.
Okay. First of all, the main problem I see with the left is they look at all of these problems in a one path solution, and the question I have regarding tariffs to specifically the left is, what's to stop companies from having competition to lower their prices to be the ones that get through the tariffs? You understand? So China comes in and says, hey, we're not going to pay these ridiculous tariffs. And then a place like India comes in and says...
China does not pay the tariff.
Okay, I'm just using that as an example. All I'm saying is...
It's a really important factor, though, so...
If they implement tariffs, it's a form of capitalism because it causes competition to drop the rate in which the entry is governed. So, you guys want to ignore that. Now, before I drop down real quick, I'm gonna give two pushbacks on each side, and then I'll just get out of the way. The first one is from Trump's side. What I have against him is that it's going to be painful. The getting back to a comfortable state in the economy, I would argue that it's going to be painful. I think it's easier obtained through him than Kamala, but it will be painful. My question for the other side, the leftists, though, and this is the one I wanted to ask in the beginning: how will a unrealized capital gains tax not devastate the economy? And how do you assume? Wait. I'm almost done, and I'll get out of your way. I promise. And how will you assume that it is not going to be implemented on the middle class once it comes into play? Thanks for having me. I'm just going to drop out and get out of the way now.
Thanks, Mister. We'll try to address those points.
Other countries have wealth taxes that are even harsher than Kamala's proposed unrealized capital gains tax. It just doesn't seem like that big a deal to me. It probably has a negative effect on GDP, long-run GDP growth. It probably doesn't raise a significant amount of revenue. It decreases capital stock. Those are all bad things. But I don't think it's economy destroying bad, as evidenced by Norway and Finland and Switzerland that have. I don't think as Finland does. Spain and the Netherlands or something, which all have wealth taxes that are harsher, yet they seem to have okay economies.
Also, it's worth pointing out that for competitive reasons, wealth tax wouldn't hurt big businesses that way. And sorry, I didn't catch all of that, so I might be a little bit off. But I heard him mention competitiveness at the beginning as well, so I'm trying to tie that in. It would be more like an income tax rate, so it would be the revenue you make after. It'd be the profit you make, essentially.
Yeah, but
I'm not an econ person, by the way. Just to be super clear.
Unrealized gain tax is taxing the money before you have pulled it out of whatever market that have your money. It's a capital gains tax is when you actually pull the equity out of your house or sell your stocks. That's when you get taxed, is that money that coming out. Unrealized gains is just essentially taking a look at your stock portfolio or your house and just saying, oh, we're going to tax you a percentage off of how it's been increased over the past year.
Well, I mean,
it's essentially taking money out from the investment pool. So you so you're unable to make more interest over a long period of time. It reduces the amount of interest that you make off of your gains.
If I'm wrong, it's like because how it works now, like you get taxed now when you kind of sell your stocks, for example. Whereas in this case, you'd be getting taxed as you're gaining, while you still own the stock. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know much about this topic.
Yeah, but I mean, she walked that back. Like, she's gone silent on it. She replaced it with a minimum billionaire tax, which, like, I still don't necessarily think it's great. It's not as destructive as a unrealized gains tax, though. And I don't think that's particularly destructive or anything, but...
I'm curious. Go ahead.
No, you. I said
I
you
was
go
curious.
first.
I was curious, City Tech. Do you believe in like having specialized economies? Do you think there's kind of a good reason to have that?
What do you mean by specialized economies?
For example, we might be okay, given that we're like kind of in a globalist economy. We might be okay with having certain countries do jobs that are not as valuable. For example, manufacturing. We've shipped off a lot of that to some other countries because they can do it for a lot cheaper. Do you have a problem with that? I guess overall.
I'm not necessarily opposed as long as they follow just some simple humanitarian guidelines to be able to, you know, whoever's the workforce is actually able to live in a somewhat moderate condition and be able to afford their bills and afford their child, things of that nature. And I believe that we need to somehow use the American might to influence a lot of that, and I think tariffs is a good first step.
Do you think Donald Trump? Go ahead.
I like my response here, just like the general response is like, well, like the U.S. had child labor, right, for a while until we economically developed. It's probably best to like you could make an argument. I'm not familiar with all the literature on this.
You want to go back to child labor?
No, I'm stating that like as economies develop, they seem to get rid of a lot of those institutions that we don't like child labor, like slavery. So you can make the argument that if we allow economies to develop through free trade, which I think increases welfare for all countries essentially, they would develop and get over their period of child labor and slavery just like we did. You can make that argument. Economists go back and forth on that, but
yeah, I would say there's a lot of nuance to this situation.
I think one second, Melanie, I'll let you go. Gotta say one thing real quick. I think I have another Trump supporter coming in here quick, but if anyone wants to hop in here, because I don't want Tiki Tac to get dogpile. I'm trying to be as moderate as I can, asking good faith questions, but I think also grade one, I think that should be good also.
Yeah, open up that panel. Tiki Tac wants the panel open, and you're like trying to protect him.
Just so
hey, the link's posted.
Stop babying.
The link's down below.
Stop babying Tiki Tac.
If you want to get dogpile Tiki Tac, that's okay.
Yeah, let's go for it. I'm here.
Freaking neoliberal centrists, and they're on both sides things and make sure everything's fair.
True. Based.
Well, so Melanie, go off then. Yeah, what do you want to say?
Tiki Tac, you said that like you'd want to see tariffs used for social justice reasons. Is that fair?
Yeah, to a degree, yeah.
But you might agree with me that like Trump doesn't give a crap about social justice.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Well, except for his original point of why he was implementing tariffs was to kind of quote punish China for stealing a lot of intellectual property.
Okay, what do you think Trump's overall goal for being president is? Do you think he really cares about America, or in my opinion, I think he might be rich and incentivized to push policies that protect or benefit the rich?
I would say in general, every politician is incentivized by making money. But here's where you kind of have to weigh it, is that the career politicians, their money is backed by lobbyists. People who kind of like sit in the shadows and just decide what happens, where Trump, a lot of his money
backed
is
by Elon Musk.
Well, even then, it's like Elon Musk and then Trump. But it's like they're public figures. We know where they are and what they're doing. So I would say we have a better idea of where their incentives are than the career politician.
So you could say that they're more visible. I wouldn't say they're more transparent necessarily, because
I'd agree
during
with that
Trump's
terminology.
administration, there's a lot of cabinet issues that took us a while to find out about. But with regards to that, would you say that Trump feels like he has, like, especially in his second term where he knows he's not going to be reelected, do you think he's accountable to the American public during his term?
Generally, no.
Yeah, they're good.
And you see how that's like, that would be an issue when, you know, where like you want a visibility to matter, but he won't even listen to the people necessarily. We have no way to guarantee that.
But that's, you kind of get that effect with a lot of politicians.
Sure, but Kamala at least served as like a district attorney and stuff like that. She saw like justice in action. And if she said, I'm like, just for example, I'm going to do tariffs for social justice reasons, it would make a lot more sense for her to say that. And it would.
Well, we can't confuse social justice with justice. That's two separate things.
I mean, social justice is used in the courts.
Well, social justice is a term that was coined by people to mean that they're righting wrongs, which has nothing to do with justice. Justice is there's no evenness to justice is blind, right? I mean,
social justice is a subset of the study of justice in general, and it's taught at schools. For example, there's a course here in London, Ontario, from King's College called Social Justice and Peace.
Okay, great. It's a college course. When was it put in place?
I'm just reiterating that it's a valid field of study.
The country's been in existence for over 200 years, and you're now saying something that's just existed for the past 3 years has been the law of the land for 200 years. And I'm trying to understand why you think that is.
If you think it's only existed for 3 years, you seriously don't understand it, because that's at least 10 years old. The course was at least 10 years.
Well, I mean, okay, so I'll grant you 10 years, fine, sure. But social justice came from the idea that something needed to be done. It has nothing to do with actual justice in the courts or in the law.
I'm just gonna look it up.
If we could quit using that term, because that's a politically motivated term and not an actual legal term. If we're going to describe laws, let's describe laws. If we're going, I mean, definitions matter, right? When we're trying to debate something.
So John Rawls in 1971, by the way, mentioned it in his book, A Theory of Justice.
Great. That's awesome. However, it's not been part of our justice system.
That's decades. That's decades old. And yes, you do see social justice terminology used in the courts.
I apologize. I didn't silence my phone.
It's okay. And thanks so much for joining, Grid. I'm not sure if you caught much of the stream. I would love to talk about the social justice.
I was
topic for a
watching
while.
whatever, and I threw some grenades over there to get things warmed up, and now I'm going to come over here and throw some grenades.
Hey, Grid.
Not really. I'm really not. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. That's not funny.
Yeah, because I want to see, because I think I know that you have some business experience. Previously, we're talking about terror in particular, but we're talking mostly about kind of how the economy is going to look versus. Please come back, Sample. You were muted on your end, not on my end. But we're talking about the economy under Trump or Harris and what's going to be better. I'm sure you would have some stronger opinions on that. Do you want to talk about any of that or tariffs in particular?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I can talk about now. My problem with what Trump has just talked about the tariffs. He's not outlined exactly what he will do and how he intends to implement it. He's given some broad strokes, which is the way politicians talk, right? I mean, let's just be real. Now, Trump's a little bit different because he's not really a politician, and it's really not accurate to ever call him a politician. He's a businessman. And so when he speaks in terms generically that he at least kind of knows what he's talking about, right? Like he's not.
Okay, Trump has no clue what a tariff is. We agree on that point, right?
Well, I think he understands what a tariff is.
So then he's lying about what a tariff is, because that's the alternative.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Either he doesn't know what a tariff is or he's lying about what a tariff is. That's what all of his rhetoric shows. Every single time he talks about a tariff, he says, consumers don't pay it, foreign nations pay it, when that's just blatantly not true. So he's either lying or he doesn't know.
Well,
I would agree with
I can't look at it from Trump's point of view. I mean, I just understand. I can only understand it through my point of view, and I am all for tariffs myself. Tariffs are the reason that American cars never sold in Japan. Do you guys understand that? Do you not understand that? Maybe.
Tariffs
So
are the reason what? Sorry.
The reason that the American car manufacturer has never really had a worldwide presence is because of tariffs. They tariff the crap out of our product, and we don't tariff theirs. Can we agree on that? Is that we all have that pretty much understanding?
I don't know otherwise, so I'll just take your word for it.
Sure.
What's your point?
Great. Yeah, I mean, no, it's a real thing. I wouldn't lie to you about that. I would lie to you, but just not about that. And so the problem in the world market, our problem in the world market, is everyone gets to trade here cheaper than they do anywhere else on the planet.
Wait, hold.
And
The
that's
U.S.
our
is a
disadvantage.
pretty strong. The U.S. is the world reserve currency. We're a really strong currency in foreign exchange markets. You know that, right?
That literally has nothing to do with other countries placing tariffs on other countries' goods as they come in, and our goods as they come in.
Well, you said trade was cheap for other countries here. That's not true because
you're trying to draw a parallel where that doesn't exist.
Hold on, you said trade was really cheap here. That's not true, right? Like the US
do you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yes, we can hear you fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. A couple points. So one, why do we not want American cars to be sold in China? Because that generates revenue for American companies. I'm confused on that. And another thing is, Non-Fund cited this before, I believe, the study, but like we know this. There are many studies on this. You learn this in Econ 101. Tariffs both make things more expensive for consumers and they hurt jobs. The protectionist rhetoric has been debunked and abandoned by economists since the 50s. I don't know why we keep doing that.
Was there a question? I'm sorry, I didn't.
I mean, okay. So for one, obviously.
Maybe go point by point.
Yeah, go point by point. Take your time. Yeah.
Well, Stample, let me go over your first point, and then he can respond.
It just sounded like you made a statement, not really a question.
He asked why we don't want
here's
U.S.
the
vehicles
statement.
sold.
What do you have to say on that? Okay, that's.
Well, I remember at the beginning you asked, why would you not want American cars sold in China? Do you want to rephrase that question, Sample?
Yeah, I mean, that was the first one, yeah.
Oh, we really would. The problem is that other countries place massive tariffs on our imports.
I thought you said. Oh, the reason why American cars are not sold in China is because of tariffs. I thought you meant like.
Does the U.S. have a trade agreement with China?
We have several.
Kinda. I think we.
Yeah. So
China's not actually the country I'm thinking of here. Japan was Japan was the most egregious, and I just remember this from back in the 80s when I was in school, and there's a whole big thing about Japan placing massive tariffs on any American goods that came into the country, and we were paying them to deliver cars to us, basically, right. And then, of course, we gave them land here to build factories, and we've done a lot of really, really good things to help the Japanese economy. To a large degree, that helped us as well. Obviously, American auto manufacturers had a problem with that. I mean, that's kind of the competitive market. Although I will agree, and I have to agree, that the tariffs that were placed by Japan on all American goods, especially cars, really hurt us a lot. And
did you say that this was in the 80s?
Yeah, it's like mid 80s, I think.
Okay, it's probably changed since then.
So you have to go.
In 2019, the U.S. and Japan reached a limited trade agreement. So.
Okay, sure. Well, we're always reaching trade agreements.
Well, that's going to equalize the tariffs between.
What's the specific of that trade agreement?
Lower tariffs on certain agricultural and industrial products. It also includes a separate digital trade agreement that promotes digital commerce and data flow between the two countries.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they have to lower the tariffs because they were so high to start with, and they actually do need our
between both countries.
And they do actually need our farming equipment. That's a big thing over there. Is that they have a lot more of their land is farmable now than it was. So there are reasons for that don't pertain to this discussion.
So, I mean, if we like trade agreements, how do we feel about Trump withdrawing from the TPP? Hello?
No response?
I'm not familiar what that is.
The Trans-Pacific Partnership. It was a trade agreement. It was great, and Trump withdrew from it because trade is good and Trump is bad, so he has to do what's bad.
True.
That's my understanding of it. But yeah. I mean,
okay, so you made the point that you seem to like, you guys are really for trade agreements, I guess.
Yep. I like trade in general. I think tariffs are garbage.
Yeah,
I already
I'm pretty
explained, but
pro-free
they
trade.
increase prices for consumers. They are bad for like employment. We know this. They're bad for your growth. I could go on and on, but yeah, I mean, I wonder why. Like, there's no studies that back that up. But okay.
So how is it that they work so well for Japan?
I'm not convinced they work so well for Japan. I need to review Japan, but I can do one better. What if we had a study that goes over that goes over more than 50 years of data and examines more than 151 countries and examines the macroeconomic impacts of tariffs and finds that tariffs have a bad impact on employment, have a bad impact on growth, have a bad impact on productivity. I mean, if we had a study like that, surely that would be pretty comprehensive.
151.
151. It included yeah.
I don't know. I don't want. I'm like, we were talking like Germany. Are we talking?
The study went over like Japan, Germany, United States, France. I mean, like 151 countries. It's hard to miss countries with that data.
I can agree that tariffs actually ended up hurting Germany. Germany obviously also did not want to. They had a bunch of tariffs on basically anything that came into their country. It did really had a negative effect overall, and it pushed the cost of their products really high on the world stage. However, the world was willing to pay for it. I mean, we now have a BMW factory in South Carolina, so something.
Sure. I mean, okay, so tariffs saved some jobs, but they also hurt more jobs than they saved. So think of steel. Steel is a really good example of that. Steel protects some jobs in the United States of companies that manufacture steel, but it hurts a lot more companies that import steel.
So some tariffs are good, some tariffs are bad, is what I'm hearing.
Mostly bad. Like tariffs can be good, to avoid that. Wait. Can I?
So what?
Tariffs
Wait, let Sample finish. I think he's done.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
Tariffs can be good. That like every textbook will tell you that like national security is a concern for tariffs and whatnot, but economists almost unanimously, like above 95%, agree tariffs are usually very, very bad. That's why we have actually surveys by economists. I can link it if you give me like 5 minutes. But we have like surveys of economists about Trump's tariffs and about steel specifically and aluminum, and they say like, yeah, that hurts consumers, it hurts aggregate welfare in the economy. It's bad. It's not no bueno.
Okay, so it's an interesting deal because it would depend on what the tariffs are on. So, and I'm not really convinced that there's going to be any factual information about that comes out. To be honest, I think it'll be a lot of guesswork.
Wait, about what specifically? About Trump steel tariffs?
Yeah.
Okay, we have multiple studies on those steel tariffs. I can send you some of them, but they're there. They're out there.
Is that something Trump is going to tariff? Is that something
already done? I mean, why would you want a tariff? Why would you want a president to be in office again when we know when he was already in office his tariffs were horrible? Like, why would we want to relieve that?
Well, I'm sorry. So you're using let me backtrack just a second. You're saying that the tariffs that he had in place when he was in office before hurt the economy.
Yep. As tariffs usually do. Do you agree with that?
No, I don't. In which way?
Oh. Okay. Well, first, they increase prices for consumers. That's no bueno.
Yeah,
I don't like that.
No.
What do you mean?
I'm not going to let you shotgun. I'm not going to let you shotgun the.
Well, you asked me in which way. I mean,
yeah.
Yeah. So I'm explaining in which way, right?
Sure. Okay.
Yeah. Good.
Any part of this you want to highlight on phone?
No, I'm just showing them that these papers exist. I can go over some of them. Like,
yeah, me and Anfon went over this like when we talked like yesterday or 2 days ago. But I mean, yeah, the tariffs increased prices. Like that's not even debatable. You learn that in Econ 101. You draw the supply demand curve. You do the tariff and you see that it increases. Like that's not really, but whatever.
Okay, I feel like, well, actually, and I hate using the term "I feel," so I'm gonna change that. Give me 1 second. Let me restructure this.
I mean, here. Let's
No,
let's
no, no.
let's put it aside.
Wait, let's let him finish. Let him finish.
Fair. Okay, good.
You've been talking for a while.
Okay.
So what it seems to me, and look, I'm not an economist, okay, and I don't want to be one, which is even better for me. However, I was in business a long time, and I've done business overseas. I have actually dealt with various aspects of getting things made in other countries and brought here, and then I've never really exported anything, but I never really felt the need to either. There are other people that do that. What I do know is that, or the example that I would have picked, steel is interesting. That's an interesting pick. I would not have picked up on that myself. But what I do know is that when we were able to put tariffs back on oil, foreign oil coming in, and we were able to produce more oil in this country, it helped our country and it hurt their countries. Mm-hmm. And that's what I would prefer on a world stage. I don't, while I agree that maybe we should all, a rising tide lifts all boats, unfortunately, all countries are not friendly to us. And I'm okay helping our friends, but I'm not okay helping those who are not our friends. And that's okay with me. Plus, I would honestly prefer American-made steel. I would prefer American-made jobs and that sort of thing than, bringing in steel from Japan or wherever. Which, by the way, Japan makes excellent steel. It is very high quality.
Right. So to avoid cherry picking or anecdotes, which I'm not saying you necessarily do. Well, it is an anecdote, but whatever. Let's rely on studies. Let's rely on aggregate data. I asked you about the average effect of tariffs, like the common predominant effect of tariffs, and we know this. We've studied this. We know what it's like. I sent you here a study of the side chat. I hope everyone can see it.
No, I didn't. I'm sorry, I didn't. I don't actually pay much attention to the side chat. You have to call my attention to it. I apologize.
And there's a lot there. I don't expect you to go through all of it right now.
Oh,
yeah, there is a lot there. It's interesting.
There's some quotes.
He only sent one thing.
Yeah,
I
so
sent a few other things.
Let me just quote
focus.
Okay. So we find that tariff increases lead in the medium term to economically and statistically significant declines in domestic output and productivity. Tariff increases also result in more unemployment, higher inequality, and real exchange rate appreciation, but only small effects on the trade balance. Now, I agree with you. I care about American jobs. That's why I oppose tariffs, which hurt American jobs.
Okay. So again, I think it's more important that we cover what is actually going to be tariffed. If we're going to put tariffs on things from China or wherever, I'm kind of for that. Although, to be honest with you, we don't actually import that much from China anymore, so it's kind of a paper tiger. But that's okay. It makes everyone feel good at the end of the day. I'm more interested in tariffs on oil. I think that would be a great place to put a tariff is on foreign oil. I also would not mind tariffs on cars manufactured out of the United States and other products like that.
I don't know why we're playing this game and pretend like Trump is proposing something he's not. Trump is proposing universal tariffs. That is what Trump is proposing. Like, you keep making all these arguments for like a strategic tariff could be here, a strategic tariff could be here. That's not what Trump is proposing. Like, it's so indefensible that you have to play this game of like, well, I think a tariff could be good here. That's not what he's proposing. Like,
yeah, and also we do import a lot from China. I don't know, would that, like, maybe
year by year importation from China has dropped.
I think China is our second largest trading partner.
Wait. What percentage is China out of U.S. imports? I don't know.
I don't know, but we've dropped.
I bet it's like huge.
Yeah,
it may have declined, but it's still huge.
Yeah, we're in a decline. And mainly because China themselves don't really care too much about.
Well, also China had retaliatory tariffs, so that would explain some of it too. But either way, I'm just saying. I asked you about the average effect of tariffs. Trump is not proposing like this specific tariff on this specific good. Like Reagan had like a specific tariff on motorcycles or whatever.
First of all, okay.
Yeah, I'm saying so. Trump is proposing blanket tariffs and especially 60% tariffs on China. That's so insane. But again, if we can look at the literature, I don't remember you citing any study, any data that is not like anecdotal or like a specific historical example without linking me to source on that. I'm just saying we know.
Well, to be honest with you, I didn't prepare for this. I just came up.
Fair enough.
Let me.
Yeah.
Okay,
So I'm just saying once we get serious economists whose job it is to tell to study what tariffs do, and they write a study examining what tariffs do, they tell you.
Liberty Twitch, were you here when this guy told me he didn't know what comparative advantage is? The guy in the top right does not know what comparative advantage is.
What do you credit the massive increase in prices to since 2021 to?
It was a global phenomenon, so it cannot be really a specific thing within the United States. But obviously, I would say supply chain shocks, not greed. Greed is a dumb explanation, and also, I mean, obviously, demand pull, inflation.
COVID.
Which are the results of COVID? To be clear,
Let me jump in. I just want to say one thing because I'm going to vote for Kamala, but I want to actually give something to actually I think strengthen Grid's argument because. I'll do a little bit both sides because Trump has said things like when referring to tariffs, they're the greatest things ever. I think even on the recent Joe Rogan podcast, when asked if he was serious about potentially eliminating income tax and replacing with tariffs, he said yes in the affirmative. That being said, he's also said things like if you outsource or offshore your jobs in your company, you might be ineligible for tax cuts. So it sounds like he might be addressing some things that are maybe a little more nuanced than just across the board. Tariffs.
Oh, that is horrible. Eliminating the income tax and replacing it with tariffs is
I think
horrible.
you just got a raid from Flow State. Sorry to cut you off, Sample.
Oh, thank you, Flo. Hell yeah, thank you.
Let's go.
But I should repeat this last part because I think this goes in Grid's favor. Is he said if you outsource or offshore, you're not going to be eligible for any of these tax cuts. In fact, you'll pay a substantial tariff when that's where it's tricky. Actually, I hate the last part, but the first part I think is interesting. Where he's saying if you offer your job, you might be ineligible for tax cuts. So maybe that's a different mechanism than just tariffs.
Wait. Can I ask? Why was I asked about COVID? Because I made a comprehensive.
No, I was just pointing out.
Economists are.
I was just pointing out.
Economists are serious people. They study, they paid their attention to study what tariffs do, and they unanimously say Trump's tariffs were bad. We have multiple studies on that, and universally, tariffs are just bad.
Well, hold on.
His question was about 2021 increase of prices.
Absolutely, you can't say that, Sample Text. I have to call BS on what you just said. They can't say Trump's tariffs are bad because we don't know what they are yet. We don't know what he's going to do. All you can say is tariffs in general are bad. This is
I said that's what economists think. I said that's what economists think, and we have polls on that. So I was right. We know. Look,
I'm okay.
95% agree.
I mean, I'm okay with you saying economists think that it's not a good idea.
So why would we want a president who's economically illiterate?
Also, he did use them in his first term. Also, so there's that.
Yeah,
that's what I said. I mean, it's tariffs in the first term.
But he didn't do all right. So let's look at his first term. He did do tariffs, and they did help stimulate the economy in specific ways. Sure, they hurt the economy in other ways, but it did stimulate the economy in others. We had a really pretty decent economy. I know I was there, and I was unfortunately, I was not in business at that point. I'd already retired, so I can't speak directly to my business filings during that point. I don't know what I can really say. I know that a major investment bank really prefers for Trump to be back in office because of the amount of business they did during his first term. And that's, they're pretty good economists as well.
May I ask a question?
That's why I appeal to the comprehensive poll of economists, and I don't just say, "Oh, Paul Krugman thinks that," although he does think.
Yeah, that. I'm not going to say who or whatever.
Well, but Paul Krugman.
I don't even know
a lot of that also has to do with the pre-COVID economy, but also, I want to hear Melanie what you have to say.
Wait, just why was I asked about COVID? I just don't get that. I made a point about tariffs.
I just brought up COVID when you were bringing up the reason that prices increased in 2021, and you're making a lot of good points. But I think
no, that's what I was asked. I was asked why did prices increase in 2021. I don't get why I was asked that.
Right. No, I understood that they increased in 2021. That was fine, but they've continued to increase across the board. Until then, there have been no tariffs. There's been, really I honestly can't think of a single good financial policy that's been enacted in the past 4 years. Now, fortunately for me, I'm retired and I'm not in business anymore, and I just basically do some investing, so it doesn't really matter to me which way it goes. But overall, though, the downfall in real estate was predictable. Matter of fact, I did predict it, and I made some money on that.
So to be clear, the claim is that tariffs reduce prices, because once we lifted up Trump's tariffs, which we did not do immediately in 2021, then prices increased. Is that the argument?
Ticky Tack make the claim that they reduce prices?
Well, no. I asked, why was I asked about the prices increases after 2021, and he said we didn't have tariffs and the prices increased. Like I'm just making sure that's the argument.
Oh, right. No. I was curious why, what you were attributing it to, since the tariffs that Trump had put in place were gone, and if you were attempting to attribute that to the tariffs, or if even with the tariffs being pulled, the economy got much worse.
No, I mean, so tariffs, this is not like arguable. Tariffs do increase prices. That's their job, right? Because they increase prices. That's
sure.
why,
And I'll
like,
stipulate that in some case, I will repeat what you told me. In some cases, tariffs will increase. In some cases, they will increase wages or decrease wages or whatever. I will just stipulate that, but that's not in every case. It's not across the board.
Yeah, but this is like saying in some cases wearing a seatbelt will save your life. In some cases it will choke you to death. Like, yeah, true, but predominantly it will save your life.
False equivalency. 100. Come on,
well, you get the point I was trying to make.
I don't think you would ever accept this for like any of Kamala's policy, like minimum wage.
The point was not that it's at the same rate. I just want to clarify. The point was not that it's at the same rate.
I'm not going to let you get away with that.
What?
You could maybe say, like, I don't know. I don't know what a good analogy would be right off the top of my head, but I can't let you.
Look. I was not saying that it's at the same rate as a seatbelt. All I was saying is that, like, the fact that sometimes you get mixed result does not mean that predominantly, like, a lot of the time you get the negative result. And we studied this. I sent you a study going over 50 years, going over 151 countries. And they draw the conclusion pretty clearly. It hurts employment, it hurts prices, it hurts growth, it hurts productivity. So I just don't get why we want to do that. And why do we want a president who doesn't even know what a tariff is or lies about it?
Okay, so I'm going to ask a question under the assumption that both sides have at least made their case. Maybe we'll agree to disagree here. But I think there's a broader question of Trump being a bit of a, like, from the perspective of the left, and this isn't what I'm trying to get us to argue, but he's a bit of a rich oligarch. And he has a lot of rich friends who he could definitely benefit by placing certain tariffs on competitive countries with competitive companies, or cutting their taxes specifically. Whereas we just can't say that Kamala has as many rich friends. They both have super PACs with rich donors. So,
well, I mean, Kamala's not gotten where she is on her own merit. So,
I actually have a response to that. So,
really?
Interestingly, there have been studies on the effects of rich people on the different parties in the United States. It's called, I don't remember the title of the study, but I know it's Lax et al. 2019. I can link it if someone really wants to. But mainly it studied, like, the impact of rich people in the constituency of each party. And they found that there is influence of rich people in the decisions of each party. It was a lot more on the Republican side. Democrats were more leaning also to the middle class and their constituents, but also were biased in favor of rich people also in their decisions. But interestingly, they also found that the rich people that make up the constituency of the Democratic Party tend to have more pro-poor people policies in the first place, which also impacts their decisions. So if we want to study, like, the impacts of rich people on the different parties, Democrats are less, elitist or oligarchic or whatever you want to call it, and, like, the rich people who they are pandering to have better policies for poor people in the first place.
So, Grid, you're just wrong. Kamala went to school for law. She was a deputy district attorney. Then she was district attorney. I think she worked her way up in a pretty respectable political career.
Have you ever heard the name Willie Brown?
What does this have to do with anything?
Do you know how she got her appointment?
Okay, so how did like?
Are you talking about over Biden?
How did being with Willie Brown get her, like, 2 million votes in her district?
I'm just.
She wouldn't have been in a position to even run without Willie Brown's backing.
Okay, but she got 2 million votes. Obviously, like she has like a rich history, even if you ignore
doesn't
that.
matter
Or
who
like,
ran it. I mean, come on, man, San Francisco. I lived there. It doesn't matter.
So this isn't really my concern that she had one person backing her. I don't think that disqualifies her from having a legitimate political career, which she clearly has.
The point was that she had a relationship with him. That's the point.
Yeah, let me make my case then. So, sure, Trump has rich friends, and he may or may not, in the past, he's proven not, go out of his way to help them. Kamala is politically indebted for everything that she has, and so she has to pay those debts at some point. And that means that she may have to sign bills she may not want to.
I don't think you can say this for a fact. You're making a lot of assumptions about these people's relationships, and so unless you can show me something where Willie Brown has said this, then
Yeah. Also, we can test this. So for one, bills have to get certified by Congress, like by the House and Senate first. So I'm not sure how that's related to her. But also another thing is, look, if we think that she was indebted to some people and she expected to repay them, Kamala never expected to be running for president by the end of the term, right? Everyone expected Biden to run again. So we can look at her behavior during the 3.5 years. What did she do that pandered to like the rich people behind her, shadowy, whatever? Nothing. Meanwhile, Trump is explicitly advocating to put Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, in government positions. This is like in your face. Like, yeah, I love my rich friends. Here, I want to promote them. Like, this is in your face. And Kamala has nothing like that.
I'm sorry.
Like that in the 3.5 years.
I gotta kind of push back on that. I don't know that Elon and Trump are actually friends. Matter of fact, I don't think they like each other. However, they have a respect for each other.
You get the point.
Why would you not want the guy who's literally put things into space on his own?
Good one. How do you feel about
I can answer
nepotism?
that question easily. One, because it's like
Elon Musk is not the best point. So, good one. I'm just curious. Like, how do you feel about nepotism?
You know,
That can lead to maybe some corruption.
It can lead to corruption for sure. I don't know. I've seen a lot of father-son businesses kind of work out.
But father-son. What about what about filling your whole cabinet with multiple members of your family, including even your son-in-law?
You know, that would be my concern with that. Would actually be a legitimate concern with Kamala, just all of her friends filling the cabinet.
Wait, I'm talking about Trump. Trump already filled his cabinet with all his relatives.
One at a time, please.
I'm answering your question.
Thanks, I'm
answering your question. Trump proved in his first presidency that he would take the advice of advisors and put in people that he thought could do the job, and often to his detriment, because he didn't really understand how the political system in Washington worked and how corrupt it truly was. I don't think, and he has said as much. He's like, I never would have thought it would be this corrupt. As a matter of fact, I think he said that on Joe Rogan just the other night. I didn't watch it, so I'm getting that from people we've talked about it, and I said, hey, what was the coolest thing that was said? And he said, yeah, this is one of the things. I think I think that, so my impression of Trump, I've never met him.
Should I ask him where Mike Pence went? I really want to ask him where Mike Pence went.
Somebody that handshake is his bond. His word is his bond. If he says something's going to get done, it's going to get done. That's
no way
he
you
expects
think that.
Other people to operate in the same way, and they often don't. And I just feel like that, as a business person, he kind of, I don't know, he's kind of a
okay. So if his word is bond,
I personally don't think Trump is suited to politics. I just think he's the best choice we got right now.
I agree with you. He should be as far away from the presidency as possible. But look, if you think his word is bond, I mean, do we still have debt? Yeah. He promised to eliminate the debt in his first term. Never happened. Do we have like the wall he promised? Did Mexico pay for it? No. Seems like that never happened. The guy is like the biggest liar in politics. I mean, I don't get how anyone can think that his word is bond. But I mean, on the question was specifically about nepotism. The question was specifically about nepotism. He said Jared. He said his son. Oh my! Wait, I let you finish. I let you finish. I would love to finish. So
I do want to welcome the panel.
Wait. I have the perfect example.
ahead.
So the point was about nepotism. So you made like a couple points. You said one, like he listened more to his advisors on the issues that matter, and not like to, the other people. The point was about nepotism, and also you said that his word is bond. Well, we can look at a case study. I'm Israeli, okay? I'm also an American. So let's look at a case study. Jared Kushner, he said he would solve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Didn't seem like that happened, so his word is absolutely not bond. He put him as the guy who would like handle that in his administration. So he doesn't listen to advisors outside of his family. He literally puts people in his family as advisors, and it had horrible effects. I mean, the Abraham Accords were part of the reason for the October 7th attack. So I mean, yeah, it seems like horrible. Seems like horrible nepotism and corruption. That's bad, I think.
Well, wasn't Kushner already in politics and already kind of a runner-up for that spot?
No, he wasn't in line for
No, I
senior
don't-
advisor to the
I don't
president.
think so.
I think he had no political experience before that. I'll look it up though.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. You broke up.
I don't think he had any political experience beforehand, but I'll look it up live. I do want to welcome to the panel Glenn Lawrence. Hey, how are you?
Hey guys, how you doing? I'm doing well. So I want to go back. You guys were talking about taxes or like the plan, right? The Trump plan.
Tariffs.
You guys are trying. Who was saying that it was like a shit show?
The tariffs.
All three of us over here.
Okay.
Bad.
So you guys do
Both of
know
us.
that like Trump in 2017 he lowered the corporate tax in lowest
Well,
since Reagan from 35% to 21%, right?
Yeah.
I don't think that has to do with tariffs, but sure.
Look, I can give you my
Okay,
opinion on
we'll
that,
get
but
to
we
the
were
tariffs.
talking
Can we
about.
let him finish, please?
To be clear.
Can we please let him finish?
You guys, look it. You guys are piranhas. I get it. You want to eat me all at once. You can't have me all at once. One bite at a time, okay? One bite at a time. Pretty thick over here. And so I'm just going off with his tax plan. He created also another 20% deduction for small businesses. And then he also doubled the standard deduction for singles from $6,300 to close to like $14,000. And then also for married couples up to $29,000, I think.
Okay.
And then when it comes to the tariffs, so those are the good things that he did. You could say with the tax, with what he did last term, with this wanting to implement universal tariffs on all U.S. imports. It's only a 10 to 20% rate, and unless it's coming from China, which will be an up to a 60% rate. So I don't really see how
10 to 20 is huge.
Yeah, Trump already pointed out that it's going to be like hundreds of billions of dollars.
good.
Yeah. Well.
Good.
Yeah.
'Cause as it is right now, we're not getting it's up lopsided. We're paying more money to them, to other countries than they are to our country for products.
So a couple things on that. So so first, 10 to 20, that's huge. That's like a lot. So let's not like make it a small thing, right? Like So just on that. Second thing, a trade deficit is not necessarily a bad thing. What I care more about is the affordability of products for consumers and the jobs we have within the United States. And we know for a fact the tariffs almost always hurt both of them.
Well, actually,
we have the
that's
studies
not
to back
true.
it up.
That's not
And you didn't cite
necessarily
anything.
true. That's not necessarily true.
Again, wait, I just want to reinforce this point. I sent a study going over 50 years in 151 countries. You cited nothing. So.
Well, what you cited. I'm just saying it's not necessarily
That was me.
true.
Not
Oh,
Glenn.
the other. Okay, well, neither of you cited anything for the point of
He
tariffs.
just got here.
Oh, well, not Lawrence. Not Lawrence. I'm talking to the guy who said not always.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I did say
I thought it was
tariffs
Lawrence I
don't
was-
always damage.
Okay, yeah,
You were
but not
saying that
Lawrence, the other
it
guy.
always. You said that tariffs always lead to damaging the job growth or the job
I
market.
didn't say
here.
always. I didn't say.
You
I said like almost always.
Okay, almost always. Okay, that's like no, that's not true. So
Yeah, it is.
Wait, I do want to. Now that we.
I'm gonna.
Well, no, actually, no. I feel like it's even 4v4 now. We got 4 Trump voters and 4 Kamala.
Oh, okay. All right, I got you. All right, I felt like.
May I just
So
read?
here, let me
may I just
reinforce the
read
point. Then he's new here. Let me reinforce the point. I can even link the study again. Let me actually do that.
Yeah, I want to say we have empirical data. Like we don't necessarily have to use it like anecdotes and like we have evidence shows at least in general the tariffs out of
Let's
this
not use
economy.
anecdotes. I agree. Let's not use anecdotes. So we have the opinions of economists whose
Okay,
profession it
that's
is to
true,
know what
and-
they're talking about. You
and the
take Econ
economists-
101, you
also
learn
the
that.
economists
Wait,
last
you
time-
you take Econ.
Okay,
Wait,
let-
if you take,
and then we'll go to you, then, wait.
Plan was gonna
okay, so
actually-
I'll just make the case very quickly. If you take Econ 101, you learn very quickly
Last time
tariffs
too.
increase prices. That's inevitable. Two, we have the empirical data on this. This is a study going over 50 years in 151 countries, and they find, and I can quote it again, tariffs hurt employment, they hurt growth, they hurt productivity, they hurt even exchange rate appreciations, and only slightly affect the trade balance. So no bueno there. And also we have the professionals in the field to tell
you'd be
you
quick,
with like
to it.
insane consensus. It's hard to find consensus like this in economics, but you have the professionals in economics telling you with extensive consensus the tariffs, especially Trump's tariffs, were hurtful to the economy.
Okay, so you do know that all the economists last time said that, oh, Trump's tax plan is going to destroy the economy, get ready for another recession, and then what happened? Nothing.
Recession?
Actually, nothing. It was actually we had
Wait,
the most job
a
growth.
recession?
We had the highest, income coming in on both taxes and people like the job creation, more money coming in, more write-offs for individuals. Like the country was doing a lot better under his tax plan.
Right. So that's not a response to like you didn't again you linked nothing, you
No,
said nothing on the tariffs. I was quoting on tariffs
I'm just
specifically.
pointing out that
but just to be clear, I don't think there was any
we have
Wait,
empirical
I'm
data.
responding to your point. I let you
got
finish.
empirical data. You see, you got empirical data from all these like top scholars and all these like that's great. But they also said this shit last time, and they were wrong last time.
Right. Okay. So,
then
when you say they,
no, wait a minute. 'Cause I'm saying this for a point because you were talking about, oh well, Trump said this, and this last time, and that never came through. So why would we listen to this or believe him now? Well, I'm just telling you, all those same economists and all those professionals that were saying his plan was going to be shit last time. Why should I believe any of them now?
right. Okay. So I want to respond to that. So for one, they said this, they said that. I was citing a specific poll. Okay, done by a very trusted pollster within economics. So they talk to the professionals and they give their opinion. I don't know of any survey of economists that said, "Oh, Trump's going to create a recession." Incidentally, there was a recession under Trump, so I don't know why you didn't address that. But whatever, I'm not attributing it to
actually,
him.
the recession actually didn't take place until Biden, but it's okay.
I mean, the dip in employment happened in March 2020. That's Trump.
It's
whatever.
It's also clearly more to blame to COVID than anything.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I never said that's like Trump. I'm
then.
just saying like you never even mentioned that. That's like sus. But I'm just saying
So,
I don't
like,
know of any poll. I don't know of any poll of economists saying, "Oh, Trump will create a recession." I know of one economist who said that, but that's about it. Meanwhile, I'm telling you, we have robust studies on this. It's Econ 101. You take an econ class, they tell you tariffs makes things more expensive.
Well, like,
and Trump
let's
is
get
lying about the
specifics into
effects of
Trump's
tariffs.
tariffs.
We can't know.
Yeah,
like,
when we're talking
are we
about,
talking
like, specific-
retrospectively, or are we
the
talking?
specific tariffs that he put on the steel industry? The reason why he done that is because if you have trade all one way to China, your steel industry dies. So you're competitive, like your American steel industries can't compete with China.
So I agree.
And
If you
wait,
do
I have a
tariffs on
question.
the steel
Let me
industry-
ask you
wait,
something,
just
please.
very quickly.
Please,
Okay,
you've
go
had
ahead,
so
go
much
ahead.
foretalk.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
How were American steel companies competitive up to that point?
They weren't.
Yeah, we
That's the
really
point.
weren't. We were.
Well,
mostly
what's the
importing
point of
steel
protecting
from
American steel?
China.
But I
Because
think
then
they
the industry
were
dies
right. You
and
had
lose jobs.
No.
Okay,
I don't-
so are
I
you
don't
aware?
know.
Are you aware that steel consuming jobs outnumber steel producing jobs 80 to 1?
Exactly right. Non-fun is exactly right. So the point was this. Okay, so
That makes
first
sense.
of all, tariffs. Okay, first of all, there were steel companies before the tariffs, but I agree. If you want to do a tariff to protect a specific industry, then like a tariff protects the specific industry. I'm talking about Americans as a
do you
whole.
agree with
Okay, like wait. I'm talking about Americans as a whole.
Alhamdulillah.
And non-fun pointed out, there are way more businesses who consume steel than produce steel. So when you tariff steel and make steel more expensive, you hurt a lot more businesses and you reduce a lot more employment than you save. And this is reflected in the studies. That's what you cannot.
That is what happened. The evidence shows that happened. It protected 1,000 steel jobs and lost 75,000 manufacturing jobs.
Just to finish. I have a trifecta. So just to be clear, we have cited the studies for it. Non-fun has, I think, studies specifically on Trump tariff. Trump's tariffs. We have the expert consensus, and I mean, we just have the Econ 101 on this. You cited nothing. You have no experts to back you up, and you only have a liar to back you up as Trump, who doesn't even know how a tariff works or lies about it. Like you have nothing.
we'll explain it. So like the reason why you put the tariffs in place is to protect the American steel industries. And then once you do that, you put tariffs on any companies that are importing steel from China, which means the companies are forced to then use the American steel industries.
Right.
We don't disagree with that. We disagree that it protects American jobs.
What you've done is you've protected. What you've done is you've protected the American economy by tariffs.
To be clear, you protected specific steel jobs at the cost of other things.
Quickly. You said the same thing twice.
One at a time, y'all.
Okay, you said the same thing twice. So one, you said you do tariffs on China and protect the steel industry, and then you tax people who import from China and protect it and like make them buy from them. So that's saying the same thing twice. Tariffs are taxes on imports. So I don't know if you know that. So that's what tariffs are. You said the same thing twice.
Yeah.
But either way, I agree with that. Tariffs on steel will protect the steel industry, but they will hurt the American economy a lot more because there are more businesses who consume steel than produce steel. So you hurt a lot more businesses than you protect. That's why it's reflected in the expert opinion, in the studies, and the Econ 101, and that's why you cited nothing to back your point.
He's after getting the point wrong. What I've said is what you do is you tariff the steel companies, the companies that are producing the steel, and then you also put tariffs in place for those companies who are buying steel.
From Chinese?
Chinese companies? I don't know what you're saying.
Let's let Melanie try to respond.
Samples already kind of responded
two
with
different
that
tariffs.
Wait. Just very quickly. You mean tariff the Chinese companies? The American government cannot tariff Chinese companies. I don't know what you mean. The people who pay the tariff are the people who pay the tariff are American companies. So when you say tariff steel companies, you mean what?
American companies, I think. So Samples already point out that that's just going to increase prices for the consumer and American firms that rely on that steel. My question for you is, are you more concerned with protectionism than increasing prices?
Well, like that's basically what you have where China was trying to do a car factory in Mexico. And Trump's
I'm asking you, like, I'm just asking you.
You got to protect jobs. You got to protect the American economy.
So we've already been over how it protects certain jobs at the expense of other jobs, right?
You
recognize
anything?
that, right?
Can you cite a study? It's so frustrating. I cited multiple things. I gave you the examples, and I responded to the argument, and you cite nothing.
Okay, so we have to talk to them at their level. And so my question for you is like you've kind of created a closed loop economy here, where America can't go outside of into other nations easily without these huge imposed tariffs. And so if prices are increasing, and it would be cheaper to go elsewhere, don't you think that eventually the increase of prices would re-incentivize people to just go outside of the country even despite the tariffs? This is why you don't want to increase prices, because eventually
tariffs too high.
Well, that's why you don't want high tariffs.
Okay. So
wait, can I just run through a quick logic thing?
Wait. Let me repeat the point. We made a point, and you did not respond to it.
Explain the point. Explain
the
this.
premise of the argument
explain
here
how
is
in April Biden. Explain this. How in April Biden actually called for tripling the tariffs on imports.
I didn't like that he did that. I thought it was bad. I thought it was bad.
Okay. Also, now Biden bad. You don't think?
No, I thought Biden had bad policy.
Biden can do bad things.
But yeah, Biden did. Yeah, Biden did bad things. He did a lot more good than bad. Trump did more than bad. But I agree. Tariffs are bad. I'm consistent on. Wait. Just to be clear, you asked me a question. I want to respond to it. Wait. Oh my God! I said two words.
I didn't ask you for your opinion. I'm just saying that you're saying that Trump's tariffs are bad, but then Biden's tripling the tariffs, and we haven't even heard anything about Kamala.
Well, so first of all, Trump.
Let me tone down a little bit. Let me respond for you. Well, I think Sample is saying he's against tariffs overall, but Trump did more tariffs, is probably going to implement more tariffs than Biden or Kamala campaign. So he's going to vote for, or he's leaning that direction for that reason.
Yeah. So Biden let some of Trump's tariffs expire. I think
the reason why you want to put tariffs in place is not just because you want cheaper shit, because sometimes getting cheaper shit is actually negative. Correct?
Okay. Can I explain my position?
It's just like painting with a broad stroke here, saying tariffs bad, so anyone who does tariffs is bad. He's retired.
I said, okay, look, I said tariffs are more
good than bad.
Is there a situation
where tariffs are needed?
I said outright. I said you could find this in every textbook. Tariffs can be good. Tariffs can be good. They usually have really bad impact. And now, just on Biden let some of Trump's tariffs expire. I think on like washing machines and a bunch of other products. But he also increased some of the tariffs. I thought that was bad when he did that. The rationale of tariff is, one, it increases prices. That's indisputable. But two, the argument is, okay, it's going to protect jobs. But we look at the study, we have the argument against it, and we see, oh, it actually hurts jobs. That's why you cited nothing, and that's why I have the experts and the data on my side. You have none.
Another thing to kind of think about is that what you're talking about with the benefits happen like kind of immediately in a shorter time scale, and the negative impacts are on a medium time scale. So you're both kind of right in your own way, but you're talking about two different consequences of tariffs that happen at two different times.
So I explained that. I said no. Tariffs will save steel jobs. Like if you tariff a certain good, you will protect jobs in that industry. The problem is, and steel is a good example, you hurt a lot more businesses than the businesses you protect. So you have a lot more of a bad impact than a good impact, leading to a result that is negative, right? If I make steel more expensive, it's going to be good for steel manufacturers, but it's going to be bad for everyone who uses steel. That means consumers have less money to spend, which hurts jobs. And it means businesses who import steel will now have a harder time keeping operations afloat, which means less jobs. That's what I meant. So I include all the factors. And again, that's why we have consensus on this.
And this is what I mean by it being. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, so how do you prevent China from just setting up a car factory in Mexico, let's say, and just like undercutting all the competition in America?
Well, you can subsidize goods in the United States. I'm not a big fan of that, but I have no problem in countries specializing. I mean, like importing from China, I don't think that's necessarily bad.
Also, you can't use tariffs to prevent that anyways. You could use trade agreements.
You're okay with government subsidizing using taxpayer
No, I said that would be one way that is not tariffs. I'm not a fan of that.
Let me finish the question.
Okay. I said I'm not a fan of that, though.
So you're okay with tariffs, or pardon me, subsidies that use taxpayer funds to support companies that can't be competitive because we don't tax their opposition coming into the country, because that might lose some jobs that would probably not, we wouldn't retain anyway.
Okay.
I'm having a hard time, or probably
I can explain my position. I said my position.
Wait, you just said tariffs tax American companies too. Like you're saying, use taxpayer money. Tariffs are just a tax.
Guys, I wasn't talking.
Let's let him finish. Let's let him finish. That's fine.
I'm gonna start meeting y'all. Yeah, let's let Greg finish.
I listened very quietly here now for the last few minutes, and and you made some good points, but you keep sticking to the one point, which is good. That's a good tactic. Tariffs bad. Steel. All of I understand the point. However,
you keep sticking to your debate tactic where you say your position. Why would you say your position?
Subsidize other industries. Teriyaki. I call him teriyaki. You guys just have to ignore that. Teriyaki is correct about that. We don't always agree, but he is correct about that. Subsidies are something that happen. And worse is that we relocate factories out of the U.S. when they can do business cheaper somewhere else. When we have tariffs that make those goods cost more outside the country, so they can be made here, hopefully at least the same cost, maybe a reduced cost, that is a net win. And I honestly don't. I understand you're sticking on the steel point, and I get it, and I'm great with the argument, but I would honestly, we aren't going to agree on this because I don't see tariffs as a 100% global net loss. And I can, not even the economists you cited said they're a 100% global loss. They can be good, they can be bad. Depends on how they're applied.
No one's disputing that.
So that's a straw man. I want to respond. That's a straw man. I never
Okay.
said
All
100%.
right,
I gave the example. Okay. Things can
Yes, you
be
gave the
predominantly
example. I
bad.
read the example. It was a very good
We
Awesome.
let you
Thank you
finish,
for
Fred.
interrupting me. Thank you for interrupting me. That's awesome. I love that. So on the subsidies point, I said I'm not a fan of subsidies. I just said that'd be one way. If you want a way that I support of getting jobs back into the United States, that's actually economically great. It's a destination-based cash flow tax. And Trump. So I mean, that'd be a tax I'm in favor of. That actually brings back jobs to the United States.
Isn't that a
but we can talk. No, it's not.
Not
It
really.
is.
So it's
Not
like a better version of the income tax, of the corporate income tax. So whatever, we can talk about that another time. I'm just saying. So
Thank you for
there
not
are ways I
understanding what
support.
tariffs is again.
Yeah, awesome. But either way, no, I mean, I think it's more not understanding what a
do
destination-based
understand
cash flow
what
tax,
tariffs
which
are.
most people
I asked
don't.
him
Whatever.
what he
Wait,
said was
okay,
like.
wait. I was quiet when you spoke. Come on.
I'm sorry, that was my fault.
Wait.
Please let Sample finish.
No. Wait. So on the subsidies point, I never said I'm a fan of subsidies, but the point was I'm not necessarily against importing stuff from other countries. That's not necessarily bad. It helps consumers in the United States. I don't know
these
why
people? I want to ask them if they know comparative advantages. I'm not convinced they do.
One, I never said that anything is 100%. I said it's predominantly bad. The studies reflect that. The expert consensus reflects that. And again, like you can look at the polls of economists. They say that. You can look at the data. They say that. Or the data says that. So that's the second thing. And the third thing is fuck, I forgot. Yeah, go ahead.
With no response, I do think the tariff thing is very interesting. Oh, Melanie, do you want to respond?
Well, no, I
I
have a general question.
I never only spoke about steel. I didn't only speak about steel. I just gave an
think we've
example.
talked about tariffs for too long. Maybe.
I was going to ask a question that's going to, I think, try to go a little bit off that because I'm curious. For those on the Trump side, I'm curious. Like, are you guys inherently against jobs leaving America, or do you think sometimes it would make sense if we're replacing them with more valuable jobs? Yeah, do you want to
explain how you replace them with more valuable jobs?
So, actually, I believe that's.
Well, I'm asking you, and it's hypothetical, so I'm asking on principle, would that be okay? We can get into the actual mechanism after that.
Why should any jobs have to leave here?
Because there's an opportunity cost to everything. What do you mean? What the fuck? That's
I mean, like, why do we have to? Why do we have to lose jobs and not just to be able to get new jobs?
May I explain this a second time?
Why can't we have new jobs
because by protecting
wait, can you describe me what comparative advantage is? What is opportunity cost? Tell me what opportunity cost is.
Let me just explain comparative advantage. Comparative advantage.
Wait, don't explain it to them. I want them to answer, okay? Every Trump supporter here, first of all, tell me what opportunity cost is. And second of all, tell me what comparative advantage here. Answer.
We don't need to means test them.
No, we do. These people are insane.
I'm in favor of that because if someone talks about trade economics and they don't know the basics,
Wait.
Why?
Non-Paul's asking a question. The moderator, I had to ask them to respond. Does anyone want to respond to that question?
Sure. The loss of potential gains from alternative means of potential business growth, right?
That's an opportunity cost, yes.
Okay.
Kinda, yeah.
That's what you asked for. That was your question, right?
Sure.
Okay. Well, he also asked about comparative advantage. Presumably to the new guys, but yeah.
Yeah, what's comparative advantage?
I was going to give an answer, and I was told to
please go. Sorry,
be generalized. So I actually, in general, am okay with offshoring some jobs, mainly because, and I face this argument a lot. I believe that in the U.S., what we generically, at least, want to say that we do is skilled labor and high-end production. And so the lower, component making, that sort of thing being offshored has never bothered me. That's now quality control. I prefer that to be onshore. I mean, and I can use my own business as an example. At one point in time, we were having a specific company make connecting rods for us. They did okay. We found out they were offshoring them, bringing them in. And for a long time, they have been doing quality control here in the U.S. They switched and were offshoring the quality control as well. That quality control went down. We ended up having to do quality control on our end. That cost me time and money. And one of the possible solutions was to go and do business offshore myself. I actually went to Shenzhen. I went to the factories. I toured all the factories. for making several of the components that we used. And in the end, the buy-in cost realistically was more than I wanted to deal with. So we ended up just switching vendors basically. But I have no problem with those parts being made overseas. For a long time, I've said that in my specific field, the Japanese made the best steel for camshafts. Like they make crappy camshafts as far as the specifications on them, but they make great. The blanks are awesome. So we would actually buy Japanese cores, if you will, blanks, and have them machined here in the U.S. to our specs, which were great. So that was, and that's just my experience. I have no problem doing that, and I don't see any reason why any reasonable person, should have a problem doing that. What we're really talking about is when we start offshoring jobs that.
I think you're making good points, but you are going a little bit long. So
yeah, okay, no, I think I made. I mean, really, the point is made. I think.
Yeah. So on asking like why can we not like both protect the jobs here and like help the other jobs we create, that there's an opportunity cost to everything, as Nanfan said. When you protect jobs, you make that like you protect uncompetitive jobs. That's why they need protection, and so you have more expensive commodities, and that leads to less jobs and higher prices for everyone. So just you learn that economics. There is no such thing as a free lunch. You can never like when you do something like yeah. So there's that. On like I mean, if we want to close the topic of tariffs, I mean, for viewers who want to like make up their mind, one side cited the experts, cited the data, and used Economic 101. The other side didn't. That's about it. Yeah.
To be clear, also, like one side does, I don't even think knows what a tariff is. I've heard so many times that foreign countries pay tariffs. Tiki Tak acknowledged that he didn't know what comparative advantage is. So these people clearly, I don't think, have any proper understanding of how this works.
Yeah, I mean, what does it? Okay, here's the question: does it bother you that, like, look, there's an objective. Like, my philosophy is that there's an objective reality in the world. Like, there are truths and there are falsities. Okay, and one of the truths is that tariffs are a tax on American companies. That's just the definition of tariffs. So does it bother you that Trump says they're not? Because that necessarily means that he either doesn't know what they are or lies about them. Both of them would not make me want him to be president. So does it bother you?
Well, aren't tariffs just basically taxes on other countries? If we put a tariff out, we're taxing the other country.
Awesome.
Right? That's exactly what it is. It's a tax. It's not a tax on our country.
How do you? Okay, here's a question. How do you make China? Like, what authority does the U.S. have?
One second, we gotta knock that because it keeps happening again and again. Now, at least this is a non-traditional tariff in this case, but the normal tariff, the people that are importing the good, they pay it. As in this case, the American company would be paying the extra money for importing a good from another country.
Yes, if we were importing a good from another country, I'm saying if we're implementing tariffs on other countries, then they're getting that tax. They have to
no. So, for example, if I put a tariff on, or at least the way you're using the word, if I put a tariff on China, no, the American companies pay extra money when they're importing something from China.
Yeah, I get that. But if China's importing from America, don't they pay an extra percentage?
Okay.
No, that'd be export tax, right? Wouldn't that be something different? Just want to clarify.
An export tax is different than
I don't know. Yeah, I don't think that's a tariff. If that's what you're talking about, I think we need to be more precise with the words because that's causing some issues.
I mean, look, the United States cannot make Chinese companies pay because they're not taxpayers in the United States. They're not citizens. They're not filing to the IRS or any other legal body. They just can't make Chinese companies pay. I don't get why people keep saying this. This is nonsense. So just on that, I mean, when Trump says he wants to do, and here, oh my God, this is like the tariffs Trump actually did when he was in office were not on Chinese companies. They were on American companies. So again, does it bother you that he doesn't know what he's talking about or that he's lying?
Tax or duty to be paid on a particular class of imports or exports.
Yes, so, who does the imports? Yes, who does the imports?
So then when he is putting a tariff on China, That means that
No, it's not China. It's an American company.
Why would China pay it? Do you think if we just ask politely, China's going to give us dollars? Like,
No,
what?
again. I just want to reinforce this point. This is like you looked up the definition of a tariff because you didn't know like the basics of it.
Yeah.
No economist. No, wait.
Okay,
You don't
it's
have to
okay
trust
not
me.
to
You
know
don't
things
have-
coming in. It's okay
No.
not to know things sometimes.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm not appealing to me as an authority. Wait, I just want to. I guess I let you finish.
Go
every
ahead,
time.
go
Come on. So I'm just saying.
Go ahead,
Look, you don't have to take me as an authority. You don't have to do anything like that. Let's look at Trump, right? When Trump was in office, he did tariffs. Everyone can agree on that, hopefully. And the tariffs he did were not paid by China. They were paid by American businesses. So, like, stop with this lunacy. You cannot make it, like, you cannot tax Chinese companies because they're not under the authority of the United States. You just can't, right? You can only tax American companies on their imports. That's what a tariff is. And Trump is either lying or completely ignorant. Both of these things should not make you want him to be president.
So let me explain so we're all on the same page, right? So what's been happening or going on is American companies have been setting up shop in the likes of China, cheaper labor markets, essentially making the goods over there, transporting them back to America and then selling them for cheap. But what this does is it basically takes jobs out of the economy. So what Trump was doing was basically taxing these imports and then basically incentivizing the companies to set up shop in America to keep the jobs in America. So
Okay,
that's
I
basically
agree. I agree. So
yeah, okay.
That is true.
I agree,
We're on the
that's
same
the overview of tariffs. So for one, I don't agree that it protected it hurt more jobs than it saved, and I already sent the studies to back it up. But I was just making a point on Trump, not on tariffs. Does it bother you that the guy you're voting for either is lying about what tariffs are by saying China pays them, or is completely an ignorant buffoon, right? Both of them should bother you deeply, but it doesn't. I wonder why.
But Chinese companies, like China, literally tried to set up
As
shop
somebody that's
in
actually
Mexico.
paid tariffs when I exported goods to Canada, I
Wait,
didn't.
can you answer the question?
I'm like, yeah, I know.
Wait, yeah, answer the question, Gritter, first, 'cause I feel like you were not addressing that.
Honestly, it doesn't
do you want
bother
me to
me at all.
repeat it?
Because half the time I just don't care anyway. But here's the thing: as someone that's actually exported goods, it's
that was not the question. That wasn't the question.
Sample, say the question one more time. 1 second.
Yeah, okay,
Greg.
let me repeat the question again.
one
The
time.
question is not on tariffs, it's on Trump. Trump says tariffs will be paid by China. When he was in office, he did tariffs that were not paid by China because there is no such thing as a tariff that is paid by the country. It's only paid by your domestic businesses. So my question is, does it bother you? My question is, does it bother you, or what's your response to the fact that Trump is necessarily either completely ignorant on what tariffs are, or is lying straight to her face and seeing you and laughing at you, like apologize for that?
All right, we don't need this end point. We get it. Yeah.
Good,
Okay. You think is he dumb or a shitty communicator, Grid? What do you think?
I'm going to tell you how it worked for me, and I'll tell you why this is why I think Trump thinks that way.
I'll give you a chance, but if he doesn't answer the question, I'm going to re-ask it.
The question was about Trump, not about your experience with tariffs.
My experience is that I exported things to Canada. There's a tariff on that. The Canadians paid for it. I didn't pay it.
Okay.
Right?
Wait, are you saying Canadians paid a tariff that they implemented?
One of the companies, one of the people who send or receive it, pay for the tariff. If
Okay,
American
I don't know.
company-
That I cannot. They have no way to verify that. That's an anecdote. I'm just saying, like, you open a textbook, like there are economic textbooks you can just open, and they tell you tariffs are paid by your business. And again, just for the millionth time, Trump, when he was in office, did the tariffs, and these tariffs were paid by American businesses, not by the companies. So if you
we're
think
trying
you
to
can do
get
that,
Grid to
why does
answer
it
a
do that?
question right now, and the question specifically being, do you think Trump should have better messaging, or does he really not
I
understand
can go
tariffs?
with better messaging. I think he
Wait, no, what the fuck? Better messaging? He's either lying or he's retarded, okay? Those are the two options. It's not better messaging.
Non-Fawn's been quiet. Oh, wait, Sample, I want to hear non-Fawn.
Okay.
Wait, I said what I wanted to say. He's either dumb or lying. Okay, it's not a better messaging thing.
Yeah.
He like those are the two options.
Messaging is like, just to be clear, you say his messaging should be more accurate to what tariffs are. His current messaging is either lying or showing how ignorant he is. Right? Like there's no in between.
Well, hold on.
He's wrong about what tariffs are.
Are you ignoring what Proncess read earlier about the Joe Rogan interview where he talked about how the the way the tax would actually work and how companies would be punished for if they offshore jobs. Did you listen to any of that, or were you
again? If you say
on the one point
look,
that you absolutely refused to talk about anything else?
That was a concession. Actually, awesomely, there was a concession in what you said. When you said companies will be punished by exporting jobs or by offshoring jobs, that's a concession that he can only tax American businesses, which he did in office. When he did the tariffs, he did tax American businesses. My question was, when he defines tariffs and when he talks about tariffs, he constantly says that they will be paid by China. That's not true. So I'm asking you, do you think he's either lying or doesn't know what tariffs are? Or maybe you don't know what tariffs are.
Dude, I've done business using tariffs. I never paid a tariff. The people that bought the goods.
Did you do importing?
Well, yeah.
Did you do
by the way,
importing?
if we paid that here in Canada, that would have been a duty tax, not a tariff.
Yeah, wait. If you did exporting, that would not be a tariff. You only do tariffs on imports, and usually they're like factored in when you buy them. But I'm just saying, like, this is not like something up to opinion. This is the definition of a tariff. It is a tax on a domestic business when they do importing. Straight up, that's it. Like there's no in between here. This is like black and white. It's like saying the presidency of the United States is in the United States. It's like there's no opinion here.
I will say I think I lean toward him being a bad communicator because I'm seeing him kind of do double speak where he does talk about maybe giving not having companies not be eligible for tax cuts if they do offshoring, but he also like calls out Mexico and saying we're going to do a 200% tariff put on all products made in Mexico. So he is also talking about what we are discussing, which is just putting a flat tax across any product that comes out of the country. Again, maybe he's just not communicating this very well, but I think that is at least an issue we can agree upon.
I'll actually say I forgot another option. I said he's either dumb or he's lying or you don't know what a tariff is. I'll say there's a third option I didn't mention. All three are true. That's what I actually.
You should explain what a tariff was. Like we're on the same page there.
Yeah, tariff.
Wait, so does it? If we're on the same page there, then does it bother you that Trump seems to not know what a tariff is?
Explain like the whole process of like why you wanted the tariff, all that kind of shit.
Wait, that's not the question. The question is, does it bother you that Trump is either lying or too dumb to understand that?
The question was not about what tariffs are. The question was not about
what the three other people say. You know what I'm saying?
The question was not the question was not about what a tariff is or
let Tarek jump in.
Cool about the tariff. Let me ask you. Let me just a different, kind of the same but different question. Do you think currently globally, do you think that we deal with on a level playing field as far as import exports with other countries?
No, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing.
Okay, why do you think it's not a bad thing?
Well, actually, if you want a very much more detailed response than what I will offer, I recommend the book "What's Wrong with Protectionism." It has a whole.
As much as I love reading books, I asked you the question.
I'm giving you a prelude that I'm answering. That's how usually people answer questions, right? So I'm just saying I recommend to people in the audience or to you read the book "What's Wrong with Protectionism." They have a whole chapter on arguing that point. But I'll just say very quickly: in economics, your trade deficit is necessarily equal to the capital inflows into your country. So when you have a trade deficit, first of all, that's not necessarily bad, but two, it's necessarily equal to the amount of capital coming into your country. And I think that's a good thing. So it could be good, it could be bad. I don't think it's necessarily something we should want to minimize.
Can I explain really quick?
Wait. Can I just please? We kind of got an answer from motorsports. Glenn, does it matter to you that whenever Trump describes a tariff, he says a foreign country is paying them? Does it matter to you that he's either so dumb that after 4 years he still doesn't know what a tariff is, or he's lying? Does that matter? Do you care about that? Does it